Since showing you this photo 2 weeks ago that my military aerospace source sent me a year ago in 2021 to show me the cream-colored skin that my source says is beneath the gray nanotechnology bodysuits. I also showed this four-fingered hand that might be a second gray being retrieved from a UFO crash on the Peru-Brazil border. These are actually referred to as orange grays because their pale skin has an orange hue under certain light frequencies. Since my July 6th and 13th Earth Files YouTube broadcasts, I have been shown the same orange-gray photos on a Brazilian website that is in Portuguese. The year of the website's creation was 2007, but I have never heard of it before the past few days and have never seen the orange-gray photos until 2021, a year ago, when they were sent to me by my military aerospace source as a reality check on what actual orange-gray type extraterrestrials look like. I never showed anyone those photos until July 6th, 2 weeks ago. Never knew anything about the Brazil website. I don't know any other UFO researcher who has ever brought it up or said that they knew anything about these photos. Given this new controversy about the Brazilian website, I reached out to remote viewer D.B. Moulton, also known as Buddy, who you've seen work with me before and is a very talented remote viewer. This week, I asked him if he would remote view the orange-gray, black-eyed head photo and the four-fingered orange-gray hand, specifically on the question, what does he see through remote viewing in this ET death?
I went over the first photographs, which are clearly an extraterrestrial, and I felt that they were not only real, but I got a whole sense of the history. It's from the Brazil-Peru border, and I felt that Brazilian artist was paid and tried to claim that it was his to muddle the field.
Oh my gosh!
We'll just make sure that the connection is clean, and we'll do that tomorrow night. There's just too much to discuss with you, and I just want clean thought of conversation. You know what I'm saying?
No, I'm agreeing with you because we have to sell Conscious Life Expo.
We got to do that too. Absolutely. And there's Danny, and he's gone. Okay, so yeah.
No, I'm agreeing with you because we have to sell Conscious Life Expo. We have to sell Conscious Life Expo.
We got to do that too.
We have to sell Conscious Life Expo.
We got to do that too.
We have to sell Conscious Life Expo.
We got to do that too.
We have to sell Conscious Life Expo.
No gray is gray in color. Even drone-engineered grays like this four-fingered hand in this photo are pale in color, similar to human skin. And notice the long, dark fingernails of this being. Linda, in your book, An Alien Harvest, on page 59, you quote abductee Judy Doherty describing two gray entities that were dissecting tissue from a mutilated calf taken from a pasture outside Houston, Texas in May of 1973. Quote, Judy wrote, "Their hands look funny. They have long claw nails, almost like an animal's dark nails. The original tall grays used this same nanotechnology for similar reasons, but seldom use it while in space traveling, nor did they use it while evolving in their home system of Epsilon Indi due to lower gravity there. The original grays from Epsilon Indi have a very slight tint of orange in their pigmentation.
Are at the brink of things. Can you guys feel this? No longer are we the strange group, man. It's the rest of the world that's tripping. Am I right? I'm going to say this right now, and I mean this. I want to introduce my good friend to you, Mr. Corey Goode. Corey, get it up here.
Thank you. Is this a sign? Well, thank you for joining me. I appreciate everyone that's like.
This question is a tough question. You look like a tough lady with your leather jacket. So this one comes from Steve Cambian from Truth Seekers. On your website, there's a picture of a genuine alien taken to the moon, and the image that you used was from a 2005 video game called Area 51. Cambian, so Steve Cambian is referring to himself in the third person. Cambian from Truth Seekers emailed you as the proof that what you're selling was from a video game, and then you refuse to change. So, okay, so whatever. There's some accusations there. Do you mind explaining to the audience what that picture is about, its provenance, and perhaps why you would not take it down if someone showed you it was video game art?
What are you talking about?
Okay, I can show the image. I don't have it printed here, but I can show the audience the image at some point. So you don't know what is being referred to here with the video game cover art of Area 51 and that being used as a genuine image on your website, apparently.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Kurt, I don't know why you are reducing the interview to this kind of petty stuff at the end. I really don't. I have been working as a professional journalist since 1968. I started at KNBC television. I went to ABC in Boston. I was hired to be director of special projects at the CBS station in Denver. I have corrected 1 million scripts. I have no idea, 40, 50 years, how many scripts. Information. That is just elementary to being a professional journalist. And I have a tremendous number of awards that are even in boxes, 35, 40 professional awards as a journalist. Why you would end up with some kind of a stupid question like this is beyond me. It's hostile, Kurt. Why would you do this? It's meaningless. I mean, why are you playing? Now we're going to trap Linda in some. This is ridiculous.
I'm asking some of the most upvoted questions. So there's the sentiment in the community that you're a great investigative reporter, especially your early work, and that toward the end of the career, perhaps not as much due diligence in vetting sources. This is just a perception. So that's why people are upvoting it.
By whom? That's not my relationship with the world.
I'm just telling you, this is what many people have upvoted, so I'm asking the questions that people are interested in knowing the answer to.
You're accusing me of being some gullible 2-year-old, and I have just celebrated my 80th revolution around the sun. I have produced literally a few thousand reports at earthfiles.com, many documentaries for television broadcast. There is something about this, Kurt, that just feels so unprofessional, so unfair. I am doing hard investigation every day and every week of my life on a variety of topics.
I ask even Luis Elizondo, I ask many people similar questions about NDAs and is this piece of evidence proof? Is it proof? Do you have a public record of so-and-so? It's not as if this is such a strange question.
You just said it's because you have a reputation essentially of being gullible. I argue with that from the face of how much I have produced. That is, between my books, my documentaries, the 3,000 Earth Files reports, and on, the 15 years of the work I've done with ancient aliens. It's the opposite. I'm come to all the time because people say you do the best, most credible journalism in the field. That's what I hear.
Okay. Well, I'm glad that you hear that. It's great. It's great to hear that. I hope I'm not trying to be accusatory. I'm simply trying to ask the questions that many people are wondering, and that for whatever reason other people aren't asking. So please, I don't mean to offend you.
Many people are asking what?
Okay, so I'm just... Every time I read you a question, it's either taken from Twitter or the live chat or from Reddit or from some other places where there are likes and upvotes and people's comments on comments. And so I'm looking at, okay, what are the questions that people want to know the answer to most? And I'm simply asking them. Is that not fair?
Nothing about the last 20 minutes have been fair.
Well, all right. Okay. Well, we'll just end this, and I apologize that you felt like it was hostile. That was not my intent.
It has this out. I'm a professional producer, writer, director, editor. I have a tremendous number of awards. From my point of view, I know how hard I work for facts, and that I take on subjects that some people won't touch because they're afraid. That's my answer.
Thank you, Linda. Thank you so much for coming on. I appreciate it.
Greetings and salutations, friends. And what you have just seen is what happens when you confront a grifter selling a 100% provably fake picture of an alien, which in that case was taken from a 2005 video game cover. Linda Moulton Howe has been what I would call an alternative media personality for decades. But if you dig just a little bit below the surface of what she presents, it is a cavalcade, a comedy of garbage. And I am personally fascinated by the fact that somebody could make tens of thousands of dollars selling 100% provably fake stories and get caught multiple times doing so and still make tens of thousands of dollars selling provably fake stories. And we, of course, will be talking about Mr. Jimmy Church tonight as well. We want to welcome in all the live chat, great attendance in the chat room tonight. Good to see that. A nice welcome back. I have had a ridiculous, I feel like a ping pong ball, because every week I got to take care of things at home. And then when Friday hits, I got a jet off to this cabin in the middle of nowhere, Pennsylvania. I'm trying desperately to finish that before starting on new projects. And then I bounce back here, and I feel like I'm always working. It's just that I get to switch up what it is that I'm working on. No days off, but hey, on your day off from the show, you can build a bathroom in this cabin. But I love keeping busy. And tonight we're keeping busy, bringing you an update of sorts. We have not talked about the dynamic deceptive duo that is Linda Moulton Howe and Jimmy Church. We have seen in the past, remember that other 100% fake alien photo hoax, fake 100% fake story that Linda was pushing? Yeah, she pushed that on Jimmy Church's show heavily as well. And isn't it interesting that Linda Moulton Howe is left those videos up and monetized, and she has doubled and tripled down on the orange gray alien story, even bringing in a fake psychic remote viewer to say, no, those pictures are 100% real, and that artist in Brazil who invented those images, he's lying, right? The Men in Black got to him. But interestingly, if we take a look at the images that Brazilian artist shared with us here at Truth Seekers exclusively, and then we take a look at the photos that Linda Moulton Howe shared, he sent us pictures of these 3D rendered images being rendered, not quite finished. They match up 100% with the photos that she shared. So bringing in a fake psychic is not going to help you sell the fake story. You've been busted. The proper, ethical, moral, and correct thing to do would be to say, I got fooled for a second time with 100% fake alien pictures by Steve Cambion at Truth Seekers. This is the second time that we caught her. And by the way, there's a third set. She did this back in the day as well, several times. Maybe a fourth set of 100% provably fake alien pictures that this woman is hawking. And let me be very, very clear in something. I love the alternative media. People that are not constrained by corporations or advertising revenue, right? They don't have to, for example, side with a certain company that is advertising heavily on the network that they're a journalist on. I love independent media. What I don't love is independent garbage peddlers who create clickbait nonsense and make hundreds of thousands of dollars selling 100% completely fake stories while other independent journalists that do good work are struggling to survive in an atmosphere full of clickbait sharks selling garbage. It's not fair. Do you know how many independent journalists out there are that do amazing research, good investigations? They get to good stories, right, that are true, or investigate the government or other things. They can't survive. There's only so much money on the interwebs to go around. And unfortunately, these garbage peddlers are money magnets, right? People don't want the truth. People don't want a real story that somebody spent a month, 2 months, 3 months investigating. They want a carefully crafted fairy tale that reinforces whatever beliefs they already have. At least this has been my observation of many people on the internet. And it makes me sad that you can just forgo things like, I don't know, good sources, right? Let's talk about that. Linda Moulton Howe. But let's get back to the orange gray alien photo. She doubled down on that second one that we caught her selling. Double down, triple down, got a fake psychic to come in and say that Brazilian artist was a liar and the men in black got to him. Listen, we can look at the evidence, and the evidence in that case clearly establishes that that Brazilian artist published those photos, I think it was back in 2008. And the metadata on the website confirms that. And Wayback Machine confirms that all those images were created on his website, his blog posts about a fictional story about men in black in South America. It was a fictional story. She stole images from another artist, right? That's another thing. She made tens of thousands of dollars maybe selling this fake story. Did she give any of that money to the guy who made the photos? Of course not. Did she apologize to that guy for stealing his artwork and profiting from that to the tune of tens of thousands of dollars? Of course not. She's going to double and triple down and try to weasel out of getting caught again. But we have the proof and we have the evidence. So here's a side-by-side comparison of photos from that Brazilian artist showing the images in progress of being rendered and created, and the photos after they were finished that Linda Moulton Howe shared. She said, it couldn't have been this Brazilian artist. It couldn't have been him. Well, here's the side-by-side comparison and proof that it was him. By the way, I have heard some nasty rumors about what this woman said about me, about our questions about her stories, and more. And while, I am going to comment on what she has said or what I was told she said that I am not a journalist and I don't know what I'm talking about. And I didn't go to college to be a journalist. And she did. And I just want to submit to all within the sound of my voice that she's right. I did not go to college for journalism. I was not that fortunate, right? But one thing I'm pretty sure of is that showing people 100% provably fake pictures of something and claiming that they are real and concocting whole stories around those fake images, and also concocting fake sources that you claim sent you the images that nobody is allowed to interview, talk to, or vet, that's not journalism. That's garbage peddling. She's a garbage peddler. I don't give a shit how many years she spent in college learning to be a real journalist. She's not a real journalist. No real journalist would do this. So she can say whatever she's going to say. I stand by our investigative work here as being vastly superior to anything that she is presenting because we have facts, we have evidence, we have We interviewed the artist that made the fake pictures. We had to get it translated because he didn't speak English. But we got to the truth of what those images really were. And we paid the truth tax for that. Because despite us getting that story right of where those images originated, where they came from, who created them, what year they were created in, providing all of the evidence, the metadata from the websites, the way back screenshots showing that these images existed, and I think it was 2008, despite doing the real work and giving people the truth, we paid the truth tax because I can probably look it up. We probably made about $40 telling everybody the truth about those images over multiple reports, even taking the time to interview the artists and all that stuff. And Linda Moulton Howe made thousands and thousands of dollars getting the entire story wrong. And this, more than anything, proves why everybody's hawking garbage, why everybody's doing the super chat shuffle and, fluffing up these people. And there's no better fluffer to the grifters than Jimmy Church. Jimmy Church has been the fluffer for more grifters selling fake stories like Linda than anyone. And we will get into it because it appears that the grift goes on, friends. The grift goes on. Get caught promoting, working with, and helping a 100% grifter sell 100% fake stories. The grift goes on. Just find a new grifter to grift with. That's how this works. That's how it all works. And the unfortunate part is that's what sells. That's what sells. The grifters, they sell. The truth doesn't sell. The truth is boring, right? Oh, some images from a blog from 2008 about the Men in Black. It was a fictional story. Yeah, that doesn't sell. It doesn't sell. You know what sells? Orange gray aliens. We have the first ever picture of orange gray aliens. Aliens without their gray exoskeleton made out of nanite particles, right? Where does she get this shit? She makes it all up. And so do most of these people. And let me apologize if I'm the first to tell you that 99.99999 of all of this stuff about aliens and UFOs on the internet is grifters with fairy tales to sell you and terrible sources, right? Ridiculously terrible sources with no actual or real or verifiable evidence, because why would you want that, right? Don't let facts, things like lack of facts or, inconvenient facts get in the way of a great fake story you could sell. Find a nice picture of an alien on a 2005 video game cover, concoct a story about aliens and UFOs on the moon, and you too could make thousands and thousands of dollars selling garbage. And this is what frustrates me. It's just, we are in goddamn clown world. I am stuck in clown world. And the clowns are making money. There's just money falling out of the skies at the clowns. And today I had to do my taxes. Well, I'm doing them this week. But I started doing my taxes and I go, why am I doing this, right? Can I just rebrand and sell garbage, right? I could find some cool pictures of aliens to pretend are real, right? And we too can make thousands and thousands of dollars. No, I suppose the mistake that we made here was that I thought that you could do a show like this in an ethical and moral manner, not sell people fairy tales and so on and so forth. And really, you can, but that truth tax is brutal, man. It's brutal. It is brutal. These people are making tens of thousands of dollars, and it's starting to piss me off. It really is starting to piss me off, especially when I'm doing taxes and things. And like, this is what I made all year, working my ass off. This is what I made on my show. And then Compare and contrast that. Go look at the UFO circle jerkers, what they're making, right? Go look at the fluffers like Jimmy Church or Michael Salla, what they're making, right? And the level of support they get too, right? All we get here mostly, well, no, we do. Don't let me get it wrong. I am thankful. We have a great audience here and great support, but you know, when you look at these channels with hundreds of thousands of subscribers making hundreds of thousands of dollars, right? And then people have the nerve to send me nasty messages like, well, you're monetized too, Steven, so you're no different than them, or something like that, right? It is ridiculous. And now I'm trying to find my notes. I do have some notes here. But before we, let's get to the notes. So Jimmy Church, the grift goes on, right? Get caught with David Wilcock literally promoting scams on your show? Just drop David Wilcock and find new grifters, because the grift goes on. It was Jimmy Church who heavily promoted and supported Corey Goode, who we now know never went to space. Imagine that, right? But the grift goes on. We've got Emery Smith to sell as well, even though that guy's been pretty much revealed to be a falling down alcoholic who lies to people about going on secret missions. His only mission is getting a big bottle of vodka every day, apparently. And by the way, I pray for him because I have my own issues with alcohol. And instead of everybody using that guy to make alien UFO dollars, maybe somebody should help him get into a program, but nobody did that. Instead, they just propped him up on a stage with a water bottle that many say is filled with vodka so he could get through a performance of lying to people about autopsying aliens. Great. Real love and light crowd here, right? You see a guy with a problem, and instead of helping him or getting him help, what do? Put him on a stage where we can all make money off this guy telling these fake stories. But the grift goes on because the grifts get busted. So Jimmy Church moves on to some of the lesser known grifters like Sarah R. Adams, who was selling a medbed scam, right? Yeah. You too can pay hundreds of dollars to go up in a starship, go through a Stargate, and get in a medbed. But the fine print says it's just a Skype session. There's no medbeds. Then annoyed that I kept saying there was no med beds, apparently she tried to get an artist to make one, and it was a tanning bed with magnets and organite glued inside of it. And by the way, that fake med bed showed up at Conscious Life Expo, right where Jimmy Church was, and Jimmy Church had previously promoted and supported Sarah R. Adams, the fake psychic who says that she can heal your pets for a few $100s, right? The fake psychic healer that we busted here by sending her a fake cancer patient, and she told that guy she was shrinking those cancer cells, right? Sure. So Sarah R. Adams revealed as a grifter, but Jimmy Church doesn't stop, right? The Jimmy Church griftathon does not stop, so you just find new grifters, right? So then he moves on to other lesser-known grifters like Jason Shirka, who, along with wackadoo guests, is telling people that you can cure autism with camel milk and essential oils, right? And he's talking to 1,000-year-old people and aliens, and he's got all these whistleblowers, and there's secret wars going on underground in Washington, D.C., and he's getting all the intel on that. Another grifter. Great. But the grift goes on with Jimmy Church, because after that, he recently got caught promoting and pumping up the story of the fake Dr. Jonathan Reed. You know, the fake doctor who had an alien in his freezer and a fake alien armband and all this nonsense, who has been completely revealed to be a complete and total hoaxer fraudster. He wasn't a doctor. His work history is fake. All of his so-called evidence is laughably fake. Yeah, Jimmy Church promoted that guy. Anything to keep the grift going. And the grift goes on. Jimmy Church, of course, recently, when Linda Moulton Howe got caught selling these fake images, he had an opportunity to do the right thing and ask Linda about these 100% fake images that she was still doubling down on. And instead of doing the right thing, he just sat there like a dummy and helped Linda Moulton Howe with damage control on being caught selling 100% provably fake alien photos and pictures as pictures of real aliens. But the grift goes on and on and on and on. The grift never ends. You just find new grifters. When the old grifters get caught with their grifts, you find new grifters. I'm going to take a moment here to also remind you that the grift goes on, because besides all these people, Dannion Brinkley he is promoting and working with to, quote, sell Conscious Life Expo. Great, great. And Dannion Brinkley, of course, we reported this guy died multiple times, but the doctors involved all refute his stupid stories of like waking up in a morgue with a toe tag. He just wrote a book and he made a lot of money on near-death experiences. Then he needed more money, so he died again and wrote another book. And then he did that whole scam with David Wilcock, where David Wilcock claimed he was going to die any day, and his important last testimony would be a David Wilcock course on near-death experiences. And for $333, you too could learn all about it from a career lifelong grifter in the form of Dannion Brinkley, who can't prove anything. And in fact, when you can fact check him, you find out that he was lying. The doctors involved in his so-called near-death experiences refute his claims. At least the first one. I don't know if he got better with the next few times he died so he could write another book. The grift goes on, right? And it's sadly an inconvenient truth for people like Jimmy Church who promote these grifters, who profit from these grifters. And let's take a moment to recognize that if someone is selling fake stories and scamming people for money with their fake information or nonsense information, the damage that it does to all of those people who pay money for this. How many times is Jimmy Church going to promote one of these people who are literally hurting people by selling them fake information, misinformation, disinformation, or made up fairy tales like Corey Goode? Does he just get a pass for all the times he's been 100% completely wrong and decided to back the grifters selling this garbage, this fake information, these fairy tales for cash? Disclosure for dollars, right? Jimmy Church is at the epicenter of all of this. And he is more responsible than any single grifter, in my opinion and my view, because he is the one who continually supports the grifters who are running through the community, taking advantage of people, lying to people, and charging people money for garbage information, garbage books, garbage DVDs, garbage courses, garbage. Jimmy Church is a promoter of the garbage peddlers, which in my view makes him worse than any single one of the individuals, because after all, it's a short leap to see that by his promotion of these people, by his, he signs off on them. By his doing that, he is helping these grifters find more victims. And in fact, is treating his audience, rather than an audience that he appreciates or, cares about, he is treating them as a victim pool, allowing the grifters to come in and sell their wares. Now, this is all my opinion. I'm entitled to my opinion. But how many times has Jimmy Church been caught promoting one of these people that we now know are 100% fake people, selling 100% fake information? Does he get a pass for that? Are there consequences for that? Of course not. There's nothing but profit. You just profit all you can from each one of these individuals, and then as they overstay their welcome and people start digging in and finding inconsistencies in their story, or just that they are completely, totally fake, as in the case of Dr. Jonathan Reed, you've already made the money. So you just do the Cosmic Con shuffle, Jimmy Church, slither away, and come back with a new grifter to share with your audience. I think that this entire thing is morally bankrupt and despicable. And the fact that doing these kind of shady things is rewarded rather than penalized. And, people talk about this, oh, the community. There's no community here. There's grifters and victims. Which are you? Because that's all we have here. Of course, we do have the truth seekers now. So you can choose to be a victim, or you can choose to be a grifter. And by the way, when I say grifter, I include you UFO circle jerking clowns besides Jimmy Church. It's not just him. He's the ringleader of the circus of grift, right? There's so many others who are helping grifters repeat their garbage stories, signing off on them, doing the UFO circle jerk softball interview so they could get a piece. I am just in awe of the number of so-called show hosts who are willingly, deliberately, and with great effort helping grifters use their audience to find more victims. And this is where we're at, and this is where we find ourselves. But Jimmy Church and Linda Moulton Howe are back for another dynamic deceptive duo team up. And we're going to cover all of it tonight. But before we do, I just have to catch up with the live chat. I apologize. We'll be getting into the video, but I saw a bunch of things that I have to share. So I will do that right now. We want to welcome all of you here. What a great crowd that we have in the live chat tonight. I'm happy to see that. It's nice returning from a few days off to find out there's still an audience there. Always happy to see that. So let me all right, I've got through all the live chat. Now I'm scrolling down, so just bear with me. And by the way, I apologize for a previous outburst in the Discord today. I was talking about how many people messaged me and sort of want technical advice or assistance. And to be very honest with you, the show's getting too big and I can't do all of this now for people. So, if there's a problem with a link or something like that, I can help you. But if, for example, you can't get to the live chat on your iPad and it works on every other show but not mine, I don't know what the problem is. Google it. I apologize if I can't be more help. But I'm getting slammed with all kinds of stuff like this. And also people saying, oh, the Amazon link doesn't work. It works in the countries that it works in. Otherwise, please use the secondary one. Great. So we want to thank Abduction Enigma Podcast for becoming a YouTube member. A lot of people may not be aware of this, but if you become a member of the show during live broadcast, we shout you out. We thank you, as well we should. And we thank all of you members. So thanks, Abduction Enigma Podcast. You can go to the member section and get some extra goodies. You also get a membership badge. And you get our thanks. Thanks for helping us. We appreciate that. Al Warrior, the kind and generous $5. And thanks for also being a member. She reminds me of Angelie. Would you hit that, Stephen? Just kidding. Linda milking the cow. Oh, no, I would not. No. The alien with the kind and generous $1.99 says, I would like some Trixie. And you know what? We'll do that for you tonight. We will do that. And we have... John Chow, the kind of generous $2, says the Dr. Reed whose dog got killed by an ET. Yeah, the fake Dr. Reed. He wasn't a real doctor. He was a complete and total fraud. And Jimmy Church was pushing that garbage. It's been debunked out the wazoo since the 90s. But Jimmy Church thought, well, people probably forgot how fake that guy is or how fake that story is. So I, too, can make some money off this fake doctor. Cabin Bathroom is coming along nicely, says UFO John Doe with a kind and generous $3.21 super chat. And thanks for being a member. Yes, it is. I'm hopeful. Two more trips. I think I should have it nailed down. Unfortunately for me, I got more than half of the ceilings done, but I had to leave the part of the ceilings where you got to like take the light fixture down and put boards underneath the thing, and it's going to be a nightmare. I left to save the best for last, but a couple more weekends and we'll have that thing finished. I got to slap a porch on that and a dream is done. Hallelujah. The dog was fake too. No, the dog wasn't fake. But people got to his neighbors and found out the dog never died. He lived with his parents, and that was his parents' dog. The dog never died. He just said the dog got killed by aliens because, you know, hey, great stories. But we definitely want to thank all of you for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show. We thank you, Patreon supporters and members as well. We're going to have Trixie thank all of you guys for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show.
This is Trixie from Truth Seekers, thanking you for your generosity. I'm going to praise the cash so hard, you are going to need a cease and desist letter from your fake lawyer to make me stop.
Which reminds me, I don't know when it was. Maybe it was our last show. No, it was Wednesday. You know, I kind of overreacted to something, and I'm tended, you know, people do that. Yeah. I thought maybe I wasn't being empathetic enough to somebody who's under extreme amount of stress and anxiety. And if that's the case, you know, then I apologize. Valiant Stallion is asking, what's your take on the latest theory by the Pentagon? Yeah, well, it's a theory. It's a hypothetical, and it's being brought to us by people, you know, like Avi Loeb, who it turns out was wrong about Oumuamua. Imagine that. When we talk about hypotheticals, sure, there could be motherships sending probes to Earth somewhere in our solar system. Sure, there could be. Show me the evidence, though. You know, there could be monkeys flying out of my butt tonight as well. There could be. You know, and that's the problem with this sensationalized world. Like somebody says something as a hypothetical and everybody's running with it as if it's 100% factually true and that's really happening. And the government is telling us it's really happening. And that's just a stupid interpretation of what was said in the context it was said in. I just don't know. UFO John Doe puppies, be careful, Trixie. Yes. Okay, so we're going to put our fair use banner up. And by the way, we're not going to go too long tonight because I have a great deal of things to do. And honestly, I can't listen to this Linda Moulton Howe lady for too long because it's like it's like nails on a chalkboard to me after a while. It's really ridiculous. So this is fair use. This is a transformative work. We're educating the public, and we're going to be critiquing the video that we are sharing. Jimmy Church shares the distinction of being one of the people who falsely copyright once. So we have the same lawyer letters standing by that we won the last one with, and remembering that if you falsely copyright strike me, the strike reverts to your channel. So just fair warning, lawyer letters are standing by. I still have those same lawyer letters. We've won every single copyright claim or strike against us in the entire history of our channel here. But if you'd like a strike on your channel because you want to be an intellectual coward and a weakling and stomp on our rights to free speech, if you have a public YouTube show and channel, I'm allowed to play portions of it if this is a transformative work, if we're educating the public, and if we're critiquing the video that we are sharing and discussing it. It is fair use. And again, I didn't go to journalism school, but I know what fair use is, and this certainly is covered under fair use. So let's get into Jimmy Church and Linda Moulton Howe, the dynamic deceptive duo, and let's see what new garbage she's sharing. But I have a feeling it's not new garbage. It's recycled old garbage. Oh, let's do that one more time. But we have some fun stuff to share about the garbage that she talks about. I have previewed this, and we have some things to share. She's going to start. We'll get into it.
Go for her research and productions. Her website, of course, is Earth.
Yeah, and notice I skipped some of the fluffer intro that Jimmy Church gives her. Jimmy Church forgets to point out that she was recently caught, not once, but twice recently by truth seekers, our show here, selling 100% provably fake stories that were 100% false, fake pictures. He leaves that out, right? It's just a love fest of what a great lady she is, and she's won a lot of awards, right? The boxes of awards, right? That doesn't excuse her from lying to people and making thousands of dollars selling 100% fake pictures of aliens as real.
Files.com, and I would like to welcome back to Fade to Black the one and only Linda Moulton Howe. Good evening, young lady.
By the way, I did not know this, but unless Jimmy Church is doing the fluffer thing with a big name grifter guest like this, his numbers are in the shitter. Maybe somebody doesn't have money for all those bot views anymore, right? Just my opinion.
It's great to be back with you and hear all those countries that I have had such great times in.
Yeah, I'm going to let me do this. Okay. Linda, yeah, are you going to add another country anytime soon?
Well, let's see. I may be going to England later this year.
Yeah, there's got to be people to grift on in England, right?
And but we're still in that, what do you call it, that psychological thing where traveling like we used to do so easily is not something that anybody is enthusiastic in the new world that we're in post-pandemic, and so many problems when you travel.
Well, I'm thinking Antarctica.
Yeah, and by the way, the pandemic was terrible on the grifters because they lost all of the live conferences that they used to get. Some of them would get $10,000 speaking fees to do a 1 or 2 hour talk at one of these griftathons, like Alien Con and Contact in the Desert. They all went away for a few years, but they're all back now. And the grifters are trying to make up for lost grift time. And the grifts are in overdrive, friends. They are in overdrive now.
I think you need to add Antarctica to the list.
Well, I have been there in a way when I did that documentary with Spartan 1 and Spartan 2. And
yes, Spartan 1 and Spartan 2 were her fake military whistleblowers. They were fake. They were fake. Her fake whistleblowers about the, oh yeah, there's aliens trapped under the ice in Antarctica because these fake whistleblowers told her all about it, right? Those were fake sources. Another 100% provably fake story pushed by Linda Moulton Howe.
People are waving at me. Do you know that? Are they there with you?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. They were like a military insight into what we've heard rumors about.
There's no verifiable evidence that those sources of her ever even existed or that she didn't just make them up. And in fact, one of them gave a rank that does not belong in the Navy. He claimed to be a Navy SEAL. And we have some information that we can share with you from a real Navy SEAL and his analysis of Linda Moulton Howe's sources. A real Navy SEAL looking at her sources and the situation she presented say that her sources on that story were 100% frauds, fakes.
That Antarctica, 2 to 3 miles underneath that big, huge mound of ice, is someone's very amazing 3 square acre rooms, 80-foot ceilings, thousands of various kinds of carvings, like you would think of something between Mayan and Egyptian.
Yes, and by the way, Linda's grifting off this Antarctica mysteries in Antarctica has extended to all other areas of conspiracy land. And after she started saying, oh, there's aliens under the ice in Antarctica, lots of people like Michael Salla and others suddenly were inventing stories of aliens trapped in the ice or alien motherships 3 miles down, and the government is studying them. And of course, where is the verifiable evidence for any of this? It does not exist. And in fact, when you look at Linda Moulton Howe's evidence for this, her fake sources fall apart like a house of cards. This is another fake story with fake sources, right? Why can I interview those sources? Or better yet, can our military expert interview those sources? After all, one of them claimed to be a Navy SEAL. Well, we could have a real, verifiable Navy SEAL interview that person, find out if he really is a Navy SEAL. And wouldn't you know, a real Navy SEAL says that Linda Moulton Howe is full of shit and her sources are 100% fake. It's little things like this that matter, right? And by the way, she could have got a real military SEAL to evaluate her so-called sources if they truly exist. I have gotten so cynical lately that, to be very honest with you, I just believe that Linda Moulton Howe just makes up fake people that don't exist. We've seen others, in my opinion, do this, like David Wilcock, right? Woody, my source Woody. Like, it's like they're just making up imaginary friends that are telling them things. Nobody else can see the imaginary friends, talk to the imaginary friends, interview the imaginary friends. So when somebody like Linda Moulton Howe or David Wilcock starts talking about their sources, you just need to replace the word sources with imaginary friends. And then all this shit makes sense. Welcome to Clown World, right? Welcome to Clown World.
All in Black Rock. And when I was filming with them and working with them, we brought up a question that started all the way back in 2017. I was working with them on Spartan 1 and 2 in 2018. So the year before, in 2017, I did at earthfiles.com Oumuamua, comet, asteroid, other, changing speed and course.
Yeah, and we now know that it was a natural object, or we're pretty certain of it.
And when the next year, when I'm working with Spartan 1 and 2, they tell me that they know that it was identified by what we would consider to be military intelligence in the United States as an alien technology.
Yeah, so isn't it great that her fake sources, her imaginary sources, who a real Navy SEAL says are fake sources, are saying that Oumuamua was definitely alien technology. But now the science has pretty much proven that no, it wasn't. She didn't get the memo. She didn't get the memo, right? And Avi Loeb and her and all the other people, Sala, everybody else who pushed that thing as an alien probe or mothership or alien this or alien that, are now revealed to be what they are: profiteering hucksters selling a unproven fake story as real. But when the real science gets revealed, they just double down. Don't even admit that you were wrong. She's saying how right she was, that thing was definitely an alien. There's recent studies. Wasn't alien, And by the way, I was disappointed by that. The world would be a cooler place if that really was alien technology. But on to her fake secret sources. 1 second. We're gonna find. I have here an actual real military insider in the form of Don Shipley, who Don is great. Mr. Shipley is a real, verifiable Navy SEAL, and he does not like fake Navy SEALs on the internet, so he busts them. And him and his wife have a YouTube channel, and they're fun to watch. But let's take a listen at what a real Navy SEAL says. Specifically, he's talking specifically about Linda Moulton Howe's fake Spartan 1 and fake Spartan 2 sources. Facts matter. And when a real Navy SEAL can pick apart the story as being a fake and the source as being a fake, then you acknowledge that. Or you print a retraction, or you do another show and you interview him and give his side of the story. But the way these fake alien huckster stories work is that the grift is to only give people one side of the story. She's aware of Don Shipley. She knows what Don Shipley said. But here she is, still using the same fake sources. And this clip I'm going to share with you is from several years ago, where an on-the-record real Navy SEAL said that her sources are fake and why. And he makes a great argument. Let's get into it, friends. Linda's sources are fake, right? Imaginary. So says real Navy SEALs. Let's see, friends.
Let me tell you about the ancient alien dude.
The show you watch, Ancient Aliens?
Well, I watch it sometimes. It's interesting, but he's talking about this fucking bugwit on there, and I wrote that woman. That has come out a long time ago. I was working on a video, and all I'm going to do is open up another can of Bill Brockbrader. There are people that Linda Howe, Linda Moulton Howe, I know exactly. I've seen the videos. And it's this seal in Antarctica that is let me I'm getting ready to come out swinging about a whole bunch of shit. We're going right back to where we come from. I've taken a nice break from the YouTube thing. But when somebody hides their identity, it's for a fucking reason. It is for an absolute reason. And whatever you're going to say is so fucked up that the guys that know you are going to fucking turn on you, but not in that guy's case. This is the Navy SEAL in Antarctica that says he took a fucking submarine, he got on an aircraft carrier, it was an aircraft carrier, or something about a submarine, to the Antarctic so that he could go extract a scientist. And if you search that SEAL Antarctica, you'll see that. The first words out of this fucking guy's mouth to her, where they blacked out his face, was his rank. And he said he was a first lieutenant in the Navy. And when confronted with that, she claims that he was just nervous at the cameras. Bullshit. You are sitting in a room with that woman. You're not nervous. And, this isn't the CBS Spotlight Inside Edition studio thing or being live on air. You're sitting right in front of that mature woman. I don't want to say much more about that. You're not nervous in front. You lied. You fucked it up. And it's all bullshit from there. And there's, everybody, they all thrive off of this SEAL thing. If they can put that SEAL thing on, why would they send a fucking aircraft carrier to Antarctica with a SEAL who takes a helicopter to go in and extract a scientist with all this alien stuff that he's discovered? Why would they do it? They didn't have anybody else on that carrier qualified to get out of a helicopter and go, hey, come here, you, get in. And send the SEAL? No. But they use that for the ratings. However, he just sounds dumb from the fucking minute he starts opening his mouth till the end of the video.
Let's just scroll down. Let's see. Mick said, let's just scroll down there a little bit. That's why I busted out laughing.
What's that? Claims he went miles underground. And, it's just so stupid that the fight is not worth it when you're dealing with these conspiracy theorists. And watching the videos, there's enough guys calling bullshit, and she knows, because I told her I was going to put the blast on her, Linda. She never replied back. But the hard part of that, as well as Carrie Cassidy with Bill Brockbrader, is that Linda is in on the whole thing. The whole thing is just this bullshit to get people to watch. She knows he's a fake, and she set it up. and she doesn't care. And she is the nicest, sweetest looking lady on there. Hi, buddy. Hi, good. Hi, good. I know. And she's a fucking liar. They all are. And it's just to sell the ratings. So they find some fucking hillbilly at a fucking gas station in Tennessee who calls himself Spartan 1 and some fucking idiot Marine, and they get on there and they start telling this bullshit about aircraft carriers taking them just to get this scientist who's in this alien facility. You can find it on YouTube. Somebody put it up there. I think it's Linda Howe, Navy SEAL or Spartan 1. And as soon as that fucking guy opens his mouth, you know it's bullshit. No officer in the Navy is ever going to goon up that they were a first lieutenant. First lieutenants are in the Marine Corps and the Army. They're not in the fucking Navy. And no one would say that. First lieutenant is a title in the Navy. And that goes way back to the old British days. He's the first lieutenant. He's the most senior lieutenant on a ship. And they only do that on ships. We don't have that in SEAL teams where we keep our engines. Long story. They're getting me worked up. But just tell them, no officer in SEAL team has twang. No, doesn't. Yeah. You win the fights you can. I mean, I would ultimately win that, but I would just turn into another Bill Brockbreeder. I didn't like Bill Brockbreeder for a lot of reasons. We don't send Navy SEALs to Antarctica to extract scientists when anybody could do that. It wasn't even a combat op. But they love that, the secrecy of it. And when you listen to this guy, there wasn't nothing. He just got off a helicopter and went in to get the guy, and the guy didn't come out anyhow. But why would you do that? You got an aircraft carrier full of chiefs, officers. How hard is it to get out of a helicopter and go, hey, hello, we're here to pick you up? It's not like you're doing it in North Korea or some shit. I don't get it.
Yeah, and I don't get it either. And as referenced by Mr. Shipley, he let her know that her Navy SEAL was fake. He let her know that Navy SEALs are only used for combat operations. They would not be sent to Antarctica to do a rescue mission. There are appropriate personnel to do that. But don't let things like facts, evidence, or, things like the truth get in the way of a good fake story that you can sell. So she literally asked this man for his rank, and he gives the wrong rank. Rank that is not even used in the Navy, let alone the Navy SEALs. That's not a red flag for her, right? And she continues to this day to sell that 100% provably fake story with 100% provably fake sources. And here, Jimmy Church, who is incredibly misinformed, right? Why doesn't he ask her about the fake Navy SEAL? Why do we have to do that, right? I'm not the one getting the big buck interview here, Jimmy Church. You are. Maybe someday you're going to grow a set of balls like a man, Jimmy Church, and do the right thing when a guest is selling 100% provably fake stories, right? But all we get from Jimmy Church is the super chat shuffle and the UFO circle jerk, right? Oh, Linda, right? I love it.
Like a craft. Okay, so that's 2018 working with Spartan 1 and 2. In 2019, it was Professor Avi Loeb at Harvard, who at the time was the director of the astronomy department at Harvard, the longest serving director of the astronomy department. And he put forth for the first time a hypothesis that this was, Oumuamua was an example of some kind of, say, discarded alien technology that had made its way into our or near our solar system. And that one of the astounding things about it, which provoked that is, and I'm quoting from my own Earth Files report back in 2016, 2017 and 2018 when this came through. Quote, it was pulled by the sun's gravity, apparently.
And now she's repeating the Oumuamua story, which has recently been shown to be nothing extraordinary, nothing alien.
The object made a hairpin.
And this was in the news. And Jimmy's just going to ignore that and let her sell another fake story?
In turn, under our solar system.
We're only 5 minutes into this deception fest, the deceptive duo, right? All Jimmy has to do is sit there and shut up. He knows these stories are fake.
Passing under Earth's orbit on October 14th, 2017, at a distance of about 15 million miles and about 60 times the distance of we were standing on the Earth looking at the moon. It was 60 times further away. And then
new bullshit
this object, Oumuamua, shot back up above the plane of our solar system planets, and its speed, Jimmy, the speed of Oumuamua at this point begins increasing up to 97,200 miles an hour. That's 27 miles a second.
That's interesting.
And that was in respect to the distance it was traveling from our sun. And it left our solar system still speeding toward the constellation Pegasus.
Yes, and this has all been explained scientifically as not alien spacecraft. But hey, don't let, things like astronomy, astrophysics, physics get in the way of a good fake story.
But there was no identifiable reason from scientists about why it would have started increasing so much. There became science arguments about what was it made of? Could this have been evaporating gases?
And there was no evidence of any of that.
No, that's right.
But Linda, for me, one of the crucial, there's like 20 different amazing things about Oumuamua, but it went and increased speed to over 250,000 miles per hour.
And again, all of these things have been explained.
Well, the last figure that I had is the one I quoted, 97,200.
Yeah.
Whichever they decided was correct, it was a speed increasing without explanation in terms of gravity.
Yeah, what I'm saying, Linda, I don't want to interrupt you on the night that we're celebrating you, but I'm going to do it anyway. You're correct. Except it accelerated and accelerated and accelerated, and after 11 days, when it was virtually out.
I may be being. Let me check something, because these articles all hit on the 25th, so we have to see if. But it's interesting either way. No, this is 2 days ago. So the same day that the articles solving the mystery were posted on the internet, these two clowns are on the internet telling everybody it was aliens, right? Beautiful.
On a site, and that was it. It was over 250,000 miles per hour without gravity assist. And you just have to just stop right there and go, somebody just explain this to me like I'm a 5-year-old, because this doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, and then within a few months, it was Professor Avi Loeb at Harvard who hypothesized.
And by the way, Avi Loeb made millions of dollars selling that book. And now we know that he was 100% completely wrong, most likely. And by the way, I'm going to go over into the YouTube live chat, and I'm going to share with you an article of the mystery being solved that these two somehow missed as they continue to promote the alien hypothesis. And this shows you how little they care about the audience. Like, the audience is just stupid, and nobody's going to see these articles, which basically solve the mysteries of Oumuamua. Just keep promoting aliens, because that's what your audience want to hear, right?
And it was published that this was, in fact, an artificial intelligence, that this was some kind of craft.
Hear the language, too? it was published that this was, in fact, some kind of alien craft. No, it was published that it could be. Not that they have definitive proof or evidence that it was. It could be.
And for the whole last year and a half or so, maybe 2 years, there's been a lot of argument about whether or not it could actually have been something that was structured. It would be the first known other intelligence created object identified if it came to that.
Mhm.
But recently, just in the last couple of days, there has been a counter presentation by scientists.
Okay, so she is going to make it.
Who are arguing that it.
And this is what's good about science and debate, because when the end of the day, the scientists can get to the bottom of it.
Is a natural increase in speed from what they are hypothesizing, not proving, but hypothesizing.
Okay, so they're hypothesizing it, but they didn't prove it. Just like Avi Loeb hypothesized alien spaceship, but didn't prove it.
Various kinds of gases that increased as and then kept increasing. So we now have this argument again between scientists about what Oumuamua could have been.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seems like everybody but Avi Loeb, who has a vested financial interest in continuing to milk that story for as many millions of dollars as he possibly can. I haven't been able to find other scientists that agree, not to say they don't exist, but it would appear that most scientists agree with the natural explanation. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof. And unfortunately, these alien promoting hucksters, they have theories. They don't have proof, right? So I think Occam's razor certainly applies. Is it, what is the simplest explanation? And quite honestly, I think the recent explanations nailed what that object likely to be.
But it leads to this issue of that around us more and more in so many directions, in many countries, there are now more and more papers and discussions among scientists than ever before about whether or not there are signs, evidence, physical traces of other intelligences that if we were looking.
Yeah, and this is where when you're 100% wrong on a story, you still take credit, right? Kind of like the Elizondo argument. Well, Elizondo really got a lot of people talking about UFOs, so even though he lied about everything in his background, it was good for UFOs somehow. I disagree.
With open scientific mind into the solar system around us, that we might find more. That's what Avi Loeb would like us to be looking for. Well, I was in my Earth Files YouTube channel. I was talking about this facet and some others.
It was cloaked.
And I got an email
it was made
that
to look
came
like
from a man who today is 64 years old, retired.
Here comes a fake source.
He had served in the United States Air Force and was at Upper Hayford, which is very.
Yeah, and here we go with the Linda Moulton Howe, school of grifting. She's not going to give us the name of the person, but she's going to say that he has impressive military credentials. But we have seen what happens in the past when people give her impressive military credentials. They give her fake impressive military credentials, and she doesn't catch it because she believes everybody. As long as you're talking about aliens, she'll believe you.
Close to Oxford in England and about 137 miles to the west of RAF Bentwaters, and RAF Bentwaters is on the east coast of England, very close to the ocean.
Dots,
and in between, that was the distance between Upper Hayford and Bentwaters. And why is this important? This is one of the more amazing eyewitness military stories that I think has ever come with so many pieces that begin to fit together, and you see a bigger picture than you ever saw of the last 30 or 40 years in my case. And
I believe she probably
sends
does.
me this email, and we have a,
I don't know, maybe
a
it was
safe
laundry
way
day.
to communicate.
Don't be haters.
And
Somebody in the live chat is a hater. Why is she wearing a Christmas sweater? But ugly. Well, it's festive, and maybe it was laundry day. Okay.
Interview him for a very long time, and on December 26th, 27th, 28th, 1980. Those 3 dates have been reported since about 1983, 82, when one of the, I think it's the World News in London.
Yeah, great source of information. It's basically a garbage rag.
Did a report about strange lights in the Wendlesham Forest near RAF Bentwaters.
So essentially, the entire RAF Bentwaters story came from a tabloid newspaper. Yeah.
Woodbridge. And that there had been multiple eyewitnesses.
Or at least the genesis of
and that is the story that, for going all the way back to somewhere in the 80s, I met John Burroughs, began helping him find people to do hypnosis. These many decades later, we have heard from dozens and dozens and dozens of U.S. Air Force people who were at RAF Bentwaters the nights of December 26th, 27th, and 28th. Colonel Halt, Charles Halt, who was deputy base commander on the night of...
She has pushed this story to the ends of the earth. And, you know, I once thought the story was credible, but they keep adding on to it.
The 28th was even out there when a beam came down from a light and hit the ground 3 feet from his shoe.
Mm-hmm.
And those 3 nights
the weekly World News is
John
my
Burroughs.
source.
I've known John now for a few decades.
Yeah, interesting,
and
right?
The thing about it is that he had pieces that he could remember. But when we would do hypnosis, trying to find out what exactly happened to him.
Yeah, what exactly happened to him? Well, we need to get, like, you know, those hypnotic regressions so we can expand the story, right? If we could get some new information from hypnotic regressions, we could sell this story all over again.
On the night of the 26th, the 27th, the 28th, there were these gaps, except that on the third night, the 28th, it wasn't just John Burroughs and Jim Pennison. It was Colonel Charles Halt and 12 or 14 men, and they were all out in the forest, all of them. And they all were watching beams coming down from lights in the sky, all of them. And they were talking with each other. And Colonel Halt was recording all of the, what he was saying. And
one of the things that gets me is, like, come on, Linda, you've made thousands of dollars selling that story and haven't proved anything was alien or time travelers or any of that, but we just keep selling the story over and over and over again, right? As a true story, even though we've never proven it was a true story. And by the way, I believe those men saw something. Doesn't mean it was whatever they saw was alien, right?
What they were saying. And then John Burroughs and Sergeant Adrian Bustinza. John sees a light, as they all see a light that seems to be somewhere close to the ground.
You got the checklist.
And John, as if drawn there, starts walking. Adrian Bustinza was assigned by Halt to stay with John, comes running up next to Burroughs. John is getting closer and closer to this strange light that is a bizarre oval egg shape.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Thing that Adrian Bustinza told me
people
that he saw right next to and slightly behind John. He said, light. It was light, Linda. It was like John was going into light, perhaps a beam pulling him up right at that moment. And then Adrian said,
and you know what's funny
something,
is,
Linda.
Somebody, I'm going to have to find it, but somebody sent me a picture of Linda Moulton Howe with an axe going after the cows. And I think the caption reads something like, how Linda got her first big story, right? Imagine if she mutilated those cows herself just for a story to sell. I'm not saying that's true, but it's funny that somebody made a meme of that, like her going after the cows with an axe.
the something like took hold of me. Nobody was around me, but something took hold of me and pushed me to the ground. And as I went down to the ground by whatever is pushing me, I looked up again and John was up in the air in the light.
Yeah,
Okay,
and by the
so
way,
now-
there's been a lot of different tellings of this story. And here's the problem with this story. It starts as one story and it evolves over time to be more grand, more parts of it. Let's get some recovered memories, new witnesses that have new stories to tell, right? And it goes from a one-day event into a three-day event, and more people are involved, and we get hypnotic regression stories and the men in black, and people are trying to erase people's memories and getting interrogated. Then we got this binary message that gets added on to the story years and years after the story was originally told, and none of these later elements were in the original story. So I don't know.
It's a very fast summary of just a couple of facets that happened at RAF Bentwaters December 26th, 27th, and 28th.
And
In
so,
this,
well,
in
let
this email that's come to me.
That's what I was gonna.
Oh yeah,
I would
she's
just
got
wanna
an
clarify
email
for
from a
the
new
audience.
source.
So the events at Woodbridge / Bentwater / Rendlesham Forest, those dates 27, 28, 29, 1980. We've got the Christmas parties going on. We've got a New Year's Eve party going on. Colonel Halt's attending that. The lights return. He gets pulled out. He gets thrown into the forest, and everything just breaks loose for a third night. But that was on the coast.
East Coast.
You just got an email from a location about 150 miles to the west.
137
She's
miles.
adding on to the story
You're
yet
so
again.
precise.
That's how you got to continue. Look, if you don't have a news story, just get one little data point and add it on to an old story you've already been selling for years.
I don't even know.
You have to be. You have to be as precise as you can possibly be when you are covering these kinds.
Yeah, and I'll give her this. Linda
think
has a command. Apparently, she has a photographic memory, so she can remember dates, places, times very, very well. And I think that's one of the ways that she is convincing to stupid people, because she seems to have like an encyclopedic knowledge of dates, times, places, who said what. It still doesn't mean the stories are real, though.
I think it's that Christmas
she has a good
sweater
memory
that you're wearing.
It snowed off and on all day here in Albuquerque.
Well, there you go. She wore the Christmas sweater because
okay, so now you get this email 3 days ago. What happened?
No, I have never found it. I didn't look for it,
a couple of weeks
though.
ago, and I was able to talk with this individual at great length and record him.
An anonymous source. Another
On
one.
the middle night at RAF Bentwaters, unbeknownst
I
to
agree.
anybody there at the time, apparently. And then over to the west, 137 miles.
Yeah, it could have
to
been a
Upper
lighthouse that they
Hayford.
saw.
That is also an American base, but in the United States and England, and the way they would describe it, that's RAF, Royal Air Force. It's American, but they go by RAF, Upper Hayford, RAF Bentwaters.
Throw in some useless facts.
Crowden is just a few miles north of Upper Hayford.
Gotta throw in
It
some
is
useless
a radar
facts.
base. That is what it excels in. And I now have a man who is talking to me.
Ooh, a new fake source.
Being from the United States, based at RAF Upper Hayford, who starts unfolding how he gets an order
You're right, Lord
to
Ludicrous.
go out to
Memorizing
one
your
of
part
the
for
weapon
play.
storage areas at Upper Hayford in order to move bombs to protect them, and nobody tells him why.
Well, that's interesting, Joey. You're
He gets
free to
to
call
the
in here.
weapon
We won't do
storage
that to you.
area, and it is the night of December 27th, 1980, at approximately
You're right. Some
on
of
the
them are just
dot,
gullible.
1
investigations.
a.m. So over in Bentwaters,
Mm-hmm.
on that middle night, they're out, people are out in the forest, and the clock goes past midnight. So you've gone from 26 to the 27th. And that is the two RAF bases don't know it, but they are both experiencing very strange, highly strange UFO phenomena.
All right, so we have a new witness that's experiencing UFO phenomenon around the same time. So, hey, it's got to be related. It just has to be related. It couldn't be anything else. It has to be related to this story. Why? Because she wants it to be.
And in Upper Hayford,
could be completely unrelated events.
The person that I'm protecting to share his story, that I call him Smith Jones. And he, at that time, was a senior airman.
You're right.
He would eventually, after 20 years, retire from the Air Force as a staff sergeant. And he gets to where he is to do the bombs. They have trailers. He's starting to do work. He is on what is called it's a little hill.
I know, get to the point, yo, bag.
And when you are at the flight line and this little hill here, where some of the bombs and tunneling equipment are, it has a slope like this. Oh. And he is looking down on another part of what would be the flight line from where he begins, trying to organize how he's going to protect these bombs. And he has not a clue what's happening. He doesn't see anything. He doesn't know why he's there. He's getting a phone call back saying he needs help. He needs somebody to come from security to help. He's made that call. He turns around. He's up on that little hill.
Uh-oh.
He turns around just to look down at this other section.
If she says he sees an orange-gray alien,
there, it astounded him, struck him. It was like he was hit with something, like lightning. He couldn't believe it. 60 to 80 feet long, 30 to 40, maybe 50 feet wide, the shape of a triangle. And it is just like this in the air below him.
Another fantastical story from what I can only assume is going to remain an anonymous source. Hey, Linda, can we interview that guy? Can we know his name? Can we check his military records? Because you don't check anybody's military records. More garbage peddling from Linda. You know, and we've talked about this before. If you've got a new fake story to sell, but it's not very good, or you don't think it's very sellable, one of the ways you can help sell it is to attach it to already existing UFO mythology. Most often people do this with the Roswell case, but here she is doing it, tacking on some totally disconnected event. And let's just say all of what she's saying is true. A guy in the military was at a military base. He was checking out some weapon systems, and he turned and he saw this big, huge triangle-shaped craft. Where is the evidence or proof that that has anything to do with the Rendlesham Forest case? There is none. She's just tacking it on there.
You can only see the top of it. It is below him. And he said, I do not know how anything that large, how can it creep up? There was no sound at all. It's just there. And what unfolded over the next
you know what else has no sound? A dirigible, a blimp, balloons, research balloons.
He makes another phone call. He's trying to get security help. He doesn't know what this is. He doesn't know why they are moving bombs. The whole thing has him stunned. And eventually, two more men show up.
Oh my God, they go the whole 2 hours together.
The hill. And when they get down a little lower, they're now looking up under the belly of this huge triangular craft that appears to be all black, but in the what we'll call the front, when they could see two 10-foot by 5-foot windows. So here's a 10 by 5, here's a 10 by 5.
Alien spacecraft have windows, friends.
They don't see any moving lights. They don't see anything functioning except pure white daylight.
You might be right, James
appears
Pepper.
to be coming up from the floor. It is directional. as he said to me, and that the light was
Any
making
danger.
the windows look white, but that was it. There was nothing else.
Look, even Jimmy is tuning out. He's like reading his phone right now because he cannot believe that she's selling this level of garbage story with another anonymous source, right? He's just zoning out.
Until the three of them
He's
get
not
down
even,
below.
we're paying closer
And
attention than he
then
is.
he did drawings.
Just tell your fake stories so my audience gives me money and then we can go drink coffee and sell crystal skulls some more.
And apologize for not being an artist. But the point here is what he saw. I've never heard before or since. He had never heard before or since.
Yeah, nobody's ever heard a story of somebody seeing a black triangle UFO, ever.
There were 19 half moons. Do like a thinking of pie and cut it in half.
Mm-hmm.
And 19.
You know, one of the hallmarks of a liar is unnecessary details. Oh, there were 19 half moon symbols on the craft. Okay, what value is that information? There is no value to that information. But when you don't have verifiable or real information that can be verified, you got to fill the story with ridiculous levels of detail about nonsensical things that just don't matter.
Halves are placed a line of 7, a line of 7, that's 14, and in what would be the back, 5 in between. So there's a total of 19, and he said he had never seen anything like it, but he tried to compare.
He's still reading his phone.
Compare it to what would make us see what he was seeing inside of these small, he called them glass orbs. He said, you know what electricity looks like, or maybe like lightning. And if you could capture lightning that was red.
She's describing a lightning globe, which is a common effect, you know. It's like a clear plastic dome and it has plasma inside of it.
Green, yellow, blue, and a little orange. And he said, if you could capture, and you're seeing like lightning inside of these half moons, that's what it was like.
So it was plasma globes.
And then the more crew.
She's been a UFO expert for 40 years. She doesn't know what a plasma globe is.
Are coming. They are getting orders that they've got to close this up, and they start doing their work. And this thing is right there, still silent. And they get doors closed with the bombs moved. They get the work done without.
Yeah, by the way, if this event actually happened, it would be foiable. You know that, Linda, right? Here's where the problems are going to come in with her story. What base was this at? What personnel were present, Linda? And let us FOIA the United States government for all records related to this event. If there is a UFO over weapons storage facilities, there's records of that, and those records are FOIable. You FOIA'd, right? You try to find evidentiary backup of this man's incredible stories, right? And now we will get a train of excuses, right? She'll bring in the men in black. Oh, this is classified. Records are above top secret, 27 levels above the president. There's always some bullshit excuse. Where's the paperwork? If this event happened as she is describing it on a United States military base or a British one, there would be a mountain of paperwork. Where's the paperwork, Linda? And Jimmy Church is sitting there oblivious because he either doesn't realize this or doesn't care. As long as there's another grifter on the show grifting with a fake alien story, he'll be fine, right? The story, if true, would have paperwork. There is no paperwork. There is an anonymous source telling her alien stories that she is repeating.
Still not anybody talking to them about what is going on and what is this thing, this big thing in the air. And he and two of the men go
there's a
back
reason
down
for that,
to a
'cause
position
they're
where
fake.
they're underneath.
The
They're
sources are
waiting for
fake,
a
just like the
transport
stories.
to come and get them. And as they sat there, he said, suddenly, not one sound, still not one sound, and yet this huge thing
Yeah, she didn't
with
even
the
bother.
19
'Cause she knows
lightning
the source is fake.
glass orbs on the bottom,
And she knows the story
that
is
it
fake.
began to turn.
Yeah, Jimmy's
And
counting
he
his
said
time
it
left. So
started
am
to
I.
turn so slowly that
This is cringeworthy.
they both, all three of them said, how can it be so big and turn so slowly and we not hear anything? And he said, as it kept turning, it was almost like
He's still
this
looking at his
is
phone.
what we can do.
He's been looking at his phone
And
for
there's
5
nothing
minutes.
you can do about it. And he said it actually had that feeling, and all three men
Always an anonymous
said, my
military
God,
source. Yeah,
it's like
military
telling
insiders.
us in the slow.
And here's the problem. If she had a proven track record of having military inside sources that were accurate and correct, then I would let her use anonymous sources. But when we can prove that she has used anonymous sources that we can demonstrate are fake anonymous sources, or that their claimed military credentials are fake, you don't let her use fake sources or anonymous sources again, right? This is the problem. She's been caught using fake military insider sources before. Why would we let her tell us another stupid story from an anonymous fake military insider sources, or I'm sorry, an anonymous military inside source that I believe is likely fake, right? If this was a true story, there'd be a mountain of paperwork. If this were a true story, that person wouldn't be hiding their identity, right? And we could all interview that person and hear it. What we're getting is a secondhand account from her anonymous source. So anonymous hearsay, an anecdote. Where is the evidence? Where is the proof of this story being true? There is none. And Jimmy Church is just going to sit there and let her.
Low, sort of almost, we have nothing to be afraid of. We have nothing to hurry for. And then when the craft had turned,
yeah, breakfast burrito
just disappeared. Okay, now he gets back, and
yeah, I don't know.
He's in a briefing, and he is trying to
throw in the word briefing.
Tell them what he saw, and to find out what was happening. And the superior officer said, "You are to keep your mouth shut for the rest of your life."
And here we go. The whole story follows the typical story of, we got to intimidate the witnesses so that they don't talk to anybody. But decades later, they decide to come to somebody and blow the whistle on this whole thing. And they don't go to CNN. They don't go to MSNBC or, NBC News. No, they go to Linda Moulton Howe to tell their story, right? Because nothing says credible like a woman who has been caught selling 100% provably fake pictures of aliens multiple times, right?
Or we will make sure that everything in your career is pulled and you will have nothing. And that those are literal words said to him. And by that point, like so many people have experienced this, some dramatic thing with a UFO, and then somebody of higher rank comes.
Yeah, this story just so happens to fit accepted and available UFO mythology.
And says that you keep your mouth shut, or all kinds of punishing is going to happen. And he said from that moment on,
it's like Mother Goose
until
man.
The
really
sun came up, he had no idea what was happening, but he finally had the ability to talk to some people who were coming in on the news.
By the way, how is this even related to Rendlesham? It was on similar or the same dates and 150 miles away, I think she said. The Rendlesham craft was a triangle-shaped craft, I guess, but it was very small, very, very small. She's talking about a huge triangle craft. How is she connecting these dots? The truth is, she's not.
Shift.
They could be two, even if these both events occurred, and these witnesses are recounting to the best of their memory and experience, there's no evidence or proof that these are related. She's just jamming them together because people like the Rendlesham thing, and she's been selling that for years. So now she's got a new part of the Rendlesham Forest story. No evidence that it was part of the Rendlesham Forest event. No evidence that the person she's talking to actually exists, right? Because nobody else is allowed to interview them or, check their military records, make sure they were at that base on the day that they claimed that this extraordinary encounter happened. But hey, don't let a few things like facts or the fact that if this happened on a military base, there'd be a mountain of paperwork about it. Don't let all of those inconvenient facts get in the way of a good fake story that you can sell. And again, what's the difference between her and Corey Goode? This is just a story with no evidence offered, no proof, no verification, no paperwork, no reports from the government, no FOIA requests, no research efforts made to verify or vet the actual source of the story. Why bother? All you got to do is tell the story and sound convincing, and stupid people like Jimmy Church's audience will buy it.
Or he would go back to his place, and he said, these guys came in and they said, hey, did you hear about the UFO last night? He said, hear about it? I was there. I was underneath it. And they said, well, did you hear? It went up to Croton. That was RAF Croton, nearby, a little bit further north. And then they've reported it at RAF Bentwaters.
Yeah, and these are two completely different descriptions of craft. But somehow she's tying this to Rendlesham. Again, this is hugely problematic. Jimmy Church is looking very, very sad. He's rethinking his choices in life. Maybe he should have stuck to being a sportscaster. Instead, he has to sit here and listen to absolute garbage drivel from Linda Moulton Howe to make a living.
Same craft. Brand new information.
Yeah.
Brand new information. No verification.
Right.
No.
December 29th.
He's gonna pump her up. Yeah. Must have been real.
Now we have Upper Hayford, and Upper Hayford is right in the middle of the United Kingdom too. It's
professional,
just a little north of Oxford.
Yeah, it's right in the center there. We've got Bentwaters, Rendlesham, and then over here in the United States we had Cash Landrum, and that was also on December 29th, 1980.
Well,
that's right.
And more
I said to him,
UFO events.
What in the world do you suppose was happening the 27th? What would be starting up to midnight on the 26th?
Yeah, before
then you go past midnight and you're into the 27th.
Right.
You go through the 27th, midnight to the 28th, and then that third night, the 28th, went into the 29th. What was happening that so many places would have had, and this is important, they all said it had to be something like a UFO because they had never seen anything like it that big. There was no noise.
So there's multiple witnesses to these events. Did you get corroborating testimony, Linda Moulton Howe? Did you do a FOIA search and check for military records to verify this UFO sighting? Did you release the names of all of the witnesses to this incredible event? No. Some guy emailed her. And here she is telling the whole story as if it's 100% true. And she has no evidence. And there's no evidence that connects this to Rendlesham Forest. Zero. Just her belief. And that's how this works.
It moved as if it was gliding on ice, still without making noise. And the whole issue of what had showed up in Bentwaters had been argued there among so many people over how many decades. Well, here is an insight that the same strange thing that he was seeing at Upper Hayford and that went to Croton, that it ended up in Bentwaters. But there has never been any description that I've ever heard of a triangle that was just suspended, totally silent in the air, even there.
This is just wonderful.
So which came first?
I apologize.
Was this craft what brought with it all of the phenomena that was unfolding.
That's
Or
right.
was it-
Yeah. So now we're connecting dots that aren't there. But we want to thank Adam Motor for kind and generous $2 Australian. Says, yep, the Rendlesham story just keeps growing. Yeah, that's what happens. People get sick of the original story, so you got to add on new bits to it. This is just her once again. And by the way, she and one of the original Rendlesham witnesses are the people that added on the binary message part of the story that was never part of the original story. So she has been involved in tacking on additional stories on top of the original story at least twice now, maybe 3 times, right? Interesting. Ice Cream Shots with kind and generous $2 super chat says, Jimmy has to be so sick of hearing this crap. I could imagine that he is indeed sick of this. Imagine doing this 5 days a week for 20 hours a day, knowing that the people are evidenceless and most likely grifting off of your audience, but not care, because Jimmy doesn't care about his audience. He doesn't care about facts. He doesn't care about evidence. He doesn't vet things 3 times. Hey, Jimmy, did you vet this story 3 times before letting this lady on your show tell the story or not? But we thank you all for your kindness, generosity, and support, helping us get over the truth tax, because I'm sure Jimmy Church got $300 or $500 or whatever he got in super chats that night that he doesn't even read, acknowledge, nothing. No, because, oh man. Anyway, let's have Trixie thank you, kind and generous people, for your kindness, generosity, and support.
This is Trixie from Truth Seekers, thanking you for your generosity. I'm gonna praise the cash so hard, I'm gonna need a fake med bed to bring me back to life.
Yeah. So we're going to do just a little bit more of this. We made it through a half hour. Jesus.
It attracted to something else that was already at RAF Bentwaters, and maybe it had even gone there.
You got to pile on speculation. Lots of speculation.
We don't know, because
essentially what we get is that somebody emailed her. She didn't check their military record, their military credentials. We don't even know if that source actually exists or she made it up, right? And then she's attaching his story to another famous UFO case that may be completely and totally 2 separate events and completely and totally unrelated. And now, after doing all that, now she's adding an incredible amount of speculation about what really happened here and why these events have to be related. And again, this is speculation on top of a story that has no evidence, and we can't see the source. Just trust me, dude.
There was no overview of any of what I've just reported to you guys. There was no overview about that. I'm only getting it for the first time in detail in 2023 March.
It sounds like, I want your opinion on this. From the description of your witness, it sounds like the craft is similar, a bigger version of what Peniston reported.
Well, at least somebody figured out that it can't be the same crafts, because she talks about a huge craft and Peniston and Burroughs and others talks about a very tiny craft.
You know what I mean? So maybe they released maybe
more. It was a mothership.
Of course,
Jimmy Church.
Spitballing here.
Spitballing. In other words,
together, but,
bullshitting. Bullshitting.
I can add something that Pedersen and I and John worked on illustrations when we were doing stuff for Ancient Aliens and my book and various things. And one of the illustrations that Peniston did was of a black triangle, but it was only approximately 9 feet long. It was, I think, 7 feet, 7 feet off the ground. And I have an illustration in my Earth Files YouTube channel that was on Wednesday night on the 22nd of this week. You can see if you go to the Earth Files YouTube channel and you click on the March.
Yep. And here she is pumping up this is her latest grift. and she's pumping it up. Go to my YouTube, because I haven't made enough money making thousands and thousands of dollars for fake anonymous sources that real Navy SEALs say are fake. I haven't made enough money with the fake alien picture grift. I haven't made enough money with the fake alien picture grift part 2 with new fake alien pictures. Now I've got another story that nobody can verify, that there is no paperwork for, no military reports, no military credentials that we could read, and an anonymous source. Awesome. That's the new grift.
22nd Earth Files YouTube channel. It's the broadcast about what went to 3 air bases in the UFO category.
Awesome.
And that the Black Triangle doing interviews
it's like 10
with
grand,
Penson
I think.
and John for Ancient Aliens, that he remembered that it seemed like it was black glass, solid black glass, but
thanks KMM
had
177
lights.
I agree.
That were red, green, different colors.
They both had the same colored lights, so it must be from the same alien mothership. This is so stupid. This is so stupid. And by the way, a message for you. Listen, I'm also tired of getting emails from you people defending Linda Moulton Howe. So I'm going to answer just about every email I'm likely to get. I know she's an old lady. I don't care. If she's deceiving people and making money with provably fake stories, then she's a grifter. I don't care how old she is, right? Oh, give her a pass. She's an old lady, right? As if, imagine if her, an 80-year-old woman, walked into a bank and robbed the bank. Would that be okay because she's an old lady? She is defrauding YouTube. This is against deceptive practices. Prove that the source exists, Linda Moulton Howe. Publish his name so we could go to the National Personnel Records Center and make sure that he was really in the military at the time he claimed, that he was at the military base, that you're claiming he had this tremendous encounter at, right? She's not going to release shit. This is another fake anonymous source. Or she could prove me wrong and shut me up. She won't, but she could. But she won't. She's going to make thousands of dollars pushing this story with no evidence. Another one from her.
Moving underneath the glass. So the size is not the same, but the idea of light in glass.
Right. And so going back to your eyewitness, I find it very interesting of the description of the half balls with the electrostatic lightning that was multicolored.
Jimmy Church is talking about balls with Linda Moulton Howe. Welcome to Clown World.
Things are sounding very, very similar here.
No, they don't. No, they don't. It's a completely unrelated event. He's just helping her with the grift, right? Just agree with the guests so that you can get the clicks and views. And by the way, this is the only Jimmy Church show that has gotten decent numbers, right? And look what you have to do, Jimmy Church. You bitter, angry, jealous little man to get good numbers. You have to sit there like an idiot and let this grifter grift. Awesome.
Or isolated incidents.
And they're different. They really are different because 60 to 80 foot. Try to imagine that's 1/4 of the length of a football field.
Sure.
That's what is in the air. Only about, at one point, he thought it was maybe somewhere between 15 and 30 feet above them. Really low. And here are 3 men standing there looking at this thing.
Blink, 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 blink.
No briefing, no explanation, and no one ever talked about it.
It might be Ganja 73. By the way, we'll go over the Twitch chat and say hello.
When they got back, they were all told never to discuss it. But doesn't that imply, Jimmy, that our government, our military at some level knew a lot about whatever this large black craft was, with the white light in these huge windows with the pulsing electrostatic light underneath. Somebody knew or had some briefing about it, or wouldn't there have been just mayhem? That there would have been things organized to come to
more speculation,
probably to strafe it with bombs. I mean, this implies a lot of knowledge at a high level about something.
Okay, so we have an anonymous source giving her all of this information. Now we have to imply things. We have to draw conclusions based on no available evidence, no available paperwork, no available vetting of the original source who told her the story. In other words, trust me, dude. Got it.
Something that moved almost casually over 3 air bases in England that were American bases, December 26th, 27th, 28th. And this was the after midnight on the 27th.
It's like getting stuck in a family event with crazy Uncle Johnny, right? Anybody else have a crazy Uncle Johnny, right? You get stuck in a family event, like there's nowhere else to sit. So you sit next to him on the couch. Next thing you know, you're hearing about the New World Order for like 3 hours. And that's who she is. She's your crazy Uncle Johnny, crazy Aunt Linda.
And getting to RAF Bentwaters.
You know, your research and how you get stuff done, Linda, and the way that you
now he's going to compliment her research for a fake story.
This is why.
This is not investigative journalism, Jimmy Church. This is a fake story. That's not investigative journalism. If you can't show sources, paperwork, evidence of the story, it is basically Linda Moulton Mother Goose Howe. That's what this is. And he's going to sit there and insult the intelligence of his audience, which he does quite frequently. He does it all the time. He thinks his audience is so stupid, they won't know when a fake doctor comes on his show telling fake stories. We proved that one was 100% fake. He thinks his audience is so stupid, Linda can come on and sell 100% fake pictures of aliens. We showed that was a completely fake story. Now he's going to compliment her on what a great investigative journalist he is, which is an insult to his audience and is an insult to anybody with more than 2 brain cells to rub together and see through this thin, ultra thin layer of deception that she uses to sell stupid people fake alien stories.
Parapod is presenting you with the Media Legend Award next week.
Oh, she's getting an award.
Thank you.
And Media Legend Award, right? For selling fake stories. And this is where things get ridiculous, because she does get, you know, the Griff squads all get together and hand out awards, and she gets a lot of awards for this level of garbage peddling. Amazing.
Again, for those that can't be there, this is why we're doing this show tonight, so we can celebrate.
Right.
Next week, Linda's traveling, I'm traveling, and we won't have an opportunity to do it. But we're doing that tonight.
Yeah, and, let's celebrate. Let's celebrate.
Thank you.
Well, do they know she was selling 100% fake stories this year, right before they're giving her an award? Right? Is that? This is why this whole goddamn thing is ridiculous. If you call yourself an investigative journalist, right, and you get caught selling 100% fake pictures of aliens in your stories, not once, but twice in 2 years, then you are no goddamn journalist. And anybody who gives her an award not acknowledging that she got caught selling 100% fake pictures of aliens twice in the past few years, anybody giving her an award is in on the grift. Award-winning journalist, my asshole.
Oh, you know, the thing is, and I've presented you with awards in the past, right? One of my cool moments. I know this sounds just so trivial, but one day,
Fake
this
people
was,
patting each
I
other
don't
on
know,
the
it was a
back.
few years ago.
Great job,
And
Grifting.
I was
Here's a
doing
pat on the
some
back
research
from the
on
Grift
you,
Squad.
and I needed something. So I go to your Wikipedia page, right? And I'm just looking for whatever I was looking for. And on the right of the Wikipedia, you don't know this, you don't do your, other people do.
Yeah,
But there's a thing, there's a picture, and it says Jimmy Church presenting Linda Moulton Howe with the Lifetime Achievement Award. And it's you and I. I thought, man, life is complete.
And it was at Conscious Life Expo.
He's proud of giving this woman who sells 100% provably fake stories. This is how you know that Jimmy Church is all chips in on the grifters. He's proud of giving Linda Moulton Howe a Lifetime Achievement Award for this level of garbage peddling. He's proud of giving her awards, right? This is ridiculous.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Yeah. It was so cool. And and I'm giving you this award. But
I want to take a pill to live for another 500 years. I want to keep exploring. I want to see how all this comes out.
Well, we're getting close. We're getting close. Okay, so Linda,
get the grip
we're going to present you with an award, but you're going to get a chance to speak too. What are you going to speak about next week?
It is one.
Why doesn't she talk about getting caught by truth seekers selling 100% fake stories twice in the past few years? Why doesn't she talk about the fact that all of her sources are fake, made up bullshit, imaginary friends? Giving her an award is ridiculous. And the fact that he sits there with a straight face shows you that all of this is theater. Let's give this like crazy Aunt Elda lady who keeps getting caught making up and selling 100% provably fake stories. Let's give her some awards, right? Because then people will think she's credible while she's selling these fake stories. This is all deception theater from the Deceptive Duo.
One of my most favorite presentations, and I keep adding and evolving from brain.
Even she admits she's adding and evolving to the fake stories that she sells. Awesome.
To galaxies, the key is frequencies. And the deeper and more scientists that I have talked to, people who are in the abduction category, people who are in the military category, the aerospace category, the medical category.
Yeah, all her amazingly anonymous sources, right? Nobody wants to go on a record with her because real people that are real scientists, they know that she's a garbage peddler that gets caught selling fake pictures of aliens. So she's got to make up sources in every area. Oh, I've got aerospace sources. Oh, I've got military insiders. But don't run my military insiders by a real Navy SEAL. It won't work out too well for her if you do that.
Category. Frequency. When I was working at Gaia with that Tim from Germany.
Oh, yeah, that
and
nutter.
It's called Truth Hunter. And we were doing...
Yeah, Truth Hunter. Oh, by the way, the grifters that grift together. Both of these clowns are on Gaia TV, grifting for alien and UFO dollars. Both of them have shows on Gaia TV that are equally ridiculous, equally nonsensical garbage, fake information peddling, UFO-tainment trash. That's what they sell together on the same network. So you see how the grifters grift together, right? Jimmy Church does not care about his audience. He cares about the next dollar that he's going to get by being all chips in on people like her or Corey Goode or David Wilcock, Jason Shurka, Sarah R. Adams, the fake psychic, right, who's healing people's cancer cells with her magic superpowers, right? By the way, Jimmy, how do you feel about that? Sarah R. Adams was running a medbed scam when you platformed her. She was talking about having superpowers and going through stargates and black holes on your show. And you likely helped her to advertise her wares to more unsuspecting people. Great job.
In this series, he was introduced to me as possibly a hybrid working for a department in Germany.
Oh, no.
Deliberately.
Her Gaia TV source is an alien hybrid now.
Deliberately with deeper knowledge from possibly a genetic connection to Greys and others, and that would be where I would have the ability to ask him.
Oh, we got to share that one. Thank you very much, Keith. Very kind of you. Thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. Much, much appreciated. Very generous $50 super chat. You're the MVP tonight, Keith Gardeck, and thank you for your kindness. You should send her covers from the early 80s space game covers, Asteroid Space Adventures, etc. Space Invaders, etc. Found your channel over the weekend and binged. I'm in. Let's go, bro. Well, I'm so glad you found us. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. And thank the algorithm almighty. We got another believer. We got another convert to the side of good and justice and truth. And another refugee, another damaged disciple from the clown show selling people garbage, fake peddled alien stories. And praise the cash, praise the cash. Thank you so much for your kindness, generosity, and support. And we'll have Trixie thank you.
This is Trixie from Truth Seekers. Thanking you for your generosity. I'm gonna praise the cash so hard, I'm gonna end up opening up a stargate to a whole different dimension of wealth.
Thank you for your kindness.
And go as deeply as I possibly could. And I think it was the second day because we did interviews for 2 days.
Bad imagery.
I asked him a question about dimensions, and
by the way,
a gear shift.
If anybody haven't seen this, oh man, I wish I could find the Cosmic Judas. There is a, I'm going to try to find it. She's talking about this new German guy, and of course, it is just an absolute joke. I'm going to see if I can find it. Just some guy telling stories. Again, nobody vetted him. Nobody, you know. One second. Let me see if I can't find it. Nobody vetted this guy. Oh, and let's not forget that she just got 1 million monetized views by interviewing a Nazi. Yeah, the Nazi girl. Isn't that great? Isn't that great? 1 second. We're gonna stop sharing this, and we'll share that other piece, which is just lovely. Nothing says love and light like interviewing a Nazi and getting 1 million monetized views. I think I'm correct in the numbers. I think she got 1 million monetized views on UAM TV YouTube channel for interviewing this Nazi girl. You remember her, the one Zeke Heiling talking about Jews running the world and YouTube, you know, and the good Nazis. You remember her. Linda also used her for a source, right? So, let me do that one more time. Linda also used her for a source, which is just comical and hysterical to me. Let's take a look. And this is courtesy of Cosmic Judas.
And that the Nordics are the blonde, blue-eyed that have this complex that if they were working through Hitler during World War II, you would think they would be an enemy, wouldn't you? Hitler.
Yeah, let's talk about Hitler and aliens.
At the beginning, Hitler was part of that positive agenda. But unfortunately, there was a negative influence on his avatar.
I really want to thank you.
Yeah, thank the Nazi girl. Yeah.
And that the Nordics.
Just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. This woman is making all this money, and this is the quality of her sources. a Nazi girl who also has a OnlyFans where she will dildo herself for you and say your name out loud for $40, right? Great quality sources you've got there, Linda Moulton Howe. Great quality sources. Nothing says credible journalist like interviewing a girl who will dildo herself on OnlyFans for you for $40 and say your name, right? And talk about the good Nazis if you want her to, right? Great.
And he went into one
now
of the
she's
most
got another
intelligent
German guy.
explanations that I've ever heard about the whole issue of everything is frequency connected, from the particle level to the macro level.
Mm-hmm.
And that if we knew the truth about how it is all working together, we would know that we are experiencing consciousness in what is called the third dimension.
Is not an alien hybrid.
That there,
well, you can read
this is his count, Tim's count, that there are 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 total dimensions to this universe. Unless you know about those other 7 beyond 3, we are babies.
Yeah, he's on my list.
Kept in a baby
thanks to this guy.
Yeah,
you're welcome, Jimmy Church. We'll be doing a show on Mr. Marzulli soon.
What his communication,
throw Jesus into your grift
with a particular type of gray that he was communicating with physically in the same room.
Bored since this thing started, wouldn't you be? You know it's all fake.
Humanity.
He's got to know it's all fake
to get from the 3rd dimension to the 5th dimension. And gave all of these complex facet
now we're
reasons
jumping dimensions.
That in the 3rd dimension,
now we are jumping dimensions,
we
friends.
Are caught by time. We are caught by deterioration. You
got to throw in some new age mumbo jumbo in your grift.
A very short segment of being born, and then
look at him. This guy is. Listen, how is this guy doing at all good numbers when he is phoning this in, right? He has spoken like twice since this 40 minutes began. He's got nothing to add to this. He's just there like, sell your fake stories to my audience. I'm bored. I'm busy. I'm looking at my phone. I don't care what you're saying. Oh, you're such a great investigative journalist. He's the fluffer.
We are supposed to retire from life and die in our 60s or 70s. That this is an artificial, three-dimensional existence in order to learn.
Yeah, he doesn't
in order to get to higher dimensions.
Got dementia.
And that the Greys told Tim, who was talking to me in a Truth Hunter, that they would like to see humanity be educated to bypass.
She's hunting for the truth, right? While using liars, Nazis, fake military insiders, and fake Navy SEALs. She's hunting for the truth with fake people. You're not getting any truth when your sources are fake, honey.
Pass the 4th dimension altogether and get to the 5th, where we would then begin to have information about how all of the frequencies work. And that once you begin to understand the relationship of frequencies from the atomic particle level up to the macro,
he's watching
and you
ESPN
begin to understand that dimensions are separated by frequency.
They forgot, Madam.
That the systems that work in our bodies at the micro level are separated in many ways by frequencies. That the solar systems and the suns that we're in.
I think that everybody's got a slant or a bias, right? It depends on what I do is I watch both sides, and somewhere in the middle is the truth. So I'll watch CNN, MSNBC, then I'll watch Fox News and some other right-leaning news outlets, and somewhere in the middle is what's really happening, right? Lord Ludicrous, I try to watch this, made it 20 minutes. Stephen commentary is the only thing making this tolerable. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm glad we can add to the clown show. Praise the algorithm. We are adding to the clown show, Lord Ludicrous, right? Jimmy Church is bummed that he is missing happy hour at the bowling alley. Yeah, quite
estimated
possibly.
3 trillion stars at least. The dynamics inside of this one
I know,
universe
she talks with her hands
is
a lot.
all
It's like,
related.
this
to the
universe,
frequencies
this
from
craft,
particle
this
to macro.
dildo that I
That
have
if
in my
you then
drawer,
go beyond
this
universe
dildo.
into the concept of the multiverse,
I don't know why she does that, but she does do that.
you
a
then
lot. Yes, good
are what
observation.
Roger Penrose in that interview I did with him in 2018. When I asked him, sir, what about the singularity that started this universe?
He could
And
care
his
less.
gentle
It's just
UK
numbers.
voice said, oh no, Linda.
Look, he's doing it again.
No,
he's like
no
looking at his
singularity.
phone or looking
What
off in
we
the
are
distance.
in
He's not paying
is
attention
an
to what she's saying.
infinity of cycles of time.
Infinity of cycles of time. Yeah, it's called time.
All of it woven to.
Oh, you got to throw in some word salad, new age, hippy dippy nonsense.
Together.
Pile that on top of this clown show of garbage.
Frequencies moving through
nonsense.
infinity. And we have only a tiny, tiny lens in the third dimension. I find this exciting.
Our webcam so nobody sees me.
Exciting to think
cranking one out
that at the
while
moment
I'm
of
supposed
our
to be listening to
passing
this.
in the third dimensional matter world,
that's what he's thinking. I wish I was just cranking one out right now.
Energetic souls that Tim
can't wait till she gets done so I can just crank one out.
The power of our souls as humans. That we would then go into other reincarnative cycles, and we are not the only consciousness.
You are correct, Valcour. Hand movement is known to be an element of deception. It helps
all of its Roger Penrose, the infinite cycles of time.
I know. We're going to wrap it up. We're going to do a few more minutes.
Is organized and evolving because frequencies are separating out everything from dimensions to the particle.
Yeah, Linda Moulton Howe knows the secrets of the universe because some guy who talks about aliens from Germany told her.
At the smallest level,
stupid.
Atomic level, where it all works together.
Well, yeah, you're right. It's about perception,
cycles.
Right?
And somehow I am now beginning to rock that.
A shaved Sasquatch would be much more handsome
to have a sense
than Jimmy Church. I'm convinced.
And that's the sadness.
He can't be a
that
Sasquatch.
We are at 2023, and we humans have still not been told by the power brokers of Earth.
I agree. I think you're right, Amy Collins.
That we're not alone. That there's 3
trillion.
Even
Jimmy mentioned her stupid
stars.
Christmas sweater.
There's
right?
Thousands, millions.
I know he looks so
other
disengaged and bored. It is embarrassing. It is embarrassing. Talk about phoning it in. You wonder why his numbers are in the shitter. Well, first of all, getting caught, co-signing a fake doctor telling alien stories, that's got to put a dent. What audience wants to tune into this clown who keeps getting caught helping sell 100% provably fake stories?
And that we are a life form with consciousness in our brains that can resonate with this entire universe if we were taught. And that the universe and all consciousness in this universe are always in a frequency relationship with each other.
We're trying to figure that out. I think it was
part of this
crystal hippie bitch nonsense
I find so compelling is that our community, those that think outside of the box, that are pursuers of knowledge.
Laundry Day.
And our community
I think it was Laundry Day.
Is vastly different. In that,
she's about ready.
Some of us are looking at life after death. Some of us are looking at Bigfoot. Some of us are looking at consciousness. Some of us are discussing UFOs. Some of us discuss all of that.
And they're all facets of the same incredible universe.
That's my point. That's my point. And so we have been going at this for a very long time, yelling from the treetops, right? And just now, and Roger Penrose, who's somebody I've read a lot of his books, and I really appreciate the way that he thinks.
Yes.
But science today, Linda, is talking about all of the things that this community has been shouting about for decades. Right. And now finally they're coming together. When Brian Greene.
Nobody is confirming decades of fake stories that the grifter squads have been pushing. That is a false statement.
Because we've been talking about 2D, 3D, 4D, 5D, extra dimensions, this and that.
At least 10. Some people argue 12, and that's why MJ12 was called 12, because there were 12 dimensions, and they learned that from E.T. But today, Tim in Germany insists it's 10. Somebody else says it's 12. For some reason,
these people know how
in
many dimensions
arguments
they are.
about the actual facts, because nobody is talking to us as consciousness in this universe.
That's right. And so Brian Greene, right? So he jumps into string theory and starts to present string theory to the world so we can understand what he's working on, and
supporting the show
and his team of physicists and things.
She thinks Christmas is next week.
And if you read his books or listen to him speak, he says there are at least 11 dimensions. And let me explain to you why. Well, you know, and it's just like we've been talking about this for a very long time, but now finally things are starting to mesh together, Linda. Your research that has always combined science, and I'm going to say
Linda
it,
still has Christmas lights there on her house.
I've always been a hard-nosed journalist since I graduated from Stanford.
She's always been a hard-nosed journalist. Listen, this is bullshit. Hard-nosed real journalists don't sell fake stories. Hard-nosed real journalists don't get caught constantly selling 100% fake stories. You know, everybody's got their LARP, their live action role playing, and hers is, I'm an investigative journalist that talks about science and medicine and technology. Oh, and also aliens. You're not a serious real journalist. You're a shit peddler. She's a shit peddler. And so is he, for constantly helping her peddle her shit. I know it's not a great visual, but what you got to imagine is you have to imagine that Linda Moulton Howe is up straddled, right? Legs spread wide on this cart, right? You know, like a rickshaw cart with the sticks that come out, and Jimmy Church is at the front of the shit cart, and she's back there in the box, spread eagle, taking the biggest dump of disinformation in the history of disinformation garbage. And she's taking that big shit, and Jimmy Church is helping her pull that shit to the market and helping her sell it. Who's worse? The world may never know.
The master's in communication, and I did documentaries for Stanford University's Medical Center. My master's thesis was the Stanford Linear Accelerator Particle, where they were, for the very first time, it's hard to believe, I was at Stanford from 1966 to 68, getting my master's degree, and my master's thesis was working with physicists who were trying to see if they could capture on film
real journalists
some of the particle relationships that they were getting at the Stanford Linear Accelerator. But more than that, they wanted to bring to bear the digital world and have computers do the analysis of the particle bombardment that was so laborious. That was how, we'll call it the new age of getting into computers and advanced science. It was all taking place in a strange way in those 2 years when I was there.
Right.
And when I left, all of the work, I went to work for KNBC as a reporter in Los Angeles, and I was covering everything. And then I went to work at WCVB in Boston for the ABC station to do all medical programming for 2 years. Medical, all kinds of diseases, surgery, anything dealing with.
Yeah, and you know what? Any good work she once did is just blown away by her interviewing hybrid Nazi alien girls that claim to be alien hybrids, using completely, totally fake Navy SEAL sources, selling 100% provably fake pictures of aliens as real pictures of aliens. Like, great, you used to be a real journalist. Now you're a shit peddler. And you know how you know she's a shit peddler? She's on Jimmy Church's show. All the shit peddlers are on Jimmy Church's show, right?
With medicine, and then they assigned me to do a whole series on science, and I was working with scientists at MIT and Harvard. It was exciting as can be.
Yeah, this is back before she started interviewing hybrid Nazi alien hybrid girls.
And I was married at the time, and my husband was hired by Time Inc., and the assignment was in Denver, and I became director of special projects at the CBS station in Denver. And my assignment there was to concentrate on Colorado.
Every time she's on Jimmy Church's show, she tells the same like story of her incredible career. And this is all to reinforce, you know, she's trying to live off of credibility of the past, but live off of that credibility today. And no, I'm sorry. This woman destroyed any credibility she once may have had by covering real stories when she starts interviewing alien hybrid Nazi girls who have OnlyFans, right?
Astronaut training program. I did a film on that.
Here we
on
go.
all
Let's
kinds of
do
things related to Colorado.
She
and
does this
the
every
nation.
time she's on a show.
I worked with the governor on a live studio show where for 90 minutes, the governor and representatives and myself and an audience, we were dealing with issues that were very important at that time in Colorado. So when
I don't know.
newspapers have headlines in September of 1979, I had graduated from Stanford in 68.
All right.
So
look,
in a decade,
I'm sorry. I can't
worked.
take this. I can't take anymore. We have to tap out. We just have to tap out because she tells the same exact story, well, nearly exact story of her tremendous career and what a credible journalist she is every time she's on Jimmy Church's show. And it's a pattern with her. She leads with the BS fake story. Then she tells people all about how she used to cover science and technology 50 years ago, right? For some obscure local television station. It is just a way to sell the grift. Look, I'm credible. You should believe me. And for people who don't know her sordid history of getting caught time and time and time and time and time again and again and again selling fake stories, I guess that's convincing. Oh, yeah, she used to cover science and technology. Oh, yeah, she used to cover medical technology for this other organization. She used to cover a lot of things. Then she started going full woo wackadoo, right? And there's nobody that's more full woo wackadoo than crazy Aunt Linda, right? So, look, we can cover the second part of that, but I got to do this in small bursts. I can't listen to this lady anymore. I'm sorry. We got to check out for today. We have to check out. But the good news is I have a little more time to share. So we will catch up with the live chat. We will read any remaining super chats. For those unaware, we read every single super chat. We give you a shout out if you become a YouTube member during the live broadcast. And we read all the PayPal pledges, instructions in the description of the video for how you can help. There's other ways that you can help us, by the way, besides throwing money at us. That's just, one way. So I'm going to put my banner up to remind people. Sometimes we play these very quick bumpers, just letting people know how they too can help if they choose to. All of our content is always free here, but a lot of kind and generous people from all over the world throw a few bucks in our hat or help us in other ways. Like you too can buy some of our merchandise. Here's our wonderful shirt, "Don't Sue Me, Bro," right? And the links are in the description of the video. You should know that the Amazon store only works in some countries. So if it won't let you ship to your address in your country, use the Redbubble link. That works everywhere globally. And here to help remind you that we're a viewer-supported show is the man with the golden voice, our announcer, Ian. Take it away, Mr. Ian.
Truth Seekers is a viewer-supported show. Wonderful people like you who enjoy this show Send pledges in the form of super chats, super stickers, super thanks, PayPal, or Cash App. Instructions for how to help are in the description. You can also join our Patreon, and for as little as $1 a month, you can get extra content. Patreon supporters get a backstage pass, early access to all our production videos before they are distributed publicly, Stephen Campion's music, private writings, a monthly show journal, and more. You can also become a YouTube channel member for $5 a month. A YouTube membership includes all of the Patreon benefits, plus a special members badge, priority reply to video comments, and the live chat, plus a monthly members only video. We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors, for supporting truth seekers. Thank you for your generosity and support. Thanks for being here. This is Truth Seekers with your host, Stephen Campion. Please rate, like, and comment on our videos or podcasts. If you are listening to an audio podcast, please rate us 5 stars to help us rise in the search rankings. If you are watching on YouTube, please like, comment, and subscribe to our channel. If you're listening to an audio podcast, we love and appreciate you listeners, but you are missing the live tapings. All our shows are recorded live with video feed. We'd love you to come be a part of our live broadcasts and tapings for the podcast. Head on over to YouTube, click the search tool, the little magnifying glass, put Truth Seekers, one word in the search bar, and hit enter. You'll see a strange and mysterious guy with sunglasses. That means you found the channel. Go there, smash the subscribe button, and hit the notification bell to receive up-to-date info on our YouTube channel. We welcome you to be a part of our live taping and our chat group during the live broadcasts. Seek the truth. Speak the truth. This is Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers.
All right, and we are back. We're going to take comments and questions from the live chat. So please put them in all capital letters. That lets me know that you want to share what you have to say with the other viewers out there, and also lets me know that's something that people want me to share. I happen to be visually impaired, so it really does help me if you put it in all capital letters. And we will do a pop out. We haven't done that in a while. We're going to pop out the live chat, put it right in on the screen, so everything shared will be a part of the live broadcast tonight. We love and appreciate. We've got people from all over the world. Great attendance tonight. Happy to see it. Especially, I had a rough weekend, so returning to a big audience, waiting to see the show. It means a lot to me. Thank you all for your kindness, generosity, and and thank you, UFO John Doe, for a kind and generous $5.55 super chat. That's another thing. Any super chats, they're going to be shown right here, so everybody gets recognized for their support. If you can only see one UFO con artist crumble and be completely exposed and have to pay the piper, who would it be? Whoa, that's a tough question. I think the person who has been most destructive may be, my pick. Someone that has brought more fake information into this thing than anybody. It might be Jimmy Church or David Wilcock. Hard to make a decision there, UFO John Doe. But thank you for being a member, and thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. Longtime show supporter, UFO John Doe. And we appreciate your kindness, generosity, and support. And we want to thank all of you for your kindness, generosity, and support. You Patreon supporters, you Twitch subscribers, you channel members, super chatters, and PayPal pledgers. Thank all of you.
This is Trixie reporting for Truth Seekers UFO Desk, where we give you absolutely no gimmicks whatsoever, just the truth. And tonight, I can exclusively reveal that a UFO has been spotted above Connecticut. It is a tic-tac shaped UFO, and it is so hot. I really hope you guys can get out your incredibly long telescopes and point them in the direction that can look, because you are going to see something so incredible. Back to you, Stephen.
Well, thank you, Trixie. Yeah. And Patty says, after Linda's interview with Kurt, he apologized to her. She was clearly in the wrong. I agree. I believe that she was clearly in the wrong. And we thank Al Warrior, Praise the Cash member, for 3 months now. I don't know. That's a little weird. I'm not seeing that come up in my chat, so I can't share that on the screen. But thank you, Al Warrior. I guess it's just randomly recognizing people for being members for a certain period of time. And UFO John Doe says, never wanted to be a Thai so bad in my life, right? Yes, we're working on that. He's got a lot more crayon diagrams to make. Ganja says, are you still going to do a poll comparing your son's sci-fi story to a grifter's? Yes, we will get to that. And we also would like to recognize and thank you, kind and generous PayPal pledgers. We've got Sweet Caroline with a kind and generous $10 PayPal pledge, who says, thanks for another great show tonight. And we want to thank David for being a kind and generous PayPal pledger. Says from David B, praise the cash and thank you for your continued work. Well, no, thank you, David B, for being a kind and generous benefactor and longtime supporter of the show. We appreciate all of you and are glad that you're out there supporting the show. It means a lot to me. I hear other people doing the super chat shuffle with the pity party. You know, that pity party where you cry and complain that you can't make it and you can't eat and you might have to stop doing the show or whatever. Yeah, we don't do the super chat shuffle here, but we still have the support, kindness, and generosity of people all over the world helping us to continue this journey into clown world. That is where we're at. By the way, there is a video dropping this week that I know you will all enjoy, and it's from Weird Reads by Emily Louise on YouTube, who describes herself as a documenter of the strange and unusual, New Age weirdness, ufology, and cults. And her YouTube channel is called Weird Reads by Emily Louise. She's done some excellent work on the Montauk Project. And you know why her work on the Montauk Project impressed me? It's because she included the jerk-off parties. She gave everybody the whole story. She's got one coming out on the Secret Space Program this Thursday. And then we're hoping to interview her here. And by the way, I'm in her documentary about the Secret Space Program. It's a laugh riot. She did this montage of me and some of the things I've said here. I can't wait for you guys to see it. And we're hoping to get a little bit of a bump, right? She's got like 30,000 subscribers. She's going to give us a bump in the description of her video. She does really good research and I like her because she gives you the whole story, no matter how weird or strange it is. She did the Montauk story and included everything about the sex stuff, right? The homo jerking off in chairs in front of everybody and the deprogramming that involves masturbation and touching people. And yeah, the whole story she gave, right? So, So, well, we're going to stop our screen because suddenly I did that and people stopped chatting and people stopped sharing stuff for me to share. We're here to catch up. We've caught up with the PayPal, and we've caught up. We're all caught up now. So comments or questions for me, please put them in all capital letters. Otherwise, we've done our due diligence for today. We've got an incredible week of shows for you this week, and I'm hoping to get some bonus shows in. I've got 3 or 4 that have been ready to go, and they just haven't been launched. So we're going to try to launch those this week. Yes, and I'm going to do that. Mr. Ian is asking for a tin of American Spirit tobacco. No, don't say that. I said I was going to buy it. I just am a little short this week. Yeah, you have quality people working for your show when they want to be paid in liquor and tobacco, right? Like, what? Can't I just send you a PayPal? No, you got to send me this tobacco because he can't get it in his country or something. The tins. He, like me, does the tins. Tobacco is a terrible habit. I'm trying to quit. I got nicotine gum. I've got a vape here, but I still. Anyway, he wants a tin of that, and I hate mailing stuff. I hate going to the post office, but Mr. Ian's going to make me, and I have to do it for him because we've got more announcer stuff that I need him to do. We want to keep him happy with the liquor and the cigarettes, right? Quality staff here at Truth Seekers. The next people are going to demand to get paid in meth or heroin. He wants liquor and cigarettes, right? Yeah, just pay me in liquor and cigarettes, Stephen. Yeah. Archaic Revival. We stop chatting when you talk about jerking. Tell us again. But tell us real slow. Yeah, I've talked about this Montauk project and how stupid people like Christina Gomez and Jimmy Church try to sell the story as true. But the story is essentially about homosexuals who like to watch each other jerk off in chairs, right? And that was all detailed in other people's, stuff. Have you ever interviewed Don Shipley, the fellow who stole No, but I've asked him several times, and then people got on my case saying that I should interview him, and then I emailed him again and no reply. So please don't message me asking me to interview him because I have messaged him multiple times. I don't know if he's not getting the messages or doesn't care to do interviews, which I understand. If you have your own YouTube channel, it's very difficult to do interviews for other YouTube channels, right? I don't think UFO knowledge should make some rich. It should be given to all. The best interpretation of the stats should be awarded. Well, in a perfect world, these things would happen. But yeah. And Adam Modair with a kind comment. Do you think these grifters will ever stop? They don't seem to care about being called out. No. And worse than do I think they're never going to stop? Of course, the answer is no. The grift will never end. But it gets a lot worse because not only do they not care, they don't care about being called out because we can look at Social Blade and see the numbers. Linda Moulton Howe did take quite a hit in the numbers and subscribers for like a week there when we revealed she was once again caught selling 100% provably fake UFO pictures, right? But after that, the views go through the roof again. So she took a tiny little hit for selling a completely fake story. She made thousands and thousands of dollars, right? Selling that fake story. And now she's just on to new and more fake stories, right? Spooky wants to be paid in gold-backed currency. You don't want liquor and cigarettes like everybody else? Come on, man. Yeah. Naked Al Bielik equals good times, says DJ D's, and thank you for being a member. Yeah, that's a little gross, right? Hold on. Let me find that link for you. And by the way, I did say that I don't have time to be everybody's technical support person, but I should put that in there. Weird Reads by Emily. You just put in the search bar Weird Reads by Emily Louise Montauk, and you'll get that link too. The search is a really great thing, but I'm going to put the link in the I'm going to put it into the live chat 1 second. Let me get over there because I have to put it into YouTube actual chat, or it doesn't work here on my posting links. Link to Montauk story by Emily Louise. And by the way, we're hoping we're going to be interviewing Emily Louise about her newest video, which will be dropping this week. And we want to thank UFO John Doe for being a member for 8 months. And he says, become a member and get all the extra perks. Don't be a circle jerker. Yes, I love it. Yes, I love it. And by the way, I think if you're a member, you can do that lit up. You can do that lit up thing like once a broadcast or something. I'm not sure how that works. Oh, wait a minute. No, that's not what I wanted. Why is it not letting me just share the pop out? Let me share the pop out here. There we go. Yeah, so if you're a member, you can do that. That's one of the members' perks. You can do that highlighted big message, I think once per broadcast, but I could be wrong. And UFO John Doe says, become a member and get all the extra perks. Don't be a circle jerker. Yes, and we appreciate all of our members and our Patreon supporters. And by the way, while we're on that subject, we're going to do member shout-outs. Now, I'm trying to figure out a way to do this for Patreon supporters, but the problem is that Patreon, I get everybody's real name. And a lot of you, I'm sure, would prefer that I don't read your real name live on air. So we're figuring out a way to do that. And also, I suppose one of the other issues is, how do we get the Twitch subscribers to get the same benefits? I'm going to figure that out as well. But here we'll do some member shout outs we want to thank. And this goes from newest member to oldest member. We want to thank Abduction Enigma, Roderick Stubblefield, Brandy Phillips, Purple Turtle, Thin Lizzie Borden, Sweet Cheeks, Chris Bartell, Emma Starr, Bobby Broadway, ML, Trolly Troll Troll, My Flock is Everywhere, Bullfroggin, Buka, Turtle Woman 1, The Salty Magnet Fish, Spooky, Raven Creek Charms, Banana, B. Baker, Operation Shutdown, Patty M. Wilhelm, Jason, Louis Daigle, Mario's Taco, Sweet Caroline, Deb from Sac, Shakira Rahman, Matthew Brown, Linda Mack, Davina TK, John Martin UFO, Aaron Flores, MF Wilson, DJ D's, Al Warrior, Daniel Black, Edward L, Space Exposure, Jamet Malibu, Sandy Smith, Andy Gambino, Guy Cracker, Zizix, Cynthia May, Complizaire, Mr. Fish, Tanya Hillard, Martin Wright, UFO John Doe, Sid Vitch, Annie Kurtz, and our current oldest member is Reload. We want to thank you all for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show. It is much, much appreciated. Then Lizzie Borden says, we'll work for weed. Yeah. In a perfect world, I would just have a farm, right? Yeah. And by the way, I know somebody that has a farm. It's not all it's cracked up to be, right? Especially now. I think that the money was better for people when it was full on illegal everywhere in the United States. Not so much now. Yes, members receive one free picture of naked Al Bielek. Yes, that's in our member section every month, right? Just use their initials. Yeah, I will do that. We'll do the shout outs for Patreon supporters tomorrow. Oh, and the other issue is we end every show with a graphic that says thank you to our Patreon supporters. I keep forgetting, but I'm going to make a graphic that says thank you to our YouTube channel members. And I'm going to take it off that list that I just made. So if you're a YouTube channel member, we'll thank you for being a YouTube channel member every night, just like we do the Patreon supporters. And we'll thank the Twitch subscribers as well. We want to thank Al Warrior for a kind and generous $5 super chat and for being a member. And he bought that shirt, UFO Circle Jerkers. Great. Well, thank you for all the support. That is very, very nice of you. The kindness, the generosity, and the support of the show is much, much appreciated. And we want to thank all of you kind and generous benefactors.
This is Trixie at the exclusive Truth Seekers UFO desk. And I like nothing more than getting down on my knees and Every time you donate, I'm gonna get down on my knees and praise the cash. Praise the cash. Thank
Thank you, El Warrior, and all you kind and generous benefactors. And you're welcome. That's the least that we could do. And I would shout out everybody in the live chat, but it's going to take 15 minutes. And some people do that because they don't have a show. I'm sorry if we don't do that, but we try to recognize and thank everybody in the live chat. Glad that you're all here. We've got people over in the Twitch chat. We've got people over in the Rumble chat. We want to thank all of you people for being in the live chat. Also, please be sure to check out our website, and it's truthseekershow.com. And from there, you can sign up for our mailing list. It actually says get notified of new episodes, but if you sign up there, we're going to be doing a monthly newsletter at the end of every month. The first one's going out the last day of the month this month. And from here also, you can get all of our latest audio podcasts. So if you're looking for one convenient place to see whatever's new in the land of truth seekers, the website is the best place to do that, truthseekershow.com. If you sign up over here, get notified of new episodes, you'll not only get notified of new episodes, but you'll get our monthly newsletter. Which will be a monthly thing, just letting you know what's coming up on the show. And of course, from the website, you can view all of our latest videos and live shows all in one place. Here's one of my favorites: Third Phase of Moon Caught Again, August 2021, 100% fake UFO video. And Gufon knew they used 100% fake video. And instead of telling his audience the truth, well, he just decided to call everybody pedos and, criminals somehow, and all manner of slander to try to kill the messenger, and those fake talking points. They haven't faked anything in 5 years, 3 years, last year. We're up to last year now. And by the way, people have asked me to do this review of their Third Phase latest garbage documentary, and it's no surprise that some people are telling everybody how great the documentary is. The only people telling anybody how great that documentary is are people who financially benefit from Third Phase of Moon. No one else will tell you that's a great documentary. But it is what it is. And we thank My Flock is Everywhere for a kind and generous 99-cent super sticker and for being a member. Thank you for the kindness, generosity, and support of the show. It is much, much appreciated.
This is Trixie at the exclusive Truth Seekers UFO desk. And I like nothing more than getting down on my knees and praising the cash. Every time you donate, I'm going to get down on my knees and praise the cash. Praise the cash. Thank you.
Yeah, thank all of you. And Algaray says, praise Trixie. Yeah, Trixie praising the cash, right? And so I think we're going to wrap things up here. We've got another fantastic show planned for you tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We want to thank all of you kind and generous benefactors, you Twitch subscribers, you Patreon supporters, you channel members, you super chatters, PayPal pledgers, super stickers. Thanks to the super thanks people as well. Did you know that you can throw money in our hat even if we're not broadcasting live? Just hit the thanks button and send any amount you wish. All is appreciated. And we thank you PayPal pledgers as well. But before we go, I did want to remind you that everybody has a choice in life. Linda Moulton Howe got caught selling 100% provably fake pictures of aliens as real pictures of aliens. And she had a choice to make. She could either own up to it or she could double down. She doubled down, tripled down, got a fake psychic to help her explain it away with the men in black and the evil government cover-up. Those weren't fake pictures of aliens. People were just trying to discredit me. She's doing a great job discrediting herself. And here's Linda doubling down on her latest hoax, which she was caught. 100% fake story, 100% fake pictures of aliens that she tried to sell from her fake military inside sources. Her sources are shit.
Personally, I think this is a strengthening education about what all has happened around this, what was just going to be the first photo of a orange-gray hand and a head. The head is still a question mark, even in Earthfile Support's mind. He's very analytical and very critical. And he did a side-by-side comparison in which it is very true that the eye pattern in the, we'll call it the alleged real photo versus the 3D created head, the eyes do not match. And you can do an examination and make a comparison and you will see that. But that does not mean that there isn't a real extraterrestrial, sort of orangish gray being or civilization or species that looks exactly like that photo. And as Buddy pointed out, that's counter intel.
Yes, it was the men in black. They got to that artist and got him to lie about making those fake photos. Absolutely ridiculous that she doubles down on this hoax. Nothing says serious journalist like being caught selling fake pictures of aliens and coming up with a myriad. She came up with a myriad of excuses for why she got caught selling a 100% provably fake story. And this is just the latest in a long line. Now, back to Jimmy Church, just to wrap up. He is the person that pulls the bullshit cart around for the bullshitters. That's what he does. That's his function, you know? And it's sad that that guy's got a big audience, right? He pretends anyway. I don't know. I think the bot farms went away and we're starting to see cracks in the layers of Jimmy Church's deception because some of those numbers, you know, minus the bot farms and the UFO circle jerk bump that you get from circle jerking one of these grifters, it's not looking real good, you know, and maybe those numbers are what the real reality has been this whole time. But deception, bot farms, whatever you got to do, fake it till you make it, right? Yes. I am just left at a loss. The Deceptive Duo are at it again. And I, for one, am sick of this Deceptive Duo, right? We've got Linda getting caught how many times now with 100% provably fake stories. We got Jimmy Church getting caught pushing 100% fake people, pushing 100% fake stories, promoting people selling fake stories, working with people selling fake stories. And somehow all these people still have audiences. And you know why that is? Because there's a lot of stupid people in the world. And besides that, not to be insulting to everybody that happens to listen to these two, the Deceptive Duo, maybe people are just gullible. Maybe people realize, as many of us do, that reality sucks. So they want to escape into a fantasy land where all this stuff is true, and Linda Moulton Howe is a credible journalist, and Jimmy Church is really in the search for truth. He's on a search for cash, okay? But it is what it is, and this is where we're at, and this is where we find ourselves. The dynamic Deceptive Duo is at it again with the same old story. Linda Moulton Howe with fake anonymous sources she claims are military insiders. She's been caught over and over again selling fake stories with fake anonymous military insiders, and she's so stupid that she's got fake military insiders giving ranks that aren't even in the branch of the military service they claim to be in. And when a real military Navy SEAL looks at her sources, he calls bullshit on all of it. And when he looks even at the stories that she's telling, we can see that a real verifiable Navy SEAL knows what's real and what's not. And a real Navy SEAL said, there's no way on God's green earth you're sending a Navy SEAL on a rescue mission. They do combat operations. Her whole story, the whole fake story, falls apart under the scrutiny of a real and verifiable source. And I will continue to scream it from the rooftops. We base our opinions here off of real and verifiable people with verifiable credentials and verifiable military backgrounds who would be considered verifiable experts on these matters in courts of law. She and Jimmy Church and other grifters base their information off of anonymous sources, and trust me, dude, who do you think is more worthy of your belief? Who do you think is more worthy of your support? People peddling garbage or people who actually go and get the real evidence and find the real truth behind these stories? I know that I'm getting frustrated with this whole thing, right? I'm not going to be putting the same hours in that the grifters don't put in and making pennies while they're making tens of thousands of dollars selling horse shit. I'm just not going to keep it up, right? And we thank Mark Tirana for reminding people, if you like Stephen's work, please like, subscribe, and share his content. Yes, it really, really does help. And also, a final call to action would be watch one more, right? Somehow, a YouTube expert has told me that if I could get my whole audience to just watch one more. It doesn't have to be tonight. Do it tomorrow while you're at work. Do it while you're driving. Do it while you're whatever, cleaning the house. By the way, I'm going to be having visitors soon. Does anybody else feel the pressure of the nightmare it is that when you're having house guests? And by the way, I don't have to do very much. I have to move some of my junk from around the house, but my wife is going to clean every inch of the house and drive me nuts for 2 weeks straight cleaning for one couple hour house guest. I don't get it, but it is what it is. So in conclusion, the Deceptive Duo is at it again with the fake anonymous sources. Nobody can interview, and the trust me, dude, and the connecting the dots, and Jesus. And how many times are we going to sit here and watch Jimmy Church be the fluffer to one of these grifters like Corey Goode or Daniel Brinkley or David Wilcock or Emery Smith or Sarah R. Adams or Jason Shurka or any of the other hundreds of grifting scumbags lying to people for UFO dollars? He had his time. His time is past. He's already worn out his welcome. People are sick to death of all these people pushing fake garbage stories, right? There should be two categories here. And you put people in the category of credible researcher or journalist or whatever you want to call it, or show host or whatever, and the grifter squad. Some of these people have made millions of dollars off of this garbage. That should be over. It's time to turn the page on the grifter squads. And let's move on to people that actually care about showing you evidence and getting to the truth of these stories, whether they're true or not. But if you want to live in the land of make-believe, then go watch Jimmy Church. If you want to live in the land of make-believe, go watch Linda Moulton Howe. And don't send me any goddamn more nasty emails. Just go and listen to fairy tales. All I can do is show you the evidence. You can choose to ignore the evidence and live in the land of make-believe. If that makes you happy, hey, no hard feelings, right? And best of luck to you living in the delusion bubble. And the final thing I will say is, you know everything that this deceptive duo is pushing is fake. And the reason you know it's fake is because they are intellectual cowards and weaklings. And their so-called evidence is so piss poor and weak and falls apart under scrutiny like a house of cards balancing on a ledge because it's fake. And the reason you know that they are fake is because they must carefully curate their comments, their live chats, and more. We have a free speech zone. You can come in these comments and tell everybody what an asshole I am. I don't care. We leave it. We don't censor any comments. You can come and say, I got a fact wrong or a document wrong or whatever. Our evidence is real and therefore can withstand debate. We don't need an echo chamber like Jimmy Church. We don't need an echo chamber like Linda Moulton Howe, right? Go in her comments and ask her why she's interviewing Nazi alien hybrid girls who talk about the good Nazis and Hitler being a good guy. They'll delete the comment because they need to live in a bubble of delusion. But here we are again. Once again, pop, 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 bitches. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of these delusion bubbles. And where we see the delusion bubbles, we must point it out. Where we see people actively censoring everything so that their audience does not comprehend or catch wind of or see the deception that they are portraying in order to sell you garbage, we must stand up and point it out. And the UFO circle jerkers and the people like Jimmy Church and Linda Moulton Howe don't want their audiences to see a show like this because their grifts come crashing down if people see the evidence. Their grifts come crashing down if people are just allowed to ask very simple questions, like in tonight's story that Linda was pushing. Where's the FOIA requests? Where's the military records of unknown aircraft intruding on airspace? There are none. What's the name of her military source so that we can go to the National Personnel Records Center and verify that he's real? Where is his DD-214 so we can check that he was actually at the base that she claims this alien encounter happened at? She's got nothing. She's got no truth to tell you, but she sure has a lot of stories to sell you. And that's where we're at, and that's where we find ourselves. But we have done our due diligence, and we have fought the good fight for another day. And so the show survives for another day. Tomorrow, we will be back once again at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And we will be exploring more. And we hope that you'll be here to explore it all with us. I want to thank each and every one of you for joining us tonight, and all you kind and generous benefactors. We want to thank Spooky for the incredible graphics, Ian for being the golden voice of truth seekers. We want to thank you, chat room moderators, and we want to thank all of you for joining us tonight. I'll be back tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're going to have some bonus shows for you this week. But for now, that's all I got for you. Until next time, friends, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of you.
For the masses. The masses.
I vet everything 3 times before I mention it on the air. If I can't vet something 3 times from a credible published source, I don't speak about it. And that's journalism 101. That's what they teach you in school when you're first starting out. You don't go with one vetted source.
UFO circle jerker extraordinaire. All of you UFO circle jerks are now on the table. UFO circle jerker extraordinaire. All of you UFO circle jerks are now on the table. They're there to help the grifters advertise their fake nonsense. That's their function. They're there to help the grifters advertise their fake nonsense. That's their function. That's what they're there to do. 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 That's what they're there to do.
Masses.
They're there to help the grifters advertise their fake nonsense. That's their function. They're there to help the grifters advertise their fake nonsense. That's their function. They're there to help the grifters advertise their fake nonsense. That's their function. They're there to help the grifters advertise their fake nonsense. That's their function.
Thank you for everything you've done and for risking your life to bring this forward.
Thank you.
For the masses. Yeah. For the masses. Masses. are at the brink of things. Can you guys feel this? No longer are we the strange group, man. It's the rest of the world that's tripping. Am I right? I'm going to say this right now, and I mean this. I want to introduce my good friend to you, Mr. Corey Goode. Corey, get it up here.
Thank you. Is this a sign? Well, thank you for joining me. I appreciate everyone that's like.
Personally, I think this is a strengthening education about what all has happened around this, what was just going to be the first photo of a orange-gray hand and a head. The head is still a question mark, even in Earthfile Support's mind. He's very analytical and very critical, and he did a side-by-side comparison in which it is very true that the eye pattern in the, we'll call it the alleged real photo, versus the 3D created head, the eyes do not match. And you can do an examination and make a comparison, and you will see that. But that does not mean that there isn't a real extraterrestrial, sort of orangish gray being or civilization or species that looks exactly like that photo. And as Buddy pointed out, that's counter intel.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome. I am broadcasting from the Apocalypse Cabin, so the normal rules of that apply. We were going to broadcast at our usual time at 9 p.m., but there is a snow and ice storm on the hourly weather forecast coming in any minute now. And as I'd mentioned before, while I'm here, ice storms especially knock out the internet and probably power. So should I de-res from the stream and not return after about 5 minutes, that probably means that we've lost either internet or power or both. So just fair warning. We return tonight, and by the way, I'm at the cabin because everyone in my house is sick and has been sick on and off. My children have been sick quite a lot in the past 2 or 3 weeks, both home from school days. And then my wife got sick and just decided to take some time off and care for the children and stay home herself. So everybody in my house is sick. My wife sort of threw me out to come to the cabin. I'll be here all week. But the good news is that I should make major progress on the bathroom. I'm trying desperately to finish that, and I will also be, the other reason that I decided to move the show earlier is I have to go to this other land that's about 4 miles away from here tomorrow and sort of set up a base camp there. We're going to be putting a tent in and a fire pit and sort of cleaning up the land, staking the corners of the property. I've got a 300-foot measuring tape. And so I need all the daylight I can for that. So, yeah, so that's why I'm here. That's why things have changed this week. But we roll with the punches. Like I said, the broadcast may get, borked. But if it does, it does, and we'll pick things up when the internet and power returns here. Now, we last left you talking about the Deceptive Duo, which of course would be Jimmy Church and Linda Moulton Howe. And they're back. They are back. And Linda has all new fake stories for you and me and everyone. And Jimmy just sits there and lets her tell provably fake stories. So we're going to go and listen in on more of this exchange between the two of them, with Jimmy Church fluffering her. We got through almost an hour of it last time, so I'm going to put my fair use banner up. We want to welcome everyone into the live chat. Glad to see so many people, especially not at our usual time slot. And probably probably this whole week shows will be at 7 p.m. this week. We'll see how that works for us. I need the daylight. It gets dark at about 7 p.m. here now in the mountains, so I need every minute of daylight to be outside as much as possible. Yeah, so we're going to put my fair use banner up. This, of course, is transformative work. We're educating the public, offering commentary, and critiquing the video that we are sharing. This is certainly covered under fair use and is allowable by law. We have won every false copyright claim and strike against our channel in the past 2 or 3 years. We have excellent lawyer letters standing by, so if you would like a strike on your channel for falsely copyright striking us, when we are perfectly within the bounds of fair use to do this, then feel free. Some of you may know that Jimmy Church is one of the people who falsely copyright striked us, a hard strike. But we filed our appeal and won, and I believe the strike reverted to him. So if he would like another strike for falsely copyright claiming us, see these clowns do not like people pointing out the obvious. So they try to step all over free speech, just as they do in their comments, just as they do in their live chats, because they have to live in a delusion bubble. And they can't have their audience hearing real or valid questions about the garbage stories that they are shoveling down their audience's throats. I've said it before, I'm going to say it again. Jimmy Church does not care about his audience. If he did, he would do a little better of a job and not host so many people who are literally running scams that they can promote and find more victims in his audience. He would not do that if he cared about his audience, but he continually does it. Let's see, David Wilcock, Corey Goode, Jason Shirka. We've got the fake psychic selling medbed sessions through a Stargate, Sarah R. Adams, and of course, Linda Moulton Howe, who continually sells completely and totally fake stories. We've caught her several times. See our previous coverage on this. So we're going to welcome in the live chat. See you all out there. Good to see everybody is finding their way here, even though we're completely in a different time than usual. This is, I had a choice between I was going to take the whole rest of the week off. It has been one thing after another at our house, and I think my wife was like, just go to the cabin, everybody's sick, I'll stay home, I'm sick too. Interestingly, I'm the only one who hasn't gotten sick, and usually I'm the first one to get it, right? I'm hoping that whatever germs are around are going to be gone by the time I get back. So yeah, yeah, we're hearing. Robert C. says, the time slot is good for UK viewers. Well, consider this one for you people from across the pond, right? And King of Hugo Mundo says, Stephen been bringing the heat. That's why they fear him. Yeah, and despite people saying I'm not a journalist, I know how to do things like, I don't know, fact check, right? I know how to do things like, look up information or check somebody's military credentials. And these people, they don't know how to do any of that, or they pretend they don't know how to do any of that so that they can very conveniently sell 100% completely provably fake stories. And, I am just fascinated. I am fascinated by the fact that this Linda Moulton Howe has been caught selling 100% provably fake stories multiple times now. We have caught her several times selling 100% provably fake stories as true stories. And I am just fascinated by the fact that she's still making tens of thousands of dollars in speaker fees, right? She's going to speak at all these big conferences. She gets a big fat check for that, like 10 grand. So I guess the lesson is, if you want to be a speaker at Contact in the Desert or Conscious Life Expo, all you have to do is jam 100% provably fake stories down the throats of the audience for years, and you too can get those big gigs for 10 grand or 20 grand for one appearance. And yeah, all you have to do is sell your soul, be willing to lie every day of your life, right? This woman is very, very, very educated. And despite my constant criticism of her, the one thing I am sure of is that she's not a stupid person. She was very, very well educated, right? She went to college. She knows how to vet things. She knows how to fact check. She knows how to do that stuff. She just chooses not to, because if she did, she wouldn't have the fake sources that she has been using for years to sell this. Yeah, I really don't know. Somebody told me he managed a guitar center. Yeah. So, yeah, ever see the quality of the people who work at Guitar Center? Well, I shouldn't say that. I know one guy that works at Guitar Center is a great guitar player, but otherwise. All right, we're going to get into this. Yeah, and we've got another hour of this to go through. I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it, because it's just the bull starts to pile up in my brain, and I start losing it.
They told me, one of the men that I was talking to, he said, we know this cannot be human. And
more alien stories from another anonymous source. In our previous coverage, we have pointed out she used several anonymous sources. So I think we're up to 3 completely anonymous sources telling her stuff about aliens, which she then just blindly repeats with no evidence, no backup. Great.
We would like to ask you if you would report to us how many cases you find in which specific molars are missing in the teeth, because we have not reported this. We have not let any media know in Canada about the missing teeth. And we have seen your film, your documentary, A Strange Harvest, and we know that you are reporting what we have concluded.
What is people showing up with missing teeth? Or is she talking about cows with missing teeth? And does anybody else think that Linda Moulton Howe wouldn't take a pair of pliers to a dead cow and pull out some teeth so she could have a story to sell? I sure do. I could imagine her doing that.
But we don't want it to be public. They said those words to me. And they said, so if you would agree to let us know if you are finding missing molars, we are building a case that is happening here in the Calgary region. And we would like to know if you find it in Colorado or other cases. So this was an example of where the law enforcement side of it is saying to an investigative reporter.
Yeah, and again, all anonymous sources. We want to thank Scott Nicholson for kind and generous £1.99. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show. 1 second. Oh, geez. Don't you hate it when something starts playing and you don't know where it's coming from? Great. Yeah, 1 second. Let me make sure that okay, so we have Scott Nicholson with a kind and generous £1.99. Thank you. Hi from Belfast, Northern Ireland. Love the show. And we're thankful for you, your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. Much, much appreciated. Thanks for helping us to praise the cash. And by the way, speaking of praising the cash, I have to make a decision about whether or not to continue to use my son, who I think it was 2 years ago, helped me make some bumpers where he thanks people and says, praise the cash. Because some old bag is complaining about that again. Some old bag who gives money to a proven liar hoaxer, right, is complaining that I use my son in the cash clown as a cash clown. But we have looked into the laws concerning all that, because, you know, when they have no attack vector, they find something, right? So somebody once said it was illegal for me to use my son on my show because I have an adult show and this and that. Those bumpers are pre-recorded, and my son has no idea what's going on the show. They were pre-recorded on a green screen with him in a costume, and I'm teaching him the value of working for things. He wanted some expensive toys. I said, you have to learn to work for things. So we gave him some extra chores and things like that. Now somebody is complaining about that while she's giving money to somebody who we have caught lying to their audience 100 times in the past year, right? She made some nasty comment, some old bitch grandma, right? And it's amazing to me that they're going to attack my family, right? Why? Because I caught the show host whose balls you've been licking for the past 2 years. I caught him lying to everyone. I caught him hoaxing. I made him look like the fool that he is. And now you're angry. So you're going to attack me and my family for nothing. We're not doing anything wrong. But we're going to revisit that issue. And for now, I am not using them. But we did previously look up all the laws. Look, there are children on the Jimmy Kimmel Show. There are children on Conan O'Brien and other late night adult television shows. They just don't expose them to adult language or situations, and then therefore it is completely legal and moral and ethical to do so. And you know, the fact that I may have to upset my son and tell my son that he can't be on the show anymore because of some old bitter old lady, right? Some bitter old lady who, by the way, is running a GoFundMe scam right now, begging for money so that she could give money to UFO scammers like tonight's show people, right? It's ridiculous. And it's ridiculous that this is even an issue, but since let's see, I don't cheat on my wife. I don't abuse women. I don't have like skeletons in my closet for these assholes to pull out and gotcha me with. So they're going to pick whatever they're going to pick. And by the way, if you are running a GoFundMe scam so that you can give money to UFO scammers at a UFO conference, then you're a piece of shit. All right. Now that I've got that off my chest, let's continue with our analysis.
And TV producer, help us get track of physical evidence that is highly strange, but let's not report it so that we don't have people muddying the waters by attacking. And I experienced a lot of that eventually, where I would get phone calls from people who say, we've seen your reporting. We know that you are doing honest work. We understand the details.
Yeah, somebody goes to her and says,
X.
oh, we got to stop this. Who goes to Linda Moulton Howe and says, we know you're doing really good, honest work? Stupid people. Stupid people who don't know her history of literally scamming the public with fake pictures of aliens. Must be stupid sources, anonymous sources.
Y and Z, but we will not talk to you on camera. That also happened a lot. And then eventually, when HBO came to
imaginary
me
people don't like to go on camera.
They wanted to do a document,
right? Imaginary anonymous sources. Imagine that. Her imaginary anonymous sources won't go on camera or reveal their names, right? So how do we even know these people exist? Or is she just talking to her imaginary friends, talking about aliens?
Me contract with them that I would do a documentary for HBO broadcast about not just animal mutilations, the whole bigger picture.
Story. This is the I was ready to go with an HBO documentary and the Men in Black came and stopped that story. She's told this story 1,000 times. No verification, no evidence that not any of this ever happened or the Men in Black were, threatening HBO not to make a documentary, but she tells this story all the time.
That UFO is the ET factor, and I wrote a script. A whole script with scenes. That's something that I've always been able to do, so that the people putting up the money at HBO could see what I would do. They loved the script, and I start working, have signed a contract, and what happens? I'm going to do X, Y, and Z, and they all get blocked. And that is now the story where I went back to New York to.
Oh no! 1 second. All right, I had to tweet this show out again. Not our usual time. So yeah, the Men in Black stopped her documentary.
Talk about what I was learning with Peter Gerson and Richard Doty and these people about going to an air base where there had been mutilations, a UFO landing, something that looked like lasers, and that we would recreate.
Aliens and lasers. And hey, nothing says credible like using a known paid government disinformation agent in the form of Richard Doty as a source for your documentary.
And that that I would be also shown and allowed to use film.
By the way, Richard Doty has told me that essentially he loved messing with people like Linda Moulton Howe. He used to leak her completely 100% fake stories that he just made up, and she would run with them on her Earth Files website. That should tell you something about her vetting skills and her discernment abilities. He's messing with her, just feeding her total nonsense about aliens, and she would write whole blog posts about, you know, what he said and put it on her, and he just made up stuff.
Of a Holloman Air Force Base landing, pre-arranged, April.
Oh, this is the Eisenhower met with aliens story again.
April 25th, 1964, and that I would be allowed to show film of the disc landing and a large-nosed, ropey-headed dressed ET coming out of a craft, meeting with a science type and military types.
Well, maybe it's not Eisenhower. Her story is slightly different.
And an exchange of which we gave back dead bodies to them, and they gave us technology. And you know that that's the Emmenegger story, that there are lots of facets of it, but I'm going all the way back to March of 1983. All of.
And we want to thank James 4488 for a kind and generous £2. We've got a lot of English people in the live chat tonight. Must be the earlier time zone, a little bit easier on them. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support, and helping us to praise the cash. It's great. These people can make tens of thousands of dollars lying to you. It's nice that you know, people will support us giving you the truth.
Was told to me that I would be able to tell in this film. And then all of it gets blocked. And that was where HBO said, unless you can bring us the President of the United States, the Vice President, the Secretary of Defense, all of these people, we cannot authorize funding. You can continue.
Or maybe she had weak, shaky evidence, most of which came from a known paid government disinformation agent, and they did not want to waste money producing a documentary full of fake stories. So they wanted her to get real on the record sources. You know, there's two sides to every story. I don't believe her that the Men in Black got involved. Look, Jimmy Church looks like he's falling asleep. So am I. This lady is telling the same stories she's been telling for 20 years.
Work, but we will not authorize funding unless you can bring to us top government confirmation of the UFOs, the ETs being real. In other words, they wanted the whole enchilada broken open.
Robert
Linda, they wanted something from the White House, didn't they? I mean,
yeah,
they wanted
a confirmation of the story. They didn't want you making a documentary about a fake story. And we thank Robert C. for a £2, £2, another English person. Boy, we're going to do these 7 o'clock ones, right? More often. We've got all you English people throwing a couple bucks in our hat. Thank you, Robert C., for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. And let me just catch up to the live chat and make sure that we're not missing anybody else. For those unaware, we read every single super chat and thank every one of you. And thank you, Robert C., for helping us to praise the cash.
An official break. Right. They wanted what you, I, and everybody who's going to be at Parapod, everybody who's going to be at Portal to Ascension, everybody who's going to be at Contact in the Desert and was at Conscious Life. We want the truth out. We want the whole planet to know what I and a few others have been hearing behind the scenes, so to speak, from people in military and in government and in medicine and in aerospace who have been telling me for 44 years, extraterrestrial biological entities have been manipulating DNA in already evolving species on this planet for at least, and then that's where you can draw the line at 45,000 years for Neanderthal to Cro-Magnon, or wherever you want to draw the line. Genetic manipulation of life forms on this laboratory Earth is one story.
Yeah, I read it.
Which
Did you put another one in?
non-humans are the controllers of various experiments? That's a whole nother huge facet.
Good point, Valcor.
The relationship of power
This is
brokers in
ridiculous.
the evolution of
This
Earth.
is ridiculous. So basically, she got upset because she tried to make a documentary, and it sounds like she didn't have actual proof or verifiable evidence, as usual. So HBO canceled the project, and to her, that's the government covering everything up somehow. It has nothing to do with the fact that maybe they wanted her to show proof or evidence, right?
Going back to
So
the time of Mesopotamia, going back as far as the Anunnaki, coming forward, those were power brokers that would be in the category of other
right, Valcor.
intelligence
Same old
that were
story.
interacting with and manipulating DNA on a planet that has been used as a laboratory to create many different species.
Oh, a Scotsman.
Jump
Well,
to
thank you, Robert C.
Linda,
I wanna go to Scotland
1979
someday.
to today. The animal mutilations, from the best information that I could possibly describe, they have been the harvest of fluids and tissues in order to provide specific
retro nut job. Yes.
Let's just say ingredients, whether it's fluid or tissue, ingredients that are sustenance for a particular gray type.
Yeah,
and that
I got your message.
there are all kinds
You know,
of needs. And that
Occasionally, people will sort of try to figure out, like, what are my motives, or am I a paid CIA disinformation agent? And what I would say is, if I am, I'm not getting the checks, you know. And why do you care so much, Stephen, that these people are running around selling fake stories? I guess I care because I don't like seeing people lying to people and taking advantage of people. These people are lying to people, and they are taking advantage of their entire audiences with provably fake stories. I think that's wrong and worthy of discussion. And so we discuss it. And we want to thank Matthew Brown for a kind and generous £3 super sticker. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support, helping us to praise the cash. And thanks as well for being a member. We appreciate all of our members, and it really does help the show. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. We'll continue with our journey of the Deceptive Duo.
With a lot of different intelligences, and that our planet has been a laboratory, a place where thousands and thousands and thousands of genetic manipulations could be done in order to make different life forms.
Look at how bored Jimmy Church looks. He looks like he could care less what the hell is she saying. He's just like, get the fake story out, Linda, for my stupid audience members who are dumb enough to believe you. She's making some absolutely fantastical claims. We're being visited by multiple different species, multiple intelligences. And what is her evidence of that? Somebody told her. An anonymous source told her.
And that we are only waking up in now the 22nd century, as if the next big break open, I hope, will be the Webb telescope being used to report a biological signature.
Oh, by the way, she's saying that Webb already detected intelligent life on other planets, but they're hiding it from us. But they're going to be making an announcement soon. And she's encouraging people to go to a UFO conference she'll be talking about this at, and the announcement should come while she's at the UFO conference, conveniently. So you want to be there to be with like-minded people when the announcement that intelligent life on other exoplanets has been detected. We called the James Webb Telescope and asked them if they I actually did this. We called the organization in charge of that, and they don't know what she's talking about. And I think that's amazing, right? Oh, but the Men in Black must be, right? It's a cover-up. She's got the truth, and all the people that work on the James Webb Telescope are lying to everyone. Sure, Linda.
And that if they will just start getting into biological signatures and let that lead to what our government has known since World War II.
Let me
terrestrial biological entities have been on this planet in this solar
Yes,
system
gullible
for at least
anonymous
278 million years. And we are the babies just waking up.
So what's the update with Trappist-1?
Well, two
I
full
try to
years
fact
ago
check these clowns.
was the first communication that I had through an aerospace
Thanks,
source.
Arden, for sharing that.
Let me put the date. I can't quite remember when it unfurled. It probably wasn't full 2 years. This was a statement to me when we were getting ready to launch Webb, and then more information after. But I've known about the use of it for quite a while.
Yes.
It
is a verifiable fact that some military programs have tested wildlife in areas of radiation tests. They want to see how the animals are faring, what are the radiation levels in their cell structures and things like that. How has that radiation affected them on a long-term or short-term basis? And you are correct, Mike. She leaves that out. That is the lie by omission. Why bother with things like facts and evidence? Just go right to aliens, right? Couldn't have been military testing those animals. Couldn't have been military pulling certain organs that have that are affected by radiation. Couldn't be that. It's got to be aliens. It's got to be the aliens, right? And you just leave out that part of the very likely explanation for some of those cattle mutilations, because the military doing radiation tests doesn't sell. Aliens harvesting organs, a strange harvest, that sells, right? And by the way, many of the people that she quotes in that strange harvest have essentially said, I never said that. She basically played fast and loose with a lot of quotes from people in authority, things that she says they said that they later said, I didn't say that. I didn't say it was aliens, right? Because it's all framed to sell the story. And the story is aliens are mutilating cows for whatever goddamn reason, right?
Wanted to see if they could have the web, everything would be operational. And then ultimately, the idea was that they would be able to report, there was a recent report just in the last week or so, planetary atmospheres, and that they could then use the web with its ability, its advanced ability to aim at certain solar systems, and that they would be able to discuss what would be atmospheres around planets. That was one of the hopes that Webb would be able to do. If what I was told is that Webb would be able to also
Robert C says she's wearing her
if there were
sweater.
Biological signatures in the climate atmosphere, the atmospheric constituents around a planet. Now, a biological signature doesn't mean that it's a humanoid. A biological signature would be the first confirmation of something that we would put in the category of biological life.
I agree.
That they still have not reported even on Mars, right?
Mm-hmm.
She leaves that out.
They come up and say, this looks like the way a fungi would work or this, but nothing has been put into even biological signature on Mars. Trappist.
That's because there's no known biological signatures on Mars has been discovered yet. There's a lot of theories that there was once life on Mars.
Information that came to me, I think of it as 2 full years ago. It may not be quite that far back. That Webb, they knew that Trappist has these 7 planets, 7 Earth-like planets, and that the 4th one from the sun has water watery and rocky substances very much like Earth. And that I have had other sources.
This is sort of like the prover maneuver. She puts out one piece of actual or real or verifiable truth, and then she's going to stack her alien stories on top of that one piece as if it somehow makes the alien stories true as well.
Who said they already know that there is a civilization interacting with or has bases on in the TRAPPIST system.
Now, who said that? Nobody from the world of science or in charge of the James Webb Telescope ever said that there are bases on exoplanets in the TRAPPIST system. Where is she getting that? Is she just making this shit up? Because nobody from them said that.
And that what Webb could do, pure science. We get breaking news, atmosphere on X planet at the TRAPPIST-1 solar system, very Earth-like planet, and it is showing a biological signature.
And by the way, I would love for an announcement like that to be made. But I wonder, where is she getting this information from about bases and civilizations on those planets? The Webb telescope, to the best of my knowledge, I don't know how or why they could detect civilization on an exoplanet. They could detect signatures like water or rocky, minerals on a planet, perhaps in the atmosphere. There's various ways that they have done that. The colors that they are able to detect. Sometimes they can detect if an atmosphere of an exoplanet is rich in different elements like oxygen or carbon dioxide. But to detect a civilization with it, I don't know. But she claims they've already detected civilizations, intelligent civilizations in the TRAPPIST system. And I would just challenge her, like, where did they say that? They never said that.
That's what could happen. And then from there, biological signature would then be debated and analyzed and talked about scientists and news around the planet. And then they would either decide that they would then open up more information about actual civilization
stuff,
or just leave it biological signature.
But it's interesting that she sort of surrounds her fake story with some real or verifiable things, like the James Webb Telescope looking for exoplanets, trying to detect signatures of water, liquid water, and things like that. She coats her fake story with a little bit of actual science or verifiable truth. And that's in order to make it more believable. But the parts of the story that she has tacked on, like they detected a intelligent civilization, there's no verification for this. There's no information to support her claims, except maybe one of her imaginary friends told her that, and she's just repeating this.
For another year or so, while they keep trying to, what should we say, Jimmy, at this point?
And don't you think that Jimmy Church has a responsibility to cut in there and say, well, Linda, where are you getting this information from? The people in charge of the Webb telescope have never said we've detected intelligent bases and intelligent species around TRAPPIST. They never said that. And so he just has to keep his mouth shut while she's lying in order to sell his stupid audience this 100% fake story.
It's been so schizophrenic. The sense last year was that the government was finally getting ready through that what now is called Arrow office.
Numbers are looking rough lately, Jimmy Church.
At least open up a lot more about pilot interactions with things that were doing physical speeds, stopping on a dime, 90-degree turns. Humans cannot do that.
Oh,
and
again with the 90-degree turns. And Patty Wilhelm, I explained at the beginning of the broadcast that I had to go. Well, I didn't have to go. My wife threw me out to go to the cabin. Everybody at my house is sick, including her. She took some time off to take care of the children. So I'm here at the cabin. I need all the daylight I can get. So we're pushing the shows back to 7 p.m., which is around the time that it gets dark here. But I need as much daylight time as possible in order to work on that new land over there during the days. Yeah, that's a mannequin of church. Yeah, it might as well. You could have just put a mannequin and just threw in a voiceover every once in a while. Linda. Oh, great, Linda. Great story, Linda. You could talk about phoning it in, right?
Lou Elizondo and others described the observables that included that.
Yeah, and now Lou Elizondo is making fake UFO videos in his backyard that display none of the 5 observables. And he lied to everybody in the New York Times. The New York Post just reported that he had no responsibilities and ATIP wasn't an official program. It didn't exist. So what we get is another disclosure messiah lying for profit. And she's going to quote him.
Going 12,000 miles an hour, stopping in the air.
Yeah, there's stories of things going 12,000 miles an hour, but unfortunately we never get the proof or data that they were actually going at 12,000 miles an hour. Where are the radar tapes? They don't exist.
Humans cannot do that. Or going 12,000 miles an hour and then doing a 90-degree turn. Humans cannot do that.
No, but drones can do that. And this reminds me of Eric Weinstein, who correctly pointed out that all of these UFO people love to say that there were craft that were breaking the laws of physics or defying the laws of physics, or we don't have that kind of technology. But nobody ever proves the claims of, like if something really is doing 12,000 miles an hour and stopping on a dime, yeah, that would be newsworthy, right? But where are the radar tapes? Where is the sensor data? Where is the proof that that actually happened? We don't have proof. What we have is eyewitness testimony and stories that are unverified, uncorroborated, unproven, unevidenced.
And those are multiple observables of the UFO phenomena for since at least World War II.
Mm-hmm.
So we are right now in March of 2023.
Yeah, and now she's going to give her disclosures just around the corner. All these things are happening behind the scenes speech that she has given since the 80s.
Still in a planet that humans are fighting each other in the terrible Ukraine. Technologies are available and hidden that have been provided through our relationship
can't even get a word in.
Non-humans like the tall whites and the Nordics and the grays.
Yeah, they would.
And we thought, I thought, surely this will happen. They will open this up in April of 2023, and we will have a biological signature.
That's exactly what's going on, Charles.
All humans who have had straightforward experiences with other beings can begin to slowly be heard as credible ear witnesses, eyewitnesses, and we will be introduced to allies, and we will finally join this universe in where the brain of a human and a galaxy and a universe are made to resonate with each other.
Yeah, the big announcement, the big disclosure announcement is coming soon. She's been saying this since the 1980s.
Roger Penrose, I know, would agree with that statement. Instead, it feels like something is retracting again. It feels like we are coming up into April with everything should have been a go to at least get out the information that would lead to.
Oh, yeah, the men in black are stopping the announcement of alien disclosure and discovery of human-like civilizations in other planets, exoplanets, and the James Webb Telescope is covering it up, and NASA's covering it up, and every astrophysicist and every scientist on Earth is part of a great grand conspiracy to cover up the truth about those aliens. Again, there's no evidence to support this. This is research by proclamation.
There's 168 civilizations is just at this end of the Milky Way galaxy, is what I understand.
Right.
And if we come up again to another screeching halt, like the man, Smith Jones at Upper Hayford, he and two men are just a few yards underneath a huge triangle. All three know that it was there. They saw the whatever.
Yeah, she has 3 witnesses to this tremendous UFO event that she somehow connects to Rendlesham Forest, but we can't have the names of those people. It's just, trust me, dude, they told me the story, and it's true. And this is ridiculous, and this is childish and stupid. So we're up to, I think, 3, 4, 5 anonymous sources that she has cited for this information that she's sharing on Jimmy Church's show. And Jimmy Church hasn't bothered to point out that everything that she has said, we're an hour and 15 minutes. Everything that she has said, this woman has said, in an hour and 15-minute interview was all attributed to anonymous sources that no one else is allowed to know the name of, vet, fact check their military credentials. Everything that she said in this hour and 15 minutes has been attributed to anonymous sources, right? She mentions the name of somebody. We can try to look him up and talk to him, but I'm not hopeful that we're going to find that he is the person she's discussing. So 5 anonymous sources I think we're up to in an hour and 15 minutes. That's an awful lot of trust me, dude, with your alien stories, Linda. Why don't you release the names so that other researchers can interview them, talk to them, and vet their claims, vet their military background, find out if they really are who they're telling you they are. But we never get that. We get, trust me, dude, this is a true story because my anonymous imaginary friends told me it's true.
You want to call it the electrostatic material that was going on the bottom. They knew that there was not one sound, that this craft just like popped in. Those men, those women who have been in those situations, so many of them, hundreds of them that have communicated with me and continue to communicate, and I have to protect them.
Oh, that's why they're anonymous. She has
Are
to
we
protect
having
their
to
sources.
protect the truth and truth tellers? Why can this not be the spring?
Yeah, of course I do.
When they
I believe
finally
that
start
there's
telling
unidentified
the
flying
truth.
objects.
And that's why none of this is woo-woo, Jim.
Yeah, I absolutely believe in unidentified flying objects because there are objects in the sky that remain unidentified probably every day on Earth. The problem that I have is people jumping to aliens without sufficient evidence or proof that there is actually an alien civilization either visiting or surveilling Earth. All these people make that jump without sufficient evidence. And by the way, I think it would make the world an incredibly cooler place if tomorrow we got confirmation of an alien species or civilization visiting Earth. I would love that. So I'm not opposed to the idea, but what I'm opposed to is grifters who make tens of thousands of dollars making the jump from UFO to alien without providing any, let alone overwhelming evidence. They don't have any evidence that it's alien civilizations. They got a lot of stories from anonymous sources. They got a lot of trust me, dude, you know, and this is the problem that I have. And the fact that people are profiting to the tune of hundreds of thousands of dollars for decades-long careers of regurgitated stories from anonymous sources is absolutely ridiculous. And in my opinion, her making tens of thousands of dollars or more selling provably fake stories and saying that they are true is a form of consumer fraud. She is defrauding the public. And her books are filled with the same kind of nonsensical stories without sufficient evidence or proof, though she does do a good job of trying to fake the evidence and fake the stuff, or great, just repeat stories that people have told you without corroborating witnesses, without, it's very shaky. And I truly believe that her selling 100% provably fake stories, especially in the cases of these fake alien pictures, is a form of fraud. She made tens of thousands of dollars telling people that this picture off a goddamn video game cover was a real alien picture taken on the moon. She made thousands of dollars selling that story. It's provably 100% fake. She made thousands of dollars on the orange gray alien story. It's provably fake. Give the money back. You defrauded the public. You lied to everyone for money. I think that's wrong.
No, none of it is woo woo. It's never been woo woo.
I use woo as a blanket to cover everything. But if we go back to my question, which I'm not going to do, I don't want to care. No. I want to stay right where we are because a few things did happen this week that I found very interesting. One, we have
now we're gonna get Jimmy's analysis of what's really going on, as if a guy who has been pushing and promoting UFO scammers for decades has some secret knowledge or insight into what's really going on, right? What the real truth is, right? Jimmy Church has been hosting scammers scamming people for decades. He works the conferences that all the scammers work, right? But he's going to give us his analysis now.
The paper written by Avi Loeb and Kirkpatrick about, and the thing is, the thing that they stated in there, and I just really am perplexed. It's not the statement about a mothership dropping off probes. That's pretty, and for Avi to write that.
Yeah, and it's a hypothetical anyway.
You have to ask the most important question, which is why? What is Avi basing this on? He's a very smart guy. He doesn't just...
Yeah, he's a very smart guy, but he got Oumuamua 100% wrong. And he made tens of thousands of dollars telling people that a space rock, essentially a comet, was an alien mothership or alien probe of some sort. Turns out that's not really the case, right? But hey, he said some other stuff about aliens we like, so let's pump that in.
Just write stuff to write it.
He has people coming to him like I have people coming to me that are frustrated, and they know we are in a universe that is full and teeming with other consciousness.
Correct.
And that they are trying.
If you could be the scientist that brought forth 100% proof of other intelligent life in the universe, you would be in the history books. You would be rich. You would be famous, right? Why would he withhold that? Why would he not give us the evidence or proof? Unless he doesn't have evidence or proof, he has hypothesis, which hypothesis is fine to have, but hypothesis should be part of an experimental process in which you prove your hypothesis is true with data, with research, with investigatory skills, and you prove your hypothesis is correct. But to just throw out a hypothesis and never prove it has no value.
To find how do we crack it open without causing hysteria in some populations and boredom in other populations, because there are going to be so many people that you and I know who will say, I told you so.
Yeah, I know. Exactly right. Exactly right. So we had that this week. We'll circle back to it. I'm not going to let that go. But number two, just yesterday, James Webb, the team there announced it's not the first biosignatures that they have discovered, but it was the most on a single planet to date. They found 5 biosignatures on one planet. I don't have the name of the number designation.
Yeah, because why would you have actual facts or evidence to support your arguments? I read it somewhere. It must. Yeah, they with the Webb telescope they can detect, like I said, the presence of things like oxygen or carbon dioxide or perhaps liquid water, right? But that's a huge jump from that to there's alien bases on those planets. That's what Linda is saying. So Jimmy's going to bring in some real or verifiable information that he thinks will bolster her fake story somehow.
Of the planet in front of me, but they found water, they found oxygen, they found carbon monoxide.
Right, but a biosignature is something that would tie it directly to biological life. You're talking about ingredients for biological life.
That is correct.
They reported that. I'm talking about reporting biological life.
But isn't it exciting, Linda?
Yes.
By the way,
yeah, it's exciting for alien grifters.
The way that Linda and I are talking right now, this is how we do it over champagne late into the night. This is not some Jimmy and Linda. No, this is how Linda and I just talk. And we're doing that tonight. But Linda,
yeah, this is how we grift together.
Isn't that exciting to have those 5? So the system
maybe that is going to indicate that they're finally going to open this up using the web exactly as it was described to me a couple of years ago.
Right.
And what a great thing if they would do it. Oh my God.
Yeah, so she's been telling stories about the James Webb cover-up since it was launched, essentially, and has yet to prove that they're covering anything up. In fact, when they have new data to share that is verifiable data, they do so. And there's various news stories of that.
Give this whole planet more hope. Right now, doesn't the planet feel like it's being sucked into a timeline with the Ukrainian and the China and Russia, and that everybody is worried we're going to have a nuclear war on this planet, as insane as that
champagne that somebody else paid for.
And there's something about
stupid people
talking with scientists.
These two clowns are selling fake stories, and they're drinking champagne from the money that they make selling fake stories. Great optics.
At the web, they're finding that there are atmospheres around planets, and what if they do and can?
And could you imagine if they were honest with each other? Man, we did a great job pushing these fake stories with all these anonymous sources tonight. Pop that champagne. Let's celebrate.
Report a
We made a lot of money from stupid people tonight.
Biological signature. Could that completely change this feeling that we're being shut in and taken down to a nuclear war just because of testosterone people who want to fight with nukes?
Right. It's
as if all the wars on planet Earth would just stop if we found out about intelligent life on other planets, because we would realize we're all part of the human race, and we can all sit in a circle and sing Kumbaya together. No, I don't think that the announcement would it change people's attitudes? I think so, but I don't think an announcement of intelligent species of aliens on other planets somewhere in the universe would stop wars on our planet, right? If anything, we'd probably go invade them, right? We are a warlike species.
It's not going to happen. I believe that our ET brothers and sisters would step in. Number one, they need us to evolve, and we can't evolve if we blast ourselves back in the Stone Age. So I just don't believe. And the other thing is, I just think that cooler heads are going to prevail.
Well, may I ask you a question that bothers me?
Sure.
Why do you think
over
the last 45,000 years,
thanks for being a member,
when Neanderthal crossfaded to Cro-Magnon Homo sapien sapien?
Oh, she said it.
And
Homo
now
sapien
we have
sapien.
Homo sapien sapien that is evolving. And now we are at 2023, and we are the current crop of Cro-Magnon Homo sapien sapien.
Oh,
Why during that whole period of
Homo
the last
sapien sapien.
45,000 years? Why were humans kept
trying to find my phone
separated from the truth of a conscious, vast universe filled with other life forms?
I don't agree with that.
Yeah, what was to be gained by power brokers
Yes.
that were ETs like the Anunnaki on this planet?
Right.
And again, she's pushing that Anunnaki created humans by manipulating our DNA. And again, this is unproven hypothesis, unproven theory of one Zechariah Sitchin, who was really sorely educated in ancient languages and mistranslated many of the Sumerian tablets that he claims prove that aliens came here and created humans.
Mixing and matching DNA, creating a whole bunch of different species. And when they made Cro-Magnon Homo sapiens sapien, somebody decided they are not to know anything about other life forms. They will look at us as angels. They will look at us as something that is not earthly.
Yeah, these big statements, and again, no evidence or proof of that, just stories from a guy who made a living selling stories of ancient aliens.
And once that began, we are now the inheritors of a...
Doesn't anybody else think that, you know, we have geneticists, we have scientists on planet Earth who know an awful lot about DNA? Does anybody else think that maybe if there were signatures of DNA manipulation in our past that we'd be able to detect that? I do, and we don't. So why is that? Is it because these stories of the Anunnaki creating human beings are just that? Stories, myths, creation myth, just like the Garden of Eden?
A very strange editing all of the history of humanity. Why were we never told then? And why is it so difficult now to just tell what seems like an obvious truth?
Yeah,
that the universe is full of life.
It's a great question, but I don't agree with you. And so I'll answer the question and let me explain. All right. I believe that until very recently, in the last couple of thousand years, and probably the last 100 years, but up until that point, I think that we got along. I don't think that there were any barriers between us and ET. And the reason is this. If you go back to 5,000 years ago, Linda, 3,000 years ago, and you have your little village.
I'm getting dumber just listening to this clown.
Village, and somebody comes over from another village that you've never seen before, and they make the 50-mile trek. You have met somebody new, a new culture, and that's what. And when something came out of the sky, it wasn't from space. It wasn't ET. It was just somebody new to meet. And I don't think that there were barriers there. I don't think that there was any angst. It was just something new, and everybody was discovering stuff. It was only until very recently where
I'm definitely getting dumber listening to this clown.
This blockade of knowledge has started. And I would probably be very confident in saying that it started in 1947. And
because of Roswell, sure.
Long before that, Hitler was talking about Aldebaran extraterrestrials helping him in the 30s.
Oh, yeah, that's right. And where did she get that information from? She got that information from the Nazi girl. The Nazi girl who was a reincarnated SS Nazi general told her that Hitler was talking about Aldebaran, aliens from the Aldebaran system. And what is that girl's proof of those statements? Well, I was a reincarnated SS general. Right? I was a Nazi SS general and I knew Hitler in a previous life. And he told me these things, and Linda's just repeating these things as if they are proven, verifiable facts, and they are not.
30s.
Yeah, but he wasn't covering it up. He wasn't.
Oh, I think they were.
Well, possibly, but what I'm just talking about the timeline.
The new Carol
Okay, so
Baskin.
I'm just saying just until very recently.
Yeah, the new Carol
this is something.
Baskin.
I think that before that. No, I don't think that there was a big deal when the Nuremberg woodcuts were.
This is a strange form of entertainment for me. I just watch videos and yell at the computer most of the time, and so now I'm able to do it and entertain people with this. It's interesting. Anthony Peterson with a kind and generous $5 super chat saying, like the 7 p.m. start time, maybe consider the 7 p.m. start time on part of the future rotation of shows. I still want to believe, and we thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and support. Anthony Peterson, longtime show supporter. We thank you very much for your kindness, generosity, and support, and helping us to praise the cash. Thank you for your kindness, Anthony Peterson. We'll consider it. We'll see how it goes this week. Unfortunately, because it's not our usual time, we're missing like 100 people, but that's to be expected. Maybe if we do it on a regular scheduled basis, we'll get the numbers back.
Done, right? Was there a big freak out on that? No. I just think
I don't know that anybody knows exactly what happened
I
to
agree with
produce
you,
that
Gunslinger.
woodcut.
His
But
work.
let me ask you, do you think that what we have gotten in carved stone with the language of the Anunnaki and the Sumerians,
yeah, we'll put
the
them back.
description carved in stone is that Enki and Enlil and Anu, they were
just used
and positioned themselves.
Yeah, for those just joining us, you're watching Truth Seekers, and we're going through this cavalcade of bullshit on the Jimmy Church Show. Linda Moulton Howe just cited as a source for her information a reincarnated Nazi Hitler chick. That girl Marina Sarin, who also has an OnlyFans where she will dildo herself for you for $40 while calling your name. That is the source that she is citing here, who told her that Hitler was talking to aliens from the Aldebaran system. That's the quality of her information. Her source is a girl who claims to be an alien hybrid, who claims to have had alien babies, who claims to have been a reincarnated Nazi SS general and also a reincarnated Vril Society girl psychic. That's the source of her information. The same girl who will dildo herself for you for $40. That is the quality of Linda Moulton Howe's sources. Nazi girls who have OnlyFans where they'll dildo themselves for $40 for you. Right? Great quality of information and sourcing. Great.
As controlling gods.
That's right. Yeah.
And no humans. They argued about the poor chattel humans, and remember, it was the humans were not useful. Enlil wanted to destroy humans, and Enki ends up arguing. And
this is all just Epic of Gilgamesh and Zechariah Sitchin. These are myths.
That is
just like the myths in the Bible of the Garden of Eden and things like that.
The so-called famous war that might have produced the trinitite glass in the Sahara and parts of India that might relate to something that was releasing like an atomic bomb back in the time of the Anunnaki.
Now that is interesting. There are some strange sites around the world with essentially rock that was turned into glass from extremely high temperatures, and no geologist or scientist is really quite sure how that happened. It could have happened from a nuclear blast, but there could be other explanations for that. But the ancient aliens theorists point to that mystery and claim that it is because in our ancient past we had nuclear weapons. They don't prove it. Again, another unproven hypothesis.
The very fact that there would be such a war between Enki and Enlil about humans,
look
then
at that.
It seems to me they were basically saying we don't want the humans to know us at what we are, our level. We just want the humans to do the work for us that we need them to do.
Yeah, but I don't think it was a cover-up.
Yeah, and you also have to remember that Zechariah Sitchin essentially said that these alien races came here to mine gold, as if an advanced alien species would not have spiritually evolved enough to not create or use slave labor, right? Wouldn't they have technology, robots, something to do the work for them, machinery, some sort of advanced technology to do mining for them? No, let's genetically alter these monkeys to be a slave race for us. And then we will have them mine gold, which we are then going to use to repair our damaged atmosphere of our home planet. It's really, really a stretch, if you ask me. Yeah, hi, and we want to thank Paul Tucker for kindly becoming a new member. I don't know if you know this, but if you become a new member during the live broadcast, we shout you out. So there you go, Paul Tucker. You get some extra goodies for being a member. You get some extra videos in the members only section there, and you get a member badge. So everybody knows that you're a member and supporter of the show. Thank you, Paul Tucker, for becoming a new member and helping us to praise the cash. And speaking of praising the cash, we have a very generous $25 from Keith Gardeck. And you guys are going to have to bear with me for a moment. Oh, no, that doesn't work. Okay, yeah, it does. I have to make it bigger, so I apologize. I'm having trouble. We're on a laptop, and I'm having trouble without my usual big screen reading. Some of you know I'm visually impaired, so I apologize. Yes, and Keith Gardeck says they are both so full of crap that if you gave them an enema, they would both live comfortably in a matchbox. P.S. Your laugh is dangerously close to Ace Frehley. Oh, that's interesting. When I was a little kid, I wanted to be in Kiss real bad. I used to put on the makeup and stuff with a friend of mine from school, right? I was always Paul Stanley. I always wanted to be Gene Simmons, but his mom did the makeup and he wanted to be Gene Simmons. So, but interesting. And thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. And we've also got My Flock is Everywhere with a kind and generous 99-cent super sticker. Thank you, longtime show supporter and channel member. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show. It is much, much appreciated. We'll see if I can't catch up with the rest of the live chat. Comments or questions for me, please put them in all capital letters. We are, if you're just joining us, we are broadcasting live from the Apocalypse Cabin this week, and we'll probably be doing shows earlier at 7 p.m. so that I can maximize my daylight time outside. The new land where the studio is being built, I will be setting up camp there. We're setting up a tent and maybe an outhouse and a fire ring. We're getting it ready to be able to go over there and work comfortably. I'm still a little concerned about the bears. Today I was there, didn't see any bears, but I did see some red foxes on the trails that I was walking. That's interesting. So if you're just joining us, we are going over the Deceptive Duo, where we have highlighted that Linda Moulton Howe has now used some 5 anonymous sources. And she also used the Nazi girl, Marina Sarin, as a source of information. You know, the same girl that will dildo herself for you for $40 on OnlyFans and talks about the good Nazis and the world being controlled by the Jews. The Jew tube is keeping her down. And yeah, great quality sources.
And they certainly created us. And if you read in one of Sitchin's books, where he translates one of the Sumerian tablets, it says right there, we are going to modify the DNA so we could have Linda Moulton Howe in the year 2023. It's right there. It's on a Sumerian stone.
Yeah, really funny. He's basically, Linda Moulton Howe is repeating mistranslated tablets from Zechariah Sitchin.
Cuneiform writing.
And Jimmy Church is too dumb to know that those translations from Zechariah Sitchin are garbage, right? You'd think he would bring that up, like, well, excuse me, Linda, but Zechariah Sitchin was neither qualified nor educated in ancient Sumerian. He wasn't qualified to translate those tablets, so he translated them extremely wrong. And real scholars have proved that his translations are garbage.
But see, here's the thing.
I still want to meet the ETs that are interacting with this planet.
But Linda, I don't think I think history is going to look back and show that you and I and others were right. Yes. In that the age of us which, let's say, the modern version of us is 200,000 years old, right? That's what anthropologists are going to suggest today, that we just appeared 200,000 years ago. But
no. In terms of Neanderthal, which was before Cro-Magnon, Homo sapiens sapien.
Homo sapiens sapien.
That you can look this up. The crossfade in Neanderthal to Cro-Magnon, Homo sapiens sapien was approximately 45,000 years ago.
Yes,
that humanoid form.
That's correct. But that
goes back longer.
Yeah. Nothing. Yeah. These are the people that you should be getting your anthropology information from. Two clowns that have been selling fake stories about aliens for decades.
That's correct, but that's not.
If I want anthropology information, I go to a real anthropology a professor of anthropology, not these two clowns.
My point. So let me get to my point. Then you respond, which is this, Linda, that this number, this 200,000 year number that is thrown around, I think, a little bit too freely. And then you turn around and you read the work of Sitchin and what is on those Sumerian tablets.
And he did not show you what is on those Sumerian tablets. He showed you garbage stories that fit his narrative. You dummy. You don't go to an ancient aliens theorist for history of human history, right? For information on human history. You go to a real expert, right? Somebody in academia, not a wackadoo.
The timelines match. And I don't think that that is a coincidence. I don't. And I don't have a better...
The Sitchin stories are true because I wish them to be. It's a garbage argument.
Explanation where science wants to say that it was all luck.
By the way, Sitchin also said that the pyramids were weapons. They were interdimensional scalar weapons. What is his evidence of that? There is none. And there have been other people who have taken some of his theories and ran with them and made money off of the back of his unproven, unverified hypotheses based on terrible translations of Sumerian tablets that he was neither qualified nor educated enough to actually translate correctly. And real ancient history scholars have proven that Sitchin's translations were garbage. But that hasn't stopped alien hucksters like Jimmy Church and Linda Moulton Howe from continually repeating his stories as if they were verifiable scientific fact. They are not.
And lightning struck a crystal in a creek and DNA just formed. No, that's not.
It's not true at all.
Exactly. And so I remember hearing Richard Dawkins, I guess I just dropped his name, say those words. And I'm thinking to myself, how can you try to pretend to be an intellectual, a scientist, somebody that's a forward thinker, and say something as stupid as that it was just luck?
Every scientist on Earth is wrong about the origin of human life, about the origin of DNA, about evolution, right? Every scientist on Earth is wrong. And Jimmy Church, the guy who has been hosting UFO scammers for decades, he knows the truth, right? All those scientists are all hiding the true nature of the origin of DNA. But Jimmy Church knows what's true because he's listening to Zecharia Sitchin, right? Who was proven wrong on just about everything that he put forth.
Odds of, does he even understand how many digits we're talking about of luck, of odds of something like that happening just by chance? No, there's something else intervened. I don't know what intervened, but something did. And it's that simple. And so,
yes, something did intervene. It's called evolution.
When we go back to those, I think that's part of what the cover-up may be. That if it is disclosed, if ET comes down, Linda, and the ship lands and they march down and they go, okay, where's Linda Moulton Howe? We need to talk to her. And so
because intelligent species of aliens from other star systems, the first person they'd want to talk to is a wackadoo like Linda. Sure.
You know, you step up and they go, okay, so this is actually what happened. This, and the government's going to have to answer for that, because they probably know all of this.
Oh, of course they do. And this is, you're going right to the whole reason cover-ups for so long.
Thanks, Arden.
And why all of these poor guys like Smith Jones, you keep your mouth shut. You never, if you do, we will take your bank account.
True,
you
Simon
will never
Fowler.
have it. All these threats to all these people. It's because the government of the United States was not in control of anything that the UFO ETs were doing. They caught on that there were abductions. They knew that there were animal mutilations. They knew that there were all kinds of interactions going on with the...
Wow, you know what, Archaic Revival, you have to get me in touch with that person. I would love to interview somebody about Sitchin's work that is an actual or real expert.
Earth that they couldn't control, they couldn't stop, that they would have to introduce the ETs if they chose at the time when they realized that animal mutilations and human abductions and a whole lot of other things were the work of the ETs. They didn't want to tell humans that. And here's where you get to where things are right now today.
Yes.
What is wrong with telling the whole truth as an evolution? And no,
I swear I get dumber just listening to this woman.
And yes, we knew X, Y, and Z 100 years ago, but we couldn't understand how it related to A, B, C. And today they could open up so many facets that might even relate to new energy sources and all kinds.
I haven't thought about that movie in a long, long time. But you know, when I was a kid, I used to play Gorf, the arcade game Gorf, and I would think to myself, if I get really good at this, maybe aliens will come and recruit me to be a starfighter pilot, like The Last Starfighter. That was a great movie. Essentially, some guy got so good at video games on Earth that aliens came and recruited him to help them fight an intergalactic battle with other aliens. Great movie.
Kinds of things that they keep hiding, because if they bring them out, then they would have to introduce the ETs, and they've been trying to have their cake and eat it too. They want all the advanced technology. They want the advanced weapons. They want the propulsion system. We're going on craft that can go out 50 light years, and that we've had a secret space force that's been doing that. And if they tell everybody the whole truth,
yes, please do.
Some people think it's too much of a shock to the human system. I argue truth in and of itself is healing.
Yeah. We're definitely at that point now. I think that
the problem is that her truth is basically a delusion. It's not truth if you cannot prove it's true. Linda and many, many other people I have witnessed in the so-called UFO community are essentially living in a fantasy land where the government has aliens and they're covering it up, and we have crashed, retrieved flying saucers and alien technology, and aliens created the human race by genetically manipulating early Homo sapiens sapien, right? It's all a delusion. It's not, the truth is healing. You mean the delusion that you live in is healing? Because these people are truly delusional. The amount of mental gymnastics you have to do, you have to ignore that Sitchin was a crackpot that wasn't able to actually translate anything. You have to ignore so much and do all these mental gymnastics in order to believe what you want to believe. It's just not supported by facts, not supported by science, not supported by evidence. But hey, it's a fun delusion. It's a fun fantasy land to live in.
Most of us, as our ability to understand continues to grow, right? Yeah. That I think most of the planet knows that there is, I'm going to use a bad word, there's a shit ton of life out there, right? And it's all over the place, Linda. And here's
the just say the universe is teeming with consciousness.
It is. It absolutely is. And then this is the third story I wanted to bring up to you. Talk about exciting times. As you are aware, 2 days ago, it was the Japanese return of an asteroid's I'm going to say scoops produced amino acids, and not only that, niacin, vitamin B3, and we are talking about
and this is another stupid argument. Like, the building blocks of life on Earth are from the universe, so it is absolutely within the realm of possibility that those building blocks of life would be found on other planetary bodies, comets, other planets, exoplanets, other planets in our solar system. We're going to find similar ingredients to what makes up life on Earth on other planets. The difference is Earth has complex, intelligent life. And so far, we've found building blocks, but we haven't found life.
The ingredients that are needed for RNA. RNA being the redheaded stepchild of DNA. We don't talk about RNA enough. RNA is just as complex and as crazy as important
You're right, Simon.
as DNA.
He's
in
like
that
the crazy
RNA
Aunt
gives
Ethel, right?
DNA its instructions, right? And so without RNA, there's no us. But
That's
what
interesting.
this
I would
has
watch that.
revealed, and we're going to do it again in September when Bennu Hayabusa 2 from the asteroid Bennu, that'll be in September. And we've already known and have found complex sugars, simple sugars on meteorites before. But now it's turning out that if we go out to an asteroid, we're going to find the building blocks of life on these asteroids that are impacting planets throughout the universe. And I would argue, Linda, this is some of the biggest news in the history of mankind.
We have been finding, when we went to the moon, we found similar elements in the rocks and the sand of the moon that are on Earth. But it's a big jump from that to life.
But number two, I think that it represents that DNA is as universal in the universe as consciousness, that these simple things are deposited everywhere.
The thought occurs to me, how sad is it if you get your science news from Jimmy Church, right? Well, I ran out of scammers to interview, so tonight I'm going to be telling you about recent science news, right? Sad.
And that DNA would be the same in Zeta Reticuli as it is here in our Milky Way and certainly in our solar system. And I think it's a very, very big deal and a big announcement.
Well, and it's like a facet of where we started about the Webb being used to aim at a planet in TRAPPIST.
She probably does.
And talk about the atmosphere of that planet, a watery planet. And then breaking news, biological signature. What is going to be the definition of those words, biological signature? And so one story and what you're talking about.
Yeah, this is the whole argument that they're trying to make is they have a pre-existent belief that aliens are out there, aliens are visiting Earth. So let's cherry pick anything in the science news that might support that we're telling everybody the truth. It's ridiculous. And it's like apples and oranges, It's a huge jump from we've detected carbon monoxide or oxygen or liquid water on an exoplanet to aliens are visiting us here on Earth.
They're kind of facets of where we could be leading now, that piece by piece, discovery after discovery, with the Webb and what we are doing with exploring in asteroids. That could be what will be used for that big headline, "We're not alone," which is what I hope. And it's the question on the
You're a hater if you
timeline
burst
right
the
now.
delusion bubble. You're absolutely right.
Do the power brokers
100%
feel that
right.
this would be a good time in April of 2023, in a sense, to kind of deflect the world and the energy and the attention that seems to be building up into the China?
I agree,
and
Patty. She
Russia
does do that. She
and
just
the
reads
United
off of science
States,
websites, right?
again, almost on a
Like,
war
I'm a science
footing.
reporter because I'm
Would this
repeating
announcement tend to start reducing that, because news would then start going more and more into, well, what are UFOs? Are
What
there
would be the first thing aliens said to Linda? Probably, you've been lying about us. You've been telling tall tales and lies. You got the whole story wrong. And maybe they'd give her the real story. Who knows, right?
extraterrestrials here? Are there extraterrestrials in a base inside of the Ganymede moon in Jupiter, which there is?
She just said that there's an alien base inside the moon of Jupiter, Ganymede. No evidence, right? She just said, which there is. No evidence, no corroboration, no pictures, no video. Just trust me, dude. There's alien bases inside the moons of Jupiter.
It's like maybe this could release some of that horrible, intensifying energy that is building toward war.
Yes.
And that this alone this year, if we can get this news out into world headlines, could maybe give people everywhere a kind of new spring.
It kind of reminds me, and I agree with you. And I'm going to get to my number 4 here in just a second. It reminds me of Ronald Reagan's speech at the UN.
Oh my God!
Right?
How many times are we going to hear about that speech? Ronald Reagan made a famous speech in front of the UN, and alien hucksters have been using that speech since he made it to kind of imply that Reagan was in on the alien secret and knew that there was intelligent alien species visiting us, and they ascribe all kinds of things to that speech. And really, I believe that what he was talking about is just human cooperation and healing wounds of the past and wars of the past and working together. He was not confirming anything, but the alien hucksters love that speech. You'll hear it in scammers' intros to their shows and things, right?
I'm not talking about an alien invasion, of course, but I am certainly referring to something off planet that would force us into forgetting about our differences and our grievances and bring us together as earthlings and realize that, you know what, we are here together and we are representing. Do we really want, I mean, honestly, for ET to show up here and see us literally firing bows and arrows at each other?
Oh my God, I am getting dumber and dumber just listening to these two clowns.
I mean,
or nukes destroying this gorgeous, wonderful laboratory planet.
I'm embarrassed with that. You know how it is when you have people come over to your house. Well,
yeah,
maybe
the Reagan
not you,
speech has been twisted for years.
People come over and they surprise visit, and you've got dirty dishes in the sink.
I agree, Val.
Right? And how embarrassed you. Well, that's what I'm kind of embarrassed for our planet right now. That I know that we're much better than this. I just know that. I know that deep down.
Yeah, a guy who has been pushing alien and UFO and secret space scammers for decades is going to lecture us on the pitfalls of humans, like humans being flawed, right? As if he's not flawed, making a living deceiving people with other deceptive scammers for decades, right?
We're all pretty much good people. There's a lot of there are bad apples everywhere.
I think that by and large people are good people, but some people are scummy, and I'm allowed to think that selling fake stories to, in many cases, vulnerable or mentally ill people is scummy. I'm allowed to think that, Jimmy Church. And what you have done, what you have dedicated your life to, is a scummy endeavor.
But by and large, as human beings, we're pretty damn cool, Linda.
Yeah, isn't it great too? What does he do when he looks in the mirror at night? Like, I did great today selling stupid people fake stories about aliens with my scam friends, right?
We really are. And I'm just embarrassed. I'm embarrassed for us that we've got some yahoos on this planet that really want to make us look, you know, like doofuses, and we're not. I just don't think we're that way.
Well,
yeah, he's a
Reagan,
science expert.
You have to also add this because this is
Oh,
the
Reagan had his
context in
own
which he
UFO
spoke at the UN.
This is not the context in which he spoke, but she's going to say he saw a UFO once, so he was talking about aliens when he did that speech.
He had been given a briefing by his new CIA director, Casey.
And she's talking about a fake document. Well, unverified document. Nobody can verify that that document is true or real or accurate, in which a government official briefed President Ronald Reagan on different alien species. This is an unproven, unverified account and document that was refuted, at least by an archivist that I talked to at the Ronald Reagan Library, right? But hey, don't let the fact that a document is likely fake that was just leaked on the internet get in the way of a good fake story you could sell.
At Camp David in March, after he had been elected, about UFOs and ETs. And I've done a whole...
By the way, I think that fake document was leaked by Richard Doty, because many of the descriptions of the alien species that were in that document, Richard Doty had previously said very similar or the very same things. And we do know that Richard Doty has released fake alien documents in the past in the form of the Serpo documents and more. So essentially, Linda Moulton Howe might be just repeating fake stories that were floated on the internet from a paid government disinformation agent.
Presentation about it, and have talked with people. I've talked with one man who he knew a colleague who was there at this meeting and said,
"Oh, a sixth anonymous source. That's the prover maneuver. When you really need to prove a fake story is true, just invent an anonymous source or imaginary friend that you can say told you verified the story is true. And that will somehow help sell the story if anybody's on the fence, right? Like, well, if you don't believe this story is true, I have a source, another anonymous source who told me he was there during this Ronald Reagan briefing. Great. What's his name so we can interview him? What's his name so we can fact check and vet that he was at Camp David on the date and time that you claim this briefing of Ronald Reagan took place? Well, I can't tell you. I have to protect my sources. Yeah. Isn't that convenient? I think we're up to 6 anonymous sources she has cited so far, and we're an hour and 38 minutes in.
That you're reporting the truth. The context.
Yeah. So an anonymous source contacted her and told her that story you're reporting on is true. Again, can we get his name, phone number? Can we vet him? Of course not, because it's another imaginary friend of Linda Moulton Howe and the Trust Me Dude school of research, right? Research by proclamation and imaginary friends.
Giving Reagan information about the 5 different types of ETs included that trontoloid, the 5th in the bottom of the list, TR.
Yeah, and the trontoloids are a species of alien more or less invented by Richard Doty. To the best of my knowledge and research into the troglodytes, the first person to talk about them, publish anything on them, or anything was Richard Doty. And that species of alien that Richard Doty more or less invented was in this document she's citing. So is she citing Richard Doty here? I believe she is.
Trantaloid, trontoloid, defined for Reagan as a tremendous threat, an insect at Epsilon Eridani, only 10.5 light years from Earth, very close. And that these insects, they had learned from other ETs that they were dealing with, the archaloids and the quadloids and others that would include the Nordics and the tall whites.
Oh, and the tall whites came from Charles Hall, who lied about his education, who lied about being in the Air Force to sell the story of the tall white aliens in some 5 for-profit books. And if you were to fact check Charles Hall, you would find out that he was never in the Air Force like all of his books claimed. His whole story starts with, when I was in the Air Force. He was never in the Air Force. So essentially, Linda Moulton Howe right here is quoting a paid government disinformation agent in the form of Richard Doty and Charles Hall, a stolen valor fraud who was never in the Air Force but claimed he did and met tall white aliens while he was in the Air Force. But he was never in the Air Force. And so these are the things that Jimmy Church has to ignore in order to help Linda sell these 100% fake stories, right? And what is her source of information about this Reagan briefing? An anonymous document posted to the internet that real or verifiable sources dispute is a real document or that meeting ever took place.
That these insects,
and in fact, we could go to the Ronald Reagan Research Library, the Ronald Reagan Library. You know what? We're going to do that. We're going to get that document, and we're going to once again contact the archivist at the Ronald Reagan Library. We're going to get Ronald Reagan's itinerary and see if the dates even matched up, because the people who support that fake document are claiming that he was at Camp David right after being elected, and that's when he was briefed. Well, every minute of the president's schedule is kept in records at their presidential libraries. That story falls apart like a house of cards, like all of Linda's fake stories. Her so-called evidence is so weak, it cannot withstand the least bit of scrutiny.
Are a threat, that the insects are a threat everywhere,
and
that
those
they
evil
wanted
insect
Reagan to know about this ET threat. And then
evil insects.
It appears that since that briefing with Reagan, somebody made a decision that everything having to do with UFOs and ETs and other threats and all of it had to go underground and not be discussed. But he gave that speech at the UN, and he was referring to it. If we had a threat from outer space.
Yeah, so you connect a completely fake document about Reagan being briefed with aliens to something he really said. Again, the prover maneuver.
To this planet, wouldn't it bring us all together? We're not talking about just the insects.
Yeah, in order to make this story work, then, she has to use a known paid government disinformation agent's information. She has to use a stolen valor fraud who was never in the Air Force information. And she has to just, trust me, dude, that document is real and that meeting really took place, even though people familiar with Reagan's career dispute that. And an anonymous source also told her that he was at that meeting. That's an awful thin layer of so-called evidence. But this is what these people do. Connect the dots that aren't really there, you know, and this is how easy it is to fool people who really want to believe this. You just put in, and you know, the fact that the evidence that she's citing here is such garbage should prove to you that the whole thing that she's saying is likely fake, right?
We're talking about a universe that is teeming with life, that there might be 168 different solar system civilizations at just this end of the Milky Way galaxy.
Mm-hmm.
And if only one of them, if the insects are the ones that everybody else is worried about, I've been told by 2 people who have
check it out. Thank you,
worked
Anthony Peterson.
in the Pentagon.
Oh, 2 more.
They have said
2 more anonymous
as
sources.
long as the tall whites and at least one of the types of Nordics, they are so advanced, as long as they have taken a vested interest in helping us, the insect.
2 more anonymous sources. We're up to 8 anonymous sources she has used during 1 2-hour interview. And I would just submit to anyone within the sound of my voice that if you can't speak intelligently and argue your arguments without using 8 anonymous sources in 2 hours, then your sources are probably shit. And your stories are probably shit. You need 8 anonymous sources to back up your claims? 8 anonymous sources in 1 hour, 40 minutes. You used 8 anonymous sources.
X are not going to defeat them, that we already have a protection. Why can't that be announced to the planet as one complex introduction, just as Reagan said in the UN, that we have allies? We had allies before we ever were.
So we're up to 8 anonymous sources. We've used 8. She's used 8 anonymous sources. She's used a paid government disinformation agent twice, and she's used a Staller fraud.
That's right. And the speech at the UN, that wasn't the only time Ronald Reagan gave that speech. He gave
right.
it
3 times.
No, eight.
Oh, I didn't know that. I knew of 3.
8. Oh, I just taught Linda Moulton Howe something.
Yeah.
I don't know that he gave that speech 8 times. I'm aware of the UN, but I'm not aware that he gave that 8 times. I'll have to fact check that.
But before I let you go, what a great celebration tonight. Commercial free. Just
you weren't selling coffee every 5 minutes, and he wants to be like praised for that, right? I think that he was forced to change his show formats because he literally had more airtime of commercials than he did of a show, at least in my opinion. I could be wrong on the actual numbers, but it was a ridiculous amount of buy my shit every 5 minutes, right?
Conversation between friends. Amazing conversation, Linda. And I can't, champagne's on me next week.
Okay.
And
let's hope, you guys, for all of us, for the whole planet, for all 8 billion souls,
oh my God,
that there is a decision. I hope it's April 23rd, that the government is going for.
Oh, everybody remember that date. We're supposed to get confirmation of advanced alien civilizations from the James Webb Telescope on April 23rd. And come to this conference I'm at.
They're just going to announce Webb is showing a biological signature on the 4th planet of the
It depends, too, on how you define biological signature. Is detecting the presence of oxygen a biological signature? I guess. Is detecting the presence of liquid water a biological signature? Yes, but that's not what she means here. She means aliens.
One system, 7 Earth-like planets, and that's the open. That's the beginning.
I got to tell everybody, I asked Linda out on a date earlier today. She turned me down. straight up turned me down. She said, "No, Jimmy, not gonna do it."
I've got to. My time, I have to focus on all the people who.
Boy, imagine how desperate for female companionship you have to be to want to go on a date with this old broad.
Want to tell me their firsthand stories.
Don't throw me under the bus, but she turned me down. But Linda, okay, so we've been talking about biosignatures. Now let's talk about technical signatures. And
again,
James
Church
Webb
is a
is set up
science
for
expert,
this
right?
too as well. Now, looking through an exoplanet's atmosphere and observing and how this is done with.
Oh man, 1 second. I have to put it in a new window because somehow it got disconnected from my browser to a separate browser window. 1 second, please. We'll. Oh no. I lost my place now. 1 second, friends. Let me just get this queued back up. Okay, we're at 1 minute 45. Let me get that queued and we'll share screen again. If you're just joining us, we are doing a rare early show today. We want to thank all of you for being here. We want to thank our kind and generous benefactors. We want to thank Spooky for the graphics. We want to thank Mr. Ian for being the voice of the golden voice of truth seekers, and we want to thank you for being here and joining us. We got great attendance tonight, even though we are not at our usual time. But thank you all for finding us anyway. I'm glad to see it.
Publicly tonight. They have all told me the same thing, that the James Webb...
Now we got Jimmy Church using anonymous sources, right? A few people have told him the same thing. So Linda was up to 8 anonymous sources. Now we've got Jimmy Church chiming in with 2 anonymous sources. We're up to 10 anonymous sources. Trust me, dude. Somebody told me this.
Group is international. This is not a United States thing.
No,
And
that's right.
If they find a text signature, if
Gonna
they
get caught up in the
find
live chat as
something
well,
as biological that would tip the scales,
No,
that
I don't think so.
the United States won't be able to cover it up, and that
And if there
they
was,
will
I wouldn't
go
be
public
online.
with this. Do you
Let's
believe
hope.
do you believe that to be true?
I don't know. I think that the political fractures on the planet.
Yeah, so he's claiming that anonymous sources told him that they found technological signatures on different exoplanets. No evidence of that. No stories about that in the real news. Just trust me, dude. Somebody told me, right? And by the way, Mike, we have had a lot of stuff in the cabin. Sometimes the kids leave the door open. One time, a raccoon just came in while we were eating dinner. Just walked right in, and we were sitting at the table eating dinner, and a raccoon just came in like he smelled dinner. But we've never had a bear in here. Not yet. Never had a bear inside the cabin. We've had raccoons, squirrels, mice, of course, chipmunks. We had somebody's stray cat wander in here once, or maybe a neighbor's cat, but no bears.
Right now are so serious in so many directions. I hope that the scientists would prevail for honest reporting. And one thing to keep in mind also.
Yeah, this woman's talking
we
about
have
honest
lights
reporting
in cities
right?
on the surface of the earth.
Ooh.
But I know that the tall whites inhabit
talking
a
about
base
honest
that has been
reporting.
described to me as amazing inside of Ganymede.
Oh, yeah, there's a base inside a moon of Jupiter. What's her evidence for this? Trust me, dude, another anonymous source.
And there have been other sources who have talked about how so many
There you go.
ETs, they will
Other
have
sources.
huge bases that are inside. They have learned how to have a compatible relationship with a variety of
Oh my
planets and
gosh.
moons by
Yes, and isn't it convenient that those bases are inside moons so nobody with a telescope can see them, right? Kind of like her imaginary friends and anonymous sources. Nobody can see them either.
being based inside, which then helps with anything that would be incoming, whatever the relationship with the sun.
Right.
And so it may be that at TRAPPIST, maybe one piece of one planet, that maybe there would be lights, but if there aren't, that doesn't mean that the planet or planets could have advanced intelligences inside of them. And it isn't just TRAPPIST, it's all the solar systems that the advanced
There's
ETs,
aliens everywhere.
as
aliens
one man
everywhere.
told me a long time ago, he said, the way I can explain it to you, Linda, the way I understand, when they approach any planet for the first time, that they have huge, gigantic computer
Are we up to 11 anonymous sources now? Now she's got another anonymous source telling her this shit.
technology systems that are analyzing the new, whether it's a moon or a planet that they are approaching, and that they will be able, in this one investigatory pass, they will know where there are huge caverns inside or not. They will know everything about the inside to the outside of the planet. Or
How
the
is that
moon,
even possible?
Because that's how they look strategically.
The James Webb telescope cannot see inside planets, you dummy. The James Webb, I'm going to say it one more time. The James Webb telescope cannot see inside planets. So where is she getting this? It's just 100% factually inaccurate information.
At solar systems. And that's really important when it comes to what are they going to announce. If it is a biological signature and they are looking only at the atmosphere of the planet, that's one level. There's going to be many other levels. And if we would get honesty,
Superman X-ray vision,
real
they can
honesty
see inside.
from the scientists on
They're going to see
whatever their
inside the
first
planets
disclosure
with magic.
is, it seems
And
to me
see the aliens.
that would
Like, this is the level of just fit whatever you have to make your stories. Oh, there's alien bases inside planets, and the James Webb Telescope is going to see them. How? Magic. Superman's X-ray vision. That's included in the telescope.
set a healthy landscape on which to build more and more honest science. That is my own
honest science. This sounds like honest bullshit.
Personal hope. If we start getting headlines after headlines after headlines about biological signatures, then it kind of, doesn't it set up like a whole new plane of discussion? And that ETs then come into that as part of the evolution of what we are discovering with the Webb telescope. And to me, that has a different feeling than cold announcement, we're not alone in the universe.
Well, it would give us a reason to.
Again, I just don't understand how you're connecting the discovery of biological signatures or markers on exoplanets of things like oxygen, liquid water, carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, to jump to that means there's aliens there. It doesn't, right? But if you live in a delusion bubble like these people, you can make that jump.
To be, right? It would give us hope. Yeah. It would give us a reason to look to the future. Right now, with the divisiveness and the fighting and the things that we see going on this planet, aside from actual wars, that is just because we're a little bit bored, and we've been a little frozen in this period of time.
We've been on a planet in which the majority of humans are under the thumbs psychologically.
I'm just getting dumber and dumber listening to these people. It is ridiculous. I don't know. We don't have much further. We're going to make it through. We got 10 more minutes.
Politically, militarily, of a tiny, tiny, tiny group of humans that are the power brokers.
That's right. That's right.
It is not a fair planet at this point.
No, and obviously, the entire frigging planet, every single country, completely locked down.
Now he's a geopolitical expert as well, and a health expert.
Locked in your homes, going stir crazy, going nuts, spending way too much time on social media, picking fights, and I'm talking about the globe. It wasn't one country, it wasn't one city, it was everybody.
And you're talking about pandemic.
And that's completely factually inaccurate because some countries didn't lock down at all. So, okay, but I guess he's just trying to make a point. So, yeah.
Take time.
Yeah. And so we need to come out of this on the other side with a better understanding of not only how to try to start ignoring borders, but differences and things and all of the angst. Let's get rid of it. We have an opportunity here, Linda. And what would kickstart all of that?
Can I insert here?
We're not alone in the universe. That would kickstart it all.
Let me insert here what I've always thought was one of the most powerful paragraphs that any abductee ever said to me. And this was a scientist on the East Coast.
He does have his own gravitational
field. Was pulled up out of his father's car. The whole family was in the car. The father was driving.
Is this anonymous source 12?
Son was in the passenger seat in the front. In the back was his mother, the driver's wife, a sister, and her husband. And these 5 people had been in Manhattan celebrating the younger man.
This is another 12.
Is the abductee in this.
Another anonymous source.
Not that he knew that at the time, but that's what this leads to. They had been celebrating his 32nd birthday, and he was doing very well, very bright, had started a
What's she gonna
lab to
insert?
do
That
water
sounds dirty.
analysis on the
That
East
sounds
Coast.
real dirty. Yeah.
And they all at the same time see a pulsing red light in the night sky. It was about 2 a.m.
Name them. Name
they
these
are
people so that people can fact check your story. Or is this? I think this is anonymous source number 12. And again, I would submit to anyone within the sound of my voice that if you need 12 anonymous sources to talk intelligently and provide arguments for aliens visiting Earth, you need 12 anonymous sources in an hour and 50 minutes, then your stories are probably fake.
Talking about what is that red pulsing light. The father pulls over to the shoulder off the freeway, and the
Another trust me
son
dude story
in the passenger's seat leans forward to look up into the window. He is outside.
She does tell the
he
same
is
ones.
moving rapidly.
She tells the
Whatever
same stories
form he
over
is
and over
in,
again.
It's now looking back. He sees himself still at the position of looking through the window. He sees his father. He knows his mother and his sister and her husband are in the back seat, but he's moving up, and he is in a form that seems to be able to move, to look, to have 360-degree sight. And as he is, then his attention, wherever his attention went, it was
this is
then
one of her
he was
conference
aware
stories.
of motion.
Yeah.
And then he
But again,
comes up.
what are their names, right? So that we can verify. She's got people, 3 people witnessed an alien event. Can we interview all 3 of those people and verify this is a real or true story? At least, can we verify that those people exist? Of course not, because this is another anonymous sourced story. How many anonymous sources does she need? Apparently, all of them are anonymous sources.
And said it was just like I suddenly had a relationship, a perspective with this big, huge donut that had red pulsing lights in the middle of it underneath. And I come up.
Maybe she was hungry. Big, huge donuts.
For reasons, he said, I'm not in control of what's happening. I don't know why. I come over the top of the donut. I come down toward the red pulsing lights. I get to the red pulsing lights. And Linda, the next thing I know, there is I can't remember if he said there were 10 or 12, but they were a type of gray with black slanted eyes. They were in a ring, and in the form he is out of.
And again, anonymous sourced stories are nonsense.
Body.
Right?
He is coming down right into the middle of them. And I saw the hypnosis session.
And this was from an anonymous source and a hypnotherapy session revealed this story for Linda.
He did with this. It was a Bud Hopkins, never went public. He never wanted anybody to know who he was publicly.
Yep. So it was an anonymous source from Bud Hopkins, wackadoo, right?
And Bud and I and others always respected that. But Bud did a hypnosis session with him.
Who was neither a hypnotist, nor a hypnotherapist, nor a psychiatrist, nor a psychologist. He was a self-taught hypnotist. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but if you really need to do hypnotic regression, you want to go to a real or verified hypnotist, an educated person. Not a wackadoo that believed in aliens and saw every experience of alien abduction as 100% real. This is her stories. This is her sources. An anonymous source that was hanging out with Bud Hopkins and his alien abductee group, suddenly remembering stories of being abducted by aliens.
And I got to see this scientist on a sofa. His legs, he was pulling his legs up on the sofa and kicking out, saying, I'm trying to stop. He's trying to stop his body from coming down into this ring of these beings that would be like a typical kind of gray with the black slanted eyes. And from that moment, for what must have been, in terms of Earth time, hours, could have been seconds to the aliens, because we're all learning about how they manipulate time.
Sure.
And
another absolute statements. Aliens manipulate time. What's your evidence of that? Somebody told me.
but realistically,
is that going to be anonymous source 13?
It was really ours. And what I'm coming to is that he went into a description of being oriented by these gray scientists about the truth of the universe.
Now we're getting the truth of the universe from an anonymous source who learned it from aliens, but she can't tell us who his name, what his name is, right?
That we are actually in. And this is a paragraph from an interview that I did with him. Quote,
This is an interview with my anonymous imaginary friend that nobody else is allowed to talk to, interview, vet, or check into, or even know if he really exists. I could have just wrote this and made this shit up. But you'll believe it because you're an alien believer and you're stupid.
our universe is paired to another one. And they showed him, like when Betty Hill said that the black-eyed gray took her over to what looked like a hologram, and there were stars in there. And he asked Betty, which one is your planet? And she said, I have no idea. And he said, well, if you don't know where you are, how would you expect me to show you where we are now? And that it was a holographic projection of a section of the universe.
Oh,
that
now
Betty
we got
Hill
holographic projectors like Star Trek.
We're with the scientists outside of New York, and he's interacting, and they show him, as he said, three-dimensional, and that he's looking at our universe, and then they showed that it had
They were on the holodeck.
There was another universe,
on
and that what
holodeck.
humans didn't understand is that there isn't just one universe. There are many universes. Our universe is paired to another one. They go together.
The truth of reality, brought to us by an anonymous source who got that from aliens, told him. Trust me, dude.
Two universes, which is completely opposite of this one, whatever that means.
The mirror universe.
That's the skies in the one universe are glowing white with dark suns. Colors are indescribable and iridescent, and time flows to the past. Like a conveyor belt at the moment of death, in our universe, we move through a tunnel
some good grade A
into the
bullshit
mirror
from our anonymous
universe,
source.
where it is all light. And there, time moves to the past, and souls return back here.
Wow.
Our universe.
Wow.
Close quote.
Wow.
Scientist, East Coast.
Quote, unquote. An anonymous scientist from the East Coast told us.
I love this. I would love to sit down in
This
a
is
huge
great bull.
conference of every extraterrestrial in the Milky Way galaxy.
Yeah, man.
And have them show us the whole truth.
I want to go backwards. And I'm going to go backwards with Linda next Friday night. She's arriving here in L.A.
Oh, God, he's going to have her on again. And they're working conferences together. Let's grift together. Let's do the alien grift.
We will be I'm going to present.
Oh, yeah, he's going to give her an award for her excellent anonymous sources and bullshit stories. Awesome.
And with the Media Legend Award at the Parapet Festival. That's going to go down.
She's a media legend. The woman sold fake pictures of aliens at least 3 times, you dummy, Jimmy Church. You're going to give her an award for scamming people with fake pictures of aliens 3 times? She's a media legend.
Saturday, April 1st in Santa Clarita,
Oh,
Valencia, same city. The links for Parapod are below. If you're in and around LA, you want to cut.
It's like $300 or $500 to listen to these assholes in a live event. Awesome.
Hang out with Linda and I and crack some.
Is she going to use the same 12 or 13 anonymous sources when you pay $300 to hear her information? Because if she does, that's a problem for me, at least.
Campaign with us. Come on up to Valencia. Come on down to Valencia. The links are below. And come and hang out with us. Linda, thank you so much.
Well, thank you. This has been
liquor clit on the way out, Jimmy.
Fun. And thanks to Tony Sweet for producing the Parapod Festival.
Tony's.
You got to thank that guy getting you the paycheck, booking you to tell your fake stories for big bucks.
Tony's been a part of this community, as you know, for a very long time. And he really, really fights the good fight. And he's just amazing.
Yeah.
So thank you, Tony.
I'm going to contact this Tony and ask him why he's giving out awards to people who got caught selling fake pictures of aliens 3 times and calling them a media legend.
Absolutely. Linda.
And agape hug to you, to Tony, to everybody who's coming. And it's in Santa Clarita. And go to the Parapod website. Do you have that?
I do.
You can still get tickets.
Yep. The links are below. We've got them throughout social media.
All right.
Linda's got it up. So just come and hang out with us. Again, Linda,
she's got
I can't believe 81 trips around the sun. We're about to celebrate 82. This is just incredible to me.
I want 500 more. Learning every ET there is.
Your energy is just infectious. So just safe travels. I'll see you in about a week right here in Los Angeles. Thank you so much, Linda. Behave and be well, and congratulations.
Thank you. Agape love to you and to everyone.
The very best, Linda Moulton Howe.
Now he's got to give you some other pick.
Thank you. That was straight 2 hours live and no commercials. That's how.
Yeah, he keeps on saying no commercials. Your YouTube channel is monetized. There's commercials in your YouTube videos.
I like to do it with Linda. Come and hang out with us next Friday, right here in Los.
All right. Now he's going to play music that may or may not be copyrighted. So we are gonna call it complete. We made it through an entire 2 hours of bullshit from Linda Moulton Howe and Jimmy Church, the Deceptive Duo, and all they needed was a paid government disinformation agent for a source, and I think we counted 13 anonymous sources for her to tell these stories about aliens. And again, if you need 13 anonymous sources that no one's allowed to fact check, vet, or even know if they truly exist in order to support your alien visitation on Earth arguments, then that's pretty weak. And you're not a media legend. You're a bullshit huckster. You are a huckster of false, fake stories that you claim are real. Now, we have been here, friends, for 2 hours and 13 minutes. So we're going to take a short break. We're going to have a musical guest, and that will allow me to get a liquid beverage. I'm going to get some tea, and I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. We have been here for 2 hours and almost 2 hours and 15 minutes. When I return, we will be taking comments and questions from the live chat. Put your questions or comments for me in all capital letters. Peter says, well done. And we'll take those comments and questions. I do not hear rain or snow or ice on the cabin ceiling, or I should say roof. But normally you can hear that icy sort of, pitter patter. So I'm glad that we made it through without any interruption in our broadcast here at the Apocalypse Cabin. The internet is wonky, and quite often we have power failures. It looks like the universe cooperated with us for once. So we're going to take a quick musical break with my friends Bong and their wonderful song, Those Who Pray. And when we return, we will be taking your comments, your questions, and we will be discussing what we have just experienced. And a quick reminder, sometimes when we take a musical break, a lot of people bounce out, but the show is not over. And we'll be right back after this musical break and maybe a short message about how you could support the show. We're just taking a quick break, and we will be back with more here on Truth Seekers. We'll be right back, friends.
Order is the soldiers in a mask in a cave. That's only one example of how they shift into shade. Fencing our reptilian brain, we lead with sacred bloodlines in their veins. Never seen the public, where do they stay? Deep underground and jumps around the world they never display. Those who pray, those who pray, those who pray, those who pray. Those who pray, those who pray, those who pray, those who pray. Those who pray, those who pray, those who pray, those who pray. Those who pray, those who pray, those who pray, those who pray. It's brewing up just like a stew. It's brewing up inside of you. Keeping your reptilian brain something that you can't explain. Friends begin to realize the difference that's in your eyes. What has caused this sudden drain to make you misbehave? Obey your master. Kneel before your master. Obey your master. Vampire banks will suck up all the dough. While we work countless hours overtime with nothing to show. Hypnotized, kept in containment, masters of the art of entertainment. So you wanna be a star, what you willing to do? When you're dead under the table, need a blood sacrifice that you're feeding off every word you say. Those who pray, those who pray. It's a pleasure you're building with an easy lay. Those who pray, those who pray. 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 Obey your master. Kneel before your master. Obey your master.
Truth Seekers is a viewer-supported show. Wonderful people like you who enjoy this show send pledges in the form of super chats, super stickers, super thanks, PayPal, or Cash App. Instructions for how to help are in the description. You can also join our Patreon, and for as little as $1 a month you can get extra content. Patreon supporters get a backstage pass, early access to all our production videos before they are distributed publicly, Stephen Cambion's music, private writings, a monthly show journal, and more. You can also become a YouTube channel member for $5 a month. A YouTube membership includes all of the Patreon benefits, plus a special members badge, priority reply to video comments, and the live chat, plus a monthly members-only video. We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors, for supporting Truth Seekers. Thank you for your generosity and support. Thanks for being here. This is Truth Seekers with your host, Stephen Cambion. Please rate, like, and comment on our videos or podcasts. If you are listening to an audio podcast, please rate us 5 stars to help us rise in the search rankings. If you are watching on YouTube, please like, comment, and subscribe to our channel. If you're listening to an audio podcast, we love and appreciate you listeners, but you are missing the live tapings. All our shows are recorded live with video feed. We'd love you to come be a part of our live broadcasts and tapings for the podcast. Head on over to YouTube, click the search tool, the little magnifying glass, put Truth Seekers, one word in the search bar, and hit enter. You'll see a strange and mysterious guy with sunglasses. That means you found the channel. Go there, smash the subscribe button, and hit the notification bell to receive up-to-date info on our YouTube channel. We welcome you to be a part of our live taping and our chat group during the live broadcasts. Seek the truth. Speak the truth. This is Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers.
Oop, there we go. I'm sorry. Things running a little slow here. This old laptop's not doing too good. Need to clean it out. I got a comment that I just wanted to address. Apparently somebody is upset when I said something about crackheads or something like that. These are the kind of comments, right? And listen, if you're a fan of a certain show host who makes fun of people with disabilities, so they got to come up with something, right, to attack me. One observation, Steve, you complain that Goofon makes fun of your disability. Well, numerous times you have made fun of crackheads and speak derogative of crack addicts like myself. I'm in recovery today, but take offense when you diss people who suffer with an addiction to crack cocaine. Addiction is a horrible condition. And Steve, addiction is my disability. Well, I don't recall making fun of crackheads. I recall using the term crackhead to describe some of the people in my old neighborhood who would steal from my vehicle every night or break my windows to get at 50 cents in change left in the center console. Yeah, I call those people crackheads. And I have addiction issues myself. Some of you know that I, have issues with alcohol. So I'm in recovery myself. And when I use the term crackhead, I'm not trying to make fun of anybody with addiction issues. So there you have it. But I think, the use of the term crackhead versus making fun of somebody's paralyzed eye is apples and oranges. It's two different things. And if you're in recovery, then I wish you all the best with your recovery. Any addiction is horrible, whether it be, I have a friend, and I used to work with somebody too who was 100% completely and totally addicted to pornography. I used to work with a guy who would watch pornography all day at work, all day long at work while he was doing his reports or doing whatever else he was doing. He would be also watching pornography. Addiction is a terrible thing, whether it's alcohol or crack cocaine or methamphetamines or whatever. I have tremendous empathy for anybody with addiction issues. And you can find various people in my life that I have myself taken to a recovery house, or I have myself got involved in a drug rehabilitation program. So to suggest that I am somewhat not sympathetic or empathetic of people with addiction issues is completely and totally false. But thank you for the comment and trying to compare, try to find some dirt, right? You got to try to find some dirt on me so that people like Goofon, who are literally making fun of disabled people over and over and over again while collecting money, aren't slime balls. Great. And while we're on that, now that clown is running around telling people that I'm posting fake comments from Lou Elizondo on my own videos or something like that. I do not have fake sock puppet accounts. No, I do not have any fake accounts. I don't have fake Twitter accounts. I don't have fake YouTube accounts. I have 2 YouTube accounts, which would be this one, Truth Seekers, and my old YouTube account or channel that's under Stephen Cambion. I'm not posting fake replies to my videos. I would not do that. I don't have accounts with which to do that. So more rumors from the goofy one who is busy doing the super chat shuffle, begging people for money so that he could eat, right? He's a piece of shit. And when he has no arguments, right? And by the way, Goofy, we're still waiting for you to show those 2 documentaries to your audience and point out where we were wrong. You got 4 hours plus to go through and tell everybody how wrong we are, right? He hasn't done it yet. He's never going to do it. He's never going to do it. Instead, he's just going to make up shit or send stupid people to complain that I said the word crackhead. My characterization of the word or use of the word crackhead was in description of crackheads who would try breaking in my house. I had a crackhead jump a 6-foot cyclone fence to our yard and steal those solar lawn lights around the yard and then jump back over the fence. That's a crackhead. And I'm sorry if you're addicted, but you shouldn't be stealing from me, not unless you want to get a bullet in your asshole. Because if you trespass on my property to support your crack addiction, I have every right to defend my property and my family. That guy was just lucky that he got in and out before I got out there. And again, if you have addiction issues, I hope you find help. You can Google, there are resources in your area, Narcotics Anonymous, Alcoholics Anonymous. There are groups to help you with. And I'm not sure that I agree with the characterization of an addiction as a disability, because you can choose to put the crack down. I can't choose to not have a paralyzed eye, right? It just is. Or, somebody in a wheelchair can't just choose to walk one day. You can choose to put the drink down. You can choose to put the crack pipe down. Though I realize the difficulty in doing that. Addiction is a terrible thing. For anybody to suggest that, I'm nasty or I'm making fun of crackheads. No, I'm allowed to be upset that crackheads made our lives hell while we were living in the city. In fact, crackheads are a major contributing factor to why I had to move out of the city and sell my home and my studio, because the neighborhood was getting infected with crackheads, right? And if you hear that sound, that is the sound of wind whipping through the camp here. And I believe the storm is a few hours late, but it sounds like the storm is beginning. So if I should happen to de-res, we'll just call it the end of the broadcast by the universe. But we'll take some comments and questions before we bounce on out of here. That kind of theft sounds all out feral. Wow. Yeah, they would steal the bricks out of your walls if you let them. They'll steal anything. Break in your car. Every night somebody would try to break in our car. I used to sit on my porch at 3 o'clock in the morning and just to watch the cars, right? And crackheads would come up the street checking every door handle. And if they were desperate enough, crackheads, if all the cars were locked, they would just start throwing bricks through windows to get something that somebody left in their car. I had a GPS stolen 3 times out of my car. And I always mean to take the GPS and bring it in the house with me. But you get home from work sometimes late, you forget, you leave it in the car. I would wake up and go, oh, I forgot, because I would always put the GPS on the kitchen counter in the little case, right? And if I woke up and I didn't see the GPS, I went, oh, somebody broke in my car and stole it. And 9 times out of 10, when I did that, somebody would break in my car to steal a $25 GPS from eBay. It's ridiculous. And I don't, Maria Rose says, those fans don't appear to investigate anything he says. They accept everything he says is true. He's a pathetic, despicable, unethical, dishonest, mean-spirited person. Yeah, in other words, he's a slime ball. And the fact that he can go on a public live stream and just make up things to turn people, oh, damn it, that guy over there caught us lying and hoaxing again. We caught him lying to his audience for over a year, right? And those stupid people are still over there. Give me some more lies. Give me some more lies, you asshole. Here's some money, right? And then he's got that old grandma bitch over there complaining about me, right? Hey, grandma, I didn't lie to my audience for over a year about third phase not hoaxing things. He did. You are following a liar. Congratulations. And if your life is so desperate, you have to throw super chats at somebody so you can have a friend in life, I feel terrible for you. In fact, I feel terrible for everyone dumb enough to listen to that guy. What is he an expert on? Faking shit? Lying and doing the super chat shuffle? Congratulations, loser. Right? All right. Mike, we think they are all full of BS, but try to get Steve to do shows on a lot of them. Steve will eventually get around to all of them. Plus, I joke with him about it. Yeah, I get it. Sometimes people are still believing certain things. Do I like the aliens? Of course I like aliens, or I wouldn't have a show centered around these things, right? Smoke crack with me merch. Yes, that will be new. And by the way, today I have my Life is Better at the Cabin hoodie on, but underneath this, I do have one of our shirts. There is merchandise for our show now available. You can try the Amazon link. It's in the description of this video. But if Amazon won't ship to your country, come back and use that second link, the Redbubble merchandise store. And you too can support the show and get some swag, some merchandise, right? Nick Diaz says, what kind of temperature are you dealing with currently? It's, I think it's like 35 outside right now. And in fact, it's starting to get very cold in here. Earlier it was 45 or something. So I had a low, slow going fire in the other room, but that has gone out. Generally, when the weather is like this, 30s, 40s, I don't leave the fire going 24/7. It'll cook us out of here. I just start one in the morning, warm up the place, and let it slow burn. And then at night, like right about now, I would start another fire and let that go until I fell asleep or went to sleep. I'm hoping to get to bed early tonight. I like this early show. I hope you guys enjoyed it earlier than usual time. But this is necessary this week so I could get some things done in the daylight, right? Yeah, I can't say I disagree, Mr. Flores, right? Bobby Broadway is here and says, I too am a gray alien, but I leave room for just being disinfo because he never seen one, but has seen craft. Okay, if you say so, right? Yeah, and I guess Vampire Hunter, I don't know what that's about, right? Who is legit? Well, there are some good researchers out there, people like John from the Black Vault. I like Jeremy Rise, alien scientist. But the number of people that I find to be legitimate, good sources of information on these strange and esoteric topics, I can count on one hand. It's actually sad. There's thousands of people out there talking about these topics, but most of them are grifters in my experience so far. Most of them are grifters, right? And that's unfortunate, but once you realize that, you just have to become a lot more selective in who you choose to listen to. Because me, I don't want to hear fairy tales. So if it's trust me, dude, or listen to me tell you stories about aliens with my 13 anonymous sources, I don't find that to be at all worthy of your time or my time. So it's good to identify those people who are deceptive people like Linda Moulton Howe, like Jimmy Church, the king of platforming less than credible people telling fairy tales, right? I think it's important to identify those people as being less than credible so that we don't waste time on them. And just the same, I think that other people should not waste time on these less than credible people. And you certainly shouldn't give any of them money, right? Like Goofy, for example. He got caught lying to his audience multiple times in the past year, right? He's doing spirit orb hoaxes. He's telling people he has the best UFO picture ever taken in history, and it's a goddamn security camera picture, right? Clickbait out the wazoo, anything to get people to click on his videos and tune into his garbage, where he then lies to his audience. Why should people give a guy like that money? Why should you give a guy like that money to lie to you? Why should you tune in and listen to his opinions on all things UFO? Here's what you need to know. Him and his buddies, Third Phase, have deceptively lied to people for decades, right? Why would you tune in to somebody that's a proven liar on purpose? Why would you send that person money on purpose, right? In a perfect world, that guy would have lost everything the minute that we revealed that he had been lying to his audience, and he was in on some of those. He was in the know, at least, on some of those Third Phase hoaxes where people were sending them 100% fake manufactured illusions of a UFO, and they were using it pretending they were spaceships. And he knew about all of that. He should have lost his entire audience, lost his ability to collect money from people instantly when that happened. He's still holding on. No, he's the liar, right? Just deflect all responsibility for getting caught lying to your audience 100 times in a year, you liar, right? He should be ashamed to show his face anywhere around this topic for the rest of his life. But grifters have no shame, and they also have no other option. They got to keep the grift going at all costs. So what do? Go tell everybody that guy has friends that are pedos, and that might make him a pedo. Go make fun of his disability, make fun of his wife, make fun of his children, make fun of his dead father, right? But the last thing he will do is address the mountain of evidence that we are correct in our assessment that Third Phase of Moon are garbage peddling shit hucksters. And so is he for not acknowledging that. And so is he for continually lying to his audience about the shit peddlers that he supports. Garbage peddlers. So when you think of Goofy, what you should think of is a guy following a trash truck. And Third Phase of Moon are the drivers of the trash truck. And he is following behind, hoping to pick up any scraps of their garbage and make some money. Right? So we did our due diligence today, and I'm glad. I almost took the whole week off. I'm glad I decided we got to keep working. Despite the current circumstances and things like that, we will be bouncing on out of here. But we'll be back tomorrow night at 7 p.m. We're going to try this again tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Eastern Time. I appreciate everybody's attendance tonight, especially because we changed up the times, and I apologize for that, but it's really necessary so that, yes, we are the resistance, Charles. That's right. There is now a resistance to the garbage peddlers, right? Yeah, Third Phase of Moon delivers garbage. They do pick it up. Yeah. Well, we definitely have kind and generous benefactors. We want to thank our chat room moderators. We want to thank Mr. Ian, the man with the golden voice, and of course Spooky for the excellent graphics. We'll be back tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I am going to have a full day of work. I'm going to do a couple hours on this bathroom tonight before I go to bed. Tomorrow I will be at our new property getting that ready to build a studio on. I have a lot to do over there. There's a lot of down trees and things that I'll just be piling up, and we're going to make a brush pile. We're going to make a huge fire pit so we can start burning some of the debris that's laying everywhere and cleaning up the land. And I may get as far as picking a build site. But other than that, I'm going to be also hiking around the area, around the land. I still want to explore what's out there in those woods around the land that the new studio is going to be at. That is going to be a full day tomorrow, but I can't wait. I am really looking forward to it. Some people go to church. I go to the woods, right? I go to the forest, and it's just as spiritually beneficial to me to go spend a day in a forest than it is for a lot of people to spend a day in church. That's my church, in all of God's glory, nature. So we did our due diligence today. We're going to bounce on out of here. We'll be back tomorrow night, 7 p.m., live from the Apocalypse Cabin all week this week. We want to thank each and every one of you for joining us, reminding you tomorrow night, a little earlier again, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So that's all we got for you. Until next time, friends, I'm Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of you.
No gray is gray in color. Even drone-engineered grays like this four-fingered hand in this photo are pale in color, similar to human skin. And notice the long, dark fingernails of this being. Linda, in your book, An Alien Harvest, on page 59, you quote abductee Judy Doherty describing two gray entities that were dissecting tissue from a mutilated calf taken from a pasture outside Houston, Texas in May of 1973. Quote, Judy wrote, "Their hands look funny. They have long claw nails, almost like an animal's dark nails. The original tall grays used this same nanotechnology for similar reasons, but seldom use it while in space traveling, nor did they use it while evolving in their home system of Epsilon Indi due to lower gravity there. The original grays from Epsilon Indi have a very slight tint of orange in their pigmentation.
Personally, I think this is a strengthening education about what all has happened around this, what was just going to be the first photo of a orange-gray hand and a head. The head is still a question mark, even in Earthfile Support's mind. He's very analytical and very critical, and he did a side-by-side comparison in which it is very true that the eye pattern in the, we'll call it the alleged real photo, versus the 3D created head, the eyes do not match. And you can do an examination and make a comparison, and you will see that. But that does not mean that there isn't a real extraterrestrial, sort of orangish gray being or civilization or species that looks exactly like that photo. And as Buddy pointed out, that's counter intel.
Always raise your fist to truth.
Greetings and salutations, friends. We are back for another round looking at the so-called evidence that one award-winning journalist, Linda Moulton Howe, has brought us. But interestingly, this isn't someone new. This is someone who has been banging around in UFO land for quite some time. recently, Linda Moulton Howe did a broadcast with one Kate Thorvaldsen, and we have her biography here. And I found a lot of inconsistencies with this woman's claims, but that's perhaps not really that relevant. We can stick to just the claims that she is making, which is essentially she's an alien hybrid and she's got alien implants all over her body. And what is her proof for this? Her proof for this is magnets stick to her. Yes, you heard it here first. What overwhelming smoking gun proof? What more overwhelming smoking gun proof of alien intervention with Earth, or perhaps an alien invasion, do you need than the overwhelming, groundbreaking evidence that magnets stick to this woman in various places, and therefore it's got to be true. She's an alien hybrid, 100%, and it's got to be true. She's got all these alien implants all over her body. Now, I would like to read for you her biography. It says Kate Thorvaldsen was born in Drammen, Norway in 1969. She had her first close encounter when she was only 3 years old, during which she met one of the small creatures we have come to know as the Greys. Great, very original. She was 10 years old when she met these creatures for a second time and was taken up to a craft. She lost her sense of smell during this event, and the encounter was also reported to UFO Norway as a light phenomenon in 1979. She was 29 years old when she had her third close encounter. And this already jumps out at me, because for many people, one close encounter with an extraterrestrial spacecraft would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Not for Kate Thorvaldsen. She's seen aliens multiple times throughout her life, and perhaps apparently continues to see aliens. After her last encounter, she found out she had become highly sensitive to sounds. She could hear electronic noises from many different types of equipment, and even had to leave her room while her mobile phone was being charged. She had become very light sensitive, and her sense of smell had returned. In 2016, she found out that she has 35 symmetrical placed implants in her body, where small neodymium magnets stick. These events had changed her in a fascinating way. From not being into physics, now, however, Kate may have cracked the shell of the universe that may hide a completely new theoretical astrophysics. Yeah, so all of the astrophysics professors on Earth, or experts, or, PhDs, professors in astrophysics, they're all wrong. But this girl who has magnets that can stick to her is going to give us the true theory of the universe. Sure, the concepts to be detailed in her next book, The Creation, Where Physics and Consciousness Meet, will open your mind to a possible true nature of the universe. Her first book, and this is very telling. She's trying to sell books here, friends. Her first book, A Hybrid Story, is about her close encounters and other paranormal experiences. And this, of course, this biography of hers is from International UFO Congress, who we know has employed such brilliant information sources as the fake Dr. Jonathan Reed, right? So we know just how great this woman, conference organizers' vetting skills are. Before they booked Kate Thorvaldsen years ago, they booked a fake doctor who pretends to be a doctor and pretends that he had an alien in his freezer. So what incredibly high quality speakers this conference has. No, this is a stupid money grab designed to extract money from the pockets of stupid people who don't know the difference between a real doctor, right, and one that is a fake fraud. it just astounds me that a conference organizer wouldn't check somebody's education before just going, sure, Dr. Reed, come right here on the stage and tell us all about that alien that you were keeping in your freezer. Or is it that they know? I think they're in on it. I think they know. I believe that this is all profit-driven motives, of course, for, making money. This sells. You're going to have this person show these magnets stick to her. Great. And does she have, any kind of medical person look at her and determine what's actually causing whatever she claims magnets to stick to her? She claims she has x-rays, and there is magnets that will stick to the implants, and the x-rays show the implants, but the x-rays, at least the photos that Linda Moulton Howe is showing of the x-rays, just seem like somebody took a standard x-ray and drew some circles on it. This is the worst evidence I have ever seen. And of course, Kate Thorvaldsen has all kinds of other claims that aren't included here. And some of her other claims, of course, is that she is somehow an alien hybrid. And you guys know I have a real problem with people who claim to be alien hybrids. After all, if you were truly an alien hybrid, wouldn't your genetics show some abnormalities, some alien DNA mixed with human DNA? None of these people who claim to be alien human hybrids will ever submit to DNA. And somebody reminded me, there is another book all about alien hybrids. And that book details the story of many different alien hybrids. It was written by a woman named Barbara Lamb, who we interviewed here, and another, she had a co-author on that book whose name escapes me, but Barbara came here and I offered to pay for genetic testing for every one of the alleged alien human hybrids that she covered in her book, Meet the Hybrids. She had lots of excuses. I went back and forth with her many different times. I offered to pay for the genetic testing. I offered to pay, and I offered to sign a non-disclosure agreement, agreeing that I would not give those genetic samples to anybody but the testing company who would look at them. Because apparently alien hybrids are completely paranoid that their DNA is, the government's going to get their DNA and then use their DNA to manufacture more hybrids, or this gets absolutely 100% ridiculous. So in my experience so far, and besides the human alien hybrids in Barbara Land's book, who, by the way, all also had superpowers, I offered to test the superpowers. They didn't want to test their superpowers and prove they had superpowers. They didn't want genetic tests to prove that they were actually alien human hybrids. But besides the alien human hybrids detailed in Barbara Land's book, I have at various times encountered other people claiming to be alien human hybrids. Most recently, Marina Sarin, the Nazi girl. And again, I offered to pay for genetic testing so she could prove her alien heritage. She wouldn't take me up on it. Not a single one of these people who claim to be an alien human hybrid ever take me up on the offer. If you really believe that you were half alien, wouldn't you want to see a genetic study of your DNA so that you can prove to everyone in the world that you're not just a wackadoo? Of course you would, but not a single one of these people running around making money claiming to be an alien human hybrid. I think this is a ridiculous claim to make. When you have absolutely no evidence and you are absolutely opposed to any scientific scrutiny, study, or analysis of your genetics. After all, the root of the claim of being an alien human hybrid is at the root of it a genetic claim. You're claiming that you're half alien, and none of them will ever submit to any analysis, testing, genetic, anything, nothing. They will never ever submit to that. And to me, it's a very simple equation. You're making ridiculous claims, fantastical, out of this world claims that, if true, would change the entire course and history of humankind from here on in. Imagine if one of these people submitted to genetic tests and the geneticists looked at it and said, there's something here that's not human. Or they're half this person's genetics is alien to us. It's a different form of DNA, it's somewhat compatible, whatever. This would change the entire human experience. It would be life-altering, life-changing, and not a single one of these people. And by the way, it's ridiculous that I even have to mention this, but there are literally hundreds of people running around on planet Earth claiming that they're half alien and half human. And I'm sorry, if you won't submit to simple genetic testing, I call bull on your claims. And I've heard all the excuses. Oh, we can't give genetic samples. Somebody could, develop bioweapons with that, or somebody could get that genetic information to the government, and then the government is going to do X, Y, or Z with my DNA. I mean, it's like a bad science fiction novel. And by the way, I'm a fan of science fiction. Alien-human hybrids are a fixture in science fiction since the 60s. After all, Mr. Spock was perhaps the first alien-human hybrid that really cemented the idea of an alien-human hybrid in popular culture, because Mr. Spock was half Vulcan, an alien race, but very human-like, except for the ears and some other differences. I think they had different colored blood. They were stronger, but they were more or less similar or genetically compatible with humans. They were able to interbreed. So Mr. Spock is half human and half Vulcan. But after that, we get many, many more examples of alien and human hybrids. The V series, which I just rewatched, it's awesome, from 1984, chronicles one member of the Resistance who has some sort of love affair with one of the lizard people, but I guess he kept his skin suit on and she didn't know he was a lizard man when she was banging the hell out of him. And the lizard man knocks her up, and we get Elizabeth, the first in that universe of fiction, the first alien-human hybrid. And Elizabeth had all of these weird special abilities. She was half the reptilian alien and somehow half human, but appeared human. There was another alien-human hybrid in that series that died at birth, and it was all deformed and reptilian-like. But after that, we get time and time and time again. Countless episodes of Star Trek feature some story about half this alien and half that alien, or half this alien and half this and half human. It's in Babylon 5. There's alien-human hybrids. I believe in Stargate, there's some sort of alien-human hybrids. And in more recent times, we have Falling Skies, which heavily ripped off the alien-human hybrid was created somehow. And of course, the alien-human hybrid saves the day in that series, much like the alien-human hybrid saved the day and won it peace in the V series and television show. So there is a long history of, I suppose, cultural interest and impact of this idea. And it is, if you think about it, it is a very compelling idea. What if there really are intelligent alien beings from other worlds and they come here? Are we genetically compatible? And wouldn't that prove to us that maybe there is some seed of life, some DNA that all races, intelligent races or otherwise in the universe, all come from the same stuff, the same genetic material? Now, there are various stories of gray alien human hybrids and gray alien breeding programs. And as much as I like some of those stories, because some of these stories are pretty interesting and compelling, I don't find any factual evidence to support that, despite there being an entire industry around selling stories of gray aliens running some breeding program, and all of these people are getting abducted because they're sucking the eggs and the sperm out of people. They're making alien human hybrids on the ships. They're bringing people back. It sounds like a good science fiction story to me, but like all good science fiction stories, it's fictional. There is no substantial or supportive evidence of true alien abductions taking place, let alone overwhelming evidence. There's just stories. And while I love and appreciate this whole sort of subculture for its lovely mythology and stories, right? I want more than a story from someone in order to believe. Now, further evidence of this Kate Thorvaldsen being somewhat of a grifter can be found with the quick Google search. And what you find, and I've been informed by somebody who lives in her home country that she's been banging around trying to sell a book and sell her story for quite some time. And this is problematic for me, because if you really and truly were an alien hybrid, or you had proof of alien implants in your body, would the first thing that you do be to try to write a book and cash in about it? Or would you go to scientists and submit to serious academic scientific study, if you could find a scientist willing to do it? And given that Gary P. Nolan is such a nutter, I think he would do it, but he's an immunologist. Again, I'm always confused by this. Why is an immunologist doing materials analysis? He's not qualified or educated in that field. Why is he doing DNA studies and samples? He's not qualified or educated in that field. But I'm sure she could find some kind of scientist that would do X-rays, MRIs, analyze whatever she's claiming. But it's convenient that the only proof we get is some X-rays from her that appear, at least to me, on first examination. And I will submit to say, people are free to correct me. They can send me the actual X-rays or copies of the X-rays, real copies, not, a picture taken on an iPhone. And I will have a qualified medical personnel look at them and tell us what is going on there. They're not going to do that. What you get is a picture of an X-ray taken on an iPhone that also appears to be highly edited. It looks like they just took a picture of a normal X-ray and drew some circles on it with a pencil or a pen. Like, this is the level of ridiculousness that this whole circus has descended into. Everyone is so desperate, literally desperate for evidence or proof that all these stories aren't fake, that we've all been hearing for several decades, some of us longer, some of us shorter. Many people came into this in 2016. They don't know the history, and I don't blame them, but you should study your history. These storytelling hucksters with, let's just say, less than credible evidence have been coming forward for decades now. And still we have not one piece of smoking gun evidence or proof of all the claims, thousands, tens of thousands, probably hundreds of thousands of people claiming aliens are visiting Earth. I'm sorry, I have to see actual proof or evidence of that. But if we look into the history of this Kate Thorvaldsen, we can see that birds of a feather, of course, flock together. And just based on her own associations, and that's another issue. If you had alien implants in your body, would you go to Linda Moulton Howe, who, by the way, we saw at the beginning of our broadcast here, just got caught selling a completely 100% fake story based on 100% provably fake artist-created images of an alien she claimed was a real alien? Like, would this be the person, oh, let's go to journalist Linda Moulton Howe? No. This is what happens. These people are nutters, okay? And the people making the claims are nutters. The people selling the claims are oftentimes nutters, in my opinion. Pardon me if anybody is offended by the term nutter. I can't think of a better term than these people are nutters. the reason that she's going to Linda Moulton Howe is because a normal journalist would expect evidence. A normal journalist, somebody that's actually credible, would want testing, genetic testing. Let's get fresh x-rays that she can't tamper with, that we can then examine to see if she really does have some sort of implants in her body or whatever. Let's get an MRI and have a doctor or a pathologist examine all the body scans and see, does she really have some sort of anomalous material in her body in the pattern that she is claiming. And I guarantee you, if she submits to that little bit of scrutiny, her entire story will fall apart. Can I prove that? Not yet, but maybe. And we can see by her history that it's not just Linda Moulton Howe that she's hanging out with. She's hanging out with all manner of UFO fairy tale hucksters. And here we can see an example of that. How very credible. So she's hanging out with Linda Moulton Howe, who's about as credible as a crackhead. That's right. I said it. Linda Moulton Howe, as far as journalism is concerned, is about as credible as a crackhead holding a gas can asking you for money on a street corner. About as believable as a crackhead standing on a street corner with a gas can asking you for gas money, too. But not just the Linda Moulton Howe connection. Here we see her hanging out at a conference that I believe that she spoke at. And who else was speaking? Michael Salla, the guy that tells all those fake stories about the space battles and the Galactic Federation of Light. And Richard Dolan, a man who has been caught selling provably fake stories and claiming to be in possession of classified information from the United States government. No, he had to walk that back. He lied to sell a fake story again. And Richard Dolan has profited perhaps more than anyone else on planet Earth from the Wilson documents, which no one can prove are real, factual, or even can prove that they really did come from Edgar Mitchell's estate, unless you want to believe all these anonymous sources. We've got an anonymous source got the notes from the estate, an anonymous source, no longer anonymous source, leaked it to an imager site. All kinds of anonymous sources Richard Dolan has to use, right? He's got to bring in Mr. X to help him sell that bullshit story. And it just gets worse and worse for Richard Dolan. Because the further Richard Dolan goes down this rabbit hole trying to earn a living, the like more risks he has to take in order to keep people interested in the garbage that he peddles. He is a garbage peddler. But I will say, if I have to choose who's the worst garbage peddler out of these two clowns, Michael Salla all day and all night. After all, Michael Salla is the guy who thought that William Tompkins was telling true stories. You remember that guy, the guy with the really bad rug that used to say that he had an alien girl assistant that was blonde and hot and Nordic and would sit on his lap and stuff. You remember that guy, yeah. And also Corey Goode and many, many other secret space, I'm going to call them secret space con artists. Michael Salla is like Linda Moulton Howe, about as credible as a crackhead with a gas can, standing on a street corner begging you for gas money to get home. I wouldn't take a Michael Salla book from somebody for free. If somebody gave me a Michael Salla book, I would either use it in the toilet or I would just burn it. It might be useful to start fires if you have a fireplace, but other than that, his books, everything that Michael Salla produces is absolute garbage. And Salla is one of those people like David Wilcock that thinks if it's written on the internet and I cite it, that's proof. No, it's not proof. He has no proof of anything. And the more fantastical the claims are, the more evidence you need to support them. But this general rule of the way the real world works escapes this delusional fantasy land called the UFO circus, right? You just got to create a circus, sell a story. This is what this is about, this story tonight. And here's Kate hanging out with UFO grifters extraordinaire, Richard Dolan and Michael Salla, both of which haven't had a real job and have made their living solely by selling UFO and alien bull for decades now. Very credible. So again, why would you go to these people if your story was real? Wouldn't you go to like CNN or MSNBC, somebody that's credible? I mean, I know I would. And here's where things get problematic as well, because this Kate Thorvaldsen, I don't know how to say her name. If I'm mangling it, I apologize. This Kate Thorvaldsen is selling books and has been. Oh, by the way, did I do what I think I did? Yes, I did. Damn it. There's a whole bunch more pictures on this Kate Thorvaldsen's Facebook. I don't need to share them here. You can look up Kate Thorvaldsen in the on Facebook. You can go to her Facebook page, and which is like a fan page. Yeah, that really adds to credibility. I'm an alien hybrid, and I have a fan page on Facebook. You got a fan page, honey. This is ridiculous. But so she has a fan page, and on her fan page there are photos of her, which appear to be pretty old, 10 or more years old, and photos of her at all these UFO conferences and things like that. So, you know, we get sort of a sense that this girl's been here trying to hawk her story for quite some time. Sadly for her, and I'm sad when I think about this, the high point of her life so far has been getting an interview with Moulton Howe. Like, that's the best thing that's ever happened to her. And that's sad to me. That is incredibly sad to me. But on her Facebook page, you can go check it out. There is a ton of pictures of her speaking at conferences, hanging out at conferences, selling her books at conferences, whatever. She's got a story to sell you. And she has absolutely no evidence and no proof, except that she can do a magic trick, something I'm quite familiar with, and make magnets stick to her. Great. All right. So we're gonna go. I'm gonna share one more thing here about this Kate Thorvaldsen before we get to the video. We want to welcome all of our friends listening across the globe on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Rumble, and Odyssey to our live stream. Let me see if we can. 1 second here. All right, this is the back of her book. And by the way, there's inconsistencies between her story on one site you look at versus the other site. It's like she just writes things out and you know, writes things out. And here's something interesting. Kate Thorvaldsen is the author of this book. But in the back of the book, she talks about herself in the third person, which I find cringeworthy when somebody does that. It's like me saying, you know, Stephen Cambion is this, Stephen Cambion is that, Stephen Cambion is... No, you would say I or me, not talk about yourself in the third person. And to be very honest with you, somebody that does that always appears to me to be self-aggrandizing and arrogant to even do that. But here we are. And by the way, she wrote this book. So she's, wait till you see what she says about herself. In December 2015, Kate discovered that she had at least 25 symmetrically placed implants in her body. That's a problem, because now she's up to 35 implants. I guess 25 implants wasn't enough. So it's 35 implants now since she wrote the book. Neodymium magnets placed directly over them will hold on her bare skin without falling off. These implants are in her face, her neck, across her collarbone, and down her spine. They were placed there by beings from another world who first visited Kate in her bed when she was just 3 years old. She has never been afraid of these beings, but knows them as her friends, teachers, and guides. I would submit to you that somebody jamming alien implants into your body is not your friend, your teacher, or your guide. You know, even just the logic of some of these people, it really escapes me. And I don't understand how they say the things they say without realizing, like, wait a minute, that's a plot hole. We got to fix that, right? They don't. What a plot hole. My friends, the aliens, are putting implants in my body for unknown reasons, right? But they're my friends and my teachers. This makes no sense. And here's where it gets funny, because again, remember, she is writing this. This woman wrote this about herself. Kate is an extraordinarily beautiful woman with a great sense of humor, a powerful magnetic personality. Well, yeah, magnets stick to her. I guess she does have a magnetic personality. And talents, which include artist, fashion model, author, wedding dress designer, and maker. Perhaps most surprising of all, for many years, geez, what does that say? She has been fully, for many years, she has been typo in her own book. Did somebody not proofread your book? Come on, you're an alien hybrid. You should know how to spell and use punctuation properly. All right, she has been a fully qualified carpenter and house builder. She's as comfortable with a pneumatic drill breaking concrete as she is with a pen or artist brush. A hybrid story is an in-depth, honest account of her lifetime of contacts with these beings and her many paranormal experiences with those in the spirit world. So again, she's not just hanging out with aliens, she's hanging out with ghosts and demons and all kinds of stuff, right? Gotta have a big tent. Learn about her struggles to live a normal life while gradually learning from and appreciating the beautiful visions from her higher self and divine consciousness. She has a deep knowledge of her many past lives. Oh God, she's got past lives too! And her ability to open her mind to downloads of incredible information concerning astrophysics may one day revolutionize our understanding of our place in the universe. Well, I would submit to her that I'll put her in a room with an astrophysicist and we'll have him evaluate what her knowledge of astrophysics is. And I'm pretty sure I can guarantee you that she's not going to have even a college freshman's level of knowledge, right? But hey, we're talking to aliens, so we've got advanced knowledge. That's part of the grift. You always have to have advanced knowledge so people will buy your crap, because people want advanced knowledge, right? Or people want to know what those aliens really know about the world and the universe and consciousness and spirituality and technology and time and our place in the universe. So you gotta say that you have insider information from the aliens. Kate has acquired the deepest understanding that everything in creation is connected. We are all one. Be the one you are meant to be. Wow, how inspiring. And this book, by the way, is $28. And I'm sorry, but $28 for a book full of bullshit is a little much for me. You know, this should be one of those like $3 books or in the dollar discount bin. You know, you're stuck on a plane and you're bored. Let's hear this crazy woman's story, right? That's my opinion. This is a $2 book. This is not a $28 book. A $28 book should include some evidence of the claims made and not read like a rag or a woman praising herself for being so beautiful. Like the arrogance of this woman, like Kate is an extremely beautiful woman. You know what? Maybe I'm wrong. I'm going to start each show with a new affirmation. I'm going to say, Stephen Cambion is an incredibly handsome and powerful man. And then we'll move on with the show, right? I'll just say that about myself. Maybe I need a little ego pick-me-up or something every show. Anyway, I think this is ridiculous. And equally ridiculous is the fact that Linda Moulton Howe, freshly after getting caught selling not one but two provably fake stories with not one but two provably fake pictures of aliens that turned out to be, one was a video game cover for the game Area 51, PlayStation 1 game, I think, and the other one turned out to be artwork that we tracked down, made by a Portuguese artist for a fictional web series. She turned that into, there's this whole story and there's these orange grays, they're orange under their bodysuits, and boy, what a great story. Total bull, but what a great story, right? Too bad it was all based on fake evidence sent to her. She she didn't vet it. She didn't do a reverse Google image search. She was completely either intentionally dishonest with her audience and lied to everyone. By the way, the videos where she made all that money are still on YouTube, and she's still collecting money, ad revenue, for a completely 100% provably fake story with provably fake so-called evidence. It's against YouTube terms of service. She could lose her whole YouTube channel for doing that. But somehow she's still allowed, and she can still collect money every month from a 100% provably fake story. And what does she do right after that? She gets with this girl who magnets stick to. And she says this is proof of alien hybrids and alien implants and alien abductions. I mean, I guess at least the quality of her so-called evidence may be improved, because we went from a totally fake picture to now I have to somehow prove that this woman who magnets stick to is full of crap, right? I mean, how do I prove that? Well, I have some ideas, and one of them is to, and I'm not going to do it tonight, but I have developed 4 or 5 methods, different methods where I can have the exact same effect and have magnets stick to me. I'm not prepared to do it tonight, but I'll see if I can't show you. I have these neodymium magnets, and I've developed, and you know what? I don't even know that I'll make a video. It'd be enough to just explain. There are very, very simple methods to getting a neodymium magnet to stick to you anywhere on your body. The first is to use a very, very tiny, tiny bit of adhesive on the back of one of the magnets. Sounds stupid, right? But I wouldn't put it past these UFO grifters. So I would challenge this woman to do the magnet trick with me, a former professional magician, giving her the magnets, observing this so-called proof that she's claiming. And I guarantee you she will not submit to the sort of laboratory conditions that I would subject her to, which is I would bring the magnets. I would clean the magnets. I would prepare the magnets. I would inspect her hands and make sure that there is nothing sticky, nothing adhesive on any of her fingers, hands, whatever. Or if she allowed me to, I would handle the magnets and stick them in the places that she is saying. Another method, which is stupid, even stupider than a little bit of adhesive, is to spit on it. You can try this yourself. Get yourself one of these little neodymium magnets, spit on it, just lick it, stick it to your body. It'll stick for a certain period of time. And I've developed several more methods that would work. A more gruesome method, but that would pass further scrutiny, would be to take push pins. You know those push pins that seamstresses use? Just straight push pins. Cut the push pin in a quarter and just take the pointy end of it and put it through your skin. Some of you may remember children in school that would put like a safety pin through the fleshy part of the skin on their finger or something like that. It's not very difficult to embed something that will be attracted to magnets in your skin, and on a cursory examination, it would be completely undetectable. My point with this entire rant is that if this woman is claiming that this is her proof of aliens, it's so easy to replicate this effect. It's a bad magic trick. Linda Moulton Howe has now resorted to using women that are doing bad magic tricks for people. But we'll get into the video and see if we can shed some more light on this strange case of an alien hybrid who magnets stick to. But first, before we get into that, let me put up my fair use banner, remind you all that this is a transformative work. We're educating the public and we're critiquing the video that we're sharing. After all, this woman's claiming to be an alien hybrid, and if that were true, that would be certainly newsworthy, worthy of commentary, coverage, and critique. So we will be doing that with the video we're sharing. This is covered under fair use and is allowable by law. And lawyer letters are standing by. Occasionally, when we play a video from one of these UFO grifters, they don't like it, and they falsely copyright claim. But we've got excellent lawyer letters standing by, and I have won every single one of the false copyright claims placed against us, in which case the strike, if they strike, reverts to the person who falsely claimed that. I will defend vigorously our right to play these videos and talk about them, considering the claims that are being made are pretty earth-changing, right? 1 second here. Let me get this queued up. One second. I love too. She's using pictures from fictional movies in this video, and please pardon me. I was fully prepared for this. I apologize. Okay, got it queued up. Let's get into it, friends. We're going to see Linda Moulton Howe's proof of an alien hybrid, proof of alien contact. And this video is from November 23rd, titled, Why Do Neodymium Magnets Stick to Some UFO Abductee Bodies? And again, I would suggest that these people have to do this trick under conditions of a magician watching them. And if they can do that, I'll apologize and I'll pay for further scientific testing to determine the validity of their claims. But I won't hold my breath. All right, let's get into it, friends. All right, here we go. I have this more or less queued up. You'll have to excuse me. We're skipping this whole first part. The first 13 minutes, she talks about Sid Goldberg, who works for Gaia TV. We all know how I feel about Gaia TV. They literally had idiots digging up dead people and gluing them back together to create fake alien mummies to sell fake stories. I try to just fast forward past anybody that's talking about Gaia as a credible information source. You know, I'm sorry, I'm not even going to evaluate the first claims because they're equally as ridiculous. But tonight we'll be concentrating on this Kate alien hybrid.
And why are 3 neodymium magnets sticking to this woman's nose and left temple? Kate Thorvaldsen is 53 years old, was born in Norway in 1969, and now is a published author based in Lunde, Norway, 72 miles southwest of Oslo. Her most recent published biography, left temple. Kate Thorvaldsen is 53 years old, was born in Norway in 1969, and now is a published author based in Lunde, Norway, 72 miles southwest of Oslo. Her most recent published biography, available at Amazon.com,
I got it. Sorry about that. Do you see how this works? This is tit for tat. We see the book pitch. We want to be sure to tell everybody where to buy her book. That's what she gets for participating in this farce, in this delusional fantasy land of LARPers. We get Linda Moulton Howe gets a story to sell and gets to keep all the monetized video ad revenue. And Kate Thorvaldsen gets a book plug because Linda Moulton Howe has a huge bullhorn, and certainly a lot of the new age sort of believer crowd will be interested after hearing this incredible proof in buying Kate's book. And you hear Linda Moulton Howe, it's very deceptive. Oh, a recent biography about her that she wrote herself. I don't get it. I don't get it, but here we are.
Is a hybrids story released in March of 2019. One night at age 3 in 1972,
I love the
Kate
illustrations.
vividly remembers the gray-skinned being with big black eyes that suddenly showed up next to her crib. In her illustration, she drew a craft with another being in it outside the bedroom window. The being next to her crib was silent, but Kate remembers thoughts and feelings coming into her young 3-year-old mind. She thought he was checking to make sure that she was okay. And over the past 50 years, since that 3-year-old encounter, Kate has continued to have interactions with other intelligences. Sid Goldberg suggested Kate get strong neodymium magnets with a 9-kilogram weight pull to find out if they would stick to her skin like Natalie's arm magnet did, and in what pattern.
Yeah, and so who told her to check herself with magnets? The guy from Gaia TV. Great. So a guy from Gaia TV who was recently selling stories about alien mummies that turned out to be dead people glued together is going to help Linda Moulton Howe push this cart of garbage up the hill.
Here, 5 neodymium magnets stuck above implants embedded in Kate's upper chest in a very smooth curved pattern of equally spaced magnets. In other words,
besides, I wanted to mention the evidence is so scant here, and during the interview she sticks something to her nose, which by the way, being a stage magician, you know, you could put a nail up your nose and magnets will stick to your nose all day long. And yes, I could do that, but I'd rather not. But here in Linda Moulton Howe's so-called evidence, you know, she's presenting this important evidence. We get a picture of her with magnets stuck to her. For all we know, this could have been photoshopped, but I can think of multiple methods. She could have used little circles of double-sided tape on the back of the magnets, stuck them on, take the picture, take them off. She could have used adhesive of one type or another. And by the way, this is how ridiculous and disgusting my life has become. I spent some bit of time this week experimenting with different forms of adhesive to find which adhesive would do this magic trick best. And maybe I will do it for you guys, but not tonight.
The magnets are only where they are because an implant is directly under the magnet. If you move the magnet a tiny degree, they will just fall. They are in this pattern because of the implants that are under the skin and in the tissue.
And again, there's no proof that there's actually implants under this woman's skin, except Linda Moulton Howe telling you. And you notice how Linda Moulton Howe goes right to the alien implants? She doesn't even consider the possibility of, I don't know, glue, adhesive, double-sided tape, or someone deceiving her. She just takes this woman's as absolutely, oh yeah, you've definitely got alien implants, honey. Sure.
Here is Kate showing a sketch on her right of the magnet distribution on her whole body at the UFO Congress this past September in Barcelona, Spain.
And who else was there? Oh, Marina Sarin was at that conference. You know, the Nazi girl who claims to also be an alien hybrid, who would not submit to genetic testing when I prompted her, who would not prove her superpowers are real when I asked her to. Yeah. So you got a conference full of nutters, you know, and somehow this is supposed to be proof for these people. Well, I spoke at a conference, so it must be true.
That's where I first saw Kate's x-ray of 3 magnets in her right shoulder that marked the location of 3 mysterious implants below her skin.
Yeah, and this is unclear. Did they take the X-ray with the magnets on or with the magnets off? And why can't we see what's under the circular magnets, which she is showing? This makes no sense. Wouldn't you want to see an X-ray of the actual alien implant? Wouldn't that be a little more important than seeing a picture of somebody getting an X-ray with circular magnets glued to them?
Here I have these tiny little neodymium magnets. They are quite strong. They are not any magnets that you put on the fridge. They can actually hold 9 kilos.
And by the way, this is a lie right off the bat. While ceramic or bar magnets are much more common because they're much cheaper to be used on refrigerator affixtions, I have a sort of calendar board that has one neodymium magnet on the back of each corner, and that's what keeps it on the refrigerator. So right off the bat, she's trying to prove to you, well, these aren't just regular refrigerator magnets. Nobody would use these on a refrigerator. I have one. You may have one. You may have some sort of refrigerator magnet that is neodymium in nature. They either use a pretty much larger size ceramic magnet because they're cheaper, or they use a very, very tiny neodymium magnet. For her to make that statement shows that she's trying to sell us a story here. Couldn't be, these aren't regular magnets. Yeah, they are. They're a certain kind of magnets, but they're still just magnets.
After what I've told. So my friend Sid Goldberg, he said that buy those magnets and stick them on the places where you think that you perhaps can have implants. And of course, normally when you're testing it, it's important that your skin is clean, not too warm, not too cold, as neutral as possible. Then
yeah, and that would also be the case if you were using some way to affix the magnets artificially, such as glue or tape or whatever. If your skin was sweaty or wet, it would not adhere.
You stick them on to see if, of course, sometimes you can really look carefully, because if they are even a ½ centimeter off the point, they will fall off. But my nose is the strongest point, so it will not fall off.
Wow.
And medically, they have not found an explanation for why that should stick on the bridge of your nose.
No.
And I would submit to you that she should submit to an independent doctor. Are we supposed to just take her word for it? No, my doctor said it's got to be alien implants. It's ridiculous.
So if I do it on the other side, it will be the same thing.
And if you come down further, how will it stick all along your nose? So only a very specific part.
And that magic trick can be easily accomplished by having, I did some testing. I told you I am a very sad man because I spent some time at a workbench with magnets with double-sided tape, glue, and spit on them, trying to recreate this, and was able to. And this trick of like, look, if I don't put it right where the alien implant is, it falls right down. You just flip the magnet. You have adhesive or tape on one side of it. When you show it affixes, it affixes because you're putting it sticky side down to your nose. To show it falls right off, you just flip the magnet. Now, I haven't analyzed this video. I may do that to show if she does that, but you know, this is a stupid parlor trick. You know, I as a magician would be embarrassed to do this trick. It's not even a good trick, in my opinion.
Of the bridge of your nose.
Yeah.
Now, what else? Cheeks, forehead?
I have 2 here.
Can you show?
No, it's too much makeup. They will not stick. So, but the nose is.
Oh, sorry. I have too much makeup on. They won't stick. Come on. You've got an alien metal implant embedded in your skull, and a super powerful magnet won't stick through, what, 1/8 of an inch of skin and a micrometer of an inch of cosmetics? This is a garbage excuse. She was only prepared to do a very simple, basic demonstration of this so-called paranormal effect of magnets sticking to her. She's not going to show us the stuff like in the pictures, right?
The best area to stick them. But on the picture, you can see I have here.
Yeah, go look at the picture where I could do it completely unobserved.
Here on my nose, 2 here, 5 in the front, and all the way down my spine, and also a few areas in the front.
And you've discovered all of those places by yourself, or did somebody just put them?
Yeah, and these X-rays, they're not even clearly an X-ray from her. So I would like to see the original X-rays. And why would you just affix magnets to yourself? Is this supposed to be the implants, circles, or is this supposed to be the magnets? It's very unclear. And but you know, muddying the waters, you're just trying to be just convincing enough to sell the story.
Them all over you? And
No, I had some help from a friend, so we were going on a little research party. As long as we bothered actually to do it.
And does the X-ray that was taken medically match all of those spots that you have had them stick?
So far, yes.
And what was just any reaction from a medical person looking at your X-ray?
They were just, wow. But of course, they will not put their name on it. So they are just
Yeah, so she has no names, right?
What are they afraid of?
They don't want to have their education and their name put together with the UFO. I'm not sure if the magnets, if the implants are also there to help me out.
Oh, thank you, UFO John
the physical condition, because in my family it runs with a super high blood pressure. You're talking about 200, above 120.
Oh my gosh!
This type, and my mother, she has a severe heart problem.
Okay, so we want to take the time to thank UFO John Doe for a kind and generous $4.99, and for also being a channel member. By the way, channel members, I uploaded 2 videos between last night at 3 a.m. and today shortly before dinner time, I suppose, 6 p.m. or so. So there was an hour and a half, I think, an hour and 45 minutes of bonus content for you kind and generous channel members and Patreon supporters. It's either on Patreon or in the channel, in the members section of our channel here in the community section. And we want to thank all of you kind and generous benefactors, super chatters. There's instructions to help us through in the description of the video. UFO John Doe, who's also a channel member, thank you, says, I'm an alien hybrid. I'm from SETI Alpha 5. I can drink a beer in one guzzle and make beer bottles stick to the wall. Linda, please reach out to me. Be careful. You're going to be her next story, right?
Problems, and a lot of her brothers, sisters, and uncles, and so on, they have died just passing 50. I'm not using any kind of medicine or anything. I also have 3 implants as a triangle under my heart area. They also had a connection with a guy that was a chiropractor, and he also had this X-ray machine in the back room. And of course, no one of this kind of people or doctors, they want to have their name associated with implants or aliens.
Yeah, isn't that convenient that not a single doctor will go on the record and say that they examined her X-rays, and confirm what she is selling here? That's why I say, let me have my doctor look at it and tell us if there's something anomalous here, or are these photoshopped X-rays, false images, you know. And you know, I get it. Some people are like, well, you can't prove that, Stephen. Well, based on Linda Moulton Howe's past record of using 100% fake so-called evidence, anything that she presents as so-called evidence, we should be extremely suspect of, and we should rigorously demand that this is real and valid evidence and not manufactured garbage, so she can continue to make money selling alien stories to stupid people.
So they were sneaking me into the office from the back door, and they were not even putting me in the records. But they
So she didn't even go to a real doctor. She went to some shady chiropractor. No offense, I don't equate a doctor and a chiropractor with being the same thing, though some do. Your opinion, you're welcome to your opinion.
Took the pictures.
But do you still have any sense now? You've gone through all of this, yet at an intuitive level, why are the Greys doing this?
For me, I think that they have been helping me up in one way or another to do the astrophysics, cosmology, these kind of things. I have no education at all on this topic, but I'm working on a brand new book on it.
Here comes another book pitch. Buy my next book. And I always come back to this problem of logic with some of these people. Like, does it sound logical that an advanced extraterrestrial race would put a bunch of some alien technology implants in this woman to help her with astrophysics? None of this makes any sense. Plot holes galore. I think this woman watched too much Star Wars or Star Trek or something.
It's called the creation, where physics and the consciousness meet.
And could you help us understand, because I too have written a lot about that the key to the whole universe is frequency and frequency resonance. I'm convinced that that is the key.
Now we get to the woo. This is the real woo now.
In your own experience doing this book.
Here comes the word salad. I haven't watched this whole thing, but I'm predicting some word salad here.
What is it that you're going to try to share with the human family?
It's more like how we are, how everything is connected, how the so-called physics or the so-called physical and the consciousness work together, and then there's nothing. The one thing can't be without the other. And when it comes to explaining this stuff in
good point,
English, it's very difficult because it's very difficult even to explain this stuff in Norwegian. And a lot of the stuff that I'm doing is so new and so different that some people, when they ask me, can you explain this simple part or that simple part, then I can't, because you have to understand with the beginning and then do the whole process before you can get to the point you actually will understand the other things.
Are you deep?
Yeah, so she asks her what she's going to be teaching humanity from her amazing alien downloads and revelations. And basically she says, well, essentially everything in the universe is connected. Okay. And then she makes excuses for why she can't explain any of these groundbreaking astrophysics breakthroughs that she's going to have in her new book. No, that's called holding your cards close to your chest because you're bluffing. In my opinion, she's bluffing here. She's got nothing.
Dealing with reincarnation.
Not in this topic here, but it's a natural thing. That it's a thing that can be naturally explained into this whole area.
And how would you explain to, say, a general audience what perspective you have now on the relationship of reincarnation, the recycling of souls, to you as a human, but to the grays that have been interacting with you? Why are they doing this?
The thing is that our consciousness that is working through this body or your body or everyone else's body, we're all linked together at the same particle level, if I shall use that kind of expression just to try to make the image. And the aliens, or doesn't matter what kind of a life form, we are all stuck to the same field.
I agree, Chuck Bam.
The visible one that we are seeing.
So who is benefiting from studying the links of frequencies among humans?
Good point.
I think that this is something everyone should know. Because the more everyone know about themselves and what they're coming from and who they are in the basics, and that when we die, it's just a physical part of us that dies and we come back again and we are internal. So then I think that humanity will look differently at ourselves.
Again, these new age grifters are always selling stuff that people want to hear. You know, maybe you're getting a little older, you're worried about death and the afterlife. Oh, don't worry. Only your physical form dies and then you get to come back. It's nicely crafted hopium, right? I always love that they always push the reincarnation. We're all connected. All of these different things to get an audience, right? You gotta give them what they want, and what people want is comfort. So much like a Catholic or Christian minister or priest selling people near the end of their lives comfort, these UFO consciousness, alien hybrid, whatever, grifters are always selling that. That's always part of the thing, right? Or they're selling ascension. We're all going to ascend. Lovely sentiment. but no proof of any of this.
The more they understand.
Do you feel in 2022 September that there is a threat to Earth?
No, I don't think so. I think that the biggest threat perhaps must be ourselves.
Self-destruction.
Yeah.
Well, okay, flip the coin around. Have you had...
What about the threat of aliens abducting you and sticking metal implants all over your body without your consent? Wouldn't that be, I would consider that kind of a threat.
Had any dream or any kind of image in your mind's eye that would relate to beings or another intelligence trying to show you, if humans don't do this, this is what's going to happen? Have you had any warnings like that?
Not that I can remember, actually. They have been teaching me perhaps in a more different way instead of we are all the time looking outside to find the answers.
I don't know where. This is the same place that Linda did that other interview where there was like beeping and car noise through the whole interview. Really professional production here.
What we are, the answer are in ourselves. And if you want to know how the future will go for, let's say, the humanity, you can just start looking at the common brainwave of the society. And one thing is one brainwave for what we are creating, one person, but when a bigger society, that kind of brain pattern or that pattern will become quite strong and big. And now this pattern is more or less globalized. So that it's even more stronger.
Well, right now, I think that most people would say it feels like the timeline of Earth has been chopped up and turned into confetti. There is just so much strife, stress, conflict.
I agree, Patty.
A lot of people say they've never known life on Earth like this before. Would you have any sense of why this moment
She's
feels
an alien
so
hybrid
treacherous in a strange way, and what could be coming after?
Well, the thing is that there's a much bigger picture to all of this. If you look at the old history of Earth.
Here again, people are struggling and looking for answers. And did you ever notice that when these people, these UFO grifters are interviewed that are supposed to have some sort of alien knowledge or knowledge from other species in the universe, they never say, I don't know. They know everything. No matter what question you ask them, they'll bluff their way through it. And here, everybody is struggling, and we get some stupid message of hope from an alien insider. It's designed to give people comfort, to make people feel good instead of being depressed, lonely, anxiety-ridden, as many people are in today's hectic world.
When the world is getting warmer and cooler and goes in like waves like this, and the same thing is with humanity and their wars and how aggressive they are. The warmer the Earth is getting, the more aggressive we get. So it will go up and cool down. But the only problem with humanity is that we have nuclear bombs and we have a little bit too many weapons to destroy ourselves a little bit too many times. So that makes it even more critical than, let's say, for 2,000 years ago when we were running around with an axe or something like that. It didn't have the same impact on the world as we can do now.
I've had various sources say extraterrestrial biological...
Oh, these are fake documents, by the way.
...entities manipulated DNA in already evolving primates to create Homo sapien. That would mean that our creation is an extraterrestrial exercise or test.
And here we get, I was just talking to a friend today about Richard Doty. Richard Doty is the person who leaked Linda Moulton Howe fake documents that tell the story of extraterrestrial biological entities tampering with our DNA in already evolving primates. And I promise you, my eyes are closed. Already evolving primates to create Homo sapien. And she normally says Homo sapien sapien. And, while I would love to believe that, and it would explain it would explain a lot of things and answer a lot of unanswered questions about evolution, because there does appear to be some massive jump in brain capacity and other things. in a timeline that is sort of perplexing, right? Like, how did that happen so quickly? That can usually be explained by meat. And if you do the adequate research, the jump in cranial capacity, most credible scientists attribute to human hunter-gatherers, early pre-human hunter-gatherers, I should say, changing to evolving to eating meat, a lot more meat. We as carnivores started getting bigger brained and much more intelligent. But to stupid people, they need an alien explanation to explain something that is probably, to most scientists, scientifically provable as an explanation.
When I say those words to you, what comes to mind for you?
I think that we can absolutely be an alien ourselves here on Earth, but we are also evolving all the time. There's nothing that stands still. So we are evolving, aliens are evolving, plants, everything is evolving. So
why do you think that the power brokers of the planet centuries ago and now currently the Department of Defense, why have they never ever told humanity the truth? You are a genetic creation from extraterrestrial beings in this universe.
Well, it's quite easy actually. Then they will lose the power. If every person knew what kind of power they actually have.
This is a pretty old explanation, but yeah, it's interesting. Maybe they're not telling us that because there's zero scientific evidence of that, and that every evolutionary biologist would disagree with the hypothesis that aliens tinkered with early hominid DNA to create humans. Maybe they're not telling us that because it's simply not true, not because there's some grand conspiracy to cover it up.
While creating stuff from their own brain, from their own brain waves and etc. If they seriously knew that, how powerful they are, the church or the governments or everyone else, they will lose the power over them.
I agree.
Right now, we are more like zombies under every commercial or everything we have been taught in life.
And your own experiences, the magnets, the being aware that something else is interacting, but you don't have answers.
No.
And yet in 2022, you've lived at least half a century approximately. And could you speak to the general family of humanity about where you see things going from here?
Yeah, fake documents cut
so
and
many
pasted.
people feel that it's the end of the world time.
The first thing you can do is to figure out who you are. That's the most important, because if you don't know who you are, then you will never know your power. Then you just follow the rest of the crowds and you can't change nothing.
But
So
see, that's part of the abuse of power brokers for millennia, refusing to let the whole family of humanity know the truth that they know, that we are a genetically created species that is experimented with by extraterrestrial biological entities, that is the truth.
So she's not asking her what the truth is. She's telling her, no, really. And, you know, this is a very old idea that's been around for ages, decades, since the early 70s, at least, with some of this ancient astronaut theory. And a lot of that comes from translations that were wrongly made from Sumerian tablets by one Zechariah Sitchin. He had no schooling, education, experience, or knowledge in the Sumerian language, but we're supposed to believe that he translated these ancient Sumerian tablets, and he translated them wrong, and essentially told this incredible story of aliens coming here and creating a race, the race of human beings, because they needed slave labor. And later this gets modified by this idea, gets taken, modified, changed, adapted, and expanded upon by other people in the so-called UFO community, like Richard Doty. It doesn't make it true.
And so now in 2022, 8 billion people on planet Earth are denied that fact. It is still not an official policy. Yes, now we're going to tell you the truth.
Because it's not the truth, Linda. Look at science. Talk to an evolutionary biologist. Talk to an anthropologist and ask them what evidence or proof there is of your hypothesis. There is none. Talk to a geneticist.
And it seems to me that the impact of that kind of denial of information by power brokers is a serious abuse.
Let's say that the people with the power told the people that, okay, you have the power. The problem would be that the most people, they will not understand it. It takes a long, long time to integrate the understanding of your own power.
Yeah, and isn't it interesting that in order to live in Linda Moulton Howe's delusional fairy tale fantasy land, you have to literally ignore science. You have to ignore every expert on evolutionary biology, every anthropologist, every archaeologist. All of these people are wrong about the origins of the human species. But you know who's right? Linda Moulton Howe, the lady that gets caught selling fake alien pictures to make a lot of money scamming people. She's right. She's got the secret of the humanity's origin, and all these people are conspiring. Hundreds of thousands of scientists all across the globe are conspiring to keep that evidence away from us and to keep the truth of the human species and the true origins of the humans from us. It's when I think of this and the fact that what you have to do to live in this delusional fantasy land, you know, I talked about logic earlier and how none of this makes any logical sense. And here again, just thinking critically for a moment, what is the likelihood that there's hundreds of thousands of scientists, archaeologists, history professors, anthropologists, geneticists, all over planet Earth, and they all know that Linda Moulton Howe's telling the truth, so they've got to actively work with governments and scientific agencies and colleges and universities to cover up the truth. This is fantasy land. We're living. Some people in UFO land are in a self-imposed delusional fantasy land, and they're kept there by their own blinders, but by their own lack of critical thinking and logic. You know, just work out the logic. Does it make sense that hundreds of thousands of scientists could all be working together in tandem? All of them. Every expert on Earth has to be agreeing to some grand conspiracy to keep this alien truth from us. It makes no sense, especially. And by the way, I want to freely admit to something. Early on, when I was a child, teenager maybe, I read all of this Zecharia Sitchin and Chariots of the Gods, and I was all chips in. I thought it explained a lot of things, and that's why this works. We all have questions nobody can answer. Like, where did we come from? Who put us here? And if religion and spirituality is insufficient to explain these things to you, perhaps scientific intervention by advanced extraterrestrial beings is more to your mindset. So for a time, I truly believed some of this stuff. I believed that Zecharia Sitchin correctly translated those tablets. Only years later would I find out that he was way off, completely off, totally off, not even close. And again, this ancient astronaut theory gave me comfort. It answered all those unanswered questions. Now everything, it makes sense now. We came from extraterrestrial beings. They tinkered with our DNA. That also explains why there is evolutionary jumps that are hard to explain through standard or traditional science, history, anthropology, and more. But once you actually dig into these things, it all falls apart like a terribly constructed, shaky house of cards that it is. It's built on legends and the confirmation bias of people accepting this as truth. And I'm sorry, but the other thing that really did it for me was first taking a college class in anthropology and then getting to talk to an anthropology professor. And I, at that point, was probably more than half convinced that there was nothing to this theory, but I still wanted to ask the expert that I had access to. And he assured me that there is no scientific proof, evidence, genetically, archaeologically, anthropologically, there is no evidence of genetic tampering with the human genome. Now, are there anomalies? Sure. Is there junk DNA and a bunch of stuff they don't yet understand? Sure. But to go straight to, it must have been aliens, is a bridge too far. And if you actually dig into this from a critical thinking standpoint, again, I doubt that hundreds of thousands of scientists and archaeologists and everybody else is just keeping this from us, right? It would be the biggest secret in human history. And do we really think that every single person in the scientific community would keep the secret from the rest of us dummies? I don't think so.
It's like if someone has told you your entire life that also unless you're ugly or you are stupid, you will not change that belief just because someone tells you that you are looking good or you are smart. It takes a long time to change it. But the only one who can change it is you. But you have to be awake and start the process to find out who you are and then get the power, and then you can change things.
Yeah, beyond human power brokers, who else in your experience, even if it has been only at night in a dream, who do you think could be benefiting
Talk
from
about
the
a leading
ignorance of
question.
planet Earth?
I think that is a typical human thing.
For us to always operate in ignorance.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I think there are beings out there that take advantage of that.
Can be, yes.
Oh, that's weird.
Kate called her 2019 book
Bad edited.
A Hybrid Story because she considers herself to be a genetic hybrid of the blonde, blue-eyed Nordics and Homo sapien. And I want to share with
Yeah, and isn't it, it's just a coincidence? She considers herself to be, but she has no proof of that. And she's making money just because she considers herself to be an alien hybrid. Great. Look, my new book is coming out next month, and I'm just going to consider myself to be an alien hybrid. I'm going to put a bunch of bull stories in there. And yeah, I'm going to do the Cosmic Con Shuffle and make a lot of money because I consider myself to be. Complaisir with a kind and generous, what is that, 150 euro? Stephen Bruddy, me feel so proud. You and your channel finally aligned a special chat crowd, many of them at other chats and other shows within the last 2 years, but now just realness searching. Ones finally connect over here along you and your chat for a reason. Truth seekers for life. Good to see you, Complaisir. Kind and generous benefactor. So generous of you. Thank you very, very much. And thank you for being a channel member as well. Very kind of you. And we thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. It is much, much appreciated. And boy, that's very generous. And we are praising the cash today. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. We'll have, I'm looking for this here. We'll have Trixie. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. Thank you, Complaisir.
This is Trixie from Truth Seekers. Thanking you for your generosity. I'm gonna praise the cash so hard. I'm gonna end up opening up a stargate to a whole different dimension of wealth.
Thank you very much for your kindness, generosity, and support. Very, very kind of you. So we're wrapping things up. Linda's doing her wrap up for why this woman is important. She's not.
with you all a message that I recently received from a retired aerospace engineer. This is a brand new piece of information.
Another retired aerospace engineer. By the way, some of you may recall that the fake alien picture story that she was hawking came to her from a retired aerospace engineer. But when you know it, as soon as that story fell apart and she made all the money and ran off with it and didn't give any of it back, even though she frauded the general public with fake alien pictures to make that money, we get a new source, a retired aerospace engineer who is sending Linda Moulton Howe some very important new information. And here we have, again, a retired aerospace engineer as a source, but an anonymous source, of course.
Who says he once worked side by side with a Nordic and side by side with a tall white from other solar systems in our region of the Milky Way galaxy.
A new anonymous source, an aerospace insider anonymous source, says that he worked with them aliens. Trust me, dude. What's his name? Can we vet where he worked? Can we tell if he's a real person or only exists in your imagination? I really think, and I'm entitled to my opinion and speculation, and will freely admit that this is opinion and speculation. I think she just makes up sources and makes up fake stories at this point. The last aerospace retired engineer that she had as a source was sending her fake pictures of aliens that she was hawking as real alien pictures. Is it the same fake source or is this a new fake source? And come on, Linda, you got to work harder at this fake source anonymous stuff. You should say this guy is retired military or retired Navy SEAL or retired Area 51 black budget project worker or something. You went right back to the retired aerospace engineer after the last retired aerospace engineer that you had a source burnt you with fake alien pictures. Awesome. And this guy's working for aliens. What's the evidence of this? Trust me, my retired aerospace engineer source told me that he's working for those aliens.
See, that I show here in my evolving star map. Quote, it comes down to the human race on Earth being somewhat protected by two groups that want to see us make it and join our celestial neighborhood. It's really that straightforward.
Yeah, so here we get the alien fairy tales. I love the alien fairy tales. She's got insider sources. He's a retired aerospace engineer, and he knows the truth about those aliens, what they're doing here, what they want for humanity. And what is the evidence or proof of any of this? Well, her retired aerospace engineer source that nobody's allowed to see, talk to, interview, or vet told her that this is true. So it must be, right? This is Linda Moulton Howe's Trust Me school of selling fake alien stories. And it's absolutely ridiculous that this woman is legally allowed to do this. Come on, Linda.
We, us Earth humans, are a product of a genetic experiment that was set up here on Earth approximately 278 million years ago. We are truly a blended bunch. We put blended in quotes because we humans are the ET offspring of sorts. The Scandinavian-looking Nordics do most of the policing.
You notice how she never has a real picture of aliens, and when she says she does, they turn out to be a fake picture of aliens. And who does she get to draw this stuff? Nordic illustration by Arowana. Tall white illustration by Anonymous. By the way, the tall white alien myth was created by a man named Charles Hall, who pretended that he was in the Air Force. We vetted his claims, and it turns out that man who invented all of the mythology surrounding the so-called tall white aliens turns out to be a fraud and a stolen valor thief. He was never in the Air Force, though he claimed to be. And every time that you hear someone mention tall white aliens, just remember Stephen Cambion busted that story. The guy who invented all the stories of the tall white aliens originally, a man named Charles Hall, is a stolen valor, 100% provable fraud who was never in the Air Force, though all of the tall white alien stories that he told and sold started with when I was in the Air Force. So we went to the National Personnel Records Center. And what we found out was he was never in the Air Force. And this is how the mythology takes hold. People just accept it. That guy was in the Air Force. He must be telling the truth. No, he wasn't. And every time that you hear any idiot like Linda Moulton Howe or Corey Goode or David Wilcock or hundreds of other UFO grifters start telling you stories about tall white aliens, all of the tall white alien mythology came from a 100% proven fraud. So are we just repeating one fake story told by one fake person, and now we have another fake story told by another fake person? This is childish and laughable.
And are more of a military type group, while our other working group, the Tall Whites, are much more hands-on, technically speaking. The Nordics work much more closely with JSOC, the Joint Special Operations Command.
And by the way, the Nordic aliens is what many of these UFO grifter ladies try to emulate. You know, blonde hair, blue eyes, gorgeous, right?
To keep everyone involved knowing about the movements of a danger, the hostile trontoloid insects from Epsilon Eridani that I have done reports about at Earth Files before. The Nordics understand and try to control the time manipulations that the trontoloid advanced technology can manipulate and create different time frames.
Again, we're this is alien story time. We've got the Nordic aliens, we've got the tall white aliens. Oh, there's this insectoid race that can manipulate timelines, and the Nordics are trying to stop them. This is a bad episode of Babylon 5, right? And what is the evidence or proof? Trust me, dude. I have a source that told me this. You can't talk to them. You can't even find out if they're a real, actual existing person or if I'm just making all this up. But trust me.
Which is why I referred to time chopped up into confetti in my interview with Kate. The Nordics provide a type of security over our deep space exploration and travel. And it is the tall whites that help us with the technology it takes to achieve the goals of deep space exploration. Both groups, Nordics and tall whites, are always on all three U.S. Space Force deep quantum tunneling starships at all times.
The U.S. has deep space quantum tunneling spaceships. Well, there's one I haven't heard before, Linda. What's your source for the fact that you're claiming that the United States has deep space tunneling quantum spaceships? Is there actual proof or evidence of this, or is this just alien story time again? It's alien story time, friends. I wish I had a bumper of like the Land of Make Believe to play. But did you know I tried to use Mr. Rogers' Land of Make Believe and I got a copyright strike? You can't use Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers would be upset. He would be happy that I'm educating the public using something much like he pioneered with early television to educate people. But anyway, I wish I had a bumper for the Land of Make Believe, because when you listen to Linda Moulton Howe, you have entered the land of make believe, and that's where we're at, and that's where we find ourselves. It gets worse from here, friends. But if you do want to check out Linda Moulton Howe's remaining alien story time, I welcome you to do so if you want to laugh. But it's not just a laugh that I get. I become sad when I look at the views that this woman gets selling fairy tale alien stories with no evidence, no proof. Oh, wait a minute. This broadcast, she had a woman that could do a magic trick of sticking magnets to herself. And maybe I will do a video, but I'm not going to do a whole 2-hour show on it. I'll do a short video displaying how that magic trick can easily be accomplished by anybody who would like to. We're going to check out here. I have had enough of alien story time for one evening. Now we have a bit more business to take care of here. Let me let me see. We want to thank each and every one of you for joining us. Tonight, we are broadcasting live on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Rumble, and Odyssey. And we welcome all our new friends on those new platforms and welcome back our Twitch friends, some of which I remember seeing before in the Twitch live chat. And they've come back now that we have increased our distribution recently. Happy to see some people back. Happy to see so many new friends out there in the land of the interwebs, watching us on various different platforms. I also want to thank all of those listening to our audio podcast. You people listening on Apple Podcasts or on iHeartRadio, Spotify, Google Podcasts, Good Pods, Castbox, Deezer, Podcast Addict, Podchaser, or Geo Savan. We love and appreciate you, but now is a good time for me to remind you that if you're listening to this audio podcast, we love and appreciate you, but you're missing half the fun. So please do go on over to YouTube and hit that little search bar, the magnifying glass. Put in there Truth Seekers, one word. You'll see me, Stephen Cambion, a strange guy with sunglasses, pop up. Go to that channel, smash the subscribe button, hit the notification bell, and you too will know when we're doing a live taping for the show. We would love to have you here in our interactive live chat. We've got some time left, so I will be taking questions and comments from the live chat. We encourage you, though. Some of you know that I'm visually impaired, so please do put your questions or comments you want me to share on the screen in all capital letters. But before we do that, the other thing that I would like to remind everyone is we don't do alien story time here. We critically think about these strange and esoteric subjects, and we investigate things, and we usually provide evidence for the stories that we present. I know that is a foreign concept to some people, and some people just want alien story time. If that's what you like, Linda Moulton Howe is probably for you. And by the way, I love the snarky ones. I've had a great, and I have a hello, say hi to your live chat from Sheila Aliens, former guest. And she is watching live now. Good to see Sheila Aliens out there. We want to have her come back and share more of her interesting AI artwork and other things. So I'm supposed to remind you how you can support our show here, and we love and appreciate every single one of you. I do want to take the time to remind everybody that we're a viewer-supported show, and anybody can throw a couple bucks in our hat if you want to see us continue. I think that our voice is sorely needed in this strange place. And we thank each and every person that sends any sort of support. You can do that through Cash App or PayPal, and instructions to do that are in the description of the video. I'm going to take one quick break. It's just a very quick break to remind all of you, including those listening to the audio podcast or watching on BitChute. We don't want to forget our new friends on BitChute. We are unable to broadcast live to BitChute, but we do put the replay every night on BitChute as well. And the audio podcast, of course, is pre-recorded, but we love and appreciate all of you. So we want to remind all of you how you can support us if you choose to. But please hear my pledge. It's not always about money. Or first, my pledge is that the content that we create will always be free. You might have to skip an ad, or I don't want to say skip an ad. You might have to view an ad, listen to an ad, but all the content that we create is free. It's only those who choose to support our work can throw a few bucks in our hat, and that keeps us going here. And we love and appreciate all of you. We read every single pledge that somebody sends in, whether you send it through Cash App or PayPal or the Super Chat button. That money button down there is another great way to help us. Besides that, another great way to help us is to like, comment, subscribe, and share these videos. You You can also follow me on Twitter. It's at Stephen Cambion on Twitter. Just my name, Stephen Cambion on Twitter. At Stephen Cambion. We post all the shows there. So a great way to support us, besides throwing money at us, which we always love and appreciate. You guys help us praise the cash every day. And by the way, I just posted a video of the new land. We bought land in the middle of a beautiful forest, and we'll be building a new, I hope it's going to be state-of-the-art studio, both recording and production studio, video and audio. We're going to be building that starting in the spring. So besides the normal monthly bills that is taken out of the till here for the software or the Google Drive or Spreaker's fee or whatever bills we have to pay, every penny from now until April that comes into the till that we're able to spare will be going into the new studio. We've already purchased the land, and any help and support will be put towards building materials and supplies and other things for that incredible new endeavor. And I have shared with our Patreon supporters and channel members a 45-minute video showing that beautiful forest land that we have recently purchased. And we want to share that. I'll be sharing it publicly in due time, but we always give the channel members and the Patreon supporters first look at exciting new things we're doing here. So you guys get the first look. And I've also just posted our monthly show journal. Every month I post a journal, a sort of backstage view into the show. So let me remind any of you who are feeling generous how to help and support us. And when we come back, we'll read every single super chat, every PayPal pledge, and thank you all for your generosity and support.
Truth Seekers is a viewer-supported show. Wonderful people like you who enjoy this show send pledges in the form of super chats, super stickers, super thanks, PayPal, or Cash App. Instructions for how to help are in the description. You can also join our Patreon, and for as little as $1 a month, you can get extra content. Patreon supporters get a backstage pass, early access to all our production videos before they are distributed publicly, Stephen Cambion's music, private writings, a monthly show journal, and more. You can also become a YouTube channel member for $5 a month. A YouTube membership includes all of the Patreon benefits, plus a special members badge, priority reply to video comments, and the live chat, plus a monthly members-only video. We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors, for supporting Truth Seekers. Thank you for your generosity and support.
So we are back, friends, and I also want to mention that I've said this many times before, but I have been neglecting to mention it before. I hate putting anything behind a paywall. And I also understand that there are some people that are often in our audience that may be in reduced circumstances. I know it's tough out there. So we keep a list. I keep an email list. And if you really like the show and would like to get those extra goodies but are having a tough time, I don't need to know the whole story. Just email me, truthseekershow@gmail.com, and just say I'd like the member benefits, having a tough time or something like that. I don't need to know the details. That's your business, not mine. So, and also we keep that list, and every month when I post the benefits, the extra goodies to either PayPal or our channel members here, I just email it to that email list or those people on the list. I don't want $1. PayPal is $1. The membership is $5. I don't want $5 or $1 to keep you from taking part in the show and the extra goodies if you really enjoy the show, especially for people. If you're unemployed, you need something to do. I would love for you to listen to the extra content that we produce for those members. And I have asked repeatedly to many of the members and to many of the Patreon supporters. Nobody minds me doing that. Nobody's going to get upset like, hey, I paid the $1. Why am I not getting it? Everybody's very generous, and everybody realizes this economy is terrible. It's $4 or $5 for a gallon of gas right now for 9/10 of a gallon. Things are rough, and I understand and appreciate that. So just send me an email, and we'll get you those benefits. Also, we have Azen says, you got a great radio voice, Stephen. Power radio networks will be calling soon, mark my words. Yeah, we're trying to expand and get on TalkStream Live and a few other places. Part 1 of our distribution enhancement plan has already taken place because now we're live streaming to 7 locations at once, soon to be 8. And we're also on BitChute in the form of replays. We're on all the audio podcasts, but there are those few other places that we are working on getting distribution on. One of them is a paranormal talk radio network, and one of them is TalkStream Live, and there might be 3 or 4 others we're looking into as well. A big focus of the coming new year is going to be to increase our distribution here as incredibly much as possible. And I thank you. And that great radio voice is not mine. That belongs to Mr. Ian, and we want to thank him for being our announcer, right? Brandy Phillips says, you don't want to be flooded with sob stories. Come on, man. Well, occasionally, Brandy, somebody will tell me a very personal story about losing their job or their wife leaving them or something. And I just think it's really none of my, I appreciate that people would share something so personal with me, but it's really none of my business. So just drop me a note, truthseekershow@gmail.com, that you're having a tough time and you'd like the extra goodies. I'll put you on the list and we'll send them out to you. I feel a little uncomfortable when people share intensely personal stuff like that, but I appreciate that people feel that they can open up to me. So we want to thank, boy, what a generous night. We've got Daniel on PayPal with a kind and generous $55.18 PayPal pledge. And by the way, I will put on the screen any remaining super chats until we end our broadcast tonight, and I will read every single person's message. If you send me, if you send anything into the show on PayPal, be sure to add a note and then give me whatever you'd like me to read. So we have a very nice message from Daniel Black, and wow, thanks for your generosity and support of the show. He says, hey, Steve, as a Jew, I wanted to thank you from the bottom of my heart for discussing these disgusting anti-Semitic UFO psychic con artists. I'm not a scholar, but I would love to be a guest on your show. I would love this, to discuss the history of anti-Semitic tropes, beginning with blood libel, then in the late 19th century with the fabricated book called The Protocols of the Elders of Zion. And I'm familiar with that, Daniel, which is what current anti-Semitic groups basically use as their Bible. I'm very knowledgeable in the history of these anti-Semitic ideas and tropes, with interesting info proving that the Protocols of the Elders of Zion was completely fabricated. I'm also an experiencer, although only 2 times, once when I was 7 years old and then again when I was 33 years old, and neither experience was very exotic, probably because I don't embellish my stories like 99% of experiencers most likely do. But I'd be open to telling both stories if interested. I was a Patreon member of yours, but ran into some financial issues and had to drop that. No problem. Well, we thank you, Daniel, for your kindness, generosity, and support. And email me, and I'll put you back. I'll put you on that list. You just gave us 55 months of the Patreon dollar benefits, so certainly I'd be happy to put you on the list to get you the extra goodies. And yes, I would be more than interested, especially in the show about those anti-Semitic things. I have, everyone from David Icke to this guy we covered yesterday, Hitler's son. What is his? Douglas Dietrich. Many, many people use that fake book as a source for their proof of some Jewish conspiracy against the world. And I would love to cover that. So make sure that you email me at truthseekershow@gmail.com. Some people, it's let me put it up on the screen if I can find my banner for that. Some people get the email wrong, and then I don't get the email because it's a little tricky. It's Truth Seeker, one Truth Seeker, and then the word show. So Truth Seeker and then the word show @gmail.com. That's how you email me. That's the best place to get a hold of me. Otherwise, Twitter DMs @Stephen Cambion. And I would be happy to have you as a guest for both topics. And the porn bots have arrived. But hey, we're an hour and 57 minutes into tonight's live broadcast. Normally, they're here at the beginning of the broadcast. The porn bots must be busy tonight, friends. So xxx18.online says, like my hot photos here. And I'm sure that one of our chat room moderators will take care of that. Patty M. Wilhelm says, please get that man on your show. I would be pleased and delighted to cover that because I think it's a big part of conspiracy land problems. Stephen, would you like to know what's your take about Terence McKenna's statements and knowledge? Plus, love to send some spare money to my heroes. Well, thank you, Complizier. I really appreciate that. Every once in a while, I get a little discouraged, and I have occasionally considered just turning the money button off because it's an attack vector. Occasionally, one of the supporters of these UFO grifters, who, by the way, are making hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars selling lies, will come after me because we make whatever we make telling people the truth. And they say, well, you're just like them. You're asking for this, or you're, occasionally I consider turning it off, especially when, I get it at the end of the month, especially people are out of money for the month and waiting for the check or whatever. And it gets a little slow. I say, maybe I'll just shut it off and get rid of that attack vector. But like anybody in life, we do need money to exist and live and pay for some of the projects here and things that we're doing to build the future of the show. But every time I get discouraged, along comes UFO John Doe, or you, Complizier, or some of you other kind of generous benefactors like Sweet Caroline or like Daniel here or others. And it really makes me feel better about the whole situation. Things should be about the law of averages. If we have a night with not much support, it's okay, because the next night we will get a lot of support. I got to try to remind myself of that and never get discouraged. So we definitely want to thank you, UFO John Doe and Complizier and people like Sweet Caroline and Daniel, for all their kindness, generosity, and support. I am eye on the prize. We're building a beautiful studio, which, by the way, will be in the middle of a beautiful forest. I'm so excited about the new world headquarters. It'll be the world headquarters of my company. We're going to have studios there and an office and a workshop and more. Complizier says, you are a real hero to me because of what you're doing, Brady. Well, thank you for your kindness. I appreciate that. Ken Ami says, those jokers are committing a category error. They make money off of scamming. You make money off of investigating and reporting. Well, thank you. I appreciate that kindness. And Ken Ami, I keep forgetting. I've been really busy. You got to come back. I want you to be a guest next week, somewhere between Monday and Friday at 9 p.m. Eastern time. And I would like to do a show on angels and demons with you. I've been looking into some of your material, and I was impressed with your knowledge. Most people don't know about Lucifer or Satan and what class of angel he was actually reported to have come from. And you did, and that instantly impressed me. And I said, we have to do a show about just angels and demons. So I will email you, or you email me, and let's arrange that. For those unaware, Ken Ami is an amazing researcher and author. Go look on Amazon. Just look up his name, Ken, K-E-N, Ami, A-M-M-I. He's written all kinds of incredible books on all kinds of strange and esoteric subjects like demons, demonology, Jesus, biblical history, aliens, and more. Interesting guy. Looking forward to having another conversation with him. Patty M. Wilhelm is here and says, it's going to be a great complex. We all share in the good things to come. Yeah, and by the way, I'm going to put this out there, and maybe this is a bad idea, but anybody who has ever donated anything to my show, it might take a few years to build that place. I'm still designing it in my head. I haven't put pen to paper yet, but I'm almost there, Patty. I'm this close to, I have it in my head. Got like it's got a lot of angles and things. One can envision an A-frame cabin. Just look up an A-frame cabin. And I'm going to do something like that, but smaller A-frames that are going to be rooms off the back of a larger structure. I'm still designing it, but it's going to be beautiful. And everybody is welcome to come there and visit when the place is completed, especially if you have donated. Maybe we'll hold a picnic there or a special event. And anybody within driving distance, by the way, it's in Pennsylvania, the Pocono Mountains of Pennsylvania. I'm sure going to have a hell of a party, Patty, when that place is finished being built. That's my future. And I care very deeply about doing a really good job building a facility that will facilitate my future. And Patty, I'm going to get a workout with my manifesting muscles, right? Now, occasionally, one of my friends will come to me and say, Stephen, you are different than a lot of people. And I said, how? And they said, well, you come up with these weird, strange sort of fantasies, and then you actually do it. I have had an amazing life. I built a recording studio in the middle of Philadelphia. I ran a nightclub and sort of built that up. I just have had an amazing life, and anything that I have decided to manifest, I figure out a way and I do it. We've now manifested the land. That was the most important first step. You can't build anything unless you have land to build it on. And I looked for 2 years straight. I only looked at like maybe 10 or 15, probably 15 or 20 maybe places in person. Most of them were totally not suitable or acceptable. We finally found an incredible place, and it's on the Patreon in the members only section. If you want to take a look at this beautiful forest we'll be building this state-of-the-art studio in, we break ground in early spring, I think. So I got to get busy on the designs, but I, Patty, am getting an education now in working out my manifesting muscles. I have manifested the land. Now I must manifest a building, a beautiful building, a state-of-the-art building that's going to be built with mostly natural materials. And by that, I mean trees, logs, stone. It's going to have a big, beautiful stone fireplace. I've already decided. I don't care how long it takes me to build that big, beautiful stone fireplace. There's stone all over the forest in this land, natural stone. So just like the settlers, we're going to have a big, beautiful fireplace as the centerpiece of the grand room of the building. Still working out the details, but boy, I am looking forward to flexing my manifesting muscles. I got the land, and to me that was the hardest part, because where it will be is an absolutely beautiful forest. It's just beautiful there, and there's no neighbors for miles, so we can record whatever we want. I could have real bands there and drum sets, and I'm not going to bother anybody in the middle of a forest. But we're going to soundproof those areas. They're going to have sound isolation booths, a vocal booth, and a band room, and we will have video editing facilities. We're going to have an entire room for green screen work, a big room for green screen work. Like I said, I'm slowly working it out. PBR Street Gang, the protocols of the meetings of the learned elders of Zion is real. I'm not qualified to make that judgment, PBR. So, tune in. We're going to have Daniel here when we're going to be discussing the history of these things. So, stay tuned for that. I'm no expert on those things, but I am aware that a lot of anti-Semitic stuff that goes on in UFO land and conspiracy land comes from the fake book Daniel described. Complicated, as soon as disgusting, not rich, nor third phase of scamming brothers on the moon's cousins check that what? That you make a couple of bucks, then send these porn trolls. Yeah, maybe they're sending porn trolls, do you think? I don't know about that. I really don't. I'm really not quite there yet. Yeah, I'm not a paranoid sort. I will say this, I am still surprised that some people still have a show, given that they were, we proved that they've been lying to everybody. And someone earlier in the live chat said, you should stop fighting with him. He's a good guy. And I'm here to tell you, good guys do not help people scam people with fake UFO videos for 2 years. Scammers do that. Hoaxers do that, right? But we all make our beds in life. And this goofy decided that he was going to get in bed with scammers, and a scammer he will be, right? You can't lay with pigs and not get dirty. And that's what happened. Before then, nobody could question his credibility. When he said somebody was a scammer, especially if he had any evidence, and by the way, he usually doesn't, it's just his opinion, people would listen. But now you can't run around telling people this person's a hoaxer or this person's fake when you've been provably caught lying to your audience, dead to rights lying to your audience, and all the excuses in the world. Oh, they haven't, remember that? Oh, they haven't hoaxed anything in 5 years, 3 years. We're up to 1 year. They hoaxed something last year, and he knew about it. And he knew that they were pushing fake videos, and he did nothing. He kept his mouth shut when they did that. Do you know why? Because he's on the payroll of scammers. That's why. And, really, though, I haven't thought about him and don't care to, or Third Phase of Moon. But I will say that there is 2 free documentaries about Third Phase of Fake in the description of this video or the description of this podcast. If you're listening in audio podcast land or wherever you're listening, go to the description of the video, wherever you're watching, whether it's Twitch or, Rumble or Odyssey or BitChute. In the description of the video, I've put it in everything, are 2 really well-made documentaries about Third Phase of Fake, the most successful scam UFO channel on YouTube. I don't know how they're still allowed on YouTube, but this is the world that we live in, who have faked things for literally decades. And of course, the story also details the sad, sad story of the sad, bitter little man, little Rich Giordano, who decided after years of calling out scams and scammers, he would work for them. And we're all supposed to believe that they've changed and they're good people and they haven't hoaxed anything or faked anything in 5 years. Then he went to 3 years. Now we're down to 1 year. Hey, Rich, did they hoax anything in the past year? Or are you going to stick to that? Right? Is that the new line? They haven't hoaxed anything in the last year? Is that what we're up to? Dirtball. And for those unaware, that slimeball show host went around calling people, I don't even want to say the word, went around saying that some people, like me, may have friends that have problem with children. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah, that word, the P word. And he had absolutely no evidence of that. And why did he do that? Because he knew we were right about Third Phase of Scam, Third Phase of Fake, Third Phase of Moon, whatever. And by the way, you cousins brothers, I'm not done yet. I'm not done. Oh boy, I got so much more. People are sending me all kinds of stuff. People that helped you scam fake stuff. People that you should pay people better when they're in on the scam, you guys. You really should, because there's a lot of bitter, angry people out there see you making all this money and they may have helped you, right? Eisen says, they're hoaxers again. Yes, that's my favorite part of that. I couldn't help it. for those unaware, the documentary details all the hoaxes of Third Phase of Moon, and we put a clip in there of this idiot Rich Giordano from Grifton saying they're hoaxers again every time we caught them in a hoax. It's hysterical. I think it's excellent work. I stand by it, and it was excellent practice for creating documentaries. It's a free documentary. It's in the description of the video. Check it out. And if you really want to help us, you can copy the URL, copy the link to those two documentaries, and share them on your social media, because these clowns are copyright striking it off of YouTube. So it can't be on YouTube because these scammers don't like people revealing how they perform the scams and peeling back the layers of deception and showing everybody how they faked everything for years and years and years. So they're falsely copyright claiming people. And by the way, that reminds me, when I get a chance, I've been very busy, I'm uploading those to our YouTube channel here, and they can fight it out with me. But we will be changing one thing. I think we're blurring the picture of the child's face. For those unaware, Third Phase of Moon once used Blake Cousins' 4-year-old child to scam people for UFO money. Yeah. Pretending. They made a 4-year-old child stand there and pretend to see an alien, and then they put it in with CGI and put it up on YouTube as a real and true alien encounter. Nothing says Father of the Year like using your 4-year-old child to scam people with a fake alien video, right? Eisen says he looks so unhinged in that clip too, jaw shaking, great editing. When I saw him say that, I clipped it and I said, oh, I can use that. And I've been telling that dummy to keep my name out of his mouth, but he still keeps calling us the angry channel. I'm not angry. I'm extremely happy. Do I experience bouts or periods of righteous indignation and contempt for scammers like him and his buddies, Third Phase of Fake? Absolutely, every day. But then I laugh it off, because I am headed towards tremendous success, and he is in the garbage pail of this entire thing. People know he is a joke. He is the laughingstock of this thing for having backed proven hoaxer scammers for 2 years. They haven't hoaxed anything. They haven't hoaxed anything. And no matter how much evidence we show that they keep hoaxing things, he's got to stick to his guns, because he is an intellectual weakling and a lazy slob, and he doesn't have it within himself to do this by himself. So he needs scammers constantly feeding him stupid people to watch his shit show. He can't do what we do here. He can't remain independent and objective and be able to objectively analyze what Third Phase of Moon is doing and tell people the truth. He can't tell people the truth. He's got to keep lying and lying and lying and lying again so that they keep feeding him subscribers. In fact, this clown hasn't got any subscribers in like 6 months, but recently they gave him a bump, calling him out, telling everybody go over there and subscribe. You know, the stupid people that watch Third Phase and don't know they fake everything, right? Great. But that's where he's at. And, I try to not think about it. I laugh to myself. I giggle inside if I do think of him or the Third Phase boys. But like I said, maybe we'll have a slow week and I'll start pulling out some of the other overwhelming evidence of fakery, fraudery, and bull stuff that we have. I've got various folders here. Reminds me, I just got a new one where somebody sent them a picture, which was a suspended camera on wires. They hyped it up as an alien spaceship. It was a suspended camera like you see at sporting events on wires. They pretended that aliens were sighted at a football game or something. It's ridiculous. And by the way, that person told them, this is a camera on wires, but doesn't this look cool? It looks like a rocket ship. They ran with it because that's what they do. It's Third Phase of Fake, sell fake garbage. And anybody that works for them is equally on my list of, we got Dr. J selling the fake Dr. Reed. Oh, it's wonderful, right? Billy Hicks says, we should all have enough sense to know that, quote, cutting out a man's tongue doesn't prove what they're saying is wrong. It proves those who silence them are afraid of what they have to say. Exactly. Exactly. And I agree with you 100%, Billy Hicks. And actually, them trying to get it pulled off of YouTube, well, they did. It backfired on them. And I believe a lot more people tuned in on our Odyssey channel to see what it is that they didn't want people to see. So it backfired on them. It was like the Streisand effect. More people. Now, if it was on YouTube, it would have gotten probably tens of thousands of views. But it only got a few thousand. One got a few thousand views, and one I think is up to 1,500 or, but we'll take that. And again, I'm going to be posting them right here on our YouTube channel. I refuse to be intimidated by scammers, right? Let them do what they're going to do, right? They're going to try to sue me for copyright. No, every judge in the world will look at that case and say, wait, he's using your clips to prove that you committed fraud against the general public and that you unfairly, unjustly, perhaps illegally accepted money for things that you said were real, that you knew were fake. No way we're not going to win that case. And we are not going to be intimidated by the, scammer crowd. It's ridiculous that you can do an investigative. It's absolutely ridiculous that they think somebody can do a documentary investigating them and all their fakery and fraudery and defrauding the public, and they get to decide whether it is allowed on YouTube or not. No, you're the subject of what is essentially a criminal investigation. You don't get to decide who gets to see that documentary. The person who makes it gets to decide. And unfortunately, they intimidated this Sapiens culture. He didn't want to fight with them legally, couldn't afford a lawyer if they were to choose to sue him for copyright infringement. So he chose to drop it. We distributed it, helped him get it distributed on alternative platforms. And I'm going to distribute it right here on our YouTube channel. We're not going to be intimidated by them. And then, of course, I'm sure that the goofy bunch will start new stuff, they've already, called my wife ugly, said I have friends that have problems with children. They made fun of my dead father. I can't remember what else. Said I look like a lesbian with bad hair. Misgendered me, kept calling me she for some reason. It's like, what else are you going to do? You intellectual weaklings. They cannot debate me on the evidence that we present. They cannot argue that we have overwhelming evidence of fakery and fraud taking place by them. So what do? Attack me personally. It's the only play he has left, right? Operation Shutdown says third phase are known hoaxers. Yeah, but it's amazing that people still tune in. And it's amazing that Goofy Boy can do the Super Chat Shuffle every day with absolutely... He doesn't have a show. He has, let's play stuff I found on Twitter, and I'll tell you my opinion because I'm an expert. He's an expert at working for scammers. Nobody should trust his opinion or judgment. Here's a guy that posted a picture, essentially, I believe, of a security camera claiming it was a UFO. Forced perspective. It's really laughable. And again, though, I think we've wasted too much time already on that clown. He can't go where I'm going. Disgusting behavior. I agree. I absolutely agree. Called me Kylo Ren. That was not that bad. Well, that guy's a rich movie star, so I don't really care if somebody calls me that. I really, really do not care if somebody calls me that. Popsicle Ocean says Linda Howe is an old reject. I agree, right? I agree with you, Billy Hicks. Billy Hicks says there's only one group of people, to my knowledge, you cannot criticize on a global scale who literally passes laws to ruin people's livelihood and even put them in jail for words they disapprove of. You got to be careful with what you say. Cancel culture is rampant. Linda is the oldest succubus on the planet, still getting all dolled up and lying to the simps. Yeah, it's kind of sad, because everybody says this, but when she started out, she did pretty decent work, and then it got worse from there. It was all downhill. It was like the first thing she did was decent, and then after that, just downhill from there. Now she's telling alien fairy tale stories from her insider, aerospace retired insider, maybe the same insider who gave her the fake pictures of aliens. Who knows? Complizert says, then claim it's a UFO, but keep pretending they are unsure if it's UFO evidence. Yeah, it's a game for them, right? Yeah, I agree with you. Azen says, Stephen David Wilcock's old conferences, there would be dying cancer patients looking up to him. I've hated him ever since that day. I hope you get him, friend. Well, I think that everybody gets their karmic due. We see it in Goofy. He thought he was going to be the next big thing in conspiracy land, and now he's a joke. People laugh at him. Whether they do it to his face or behind his back is another story, but people laugh at him. This guy that works for Third Phase thought that he was credible somehow. Third Phase, again, are just like Linda Moulton Howe. He's in the same category as Linda Moulton Howe now because he works for them. He's in the same category as Corey Goode and David Wilcock because he works for just as big as scammers. Sad, really. Could have been somebody. All you had to do was not take a shortcut and not work for slimeball scammers, but he wasn't strong enough to do it on his own, or brave enough, or creative enough, or personally personally powerful enough to do it on his own. So he had to cheat and work for scammers to feed him stupid people, because only stupid people would believe that anybody that works for Third Phase of Moon is worth listening to. If you're looking for actual truth, if you just want to be entertained by a clown, he's your guy. Good for you. This is true. You're doing God's work. Yeah, I always joke about that. Blues Brothers were doing God's work. When those started, they were good in undercovering their fake claims. Yeah, it's all about the fame and the money. Popsicle Ocean says, and I agree with that 100% wholeheartedly. It is about the fame, and it's about the money. It's a lot of money. Why should you get a real job? You just fake UFO videos for $500 a video. That's about what they make. I've estimated $500 a video for every video full of fake nonsense. Maybe we should tell everybody the truth, but we'll go like, this is our fake video for the week, so we can make the 500 to cover other good work we're doing here, right? No, we wouldn't do that. Just because you look alike, take the blue or the red pill. I think you should take both. You should experience all things and then make a decision, right? That's what I believe, and that's what I think is the best way to do things. I like to say, though, that Truth Seekers is the second red pill. A lot of people think, oh, I'm red pilled. I know all about the aliens and the crash retrieval programs. No, a lot of fake stories that were fed to you by UFO profiteering garbage peddlers. You can come here and take the second red pill and find out what you've already digested is true, real, accurate, may have some evidence, may have some meat on the bones, or is totally worthy of throwing in the garbage pail of your mind and never thinking about again. And we're proud of the work that we do here. We have not sold out to scammers. By the way, I'm not even going to get into that. We have not sold out to scammers. We don't give anybody a pass here. So we can tell you the truth and be honest with you. And it's a big club and we ain't in it. We're not welcome in the scammer crowd, because when we see scams, we call them out. When we see people pushing provably fake stories, we call them out. So we're not very welcome, and it's interesting. I heard somebody describe it as saying somebody in conspiracy land that's been around for a long, long time. Let's just call him a veteran of conspiracy land, said to me once, Stephen, they're never going to give you a spot at the table because of how aggressive you are going after the scams and the people that are selling stuff that might not be true or fake. And I said, that's great. They don't need to give me a place at the table. I'm taking it. And I did. And we are here. And now all of these scammy slime balls have to deal with me, whether they like it or not. I like to think, once in a while, I think, we're doing pretty good work, because if nothing else, these slimy scammers selling fake garbage have to work a little bit harder, right? It used to be a lot easier before we were here. Yeah. Eisen says, blue pill with water, red pill with strong coffee. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Yeah, Kepsa says, if I was third fake, drop him yesterday. He brought all this to them because he had to protect their hoaxing honor. Only if he could shut the F up, all of this doesn't happen. Exactly. He brought all this heat on them. But I don't know. Those guys have a big bromance going. They love each other. I think they blow each other when they meet in person. That's what I think. I'm entitled to my opinion. Not that there's anything wrong with that, right? But that's my working theory. They blow each other when they meet in person. That's why they're always, having those trips where Rich goes out to them. Somebody's got to take care of those guys, right? Or do they take care of each other, like the Brokeback Mountain stuff? That's a little scary, right? The Brokeback Mountain stuff. Since we're on the subject here. Such a lovely meme. They're close, those brothers. It's okay. Yeah, wreaking havoc. I'm not going to read that. We're trying to stop cursing and saying all these bad words here, but I agree with you. Absolutely. And I agree with Popsicle Ocean as well. And Complizaire. Absolutely. Craig William. He's going to be sitting pretty in a $1,600 massage chair in only a few weeks. I don't know what that's about. I doubt he's got that kind of money. He's out there begging for pennies every day. And listen, do you know how you know that he is on the take and he can't be trusted? Because he tries to do shows solely about UFOs every single day. There's not that much going on. It's just filling time, showing up and doing the super chat shuffle. And anybody who tells you that there's really enough going on to do shows every single day on a single topic is lying to you, because they have a profit-driven motive to be there and be the, be the clown, get the money, right? I'm thinking about scaling us back. We've been doing 4 or 5 shows a week. I think that's too much. We may scale back to 2 or 3, but do longer and more high quality shows that are a little more research driven and evidence based and full of more data points, right? Complizaire, a threesome with 2 cousins, brothers in an Arizona teepee, open night, skies night. Oh, geez. God would not appreciate what those poofs do to each other's stuff. Yeah. We really went off. See, friends, it's a live show and you never know what's going to happen here. We have really gone off on a tangent here, and now may be a good jumping off point, right? If all of this was happening, it would be on NBC. I agree, right? Asians, hey, Stephen, do you remember in your documentary, the crooked auction men? They seem like creeps. Remember the one-man bun? They all seem close, creepy. Yeah. Third phase is such frauds that they even frauded themselves as pretending to they pretended that they were debunking somebody, and it was obviously a scripted couple of actors pretending in this video they made. It was laughable, right? But hey, whatever devious, deceptive methods you have to employ to scam and con people out of money, do it, right? You hire actors, use CGI, use a 4-year-old child pretending to see an alien, right? Father of the Year award, whatever you got to do. Employ stupid people like Grifton to help you run around telling everybody that you're good guys and you changed and you're not faking anything. It's ridiculous, right? And nice to see you, Eisens, and you have a good night as well. We're going to bounce on out of here, friends. We have done our due diligence for the day. I realize that since we skipped the show on Monday, we have a few more shows for you before the end of the week. I believe we will be back tomorrow night, but it may be slightly later than usual. And I will announce that on Twitter tomorrow sometime during the day. Again, following me on Twitter is the best way to keep up with what's going on with the show. Just follow me on Twitter at Stephen Cambion. I'll be making an announcement. I will tweet tomorrow's show and what time it will be. I'm still a little unsure. I've got a bunch of stuff going on tomorrow. There will be a show tomorrow evening. I'm just not sure of the timing of it yet. So I will make an announcement about that. So, friends, that is all I got for you. I want to thank each and every one of you for joining us. I want to thank all you kind and generous benefactors, Patreon supporters, channel members, super generous people like UFO John Doe and Comp Luzard and Daniel and Sweet Caroline and so many others. It really warms my heart. Such kind and generous people all over the world helping us continue our journey here. I want to thank the chat room moderators. I want to thank our announcer, Mr. Ian. I want to thank our wonderful graphics person for the incredible graphics, as always, Spooky Kari. And I want to thank you for taking the time to join me here. No place I would rather be. And I will return tomorrow evening and we'll have another fun journey into the strange, esoteric, and sometimes scammy world of conspiracy land. That's all I got for you, friends. Until next time, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of you. Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. Boy, you know, once in a while, I have to go back down a rabbit hole that is such an old, stupid rabbit hole. But, you know, those of you who have asked me to do this, this is all your fault. Tonight's show is about Dr. Jonathan Reed, who some of you may remember from the 90s. Yes, every once in a while, the garbage peddlers, it's like whack-a-mole. You know, the hoax gets revealed, but the hoaxer comes back a decade later or more and runs their hoax on a whole new generation of people that maybe didn't hear what garbage it was the first time or the second time. I would say this is the third time that so-called Dr. Jonathan Reed has surfaced. There was the initial time he came out with a story in 1996. There was years later when he would find an ally in hoax promoter extraordinaire Jaime Maussan, who pushed this garbage all throughout Mexico and all over Central America as a true story, when indeed it can be easily proven to be 100% fake story. Spoiler alert, I guess. So we're going to dive deep into this tonight. And I would like to say that, you know, I have in the past had my differences with Jimmy Church. He, for those unaware, has falsely copyright striked our channel here in order to stop us from doing just this kind of reporting, because he does not want you, the people listening to him, to know what level of garbage he is shoving down your throats. But tonight, I'm going to tell you all about the garbage peddler that he had on last night. And I'm tired of this. We've got lawyer letters standing by. By the way, I'm not going to use clips from Jimmy Church's show. Well, I'm lying. I'm going to use one 20-second clip in what may be a 2 or 3 hour broadcast. That's fair use. Don't you dare try to copyright strike me again, Jimmy Church. It didn't work out for you well last time. We defended our right to fair use, and it was determined that you falsely copyright striked us, falsely claimed we violated your copyright. No, we did not. No, we did not. But see, this is the tactics that he's willing to do. He doesn't want you to hear me. He doesn't want you to hear the other side of the coin. But that's what we are here. We can let these, you know, Mother Goose fairy tale huckstering idiots do their thing. And then since they did their thing, we get to do ours here. We get the right to freedom of expression. We get the right to present actual facts, evidence, and information that proves that these people are peddling garbage. They don't like it when you hear the truth. And it's so funny to me, the truther community, right? Jimmy Church is at all these truther conferences while he's peddling this level of garbage down his listeners' throats, garbage down his viewers' throats. And he's not just pushing this fake information out on the internet. He's pushing this fake information out on terrestrial radio, apparently, in multiple markets. Why is he allowed to say that, you know, oh, this is a true story? You know, do we hear him say it's a true story? Or does he just let these hoax peddlers talk? And that gives him some form of liability, you know, indemnity, like he's not responsible. Oh, we're just having a conversation. Yeah, use your discernment. In other words, I'm too lazy or, you know, too profiteering. I'm going beyond it. He cannot be this lazy. It's not laziness. This is intentional, him peddling garbage peddlers. And, you know, I wish I had a more eloquent or diplomatic way to say this tonight, but I simply don't. So here goes. Jimmy Church is the biggest garbage peddler or enabler, if you will, of disinformation, fake stories, and hoaxes in the entire world of UFOs. He has pushed more than enough fakes, frauds, liars, fabricators, disinformation agents,
hoaxers, and more. He's pushed enough of those kind of people to make P.T. Barnum blush. It's so bad. But recently, the levels that he has reached, peddling absolutely fake information as true, has now ascended to grand new heights. Because last night, in another desperate attempt to get views and keep his shitty show going, and I guess stay relevant somehow. I don't know how these people expect to stay relevant with fake information, right? People want real information about this stuff. People want the truth. They don't want you letting somebody that's a complete and total fraud peddle garbage, fake stories. But that's what Jimmy does. See, because last night, Jimmy Church pulled out an old, absolutely ridiculous hoaxed alien contact story. And a fake doctor telling it. And Jimmy Church sat there like a dummy, just letting this fake doctor sell his wares, offering absolutely no pushback when that man was lying through his teeth, and I can prove it. We can prove things here. Jimmy Church can't prove anything except that he is too lazy to do any actual research, any actual work before presenting a story to his viewers and his audience. He doesn't care about you. He cares about selling that garbage coffee. He cares about sponsors. He cares about having a commercial every 5 minutes so he can get rich, making more and more money selling fake information to, and I hate to say this, but I think that the people listening to him must be low IQ or just don't care. They just want to hear a fairy tale, so they tune into Jimmy Church. It's the Jimmy Church fairy tale hour lately. It's ridiculous. So, Jimmy Church last night has a complete and total fraud, a proven liar, a proven fraudster, hoaxer. And what does he do? He just throws him softballs and lets him tell his fake stories. Jimmy Church does not care about the truth. He cares about finding another fantastical story that he could sell, and he doesn't give a damn if it's true. Still, to push this obvious of a fake story, he should really be ashamed of himself. This is an absolute new level of garbage, even for Jimmy Church. And garbage is the Jonathan Reed fake alien story. The level of obvious and easily provable fakery and lies in this whole story are absolutely overwhelming. The hokiness and stupid so-called evidence that this guy has is so laughable, so funny. We're going to show you it tonight. And by the way, we're citing fair use for that as well. So we're going to show you most of that tonight. And the fact that Jimmy did absolutely no work, no research, and no vetting whatsoever before sitting there with this guy telling these fake stories, who's, by the way, he's a fake doctor, Jimmy Church. He's not a real doctor. Stop calling him Dr. Reed. He's not a doctor, Jimmy Church. You couldn't even do 5 minutes. You couldn't even make 2 phone calls and find out he wasn't a doctor. But don't worry, Jimmy Church, and don't worry, Jimmy Church listeners. We did the work for Jimmy Church because he's too much of a lazy slob to bring you the truth. So we're going to do the right thing. Where he did the wrong thing last night, we're going to do the right thing tonight, and we're going to bring you the truth about his guest, because he's either too lazy or too opportunistic to actually bring you the truth. So we'll do it for you, Jimmy. This isn't the first time that you've done this, and we've had to bring people the truth about a fake alien story you were pushing. So the latest garbage from Jimmy Church, the fake alien Jonathan Reed story. And by the way, that's not even his real name. Did you even know that, Jimmy Church? It's not his real name. He's not a real doctor, and that's not his real name. He's got a bunch of names, a whole bunch of names and aliases. Who needs 5 aliases? Some might argue that a con artist needs 5 identities or aliases, Jimmy Church. But this garbage of the Jonathan Reed fake alien story, the level of obvious and easily provable fakery and lies in this story are absolutely overwhelming. It's overwhelming, friends. Here's a man who claims he vets everything on his show 3 times. Jimmy Church, he claimed that. But we've seen time and time again, he vets nothing. He researches nothing. Jimmy Church apparently is an intellectual weakling and a coward too, because he won't debate me
on what he's platforming on his show. He won't have a discussion with me. And by the way, I promise I would be respectful, but I'd like to ask Jimmy Church some questions like, why did you let David Wilcock promote a provable GoFundMe scam on your show? Why did you let David Wilcock promote a provable fake PayPal donation scam for Emery Smith? He promoted that on your show, Jimmy Church. Why did you let that happen? Why did you let somebody come on your show and steal a total, I'm told, of over $110,000 from the UFO community for those two fake fundraisers? Why, when you were given overwhelming evidence that that took place on your show, did you not comment on what happened? Did you not apologize to the people that became victims of the people that you were platforming on your show, selling those fake stories and begging people in the UFO community for money? You claim you've vet everything 3 times? No, I don't think so. Jimmy Church gets by helping people peddle garbage, disinformation, and fake stories. After all, he's the person who largely helped popularize such fraud, fakery, fake whistleblowers as Corey Goode. He platforms David Wilcock and Emery Smith, Sarah R. Adams, all of which are extremely problematic at best. And the list goes on and on. But Reed is a superstar of fakery and fraudery, as we will see tonight, friends. And he is so obviously fake that even I'm surprised Jimmy had the balls to run with this one, right? To sink this low into his so-called career. I put that in quotes, air quotes, career. This is a new low, even for Jimmy, because the story and the person peddling it are absolutely garbage. But that's what Jimmy does. He's one of the garbage men of ufology. He peddles the garbage stories he finds, like a bottom feeder. He doesn't care about his viewers or listeners. He only cares about pushing the next provably fake story as real to you people. And some of you people, you eat it up because the truth, my friends, is boring. He doesn't bring you the truth because the truth is boring. Nobody wants to buy boring. Boring doesn't sell. The truth does not sell. Lies, friends. He brings you exciting lies, and those exciting lies sell. Now, he did false copyright strike us before in an effort to conceal some of the things going on his show. I believe, that's my opinion, I'm entitled to it. He tried to stomp all over our free speech, but we're still here. We have the right to express our opinions, especially when we have overwhelming evidence that backs up everything that we're going to be saying. Why would he attempt to stop us from doing that, friends? You have to ask yourself, why would somebody falsely copyright strike somebody revealing the truth about the people that he is platforming, the people that are guests on his show? So, and also it's important to note that most recently, before this fake story, Jimmy pushed Linda Moulton Howe's fake alien pictures, where his guest was using 100% provably fake pictures of aliens, saying that they were real. And he let her sell that garbage. Now he's on to his new latest pile of steaming bullshit, the Jonathan Reed case. Oh, and so for those unfamiliar with the case, I will give you a breakdown, but it's actually a breakdown that's written by Reed himself on a sock puppet account, pumping up how great his story is. Because his story begins in 1996, when an apparently very educated man, a doctor, a child psychologist named Dr. Jonathan Reed, came out with this incredible story. And let's get to it, friends. 1 second. I've got so many notes here. According to this post I found, more than 700 Congress attendees were present at Reed's recent talk. Interest in the former child psychologist's case is due in large part to his appearances on several Art Bell programs. Reed, accompanied by writer and supporter Robert Wraith, his buddy that helped him sell this hoax, gave a tearful and emotional account of meeting a part reptilian, part gray alien while on a walk with his dog. He expressed particularly intense sorrow when he talked about watching his dog die. That's right, friends. In this story,
Not only does the dog die, but the alien rips its head off and rips it apart. As the story goes, this post goes on to say, the dog veered away from their intended path, and when Reed caught up to his pet, a vibrating alien was shaking and attacking the dog to the point where its head ripped in half and disintegrated into a pile of white ash. Oh, this is terrible, even for bad science fiction. The post goes on to say that after the dog was killed, Reed struck the alien with a baseball bat and captured on film the creature and its accompanying obelisk, which is possibly a spaceship or doorway into another dimension. In this video, which he played before a UFO Congress, the UFO Congress audience, Reed can be heard panting heavily to the point of hyperventilating. However, critics say the video didn't shake enough and his panic was too audible to be authentic. Reed took the alien home where he made a video of it, because that's what you do. When an alien kills your dog in front of you and then you baseball bat the alien in the head in the middle of the woods while you're hiking, you take the alien home. So the post goes on to say he took home the 4.5-foot tall being. He told the audience that his attempts to outfit the alien's clothes were thwarted as its black spandex-like outfit automatically sewed itself up. When asked whether it was male or female, Reed said he didn't know, adding offhandedly that he hadn't made love to her. So he didn't try to bang the alien. Good for him. Ultimately, the being disappeared from Reed's freezer, presumably because it was stolen by burglars who reportedly had government license plate. Yeah, great story, but none of this actually is true. And I can say that with such a high degree of certainty. And we're going to get into the specific reasons for that. But hey, you've got to show the money shot. So let me put my fair use banner up, friends. We need our fair use banner because we're going to be sharing Reed's original video that he showed as proof of his alien encounter. And so this is a transformative work. We have transformed the video. We're educating the public. We're critiquing this video that we're sharing. This is covered under fair use, and it's certainly allowable by law. Now, I thought it best, friends, maybe I'll do some commentary over this so-called evidence of an alien encounter later. But for right now, I want to make sure that you get to see this money shot, because this is some shit. This man claims that he was in the woods and then his dog ran over to an alien and the alien grabbed it by the snout and ripped it in half. And then the dog evaporated into white ash. And then Reed said, "I'm not taking this shit. You just killed my dog, alien." And he got a baseball bat, because everybody carries a baseball bat with them when they're on a hiking trail just taking a hike, right? He took the baseball bat and he cracked the shit out of that alien. He busted his head open. It was awesome. And then, because he was hiking and had a baseball bat with him and his dog just anyway, I'm not sure why, but he had lots of film cameras with him and a video camera. Just so happened to have an early VHS mini recorder and some 35 millimeter film. So he started documenting that spaceship and the alien, and he took pictures and videos. Then he took the alien home and messed with it. And we're going to see the proof of this. And then he put it in the freezer, but it didn't stay in the freezer because it was still alive and it was crawling in and out and it was creepy as shit. Oh, this is such a bad story. And the evidence, my friends, is equally as bad. Now, I have to be very clear in saying that we can break down how he actually made this stupid fake alien dummy, and we will. But for now, I thought it was important. You got to see this guy's money shots. This is his overwhelming proof of his alien encounter. Let's see the money shot, friends.
Well, friends, I would agree with the late, great Art Bell. That is awful. Awful if you're going to say that this is evidence. First of all, on the subject of the spaceship shown in his videos and films, he used a very common magic illusion. It's called a Super X levitation. And I don't want to get beat up by a bunch of magicians, so I'm not going to go into explicit detail. But if you're interested in how he faked a diamond-shaped black spacecraft floating in the woods, it's called a Super X levitation. As far as the alien dummy, myself or anyone familiar with puppets and costuming, having done any kind of work on theatrical productions, will instantly recognize what he is calling an alien body as a wireframe foam mannequin. These are very, very common in the entertainment industry, often used in the place of a person in horror films and more. And here we could see one such of those products. Now, I had one of these myself, but mine was not quite as well defined as these look to be. But what you get with a mannequin like this is a wireframe underneath this, which makes it very posable. And we can see that this is a very, very close match for what we see in his so-called proof of alien video. Now, people have asked me for my opinion on the actual alien face, and if I had to guess, I would say it was created out of either a latex mold, or it was just something as stupid and simple as paper machete, as many people have suggested. Interestingly, the face of the alien gets better as time went on, and Jonathan Reed kept selling this fake story. He would take stills and then they would color in additional details to make the alien face more realistic than it actually was in the original so-called evidence. That's proof right there that somebody's trying to sell you a garbage fake piece of evidence. Now, as bad as this is, it gets worse. It gets much, much worse, friends, because along with the story of the alien encounter in the forest came another story, which is actually much more easily proven to be false, because Dr. Jonathan Reed, who isn't a doctor, we'll show proof of that shortly, he claimed that after his encounter with the aliens, the men in black came and ransacked his house, and they threatened him, and they threatened his family, and they threatened his friends, and they stole away all the evidence, well, except for the evidence that he managed to hide. And I'm just here to tell you, you know, if the real government wanted to take something from you, they would have no problem doing it. But somehow we're supposed to believe that he spirited away copies of these alien pictures and the incredible videotaped evidence of this alien in his garage to friends and family, and all of this cloak and dagger fake James Bond, bad James Bond ripoff movie plotline. It's garbage. It's really stupid. And by the way, if one were a really good researcher, one could talk to this person's neighbors who would say, never heard of the Men in Black, never saw the police outside of his door, as he claims. But, you know, if you like fairy tales, then don't worry, but don't let facts and evidence get in the way of a good bullshit story about aliens. So here we have, I'm going to cite fair use again. This is a transformative work. We are educating the public about fake Dr. Jonathan Reed and his silly fake alien stories. So he appeared at a huge UFO conference in 1997. This was a highly hyped up story until it all came crashing down. And the facilitators and the enablers of this fake disinformation were all people that were profiting right alongside Dr. Jonathan Reed about this fake story. It was people like UFO conference organizers, show hosts, whoever. There was always something to gain for letting this guy tell his fake alien stories. And gain they did, until the entire story came crashing down and falling apart. But that didn't stop somebody like Jimmy Church from pulling this old pile of shit
out of the closet of fake garbage and recycling it to sell to a whole new generation of stupid people, I guess. Let's hear what the fake doctor, he's not a doctor, we have proof, said about what happened after he took that alien back into his garage. And by the way, the ridiculousness, it is ridiculous. He beat up an alien and he drug it home. And, you know, again, he just so happened while he was hiking to have an emergency thermal blanket with him that he could wrap up the alien in. He just so happened to have a baseball bat with him while he was hiking so he could beat the shit out of that alien and smash its fake skull in. Yeah, and by the way, for those who are wondering, in case you didn't catch it, aliens apparently bleed red just like people. And did you see that situation where he was like, he peels the eyelid off of the alien and looks at it, and then he just sticks the eyelid back on. And this is supposed to be a real doctor. Anyway, it is ridiculous. And the movement of the mouth, somebody asked me about, if you had any latex appliance or something like that, and you squeezed it, you would see some mouth movement. This is not, you know, Spielberg level of special effects. But we're going to see what he said about it. Then we're going to get into some of the specific fake claims that he made on Jimmy Church's show that Jimmy Church didn't even ask him about while he was lying through his teeth. It's awesome. So let's see what the fake doctor has to say about those men in black and what happened after he took that alien back to his house.
Now, that in itself is a very small piece of this puzzle that I have been through. People have said, gee, I wish I had that experience. Well, I'll tell you, I'd trade places with you any time. Because since that day, my life is gone. Everything that I knew prior to that is gone. My job, my friends, my bank accounts, my social security number, everything. And why? Because I saw something? Because I didn't turn it over to somebody who told me to turn it over? Because people came to my house and said, you didn't see anything, Jonathan. And if you have anything, you best give it to us, because the next people that come won't be so kind. And I told them to get out of my house. And I said, I'm going to call the police. They said, go ahead, they're with us. And they were. They were sitting out in front of my house. Now, this is a hard lesson to take. I was brought up to believe different things happen in this country. But my rights have been totally taken away from me. And all I ask is that people open their minds and understand that this stuff may be going on to some of us. Maybe not you, maybe not your neighbor, but I know it's going on to hundreds of people in this country and other countries. I know there is a very dark force that is suppressing this information. I know that there is a lot of information that a few of us, not me, I know very little. But there are a few people who know a great deal, and we need to listen to them. And we need to realize that not everything that we've always been told is true. And that not everyone who stands in this room stands for the truth and the freedom of information. And there are a couple of people in this room that I know that work for the government, that posture as normal people, that stand there and try to emulate one of the rest of us. And those people know who they are, don't they? But we need to realize this. We need to know that those people are with us. Where am I? After I brought this thing home, I went in my house and I tried to regain some composure. And I tried to think this through. I tried to find some kind of rational logic to deal with what I was experiencing. Had I gone through shock? Had my dog been killed by something that I just did not want to wrap my mind around? Possibly. And after a while, that's what I started to believe. I started to believe that maybe my mind had totally invented this whole thing, and that wrapped in my thermal blanket was my dog. And I got to the point where I had to check. I had to go back and look. So I went out of my house and I walked to where I had put this thing, which was in my freezer in my garage. And as odd as that may sound, where would you put this thing? And I opened my freezer and I laid this out on the floor, and it wasn't my dog. And I brought this thing in my house and laid it on the floor and videotaped it.
Oh, yes. The garbage information is getting thick. And somebody commented on the bad music in that piece. That was his music that he added for dramatic effect over his terrible acting here. And it's interesting to point out that Dr. Reed claimed that after his alien encounter, he was so harassed and hounded by government sources trying to silence him. And did you hear that line about the disinformation agents in the room? That was a belief at the time. So he's playing to the audience. Yeah, there's disinformation agents here right now trying to stop the truth from getting out. Garbage, garbage. And it's interesting to note that Dr. Jonathan Reed claimed that he was on the run from that terrible government. He just left everything behind, dropped his whole life, and he was on the run for a year or two. And it turns out, no, he wasn't. And his neighbors, if you're careful enough to actually do some research and talk to the neighbors during that time period, was living in his parents' house like every other time. He was not on the run from the government. And he even claimed at one time that he was on the run from the government in a Jeep. And a researcher better than me, UFO Watchdog, did some incredible research and found the bill of sale for the Jeep that he claims that he was on the run with from the government. And it turns out that he bought that Jeep many months, more than a year after he claimed this event happened, and he went on a run with the Jeep he didn't own. Little things add up, friends. Now, UFO Watchdog and other researchers have also confirmed that all of his educational credential claims are fake. He did not go to the undergraduate school, he said. He did not go. He has no master's thesis that we can look at. Claimed to have a master's and a PhD. There's no PhD, friends. There's no record of him attending any of the prestigious schools that he claimed that he attended. Does this story sound a little familiar? It's as if he took a page from the Bob Lazar book. And of course, the government erased all of his records. But it can be verified through people close to him, friends, family, and others, that he never went to any of the prestigious schools that this man claimed that he went to. Further, it can be verified that he was not now, nor was he then, ever a doctor. And even his ex-wife and stepdaughter busted him for not being a real doctor and confronted him for not being a real doctor. This entire story is fabricated. Even the guy's name is not true. But Nothing, my friends, nothing can prepare you for the ridiculousness of the alien bracelet. That's right. Not only did his dog get ripped apart, and then he had a club of alien with a baseball bat he just happened to have with him while he was hiking in the woods, and carry that alien back with him in a solar blanket, emergency blanket he just happened to have with him while he was hiking in the woods. And he kept that alien in his freezer. Not only did all that happen, but he also, friends, got an alien artifact called the Link. And the Link apparently is a link between the wearer and the aliens. And it gives the wearer of that artifact superpowers. That's right. You guys know this. Anytime somebody starts talking about their superpowers, I check out and say, this story's probably fake. There's no such thing as superpowers. But according to Jonathan Reed, if you just put this alien bracelet on you, you get superpowers and you can teleport. However, he created a fake hoax video of him using the alien device and teleporting that Dr. Reed, the fake doctor, claimed he teleported on a live television show. But the truth, the real truth is that he was on a real live television show. And the host of that show, he was showing this alien bracelet to and talking about how it gave you superpowers. They challenged him to put it on and use it. And he made all kinds of excuses for why he couldn't activate the alien artifact device called the Link, the alien armband. Later, many months later, he would create this fake hoaxed video where he's claiming he is on a live television show and he uses the alien artifact and then he disappears and then he reappears. But the bad special effects are so bad on this, but it's so bad it's good. So we're going to watch it and we're going to cite fair use. Of course, I'm not the one putting out these ridiculous claims. Jonathan Reed is. He said this was an alien artifact. He said he did this on national television. No, friends, he never did this on any national television show. He never did this on any live television show. This is a hoaxed YouTube video. That's all it is. And it can be substantially proven with supportive evidence that Mr. Jonathan Reed took the sound effects from this hoax video from a known Hollywood movie. And to the best as I recall in my recollection, the sound effects were matched by a researcher to be sound effects from the movie Eyes Wide Shut. Why he would choose that, I don't know. But the point remains that someone matched the sound effects in this fake hoax video 100% to a Hollywood movie. If this really happened on live television, you wouldn't have sound effects pulled from a Hollywood movie to put in there to make it more believable. The only explanation for this is that he faked this. He hoaxed this, like he hoaxed his fake education, like he hoaxed the story about going on the run in some Jeep he didn't even own yet, like he faked working for disabled children. He never worked with or for disabled children. And by the way, what kind of a slime ball makes up working with developmentally delayed children or disabled children to sell a fake alien story? Well, Jonathan Reed does. He has no proof he ever worked with children. He's not a real doctor. He's not a psychiatrist. He's not a psychologist. He barely graduated high school, friends. But let's take a look at this because this is so ridiculous. This is the alien. This is the alien artifact that he found in the woods when he clubbed that alien for killing his dog, friends. And it gives him superpowers. And according to him, he disappeared live on television. You can believe it if you want to. This is the level of garbage. This is what Jimmy Church thinks constitutes evidence. And by the way, Jimmy Church, you are absolutely clown shoes ridiculous for even listening to this guy after we see this. You didn't see this clip? I know. He's had to have seen this clip. This clip has made the rounds. It's the subject of ridicule and laughter the world over throughout the entire UFO community. People make fun of this video and how hokey and stupid and ridiculous it is. Not Jimmy Church. Jimmy Church thinks this shit is evidence. This, my friends, is absolutely laughable to me. And the fact that Jimmy Church knows this exists, he has to know this exists. Everybody that has even done a very cursory look into this guy's story has seen this video and laughed about it. Didn't stop Jimmy Church from going, yeah, we'll do a show pretending that this is a real story. Absolute garbage. And listen, there were some specific claims made last night on Jimmy Church's show. And so before we get to all of the debunk items that I can share with you, and by the way, we have so much. We have a mountain of it. It would take me 5 hours to get through the mountain of evidence that this man is a fraud and a liar. There is so much out there, but the best and most distinct to my finding was from UFO Watchdog, who did this debunk at the time it was happening, when the story originally came out. And we're going to share a lot of that. But before we do, there are some specific claims that he made. First of all, I just wanted to say that this man has made a lot of ridiculous claims besides all this alien stuff. For example, he claims that more than 700 Congress attendees were present at a talk he gave, and that interest in him being a former child psychologist and his case is due to the large part due to his appearance on several Art Bell programs. Well, that may be true. Art Bell, he went on Art Bell and told the story originally. But for somebody to claim that they, spoke with 700 congressmen, first of all, there isn't 700 congressmen. If you add up everybody in Congress, it's only 535 people at any one given time. So we're supposed to believe that he's not lying. And not only did he talk to every sitting member of Congress, both in the House of Representatives and the Senate, all the congressmen and all the senators all at once, but he got an additional 165, I guess, retired congressmen and senators to listen to him tell his alien stories. 700 congressmen he talked to about his case. Come on, friends. Can we talk to them? Can we verify? Of course not. This is trust me, dude, research. This is statements and proclamations. They're not going to offer any evidence of that. And it's also important to note, he claimed, I have some notes here, 44 minutes into his appearance during his new resurgence on Jimmy Church's show, Reed says, prior to this, I wasn't interested in ufology. That is an absolute false statement, because we can talk to former friends. We can talk to family members, including a once wife and stepdaughter, who say he was obsessed with X-Files since it came out in 1993. Absolutely obsessed with the X-Files show. That's all he talked about. It's further can be established that Reed was fascinated by Disneyland and special effects and how they did everything. And he was somewhat of an expert in how special effects were created. Now, I don't find him an expert based on this garbage evidence, but, at least he had a hobbyist's interest in how to make, fake monsters or aliens and how to film things or whatever. So for him to go on Jimmy Church and claim, prior to this, I wasn't interested in ufology. He was obsessed with science fiction, UFOs, aliens, and X-Files. As soon as X-Files came out, it was all he spoke about. So if you ask me, I think that this fake doctor wrote himself his own episode of X-Files, and that's where this whole fake story came from. It plays like a X-Files episode if you think about it. We've got someone having an alien encounter, somebody gathering evidence. Oh, the government comes and whisks that evidence away, right? Those evil men in black. 45 minutes in, he talks about his fake education and how he worked at a summer camp for kids with disabilities. Me, in full disclosure, I have a son who has a disability. He's nonverbal autistic. He's very special needs. He's got a lot of special needs. And I have a lot of contempt for people who pretend that they work to help children with disabilities. I mean, it's bad enough he's selling a fake alien story, but to tack on to that, hey, I'm a good person because I help kids with disabilities, being a psychiatrist like I am, except he's not a psychiatrist. He's a fraud and a fake. He's not a doctor. He barely graduated high school, this guy. said he loved working with children with developmental disabilities. Great. 47 minutes in, again, he says he had zero interest in UFOs or the paranormal, and he didn't even like science fiction. This is a problem, because if you were to speak to his neighbors where he's lived for many years, and his family members are also on the record stating that he was absolutely obsessed with science fiction, aliens, and UFOs, and he would even do strange things like dress up children in the family as aliens and take pictures of them. Does that sound like someone obsessed with the X-Files, somebody who is obsessed with science fiction stories and dressing up children as aliens and taking pictures, also obsessed with special effects and how creatures are created and things like that? Does that sound like a hoaxer to you, or a hoaxer in the making? Because it does to me. It doesn't sound like somebody that has no interest in the UFOs or the paranormal. That's an absolutely false statement. And by the way, Jimmy Church, all this information is out there. And if you had done a shred of actual work vetting this guy, you would have found the same facts I have just relayed. But we have the truth on our side, and you are a garbage peddler, sir. Okay, so also he talks about escaping in his Jeep right after this event happened in 1996, but there is a big problem with that. And here is where good research catches these guys doing amateur hour mistakes. And here's one of those mistakes. Now, remember, the fake doctor claimed that he was on the run from the government right after October of 1996. But here we have the bill of sale for the Jeep that he claimed that he escaped in, and the bill of sale is April of 1997. So Jonathan Reed lied. He wants you to believe that he went on the run from the government in his trusty Jeep, except he didn't buy the Jeep till a year after or more after the incident with the alien apparently took place. These are the kind of things that matter, Jimmy Church. Facts matter. And if this man is going to claim that he went on the run with a vehicle he didn't even own, you know, that plus his fake education to most people is enough to say, I'm going to check out here. I'm not going to listen to this garbage. But not Jimmy Church. Jimmy Church thinks it's a good idea to sell a fake story, to help someone sell a fake story. And here we go again with Jimmy Church shoveling fake information into the UFO community. And nobody seems to care, and nobody seems to mind, as that clown gets richer and richer selling stupid people this kind of fairy tale nonsense. All right, so there is an awful lot. There is a mountain of data that we can go through, and data points that prove this man is a fraud, a liar, and a hoaxer. But we can begin with some of the UFO watchdog evidence. And by the way, it's also important to note, Jimmy Church, maybe you missed it, but the Fact or Faked crowd, excellent television show, they recreated all of Reed's so-called evidence, shot for shot, almost exactly, and declared him a fraud and a liar and a fake. They were able to easily reproduce all this so-called evidence. So what we have here, when you start adding up the lie log, you know, I like to keep that log going. It's a lie log. We have, he lied about his education. He lied about working with children. He lied about his house getting ransacked. He lied about not being interested in science fiction or UFOs. He lied about having no knowledge of special effects or creature creation, when his family and friends will tell you he was obsessed with those things. He lied about escaping in a Jeep he didn't even own at the time. Oh, and by the way, my favorite, do you remember the part of the story that begins with his dog getting ripped apart by an alien and murdered? Well, that turns out to be a complete and total lie, because if one cares, Jimmy Church, if one cares to actual evidence, you will find on the record sources, neighbors of Jonathan Reed at the time, who will verify with you that that dog was alive after the year 2000. That's right. The dog that this fake doctor claims the aliens ripped apart in 1996 and murdered was still living happily, like nothing happened, with this man at his parents' home in as
late as 2001, some 5 years after he claimed an alien ripped it apart. It's facts like this that matter. And Jimmy Church wants you to just forget all these facts. It doesn't matter that the dog wasn't dead in 1996. It doesn't matter. Just eat the fake alien story. Suck that shit down as they jam this fake story down your throat. All right, so I'm going to share several pages from UFO Watchdog, and he and I agree on most things. I should mention that I often will go after someone just to be sure that I'm not just reading off his information. I have fact checked. I've done research of my own. I've talked to people close to this person. And I also verified both that his educational claims are all completely and totally fake, fabricated. He never went to any of the schools that he claimed he did. There's no master's thesis. He's not in any of the yearbooks. To some people, that story may be a little bit familiar. Oh, all these advanced education claims, and the school has absolutely no record of him. And before you get into the Men in Black explanation, like, they erased his identity and his social security number. This man was a underachieving loser who lived with his parents. This man was not highly educated. None of his educational claims pan out. Not any of them. But there's more lies and more lies and more lies, and it just gets thicker and thicker. I don't even know where to begin. Let's start with one of UFO Watchdog's excellent pages. It starts, what if he had a dead alien? Claim. One of Reed's most outrageous claims involves Peter Davenport, the director of the National UFO Reporting Center located in Seattle, Washington. On national radio, that would be the Art Bell Show, Reed claims that his friend, known only as Gary, called the National UFO Reporting Center and spoke directly to Davenport. Reed claims Gary asked what type of questions regarding the so-called alien Reed was storing in a freezer at his home. Reed stated it was about the 17th of October when the call was placed. But here's the fact. UFO Watchdog spoke with Davenport a few days after Reed made this claim. Davenport told me he would have remembered such a conversation had it actually taken place, which it didn't. Dr. Tim Haley received the following email report from Davenport. In response to your recent email, I write to you again, say thank you for having done the legwork to get the facts regarding Jonathan Reed. For your interest when the story first surfaced, the principals involved asserted on a nationwide program that have contacted the center to report the alleged incident. So Peter Davenport is saying it didn't happen. He never contacted those people. Now, this goes on to say, one question I have is why Art Bell would allow Reed to drag Davenport's good name through the scam, especially considering Davenport is somewhat of a regular on Bell's program. So the alien DNA chain, the dramatics didn't stop with Reed disclosing the discovery of his alleged alien artifact. Reed also claims that biological samples have been collected from the alien. I thought the Men in Black stole all of his evidence. Now he's got biological samples. Isn't that convenient? He claimed that his friend Gary had taken the samples, hidden them, and sent them to Reed at a later time. Oh, sure, there's the explanation for why the Men in Black didn't get the alien samples. Reed claimed to have a microbiologist named Dr. Harold Chacon from the Catholic University of Puerto Rico analyzed the samples and found them to be extraterrestrial. It was alleged that Chacon received this microbiology degree from the Catholic University of Puerto Rico. But here's where it gets great. So Reed is saying, hey, I gave these alien samples to this biologist, and he said they're aliens. But here's the fact. The Catholic University of Puerto Rico didn't offer degrees in microbiology, and there's no record of any Harold Chacon or any DNA analysis. Reed has absolutely no proof of this. He hasn't presented any scientific findings, analysis, documentation, or DNA sequencing charts. The person using the name Harold Chacon appeared on Coast to Coast AM, sounded nothing like a scientist, and did nothing but present his word as proof. Now Reed is alleging that Chacon has thrown a beating, courtesy of those ever-loving evil government thugs, and is now living out of the country and gone underground. So here we have one fake doctor claiming that another fake doctor analyzed the DNA and said it was aliens. And somehow Jimmy Church missed these very important facts, that there's 2 fake doctors. Now we got 2 fake doctors talking about these fake aliens. This is awesome, Jimmy Church. Did you not do 5 minutes? Did you don't know how to use Google? One of your children ought to show you, old man. You're too old for this. Retire. You're too sloppy. This is garbage level work. Come on, bro. All right. Here's more claims. Further states in a summary about Reed's tale that Dr. Roger Haddock, the director of anatomical pathology for UW Public Health Research Chemist, Michael Wessels, was murdered for their alleged involvement in analyzing Reed's alien tissue and blood. And it is true that this Dr. Haggett was a victim of a homicide, but as a result of his alleged involvement, not as a result of his alleged involvement in Reed's ridiculous story. By the way, so we've got a fake doctor who claims another fake doctor did a DNA analysis, but that guy's completely and totally fake. So the first fake guy says the second fake guy analyzed the DNA, and that's an alien. And then we come to a third doctor who is actually a real doctor and was a famous murder-homicide case right where this guy, Jonathan Rudder, also known as Jonathan Reed, the fake doctor, lived. And isn't it convenient? Oh, that guy that was murder-suicide recently? Yeah, he's the guy that did the DNA analysis. But then, according to Reed, on Jimmy Church's show, the Men in Black came in and stole all of that doctor's research. Bullshit, bullshit. You know how I know that? Because I talked to that guy's replacement, who told us that they only removed personal belongings of Dr. Roger Haggett after the murder and gave those personal belongings in his office and whatever areas he had access to where he had anything personal, personal things. They put it all in a box and they gave it to his surviving relatives. No one, according to people at the University of Washington that preceded this man after his murder, remember any Men in Black, any government agents. No one, friends, came and took anything from Dr. Roger Haggett. This means we've got one fake doctor claiming another fake doctor did the DNA analysis and that a murdered doctor also did a DNA analysis, but no evidence exists that that doctor ever met with or did anything with Dr. Reed. I believe he just went, oh, that guy got murdered. Let's claim he did it and tie the Men in Black in. So as for research chemist Michael Wessels, an outdoor enthusiast, he left for a biking trip into the Cascade Mountains sometime in August. He failed to show up for work, and a search party later recovered his body. He died as a result of falling from a cliff he was scaling. Gee, isn't it great this guy keeps picking dead people to reinforce? If you need a dead guy to prove that your fake alien story is true, and then you got to tie in the Men in Black with his death, it's garbage. It's garbage. So in Dr. Reed's book, he called the person who introduced him to the Alliance Professor X. He described him as a world-renowned astrophysicist and astronomer, as someone who died in Seattle in 1996. You do the math. So he's also, somehow he's putting Carl Sagan into his fake story. So we've got a fake doctor with another fake doctor with a murdered doctor, and now he's claiming Carl Sagan is involved in this thing. We are doing the math, UFO Watchdog states. It adds up to absolutely zero. Aside from conjecture, innuendos, and baseless claim, there has not been one shred of proof presented to back any of these outlandish claims. Reed stipulates that several people have been murdered, yet doesn't want to give out names for fear of jeopardizing the families of those people. Well, he apparently had no problem alleging that Dr. Chacon, Dr. Haggett, Michael Wessels, or Carl Sagan were involved. Yeah, and UFO Watchdog goes on to wonder if the families of those people know that this man is using them in a fraud, fake alien story designed to make him money. And, another thing that may be familiar to some people is that Dr. Jonathan Reed claims that he doesn't ask for donations or anything. He doesn't make any money from this story. But then he pumps his book that you can buy on Amazon about this fake story. Amazing, friends. Absolutely amazing. So, we've gone through that. Well, there's one more thing that I really definitely wanted to share with you, and that is more overwhelming evidence and proof that this man lied.
because this man actually was stupid enough. Dr. Jonathan Reed, fake doctor, was stupid enough to give negatives of his so-called alien proof photos to researchers. And for people that don't remember film, there's codes on the film that tell you what date the film was manufactured and when it was sold to the public or introduced to the public. So there's a huge problem with Reed's photo negative evidence in that essentially he claims he took these pictures in 1996, but an analysis of the actual negatives proves that that film wasn't even available for purchase to the public until later in 1997. I know that may be a little thing to somebody, but it's another absolutely good indicator that he's lying to you. Shell Game, and this again is from UFO Watchdog's website. I will put the full link to the entire debunk, which is like, I don't know, 80 pages long. There's like 80 pages of evidence that this guy is a fraud, all of which were ignored by Jimmy Church and anybody stupid enough to believe this guy. Shell Game claimed Dan Arias states on his website, in October of 2000, I took a trip to visit this person to show him the actual negatives that I wanted him to authenticate. This individual was Bob Shell, editor of Shutterberg magazine. He also has extensive background in photography and is well respected by technical staff at Kodak. Great. So fact, IARIA did indeed leave Bob Shell examine the negatives to see if they were actual negatives. But Aria's claim of Shell's analysis is not only overinflated, but there are major problems with Reed's negatives. Even the negatives are fake, or there's some form of fakery, fraudery, and bullshittery going on here. Bob Shell, editor of Shutterberg magazine and author of over a dozen books on photography, is a recognized photographic consultant who has testified as an expert witness in federal court. Reed supporter Dan Aria met with Shell in October 2000 and presented Reed's negatives for analysis. Shell's evaluation, however, was limited to determine if the negatives were normally exposed photograph negatives or did not consist of analysis of actual images presented represented on the negatives. So, yeah, he's just looking at the negatives to see if they're real Kodak negatives, and they are. Shell stated the negatives were authentic, and IARIA posted the results to his site as proof positive. Pardon me. What month is this? So UFO Watchdog contacts Bob Shell after learning of the analysis, and Shell stated he did examine the photographic negatives presented to him and concluded that they were normal negatives. Shell was asked if he did any type of in-depth analysis of the images, and he stated he did not. However, Shell did express concern with regard to the production date of the negatives and suggested that if I contact Kodak production information department and spoke with a film specialist. So every roll of the film that he used is encoded with film identifier numbers. And this becomes a real problem. When asked for production dates of the film, Kodak represented that the 400 speed 6th generation Kodak film went into production in November 1996 and was introduced to the market in February of 1997. So again, Reed claims that he took pictures of these aliens and that alien spacecraft in October of 1996, a full 1 month. Somehow he manages to take pictures with film that wasn't even manufactured till a month after he said he took the pictures, and wasn't available for purchase to the public until February of 1997. That's a big problem. So UFO Watchdog contacted Bob Shell and asked for his professional opinion regarding the possibility of the negatives being copied. Shell stated that he had contacted IARIA about the film production dates. IARIA was reported to have said the negatives Shell examined were copies of a slide film taken in 1996. About the possibility of the negatives being copied, Shell stated, I looked at the two of the negatives, the same ones in the website, and I saw nothing that would lead me to believe that they were copies from slides. I don't buy it. So here we have them purposefully trying to manipulate a photography expert into saying these are real negatives. And even if they're real negatives, doesn't mean they're real negatives of what he says he's taking the pictures of. So UFO Watchdog contacted Kodak, decided to verify the information again. The specialist in Kodak's product information department was asked about the production and marketing dates for both types of film. And here we come back, November 1996, introduced to the market in 1997. And Kodak's, the next kind of film he used is in November 1996 and introduced to the market in January 1997. Reed claims his encounter occurred October 1996, 2 to 3 months before the film was even available. It would be, of course, impossible for Reed to have taken pictures with this film since it didn't exist at the time of his alleged encounter. And then he says, case closed. So there is an overwhelming, friends, amount of evidence piling up about this person. And, you know, one could be surprised that somebody would be stupid enough or selfish enough to push this level of garbage and disinformation into the UFO community. But this is where we're at, and this is where we find ourselves. As long as people click on it, I'll make money. That's the Jimmy Church school of thought. And by the way, the last person that tried to shovel this nonsense and make a little money off of the fake Dr. Jonathan Reed was Third Phase of Moon. Congratulations, Jimmy Church. You have now descended into the depths of UFO fakery, fraudery, and forgery equal to Third Phase of Moon garbage peddlers. Congratulations. So, you know, there's a lot more that I could share with you. There is an absolute treasure trove of information indicating that this person is not who he says he was. Yeah, and I will put a link in the description of the video to the main page on UFO Watchdog's website, and there is a treasure trove of information, including the co-conspirators that helped him sell this garbage, right? UFO Watchdog, I think, sums it up with excuses. The Dr. Reed supporters, fanatics, and the faithful, if you will, they have undoubtedly started yelling conspiracy, but the story has been slapped together to discredit Dr. Reed's alien encounter in order to cover up the truth. Perhaps we now hear that Dr. Reed was an alias for Rudder to protect him from the bad guys. Those that once supported the case will more than likely now start talking about how they knew something just wasn't right about the case from the beginning. No, a bunch of people helped him peddle this garbage, including some somewhat well-known UFO people like most notably Jaime Maussan. We've got Dan McAvoy. We've got Dan Iaria, also known as Dante Arias. Yeah. Sean Atlanti. He pushed this case. He claims to have investigated UFO cases for over 20 years. And these aren't all the people that are supporting this hoax or have supported it throughout the years. Many, many people have. Someone in the live chat commented that Linda Moulton Howe had an 8-hour talk with Dr. Jonathan Reed and declared that he was being truthful and his entire story had to be true. Why? Because she got a good feeling that he was telling the truth about those aliens. It is absolutely ridiculous that this level of garbage, fakery, fraudery goes on, but it does. I mean, there is nothing else. And it's interesting also to note that after his story was busted as a complete and total fake in the United States, he went on to push this level of garbage all throughout South America and Mexico. And there is information there. And also somebody did indeed write a letter to the International UFO Congress because they platformed this guy. And it's interesting to note, hold on, I have to make this a little bit bigger and then we're going to share this. There was an open letter written about how fake this guy was to the International UFO Congress, outlining all of his fakery and fraudery. An open letter to the International Congress. This came from Tim Haley. This is to inform you that I am appalled that the International UFO Congress has invited Jonathan Reed to speak at the 9th Congress to be held March 5th through March 11th at the River Palms Resort in Laughlin, Nevada. The following allegations from Mr. Reed during his December 9th interview have been investigated. Reed claims to have been admitted to graduate school at UCLA after spending only 2 years at San Diego State University, where he obtained a teaching education certificate for secondary education with a GPA of 3.0. UCLA has no record of a Jonathan Reed obtaining his PhD at that institution. UMI maintains hard copy and microfilm copy of all PhD dissertations and does not have Jonathan Reed's alleged UCLA dissertation on file. By the way, I went after both UFO Watchdog and this researcher Tim Haley, and checked with the schools and found the exact same information. That's a hallmark of a good researcher. Repeatable information. If they found that information, the accurate, true information, a good researcher should be able to go after them and find the same good, accurate, factual information. And in the case of his educational claims, we've got 3 separate people who investigated his claims and found them all to be false. Reed claims to have worked during the summer of 1979 with Dr. Frank Orsky at Johns Hopkins University. Dr. Frank Orsky did not arrive at Johns Hopkins until 1985. So here's the guy claiming that he worked with somebody 6 years before they worked there. Great. This is more amateur hours mistakes. Reed claimed to be a member of the National Psychological Association. There is no National Psychological Association. Reed claims to have worked at the Department of Psychology at the University of Washington. Upon checking the University of Washington Medical Center, the Department of Psychology, and the Department of Psychiatry, it was confirmed that they have never had anyone named Jonathan Reed in those departments. Reed claims that a microbiologist by the name of Chacon has analyzed samples and recovered biological material from the alien Reed held in his freezer. Chacon claims to have received his master's degree in microbiology from the Catholic University of Puerto Rico. But the Catholic University of Puerto Rico does not offer master's degrees in microbiology. Additionally, there is no evidence to support the claims made by Jonathan Reed. Unless Mr. Reed can provide any reasonable corroborating evidence to support his biography and that of his colleague, Chacon, he should be removed from your program. I would think that a UFO Congress should hold high standards for their speakers and at a minimum require the speaker's biography to be validated before issuing an invitation to speak. Otherwise, your reputation will suffer and you do an injustice to the field of ufology, and you insult the other speakers who have worked so hard for their reputation. Yeah, so friends, what we have here is an overwhelming mountain of evidence that this guy is a fraudster, a hoaxer, and a liar. And, you know, also remember, we talked about this UFO cover-up. The cover-up is not the government hiding the truth about UFOs. The cover-up is all these UFO profiteering hucksters hiding the lies. That's what Jimmy Church is doing. He's not bringing you the truth about UFOs. He's part of the real UFO cover-up, which is covering up that this guy is a complete and total fraud. Why would you tell people the truth about his education if you can make a few bucks letting him spin his yarns, right? And we've also got Donald Ware, who was once the Florida MUFON director, says Dr. Reed's book is documentation of an important event, calls UFO watchdog and other skeptics disinformation agents. Yeah. So there were people all along the way of this story that profited from it. Conference organizers, show hosts, and more. They all profited from it. So everybody since 1996 that has even entertained this stupid story has had to ignore overwhelming mountains of evidence that this guy is a fake and a fraud. But that's how this works. You just lie by omission. Just let the guy tell a story and forget to tell the audience that his education is fake, that the people he worked with is fake, that the doctor that he claims did the tissue sample analysis is fake, that he's using murdered sources that don't pan out to support his story. It is absolutely laughable that Jimmy Church is so desperate for views that this is the level of fakery, forgery, and ridiculous nonsense, 100% provably fake story that Jimmy is willing to let people push on his shit show. And there's a reason that his views are in the shitter. And pushing this level of garbage is not going to help him. It's not going to help him in the least. So, you know, I have such a mountain of evidence, and I could be here for another hour, but I think that we have sufficiently proved our point, right? And I don't want to waste another hour of anybody's time on this completely provably fake story and this completely provable fake doctor, because this man essentially is a liar, and Jimmy Church is a liar for letting him lie on his show. Jimmy Church knows this evidence is out there. He didn't give it to his audience. Instead, he let a proven fake fraud sit there and spew absolute fake alien UFO disinformation, right? It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing that this is allowed to take place. Dr. Jonathan Reed is a liar. And we can prove that with facts and evidence. And those things matter. And the garbage UFO disinformation peddlers and hucksters will likely continue to push this story. Jimmy Church said he's doing a part 2. Jimmy Church, if you do a part 2 after people send you my video, and people send him my video when I do this, I know it. I know it for a fact. I had people close to him tell me he watches our shows when we cover him pushing fake stories, right? Maybe he's trying to figure out how to improve and not get caught selling these fake stories so much. And by the way, this is another circumstance where his other show with Christina Gomez has to absolutely keep her mouth shut about this fake fraud, 100% provably fake story that her co-host is pushing over on his show. And, you know, it's so unfortunate that this man has put this young girl into a position where she has to lie by omission. She has to keep her mouth shut about this shit, or she's going to lose all the benefits of her relationship with Jimmy Church. She can't be honest with her audience either. So not only is Dr. Jonathan Reed lying, but Jimmy Church is lying by omission, pushing this fake story, and then he's pulling some young girl who, by the way, I hear has a learning disability. That's great, Jimmy Church. Are you taking advantage of a girl with a learning disability to be a second echo chamber or to help you stay relevant with young people? And if so, that's despicable. Is that what that young girl, this is what you're teaching that young girl, that this is how you be successful? You just keep your mouth shut about a mountain of overwhelming evidence that a story is fake so that you can make a couple of bucks selling this bullshit? Jimmy Church is dragging other people into this fake story, and he's planning on doing part 2 on this completely, totally, provably fake story from a fake doctor using another fake doctor and more fake sources and more anonymous sources and film he couldn't have used at the time he claimed to take the photographs and this hokey ass alien artifact where he's claiming that he's teleporting in and out of live television shows. It is laughable, friends. And now Jimmy Church is involved, and he's got to keep pushing this garbage for a part 2. But not only that, he's involved his other show with Christina Gomez, and now Christina Gomez has to sit there like a dummy and not bring up the fact that her co-host has just been caught pushing this level of fakery, fraudery, and bullshittery. Now he's involved her. She can't say anything about this. She's got to keep her mouth shut about all this to keep her radio show and all those subscribers that she's sucking off of Jimmy Church. She takes all the benefit of Jimmy Church, but she doesn't have to comment on all the dirty dealings, slimeball shit that he does. And I think that's not fair. If she's going to be able to get all these subscribers from a guy doing all this stuff, then people have the right to know he's doing that. And she should grow a conscience and speak out and say, I don't agree with what he's doing over on his show. Now, are we going to hear her do that? No, because that would be the right thing to do, telling people the truth. And you're going to screw up your deal with Jimmy Church if you grow a conscience and do the right thing and stop lying by omission to your audience about what garbage peddling your co-host is up to. So back, my friends, we're going to go back to for a synopsis. I call this the lie counter, right? You're going to lose track. Once you start counting up the lies that we can prove that this fake doctor has been caught up in, it becomes very clear that this is a 100% provably fake story, and that anybody pushing this story or platforming this clown is a huckster and is bad for the community and is helping spread fake information and is helping make this thing the subject of mockery. This is the stuff that people talk about. Oh, that alien stuff, it's so fake. Well, the stuff on Jimmy Church's show is so fake, right? And this is all a distraction. This is all a psyop, in my opinion, because why can somebody get away with what can only be considered consumer fraud to some people?
Jimmy Church is going to sit there and let this guy tell you that this story is true. Does he not have any responsibility to vet this man's claims and say, well, he did say that, he's got a PhD, but it turns out 3 separate researchers checked in with the schools and all of them found out there's no degrees there. There's no PhD thesis there. So his educational claims are, does Jimmy Church have any responsibility while this guy's claiming he's a doctor to say, excuse me, I know of researchers have checked and no, you're not a doctor. No, he called him doctor through the entire interview. Great. So, well, one thing is clear to me, that this stupid story is going to continue to, I guess, inspire debate for the near future, because some true believers are still going to believe this level of garbage. And if you really want to get sad about how stupid some people are and gullible and how their believing brain is switched on and stuck and they are willing to believe anything as long as it fits their preconceived narrative that they already believe, go over to Jimmy Church's show and just look at the comments on this video. Oh, such an amazing story. Oh, thank you so much for bringing us the truth, Jimmy Church. Yeah, he's bringing you the truth. Bullshit. Bull. So we're going to go back. We're going to wrap things up about this complete and total liar, Jonathan Reed. But we are going to give you a synopsis here of all the lies. So the man known as Dr. Jonathan Reed, also known, as Jonathan Rudder. But by the way, I lost the place of it. There is a page on UFO Watchdog which highlights all of his many fake aliases. He's got so many fake aliases. I don't know why somebody needs 10 different fake names and identities unless they're some kind of a con man, right? Or criminal. Who else needs that kind of stuff? Great. And there is a bunch of eyewitness testimony from people close to Dr. Reed also on UFO Watchdog's website. We'll provide the links. And there are other stories that prove this is completely and totally fake. The Fact or Fiction, the television show, recreated all of this stuff. Many researchers have been over this man claims, right? It's absolutely ridiculous. So this man is fake and he's a liar. And shame on anybody that just platforms him and lets him tell his fake alien stories. Everybody's got Google. There's no excuse for this. It's got to be intentional. Nobody is that negligent. Nobody is that lazy that they can't Google something or make 2 phone calls to start figuring out that this guy is a liar. So, but we'll go over all his lies. I call this the litany of Dr. Reed's lies, friends. And by the way, Jimmy Church, I challenge you to a debate. Have me on your show. You can come here and we'll debate why you don't platform fake Dr. Clowns like this guy. Why you do not ever intentionally shovel absolutely fake information into the UFO community. This guy was done. His hoax was busted years ago. And now you're helping him get back on that hoax horse and ride that hoax horse into what? More money? Ill-gotten gains? So this is Dr. Jonathan Reed's, the fake doctor's litany of lies, friends. We'll summarize for Jimmy Church and other intellectual weaklings who can't, use Google or make 2 phone calls to find out that this guy lies about everything. So let's begin in Dr. Jonathan Reed's litany of lies, friends. He lied about his education. 100% of all of his educational claims are total fabrications. He lied. At least 3 researchers have all talked to those schools, all confirming the same thing. He never went to those schools. He never has a master's degree. He never produced a PhD thesis. He has no doctorate, nothing. And by the way, he lied about his work history because multiple researchers checked in with those prestigious places that this man claimed that he worked. He lied about his work history, 100% provably he lied. He lied about owning the Jeep that he said he escaped those evil men in black government types in. Real research, dogged research that I have to like, admire, and respect from UFO Watchdog. He found a bill of sale of that Jeep from the guy that he purchased it from, and shows he purchased that Jeep more than a year after he claimed he already owned it. So he lied about escaping the men in black in a Jeep he didn't even own at the time. Again, he lied. He lied about the pictures he took and when, because careful analysis of the negatives, friends, provided by him prove 100% that he could not have taken the pictures on that film at the time he claimed. Those negatives checks by experts at Kodak proved the film would not be available in 1996 when he claimed he took the pictures, but rather 1997. Little things like this matter. He lied about when the pictures were taken. He lied again, friends. He lied about the death of his dog, because if you were to take the time to talk to his neighbors and family members that knew him during that time frame, you would hear from them that his beloved dog that he claimed that evil alien murdered in 1996 was alive and well and still living with Jonathan at his parents' house in the year 2000. Why would he lie about his dog dying? And worse yet, why would he lie about his dog being killed by an evil alien? Friends, facts mattered. He lied about his dog dying or when his dog died or being murdered in 1996. He lied again. He lied about the fake doctor he claims analyzed tissue samples and blood samples on the alleged alien. That man was not a real doctor, but rather that man was a close friend of Jonathan's with no education at all past high school that worked in a convenience store local to Jonathan. And another friend of his also worked there. He lied about another doctor at the University of Washington analyzing the tissue samples and being amazed and then murdered a short time later by the mysterious men in black trying to cover up the truth about his alien encounter. But the truth is that doctor was murdered a short time later, but not by the men in black or some unknown assailant, as Jonathan claimed. Last night on Jimmy Church's show, Jonathan claimed that doctor was killed by an unknown assailant. No, the case is closed. The murder solved. It wasn't the men in black that killed that man, but rather a disgruntled employee of that man who was fired. It was a well-known murder-suicide case near where Jonathan lived. And if you check in with the school, no documents or records were confiscated by anyone in the government or any mysterious men in black. Only his personal effects were removed from his offices and given to his family. All that doctor's other records remain. And wouldn't you know, no records of alien tissue samples or any meetings, conversations, phone calls, or project with the fake Dr. Reed claiming he had alien samples. So again, friends, he lied. He lied about being a doctor. He lied about working with special needs children. And after all, who lies about working with children with disabilities? Why would you even lie about something like that if it's not relevant to the story? But again, friends, he lied. He lied about this stupid Link magical alien armband that lets him teleport or disappear and reappear. It can be proven that those are editing, that in that video, it can be proven that he edited in sound effects stolen from a Hollywood movie and bad early video special effects. So again, he lied. He claimed that that teleportation aired on national live television. No, it didn't. He lied again, friends. The host of that show he was actually on asked him to use that device on live television, and at the time, he made up a bunch of excuses for why the alien artifact couldn't be turned on or used. And you can watch that. You can get that. Let's go on, friends, with the litany of lies. He also lied about giving a talk to some 700 members of Congress. And I can tell you that he lied about that because, folks, there is only 535 members of Congress, not 700. Are we really expected to believe that some fake doctor gave a talk to every single sitting senator and congressman? Plus, hey, like, I don't know, 165 retired ones, I guess. They all sat there and listened to this fake doctor, this clown, tell his fake alien stories and tell his fake and show everybody his fake as shit videos and pictures. Sure. No, friends, it's clear that on that claim, he lied. Because you will not find a single senator that's ever heard of this man or attended a talk by him. And I challenge Jimmy Church or Jonathan Reed or anybody else to find me a congressman or a senator that will verify this fake claim. No, friends, he lied again. He lied about meeting and discussing his incredible experiences with the Pope. That's right, he lied about meeting the Pope. But it's easy to show that he photoshopped those images. And of course, the papal records show no meeting with this fake doctor. And by the way, every minute of the Pope's day, kind of like the United States president, is logged and kept records of. There's no meeting with this man. He never met the Pope, and he was bold enough to actually Photoshop himself meeting the Pope. That, my friends, is a really bad liar. If you're willing to Photoshop you meeting the Pope and then tell people you met the Pope and told them about your alien stories, that's some bad pathological lying, if you ask me, friends. And it's easily provable that those photos were Photoshopped. He took a stock image of the Pope meeting somebody else and he cut himself in there. It is laughable, absolutely laughable. He lied about visiting mysterious places like the pyramids or the ancient ruins, when it can be easily proven that he just Photoshopped himself in front of those places using images anyone can find with a simple Google image search. So again, friends, he lied. He lied to his wife about having a job even leaving the house every day to go to so-called, quote, work, unquote. She found out later that he was not a doctor, and indeed, he didn't even have a job, even though he went someplace for hours a day and returned later in the day. She confronted him, knowing that his education was fake, that he wasn't a doctor. He lied about working on local missing person cases to his wife, claiming that he worked on missing persons and really important murders as a consulting psychologist. But again, it turns out that his wife found out that those are just more of his fantastical stories and pathological lies. Again, friends, he lied. So with this litany of lies being on full display, who would believe this man about his fantastical alien claims? The truth is, no one would believe it if they were given this information. But the fake fraud, UFO storytime, disinformation peddlers, garbage peddlers like Jimmy Church, they're not going to give you this. They're not going to tell you how many times it can be easily proven that this man has lied, because that's not good for selling this story. So this is where we're at, friends, and this is where we find ourselves. Jimmy Church is a garbage peddler. He sells garbage, like Corey Goode garbage, or David Wilcock garbage, or Sarah R. Adams garbage, or Jonathan Reed garbage. And you know, I don't want to hear anybody, anybody dare message me some defense of Jimmy Church. Like, well, maybe he didn't know. It's his job to know. Is he just negligent? Is he stupid? Is he so dumb that he believes this guy with this level of easily proven fakery, fraudery, forgery, and bullshittery? I mean, doesn't he have some responsibility to apologize to his audience now? Is he going to apologize to his audience now? Or is he going to sweep this under the rug, just like he sweeps all the stories that fall apart under the rug? Let's see, he swept David Wilcock literally promoting GoFundMe and PayPal scams on his show. He swept that under the rug, and gee, sorry if you got scammed by my guest, but you know, and let's see, he sweeps under the rug some of his advertisers' criminal pasts and arrests for things like fraud. He sweeps that under the rug. Let's see, what else does he sweep under the rug? Falsely copyright claiming, people revealing that the people that he platforms, promotes, and works with are lying to you, like me. He swept that under the rug. He doesn't want to talk about how he falsely copyright claimed us. And why did he do that? Because we were revealing exactly the kind of things that we're revealing tonight. This UFO huckster doesn't want you to listen to me. He wants you to just take the fake bullshit story that he's jamming down your throat and swallow it, loser. He thinks you're stupid. He thinks you're a loser and would never figure out how can he actually believe that nobody's going to figure out that he's peddling this garbage. What else does he sweep under the rug? Oh, That whole Corey Goode fiasco, you know, where he platformed and promoted and profited with and from Corey Goode's garbage stories for years, worked all those conferences with him, promoted him, helped him sell his fake garbage stories. And then Corey Goode apparently had enough of Jimmy Church, decided to stab Jimmy Church in the back. And it's documented that took place. What does Jimmy Church do? Sweep that all under the rug. Don't look under the rug. Don't look under the rug where all my fake stories go after I'm done making the money from the fake story. I just sweep it under the rug. And what else does he sweep it under the rug? Oh, how many times has he platformed Emery Smith, the fake alien autopsy? Oh, 3,000 autopsies of aliens. Oh, no, later it was just tissue samples. Turns out that guy is something of a bullshitter, right? Yeah, and it can be substantially proven. Got to sweep that under the rug. What about Sarah R. Adams? While he platformed Sarah R. Adams, she was actively trying to sell medbed sessions in a fake medbed that was actually a tanning booth that you lay in with magnets glued in it and organite and a bunch of new age shit symbols put all over it. Does he have any responsibility to the victims of the people that he's platforming who are paying hard-earned money for stories that they believe to be true? Does he have any responsibility to talk about the look? And I get it. People make mistakes, I'm sure. We've had some guests here that were pretty wacky, but we did it the right way, and we acknowledged that it might be horseshit. It might be bull. He doesn't acknowledge anything. He just lets these people sell this garbage. So we will take some time now for the live chat. I apologize for the length of tonight's presentation, but I thought it important that if Jimmy Church is going to platform this garbage peddler, I'm going to give people the other side of the coin. Now, the problem is that the guy with the larger bullhorn wins. And unfortunately, really unfortunately, Jimmy Church has a larger bullhorn than me currently, but not by much. So one of the ways that you can all help combat this disinformation, misinformation, and garbage peddling by less than scrupulous people trying to deceive people is to like, comment, subscribe, and share these videos. Most importantly is to share this video on your social media. This is my call to action. Let's band together and tell Jimmy Church it's not okay to platform this level of garbage. It's not okay to lie to your audience by omission and not give them all of the important facts and information that we have freely given you here tonight. This is my call to action. Take this video link, copy it to your Facebook, copy it to your Twitter. Use the hashtag #FTB, fade to black. By the way, someone commented that I always use that hashtag. And we have made it our policy to use that hashtag anytime I tweet a show, because once Jimmy Church got all upset and well, he was nasty to people who were using that hashtag to share an interview of somebody that I did shortly after he did. That was vastly different. He didn't like people hearing. He didn't like his listeners hearing that he platformed garbage peddlers and didn't do any investigation or push back. So he complained about our people retweeting that hashtag. So we're going to use it every time now. Can't own a hashtag. And yeah, there's a lot of other things that I could say, but I think that we've said enough. We've done our due diligence. The best thing that you could do to help us is to tweet out this video. Let's combat these garbage peddlers. Let's do something about it instead of letting them profit from this level of absolute garbage. And I just want to mention to you that there are a few ways that you could support us. And the biggest way is that you can like, comment, subscribe, and especially share this video. It really does help to get the story out there.
unfortunately, many people don't have the time, energy, or dedication to go digging for all this evidence. And people like Jimmy Church are counting on you being too busy to see if this story is true. So all he's got to do is lie by omission and leave out all of the important facts and information we have shared with you tonight. And he wins because he's got a bigger bullhorn. And that's unfortunate, but that's the way the world works. That's the way the cookie crumbles, as they say. And I don't know what else to say here, but I will say this. And 1 second, I'm just doing a little bit of math here because I want to share with you another sad truth. No, that can't be right. Yeah, I think it is. So by my estimation, with the monetized video that Jimmy Church created with this garbage peddler, the fake Dr. Jonathan Reed, he got so far almost 9,000 views, which means that Jimmy Church in ad revenue for platforming this fraud and pushing this level of fake disinformation into the community has made at least $850 in YouTube ad revenue. And I would suggest to Jimmy Church and others within the sound of my voice that run shows that YouTube does have a deceptive practices policy. And I believe a good argument can be made that Jimmy Church platforming this guy and who's claiming that all the things he's saying are true and that he's a real doctor and he's got a doctorate and he's got a PhD and Jimmy Church doing this could be considered against YouTube's policy concerning deceptive practices and YouTube ad revenue. But, I don't really know. I'm not an expert on the YouTube terms of service, but I do know that it's extremely problematic for Jimmy Church to sit there, not bring up any of the important information that we brought up tonight, and keep that $850 in YouTube ad revenue as his guest. And he, by extension, I suppose, are implying that this is a true story. It's not a true story. And you would have to employ deception in order to make a video that is pro Dr. Jonathan Reed, which is exactly what he did. He made a very pro Jonathan Reed, this guy's telling the truth sort of a video. It's deceptive. At very best, it is deceptive. And, that may be something that he or other show hosts may want to think about going forward. I don't think that people should be able to make $850 in YouTube ad revenue when the story that they're pushing, and by the way, my math could be off. This is an estimate. I'm no expert. But I don't think people should be able to make any money in YouTube ad revenue when they are purposefully using deception in order to do that and create that money for themselves. I got a problem with that. So we'll take comments and questions from the audience. The Sixth Sense is here, reminding us that spam, deceptive practices, and scams policies could be a real problem. It could be a real problem. Now, I, of course, cannot recommend that anybody do anything in regard to his video. That would be problematic for me. So I'm not going to suggest any actions that somebody should take regarding his video. It's enough for us to say that this is a real problem. And this is not just a problem with Jimmy Church, though he's one of the kings of this slimeball way of producing a lot of money for yourself through deceptive practices. That's my opinion, that he creates a lot of money for himself through deceptive practices. I'm entitled to my opinion. And the Sixth Sense reminding everybody, please use caps for comments and questions that you want to see. Big Fat, I want to see the pictures of him with Pope. Big fat creep. Yeah, of course. Frauds of a feather hang out together. Jimmy Church hangs out with Nick Pope. Jimmy Church hangs out with, frauds like David Wilcock and Corey Goode and Emery Smith and Jonathan Reed. Frauds of a feather hang out together. They grift together too. Everybody ever noticed this? But they all reinforce each other. So you tell everybody my fake story is true, and I'll tell everybody that your fake story is true. Then we've each got a corroborating researcher or witness saying the story's true. Awfully convenient. Awfully convenient. Do you think YouTube should demonetize all conspiracy theory videos? Obviously I cover these things, so no. But when it can be shown that somebody displays such an incredible level of either ignorance, stupidity, or intentional deception in order to generate ad revenue with a 100% provably fake story. I believe that they shouldn't be able to make money from that, but that's my opinion. It can be proven it's a lie. It basically violates the terms of service, Von Zine. Some of it is kind of a gray area, but ultimately YouTube decides. Yeah, and so if you have comments or questions for me, please put them in all capital letters. I will take your comments and questions for a little bit of time here, and then we're going to bounce on out of here. These kind of things are kind of exhausting for me. Like, it's exhausting to remind people that that story was fake in 1996. And by the way, Jimmy Church, you lazy slob, it's still fake in 2022. All right. But Steve, if he doesn't promote all those scammers, no clicks, no views, no River Immune coffee sales. The truth, it's about UFO money. I agree with you, UFO Capsta, and that's unfortunate. I'm very fortunate in that I don't need to lie to people to make a living, right? What must it be like for Jimmy Church? I hope he watches this whole thing, this whole litany of lies that we have caught his guest in. And I want everybody to ask him, why did you not ask any questions about all this? You think it's just perfectly acceptable to let him sit there and lie to you like that? And by the way, there are three possibilities going forward for Jimmy Church with this. Well, really four. Either he's going to do the real moral and ethical right thing to do and apologize to everybody for, maybe he had a busy week and he didn't have time to do a 2-minute Google search to find out that his guest was a liar and a fake doctor and a fraud, right? That's one possibility. He could do the right thing. Do I think he's going to do that? Hell no, he's going to double down on the bullshit. The second possibility is that he's going to get wind of this. If our broadcast reaches enough people, he's going to get wind of it. And he and Reed, in my opinion, will conspire together so that Reed can still come out looking okay, but Jimmy can push back on some of this stuff, and Reed can offer his Men in Black bullshit explanations for all the lies he's told over the years, right? That's a possibility. And the other possibility is that Jimmy Church is going to catch wind of this, and he's simply not going to do the part 2, knowing how foolish, childish, and stupid he looks for doing the part 1 to begin with. So that's where we're at, friends, and that's where we find ourselves. Patty says, who is the worst in your opinion? Well, I think the worst garbage peddler of disinformation in the UFO community is certainly Jimmy Church. But Jimmy Church is somewhat unique in that Jimmy Church is such an uncreative person that he's not good enough to be a UFO grifter on his own. So what he does is he just helps all the UFO grifters sell their garbage, fake disinformation stories, which is maybe worse because he reaches an awful lot more people and he pushes out an awful lot more disinformation than any single individual character who's pushing fake stories does. He is the facilitator. The Lord of UFO lies is Jimmy Church. All right. And I want to remind everybody, if you're listening in audio podcast land, now would be a good time to remind you that you're missing half the fun. Please do go on over to YouTube. Click that search bar, that little magnifying glass. Put Truth Seekers, one word, in the search bar. You'll see me, the strange guy with sunglasses. Click on that channel. That would be our Truth Seekers channel here. It's Truth Seekers Show, one word on YouTube. Or Truth Seekers, one word on YouTube. You should find us. Click on our channel. Hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell, and you too will know when we're doing a live taping. We have this interactive live chat that's great. You can ask me questions. We can interact back and forth. Your comments are well appreciated. We want you to come over here. We appreciate you in audio podcast land and honor you being there and listening, but we would much prefer if you came on over to YouTube. Find us on YouTube. It's Truth Seekers. Smash the subscribe button, hit the notification bell, and come over here when we're doing our live tapings, which are usually 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, sometime between Monday and Friday. And be a part. Don't just listen to the show, though we appreciate if you do. Don't just watch the show, though we love and appreciate if you do. Come and be a part of the show. You are most welcome. Whether you're a believer, a skeptic, anything, we're all here looking for the truth, and you are most welcome to look for it with us. Please do come on by. Okay, we'll take some more comments and questions. 1 second. What about conspiracy theorists on YouTube? I think some of them push dangerous things. After all, Von Zine, some people have literally been driven to kill by becoming obsessed with conspiracy theories online. So it can get very, very dangerous. I don't know what the answer is. It's a complicated issue. Do I believe in censorship? No. But if it's censorship of a medical, absolute 100% medical disinformation, that's a problem for me. If it's dangerous conspiracies that will incite violence in people, yeah, I have a problem with that. But I don't know what all the answers are. I don't know what the solution is. Stamping down on free speech is also extremely problematic for me. So it's a complicated issue. Yes, if he doesn't promote all those scammers, no clicks, no views, no River Moon sales. Yeah. Carolyn, sweet Caroline is here. And every time I see you, sweet Caroline, I think of that song, right? Is that like, whose song is that? Sweet Caroline. That's like an old crooner guy, right? I have to look that up. But I think of the song and the melody pops in my head every time I see you. She says, and thank you for being a member. By the way, if you want to support our show, there's another way to help us. You can become a Patreon supporter and get some extra goodies every month. Or you can become a channel member. Click the join button. For the Patreon is $1 a month, and the channel member is $5. You get, for being a channel member, you get all the Patreon benefits plus some YouTube benefits, like Caroline has a member badge there identifying her as a big supporter of the show. We love and appreciate all of you kind and generous people becoming members or Patreon supporters. Sweet Caroline says, great show tonight, Stephen. It was absolutely bad. That it was too good. You had us all in tears. Also, check your PayPal later. No, I will check it right now. Thank you for reminding me. I almost forgot, Caroline. Just so everybody knows, there's a few ways to support us. You can throw money, throw a couple of bucks in our hat. It is an excellent way to support us, and there's a few ways to do that. You can click that money button down there in the live chat, or look in the about section of this video. There is instructions on how to send us a couple of bucks and throw some money in our hat on either Cash App or PayPal. We read every single pledger's message. So if you send me a message on PayPal or a super chat, write out a message. We read every single one. So we've got a message from Sweet Caroline, who says, from your favorite member, Sweet Caroline, great show tonight. We need more Kari too. You both were a great duo tonight. Last night. Yes. Well, thank you very much for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. It is much, much appreciated. Thank you, Sweet Caroline, kind and generous channel member and pledger who is helping us tremendously by helping us to praise the cash, friends. Oh, 1 second. I got to find the right one. Yes. Thank you, Sweet Caroline. Much appreciated.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
And I just want to mention that I decided if all of these guys can lie to people for and praise the cash so much, that I could give people the truth and actual facts and actual evidence. And if they're allowed to praise the cash for lying to you, then I should be allowed to praise the cash for giving you the truth. Now, it should be noted that this is not my full-time job. We use the funds to help with the show, to purchase equipment, backdrops, lighting, whatever the show needs is taken care of by our kind and generous supporters. And this enables me to continue in this journey and to take you all with me. And we appreciate each and every one of you. So let's check in with the super chats. I apologize. We had a long presentation, but we always read every single super chat, every PayPal or Cash App pledge. If you send us a message, we read it live on air. We love and appreciate all you kind and generous supporters. So let me get over to our super chats. See if I didn't. Yeah, we've got a bunch. Well, we've got a few of them, so we're going to recognize those people. I will share my screen here and recognize those kind and generous people who sent Super Chat pledges. Anthony Peterson with a kind and generous $2 Super Chat says, you should test River Moon Coffee's genuineness. I don't know that he's selling fake coffee, though. Actually, I know a couple of people who told me they really like that coffee. But, yeah. I suppose it's real coffee then if people like it. And good for him for selling something. But selling something while you're letting people lie to your audience is a problem for me. Like me, I would kind of have a problem with people just lying straight through their teeth to my audience and me just sitting there like a dummy and not pushing back. Space Exposure with kind of generous $3 Super Chat says, for the LOLs, good show. Thank you for your kind and generous Super Chat pledge. We appreciate it. Joe K with a kind and generous Canadian $2.79 and says, sweet baby Jesus, what a freak. Well, thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. It is much, much appreciated, and we appreciate all you kind and generous people for helping us to praise the cash, friends.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
I believe that you will agree with me when I say that in the last few months, and especially the last few weeks, that the anointing of the Holy Spirit on the telecast has been exceptional. The letters that we are receiving, the comments that you are giving us, but above all, it's just there. And we thank the Lord so much for it because it is the anointing that breaks the yoke. It breaks that yoke asunder, whatever the yoke may be. I want to thank you also for the help that you gave us last week concerning the appeals that we made, how we are rejoicing. I wish I could give you a total now. I can't. I just can't. I don't have it yet. But I'm asking you, please. God spoke with a lot of you that did not respond. And we love you and we thank you, but when God speaks to you, I know he'll bless you if you will respond. And if you could send a gift of $50.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
I just reason that televangelists know how to beg for money much better than me. So we try to use some old clips of those guys. It's pretty funny. Now we've gotten through, I have to make a decision here. We've gotten through an entire broadcast without using one of Jimmy Church's clips. And with full disclosure, he once copyright claimed us a false copyright strike for using a very short clip. We are up to 2 hours and 16 minutes into the broadcast. This is a transformative work that is educational in nature. We are educating the public about how Jimmy Church platforms completely and totally fake people telling completely and totally fake stories. And as such, our use of any clips from his show is covered under fair use. And educational use tips the balance in favor of fair use and would negate any false copyright claims. We also have fair use lawyer defense letters standing by for anybody that would try to falsely copyright claim our channel for using a clip under the legal fair use doctrine. I will put up our fair use banner as well. So I have verbally cited fair use. I have explained why it is fair use if we use a clip from Jimmy Church's show. We have a fair use banner that will be playing while we play the very, very short clip. And this is just to illustrate a point. And that is that Jimmy Church claims that he vets everything on his show 3 times. Tonight, we have shown you a literal mountain of evidence that proves that his recent guest is a complete and total fake doctor, fraud, and liar, a hoaxer. We have proved that with facts and evidence. Yet Jimmy Church still wants his listeners to believe that he vets everything on his show 3 times. And we have evidence or proof that he claims that. And it can be substantially proven
with tonight's broadcast that he doesn't vet anything. But I want you people to hear what he says about vetting guests and information that he presents on his show. This is fair use. This is a transformative work. We're educating the public and critiquing the video that we are sharing, and we'll have some discussion on that. This is covered under fair use and is certainly allowable by law. Fair use.
I vet everything 3 times before I mention it on the air. If I can't vet something 3 times from a credible published source, I don't speak about it. And that's journalism 101. That's what they teach you in school when you're first starting out. You don't go with one vetted source.
Yeah, and you know, it's really a tragedy if Jimmy Church did have a college education, that he would think that it's somehow acceptable to not vet things 3 times. He's going to claim that he's a journalist in that clip, and that he vets everything 3 times. We can easily prove, friends, that he continually platforms these hucksters selling this garbage, peddling garbage, disinformation, and fake information. And the fact that it's so easy to prove that these people are lying and that he doesn't take the time to do it is really an indication to me that this is intentional. That's my opinion. My opinion is that he intentionally does not vet anybody. He intentionally does zero research. He intentionally does not Google anyone. This gives him an excuse for why he allows people to sit there and literally lie through their teeth on his so-called show. And meanwhile, he has made at least $850 from part 1 of this fake story. He's claiming he's going to do part 2. Is the vetting coming up in part 2? Are you going to present all of the overwhelming and substantial evidence that we have presented here tonight, proving that this man is a fake doctor with a fake education, with fake doctor friends that work at convenience stores near him that helped him peddle this fake garbage? And Jaime Maussan, the king of fake alien stories, including, let's see, the alien Nazca mummies hoax was peddled by Jaime Maussan. The fake fairies hoax was peddled by Jaime Maussan. The marmoset monkey that was mummified that somebody claimed was an alien was peddled by Jaime Maussan. We have the Roswell slides hoax, where Jaime Maussan made, by some accounts, tens, maybe hundreds of thousands of dollars selling that hoax. Jaime Maussan is also deeply involved in selling this fake story. That may be some indication that this story is indeed fake. So any more comments or questions here, leave them for me. Otherwise, we're going to be wrapping things up here. I remember that. Stupid, Good, and Willie. Yeah. Kepsa says 3 times he has probably visited the church. Yeah, I don't think he's been in church 3 times. Jimmy needs church. Yeah, look, he wins awards. Yeah. Sweet Caroline says, what a big fat liar. Yeah. Yeah, here we go. The Sixth Sense says the absolute mountain of evidence of Jonathan Reed's claims of totally fake is too massive to possibly cover it all. Yeah, we could do a part 2 on more of his fake claims. By the way, I will post on my Twitter later today. I did have copies of the pictures where he claimed he met Pope Francis that were obviously photoshopped. I will post them on my Twitter later. I forgot to share them in order to share them. They're in my office on the PC there. We will share those later tonight. We will also provide links to some of the evidence that we have shared here tonight. Vonzine, you should try to have him on like you had Anjali on. Well, here's what I will do. I just sent him a friend request, and I'm going to share my screen so that people can see that I'm actually doing this. But I have actually sent Jonathan Reed is the fact that I have 15 mutual friends with him. That's pretty funny. And you can see here, this is the friend request button. So I have sent Jonathan Reed a friend request, and if he's courageous enough to come on my show and answer some questions, I promise I will be respectful. I won't, disrespect him, but I have lots of questions. You can see this man is so proud of the fact that he was on Art Bell. And I suppose I would be too. I was a big fan of Art Bell. He's always posting his heyday. Look, here's some more of the pictures. He's always posting his, time of being UFO famous and being on the Art Bell show back in 1996. Guy's still living in the 90s. Here's more of his so-called evidence. Authenticated, documented photographic evidence. First of all, it's not been authenticated and documented. Documented by who? Certified by Congressional Review in Washington, D.C. Who certified this by Congressional Review? That is another thing he is lying about. Come on, friends. This is so stupid. This is so stupid. This guy's posting that the Congress agrees that his UFO photographs are real, right? I don't think so, Jonathan Reed. This is garbage level so-called evidence. Oh. Here's him claiming the negatives are real. Well, the negatives are real negatives, but you lied about when you took the photographs with that film stock, But anyway, here's his Facebook. He's still very active on Facebook, claiming that this is a true story. By the way, here's a picture of the alien obelisk, which I can guarantee you was a magic trick optical illusion called a Super X levitation. And again, I don't want to get beat up by a bunch of magicians for revealing how that works, but you're free to look it up. And yeah, look at this. There's his dog. There's the alien. Oh, geez. Wow. And yeah, here's him with Art Bell, but he photoshopped this. He was never in the same room with Art Bell. He called into the show. So he photoshopped himself. He photoshops himself a lot, like with the Pope in front of the pyramids or, ancient ruins. He photoshops himself. Here he is photoshopping himself with Art Bell, which he's never been in the same room with Art Bell. There's the picture of the freezer he put the alien in. There's the dog that he claimed died, but years later, we would find out that the dog was still alive. And was it 2000 or 2001, right? Oh, and he's a Trumper too on top of it. Look at this. Oh, this is great. Extra dimensional, extraordinary alien life. And he posts a bunch of fake alien pictures along with his fake alien pictures. And look at the stupid people. Why can they not look more beautiful? That's so weird. Aliens are always perceived in that shape. They are so beautiful. Aliens exist in weird universe. Yeah. And of course, here, he can't wait to tell everybody about it. He's going to be on Fade to Black with his fake alien story and his fake alien artifact, a link. Oh, the most extraordinary documented evidence ever presented of a close encounter in history. Now, friends, we've seen that evidence earlier in the broadcast. Did you find that evidence to be extraordinary? Oh, it's extraordinary. All right. Extraordinary bull. That's what it is, friends. It's extraordinary bull. So he's very prolific in his posts, still claiming that he, interacted with these aliens in 1996. So just to be clear, so that everybody understands what we're doing here, we've had a request from the Peanut Gallery. I heard, who was it? Oh, Dark Journalist calls his chat room the Ideas Room. And all I've ever come up with to call our chat room is the Peanut Gallery. We got to come up with a better name. But we've had a request from our audience. And by the way, we aim to please here. If you guys want to see me do something, we at least attempt. So people want to see if this guy will submit to an interview with me. I have sent him a friend request on Facebook. Some people know if I send him a message, it'll go in his message requests and he likely will not see it. But if he accepts my friend request, he will see a message that I sent him. Otherwise, I'm going to try to find an email for him or other people that are friends with him and send him. We're going to send him an interview request and we'll see what happens. That's all we can do is try, friends. Sweet Caroline says, Jesus, he literally lied about everything. Nothing is off the table. Holy sheesh. Yeah. Bigfoot Creep says, damn, he looks the same. Or he's using, yeah, he does kind of. He must have aged well. I think he's in his 70s now and still grifting. Jonathan Reed here gets to be on Jimmy Church. Hey, dog, guess what we get to eat next week? Yeah. Sweet Caroline says, this dude is crazy. and that it would be comedy gold if you could get him to do an interview. I'm doing it. We're doing it. You know what? I have the perfect meme for this situation, and I believe that why did that come up? All right, 1 second. I got to go to my Twitter here and pull this out. 1 second. I have the perfect meme for this situation. So what's happening, friends, is that we have covered a mountain of evidence that so-called Dr. Jonathan Reed is a fraud and a fake and a garbage peddler. But people here want me to still interview him, so we're going to try to do that. And here's my attitude about that. F it, I'm in. Let's do it. Let's interview this guy. Or at least I'll send him an interview request. Now, do I think that he's going to have the balls to actually come here and answer any questions? Of course not. Of course. I'm going to ask. All I can do is ask, friends, because I'm in. I'm all chips in on this one. Let's do it, friends. That would be comedy gold if he actually agreed to it, right? What? Yeah. Please email me later. Appreciate it, friend. Yeah, I will definitely message me on Twitter. DM me right now, Mothership. What is your Twitter handle again? It's I'm going to forget it. Patty says, please get this guy. Yeah, everybody wants to see me interview him. I'll ask. That's all I can do, friends, is ask. But you know that a lot of these guys know better, right? You guys know they know better. They're going to check out the channel and see that we just ripped him to shreds. I don't think that he is going to want to actually come here and do a real interview. He only wants to do the softball circle jerk interviews with people like Jimmy Church that aren't going to question his ridiculous fake made up work history or his ridiculous fake made up education, etc. Right? That's what happens here. So here's what we're going to do, friends. We're going to take a short break, and then I'm going to return, and we're going to have a discussion here about disinformation in the UFO community. So get your comments or questions ready for me. I would appreciate that. You lost your glasses. Well, I'll try to message. Did you email me before at truthseekershow@gmail.com? And is it under the mothership? I'll find your email. I'll figure it out. I will definitely email you. Right? They do, but you've had some others do interviews and had hilarious results. Yeah, who was that one girl that forgot who? She didn't even know what my name was. I interviewed one conspiracy land nutter that was claiming that some beer company were satanic pedophiles because she saw a diaper outside, and she didn't know what my name was. While I was interviewing her, she asked out loud, like, somebody mentioned Steve Cambion in the live chat, and she's like, who's Steve Cambion? I don't know who that is. While she was sitting in, virtually sitting next to me, being interviewed. She didn't know who I was. Yeah, write me a note to truthseekershow@gmail.com, Mothership Podcast, and I will certainly get back. Big Fat Creep says, Steve, who be that? Yeah. Oh, it was Lauren Pritchard. Yes, you're right. Bigger nutter in conspiracy land you've never met. And it was surprising to me that she had absolutely no care. I talked to the family of that beer company. It was a small microbrew run by a family business, and they were devastated by her unproven, untrue, completely without evidence accusations that the company was somehow run by satanic pedophiles. She was glad. She was glad that they were in distress about that, or that they had to hire, public relations and people to handle that situation while she was going on the local news, just telling people, making these absolutely slanderous accusations about this poor beer company. All they're trying to do is make a living making beer. Suddenly she pulls them into her conspiracy driven life. Yeah. Joe K says, Reed reminds me of Stan Romanek. Yeah, he is somewhat similar to Stan Romanek in many respects. Stan Romanek, some may recall, was the fraud. Oh, by the way, Jimmy Church worked for the same company that put out the Stan Romanek story, and we would find out shortly after the Stan Romanek documentary came out that Stan Romanek was a huge fan of kiddie porn, and he got arrested. And Stan Romanek even tried to throw his own son under the bus at one time in court, claiming that the child pornography that the government caught him in possession of actually belonged to his son, and his son put it on his computers. Later, he would claim that the Men in Black, in a vast government cover-up and conspiracy, put that kiddie porn on his computer to shut him up because he was telling everybody the truth about those aliens. It's another ridiculous story with a con artist, scumball, UFO profiteer at the heart of it, right? Sweet Caroline says, I highly recommend you watch this whole video, Wreaking Havoc 215. You'll be crying laughing. Well, I'm glad that everybody, had a good time. Solar Marshall says, the fakest story ever. I did a bunch of work on Jonathan Rudder, a.k.a. Jonathan Reed. You should have. I wish I would have known that, Solar Marshall. I would have had you come and be a guest tonight. I did my best, though. We covered the whole, all of this. So this guy lies you know how you know that this fake doctor, Jonathan Rudder, a.k.a. Jonathan Reed, is lying? You know he's lying when his mouth starts moving. Church claims to thoroughly look into his guests before the interview. Yeah. The lie detector determined that was a lie, Wreaking Havoc 215. And by the way, I want to talk to you off air because we're going to get with you to start looking into some of your claims. And we're also going to invite you here to Casa de Cambion, to my house, because I'd like to start having guests in person right in the studio when we do shows. You're local to me, so you're on my list to do that with. The Sixth Sense reminding people, please use caps for comments or questions. Yes, please do that. We would appreciate that very much. Yes, Lauren tried stand-up comedy in Austin for a while. Total loser. Yeah, her stand-up was really bad. Somebody sent me one of her links. And by the way, I encourage people to try things they've never tried. And if you have a dream in your heart, go try it. Don't let people tell you no. But just another attempt to find some kind of spotlight. And her comedy was pretty weak. Really, really weak, right? World in Chaos calls her a bonefish nut job. Well, yeah, I really don't know, right? I really I can't even comment on her, right? Solar Marshall says, I was at work, bro, till a half hour ago. Well, good, yeah. So we are going to find a musical guest. We haven't done that in a little while. And we're going to have a musical guest. And when we return, at least I thought we were going to. Oh, yeah. I keep forgetting there's two, I have what we call brands here in StreamYard. And in one, I have all the stuff we started our show with. And then the other, I have all the newest stuff. So things are getting a little more complicated here. But, look, I'm going to use that line from Kari or Spooky. This is just another day in ufology. This level of stupid, childish, fake stories. It's just another fake story. So what can I say, friends? We're going to take a musical break. In the meantime, I encourage anybody, if you're feeling generous, get any of those pledges in, because we will be wrapping things up shortly after our musical guest. And our musical guest tonight will be Bong once again with their song, Those Who Pray. Some people prey on their listeners. Some people let their guests prey on their listeners. Yeah. What else can I say? So we'll take a short musical break. We'll be right back, friends.
All
And we are back, friends. And I was reminded during the break that there was something that I indeed wanted to share with the live chat. So I forgot, but if you would like to see someone recreate shot for shot all of Reed's fake evidence, I'm going to put it here in the live chat. In an episode of Fact or Faked, the whole crew recreated all of the so-called evidence in this case. And we want to thank and recognize, I see that there, Lord, one second, Lord Ludicrous Plaid with a kind and generous $1.99 pledge of Super Chat, longtime show supporter, Lord Ludicrous. Thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. We have shared that additional resource. It's kind of laughable to see these guys. It's very enjoyable to see them kind of make fun of this, how hokey it is. And then I think that they created a better fake alien. And, it's interesting to me to see. And to many people, it is interesting to see how people fake this stuff and somehow, create this so-called evidence. It's sort of behind the scenes of a hoax. You get to see how it was created. We want to thank Lord Ludicrous Plaid for his kindness, his generosity, and his support of the show, reminding you we read every single super chat, recognize, and thank everybody. Unlike other shows I see where they don't even thank anybody, let alone read them. We do. We read every single one. And we're thankful for each and every one of you kind and generous folks around the world helping us continue our journey and help us. Lord Ludicrous has been helping us for a long time, always throwing a couple of bucks in the hat and helping us to praise the cash. So thank you, Lord Ludicrous. Much appreciated. So any more comments or questions for me, please put them in all capital letters. We still have lots of people watching. I do regret that this show has, this is way long. I keep saying I'm trying to get some of the shows down to an hour, but we don't. Lots to talk about, I suppose. But we do our best to compress it all in. To those that are truly interested, I get it. You got to really have to want to know the truth, to sit through a few hours of somebody detailing. Oh, I got blurry like Bigfoot. There we go. All right. World in Chaos with a kind and generous $9.99 super chat says, great shows this month, bro. Thanks. Well, thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. It is always appreciated. Longtime show supporter and live chat attendee, World in Chaos 76. We want to thank you for helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
Here's what I want you to do. If the Lord is speaking to you, ushers, bring some baskets down. Just leave them there. I'm not finished. I got one more point to make. This is what I want you to do. Thank you, Miss Marguerite. I brought her because I want you to understand that the work must continue. This is not a plea for money. It's a plea for partnership so that we can be what we're supposed to be. I just need 497 people to say, I'll do 300.
Okay, we are back. So thank you, World Chaos. We recognize and thank you for your kindness and generosity and support of the show. Longtime show supporter. We love it. World in Chaos says, this is epic, Steve. I'll do 300 next time. I'll be waiting for that one. That'll probably be the biggest one we've ever gotten, right? I think the biggest we've ever gotten is $100, but we appreciate each and every one of you. I'd rather more people gave a couple of dollars than less, just have a few people that give big amounts. We love and appreciate all of you kind and generous people. Thank you. Sweet Caroline member says, we love your efforts, Stephen. And I love doing this. I was made for this. I have this uncanny ability to, I don't know, dig for the actual truth and evidence before telling people this is a true story, right? Lord Ludicrous commenting that there is just too much fraud to squeeze into an hour. I absolutely agree with that. Space Exposure says this is a plea for partnership. Laugh out loud. Yes, it is. I just need, this is not a plea for money, Space Exposure. This is a plea for partnership so we can continue to do this important work that we need to do. Yes. Mothership says, I love this. And laughing. And yeah, Sweet Caroline says, cutest little clown ever. He is very anxious for me to finish. We have new bumpers of him, and I got to get him done. Great. Patty M. Wilhelm is here. Longtime participant. We recognize you. I'm glad you're here, Patty. Says, love the chat. Great interaction. Yes, and I want to remind you, and maybe Sixth Sense can help me to remind you, that if you enjoy these live chats with our audience members, you don't have to only do it during our live broadcast, because we now have a Discord server where 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, you can discuss these strange and esoteric topics with like-minded people and Truth Seekers audience members. We have different sections for all different kinds of conspiracies and aliens, and all of that is available on our Discord, and you may enjoy participating in the Discord. And Truth Seekers, Sixth Sense reminding everybody, Truth Seekers can also be found on Facebook. Mothership says, laughter is everything. World in chaos. After my own heart. This is great to remind people that super chats can go up to $499. I think they go higher than that. I'm pretty sure that I've seen people give huge super chats to some of these grifters, right? Joe K says, Stephen, have you been asked to be part of any upcoming documentaries? Well, thank you, member Joe K, for your kind question. And no, my phone has not rung. I'm not scheduled to be part of any. However, many of you know that I'm interested in producing some documentaries myself, and I continue every week. I water that garden a little bit, Joe K, to learn to produce documentary films. So every week I do a little bit more production. If I create a documentary, I want the production to be absolutely professional level, top notch, because I've seen too many guys try and their documentary looks like shit or sounds like shit. It looks like amateur hour garbage. I don't want to do that. So I have been trying to hone my video editing skills. And if all else fails, I'll just call Kari and say, here's the stuff, edit it. That's my secondary plan. But ask Kari. I'm real big on, I try to do it myself first. I don't like asking for help. That's one of my character flaws, probably, is that I'm stubborn and I don't like asking for help. Now, Kari is working on a docu-series project, and I gotta tell you, I've seen pieces of it. It is ridiculous good, and I'm sure that Kari has the skills to overcome my lack of skills, but I'm trying to build those skills. So there may be a documentary from Truth Seekers. We may do a series of documentaries, right? And World Chaos says PayPal is the way for big donations. Yes, friends, because I believe that YouTube takes a full 30% of all the super chats and super sticker money, and PayPal is significantly less. So we have in the past encouraged people to use PayPal for larger pledges of support for our show. Wow, this is so weird. That's weird. I was trying to get to PayPal. Just make sure we don't have any more on the way out. I always feel bad when somebody sends a super chat right at the end, or PayPal right at the end of the show, and we miss it. But if we do that, we call it out on the very next show. No, we're good. We are good. So we thank all of you kind and generous supporters. Lord Ludicrous says, I always laugh so hard during the rapid fire message read. Yeah, I'm sorry. I got to figure out a better way to do this, right? I wish that I had a producer that could sit and just put the super chats on the screen while I'm doing the show. Because if somebody else was popping the super chats up on the screen, I would just see it and then I would read it. We're going to figure out a better way to do this. The other thing that I can do, and I haven't done this in a while, 1 second. We can do a pop-out chat. And then I can share that. I should be doing that during some of those presentations, right? And there's the pop-up chat, of course, so that we can recognize our supporters and people in the live chat. And we're moving on to more comments and questions, wrapping up the pretty clear-cut case of stupid fake story from none other than the fake Dr. Reed, right? I'm a little bit behind in the chat. Yeah, the Sixth Sense is reminding everybody of the Discord that you too can join. And the Mothership is thanking everyone for being here. It's nice to be around friends. You are most welcome here. How is your show doing, Mothership Podcast? And why don't you come and be a guest here? And we'll do like a quick one night and just tell everybody about your podcast, how it's going, what you're working on. For those unaware, the Mothership Podcast was also known as Wild Ascension and did some of the David Wilcock editing and things and helped us here. And we're happy to see her off on her own, starting her own incredible journey into being a show host. Love to help those people. So hit me up and we'll see if we can't get you on the show and have you come here and talk up your show, and we'll see what help we could be. I wish you all the best of success. It's like sometimes people come and help me here and I go, you're way too talented to not do your own show. And I love to, when I see them go and do that. Proud of her. She's doing great. I hear. I caught the first couple and I haven't caught up. I'm going to go look into that after the show. I need to download Patreon, or I guess you mean Patreon? Yeah, the Mothership. David Wilcock gets his sock puppet accounts to donate thousands to himself each new live broadcast. A lot of people have mentioned that, right? Lord Ludacris said, Stephen is too honest to be in a documentary. They don't like that. Yeah, and Sixth Sense is reminding people of Kari's channel, who also went off and became a show host. And we wish Kari all the success in the world with her friends, those crystal hippie bitches. That from that one time I was abducted by aliens. There's Kari's Twitter, and be sure to check out that one time I was abducted by aliens podcast with Kari, now one of the co-hosts, right? And the Sixth Sense is sharing the Mothership Podcast link. We like it. Sweet Caroline says, this community is the best. Somebody mentioning that a certain Hufan is brushing his tooth on TikTok live tomorrow morning. Okay. Yeah, I don't, honestly, that guy's already in my rear view mirror. I could give a shit with that guy. He does love to throw digs at me like I don't work hard enough. I don't do enough shows. He does more shows than me. Okay. That guy sleeps all day, the lazy slob. I actually take care of children from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. every day. 2 of them. One of them being a special needs child. Ask anybody who has spent some time being a caretaker for a special needs child. It takes a lot of energy, a lot of passion, a lot of, showing up. The first rule of being a good father is showing up. I always show up. I have my good days and I have my bad days, but I always show up. And every day I try to do my best. I keep trying to be better at being his caretaker. And it's summer. I'm the caretaker of both of them for the time being. But the good news is I think it's not next week, the week after, they're returning to school, which means that I should have a lot more time to do the show. The Mothership Podcast says, love to be a guest. Thank you. I got a job at Cracker Barrel, and now I'm managing many positions. But I will message you. I lost my glasses, but I'm going to get it. Thanks, friends. Oh, so nice. Yeah, I'd be happy to help you. And I liked your first couple of shows. You're doing a great job with the production, making me look like a slouch. Thanks. She's got really nice bumpers and music and stuff with her show. Looks a lot more professional than mine. I'm a little jealous, you know? Maybe should help me, right? Wreaking Havoc says, this channel is a refreshing change to all the fakery and BS out there. Yeah, I thank you for your kind comment. Mysterious Oklahoma saying, you're a good man, Stephen. And thank you for that comment. But, you know, I never want credit. You know, I don't like when people expect to get credit for doing things that they're supposed to do. Like, you ever hear somebody say, like, hey, I take care of my kids? You're supposed to. You're their parents, you know? Like, but it is worthy of mention that when some other slob show host that lives in his parents' house, or I'm sorry, in a trailer in his parents' backyard, starts talking smack on me, he sleeps all day. He can do a show every day, and he does no work, no research, does not make any phone calls, doesn't provide any evidence. He just talks. So, of course, he can do 6 shows a week rambling about nothing or just looking on Twitter. What's everybody talking about? Let me ramble about that for 2 hours and try to convince people that my opinion matters while I have no evidence, no research to show anybody, and I haven't investigated shit. But I'm going to tell you, you should just believe me because I say so. Trust me, dude. And working for hoaxers, right? Look, people would say whatever they want. I don't work for known hoaxers who got their entire platform by faking shit early on. Oh, but we're supposed to believe they don't fake things anymore. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. And we caught them. But like I said, this clown is in my rear view, and we're going to be blowing right by that clown and his shit show. I don't care. King of Hugo Mundo. Good to see you again. I don't know that I have seen your name in the live chat for a while, but glad to see you. Says that disappearing and appearing with the audience going crazy. Too funny. Yeah, and it's a very obvious sound effect. It's not the real audience reaction because that never happened, right? Like water under a bridge at Truth Seekers. Yes, and by the way, I should remind everybody, you can follow me on Twitter at Stephen Cambion. That really does help if you want to know about the show, right? Sweet Caroline says, you're just a decent human being. That's how normal people are raised. Well, I had a lot of challenges growing up, Sweet Caroline, so I don't know if it's about how I was raised or just maybe, you know, I'm not going to get real personal, but like I try to be a really good father. I'm really trying because, you know, maybe at times my father was just not around. And in his defense, I'm not bitter or angry about it, though. I'm over it. But like in his defense, my father always worked 2 jobs. I don't even know why. I do know why. Because my father refused to not get the extras in life. You know, like he wants a boat or he wants a hot rod or whatever, and he didn't have the money for it. So he would work a second job so that he could do things like take us on vacations or to take us to amusement parks with the extra money that he made at the second job, or buy boats and rehab them. And so my father was just not around very much, and that affected me. I don't blame him, and I forgive him. He's passed on. But with my own children, I try to be there more. I'm trying my best, you know. But I got to say, I'm losing my patience. Like my level of patience for these children is really running out because it has been a rough couple of weeks with them both home. But I'm doing my best. They're alive. They're surviving. The missus is kind of like checking in on me and making sure everything's okay. And by the way, my wife is awesome and trying to make things as easy for me as possible. She's like pre-preparing lunch for them, and all I have to do is heat it up for them. And you know, even dinners. Today, they had pre-prepared lunch, pre-prepared dinner. So that really makes things easier. I try to cook a really nice meal every day, though. When my wife doesn't, or there's not leftovers, so we're doing our best. And hey, Cosmic Neighbors is here. I'm gonna punch him in the face because I'm still aggravating myself with 3D printing. By the way, Cosmic Neighbors, I have figured something interesting out. It'll print high, it just won't print wide. So right now, I'm trying to print an Archangel Michael statue that is almost 18 inches tall. And it seems it printed to 6-inch, then it printed to 12-inch. So I think it's going to print the 18-inch one. I'll let you know how that works out. And I did get your message about sending you this case that I want printed. This case, the one of them is so small, it might print on one of your printers. I'm going to send you the file. Just had a very busy day and haven't gotten around to correspondence yet today. Try to do that later at night. The Mothership Podcast, I think that is wonderful. Pre-cooked meals are hard to do for an entire family. Well, we always seem to manage. We have our go-to things. We have dirty rice mix. I think it's Zataran's dirty rice mix. You just put ground meat in this mix together and the kids eat it. Everybody likes it. Or Hamburger Helper. Or we have a lot of spaghetti with meat sauce that's easy to cook quickly. We have a lot of stir fries lately because I'm still on this diet. By the way, I think I'm up to 70 days without alcohol, which is a miracle being half Irish. Yes. Reekin Havoc says, you need to smash that 3D printer like Office Space. Yes, I believe that I do. I definitely believe that I have to do that. All right, so friends, I'm going to stop sharing my screen now, but I thank and appreciate each and every one of you for being here in the live chat. It is much, much appreciated. And I have to say that based on the number of live viewers that we had versus the actual chat comments, there's a lot of lurkers. There's a lot of people that may have come here from being a Jimmy Church listener or follower. And if you did, I want to let you know that you are most welcome here. And, I'm not going to say anything else negative about Mr. Church, but I will say that if you're looking for the truth, that's not the place to be. That's not the guy to listen to. It can be proven that he helps garbage peddlers peddle their fake stories. We can prove that he has done so time and time again. I just want to mention that if anybody's lurking in the live chat, that you're welcome here too. We welcome believers, skeptics, and anyone in between. We believe in free speech here. There's another thing. If you say anything or question things in Jimmy Church's chat, you will be deleted or muted or not allowed to express your opinion. We're fine with people expressing their opinions here. Our only real rules are to no personal attacks, and especially don't go after people for being gay or a different race or trans or whatever. Don't discriminate against people. No personal attacks. But everybody's free to express their opinion. If you think I'm stupid and this whole story is 100% true, you're free to say it in the live chat. If you think I'm wrong on a research point, I've been corrected here. We love that we have a free speech zone here. And by the way, there was a mistake. A mistake was made recently that somebody was muted or a comment was deleted on yesterday's show. That was completely on accident. And we apologize to that person. We do not censor free speech here. So all you lurkers, please hit that subscribe button, hit that notification bell. If you really want the truth behind these stories, Jimmy Church is not the guy to give it to you. But we do our best to get to the truth behind these stories. We have facts, we have evidence, we have well-researched stories, we have a lot of legwork to make this work. And we don't just sit there and do the softball UFO circle jerk like some people do, letting people tell their fake stories. If somebody has a fake education and I interview them, I'm going to ask them about their fake education. Not Jimmy Church, not some of these other UFO circle jerkers, and they know the guy's fake. This guy was fake as a $3 bill, and people know it, but they know they can make money off of this garbage peddling, so that's what they do. They peddle the garbage, friends. So, yeah, I am going to bounce on out of here, friends, and I got to tell you, it has been a long day for me, so I'm going to try to get some rest, and we will be back tomorrow night at 9 p.m. Eastern Time with another live Truth Seekers event. And tomorrow night is going to be fun. You definitely want to be here 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You are most welcome to be here tomorrow night for another Truth Seeker show, even though some lazy slob hosts that sleep all day and work for hoaxers and lie to their audience, lie through their teeth. Oh, wait, they don't have teeth. Well, they lie through their mouth. They lie through their fake mouth. Wait, their mouth's not fake. They lie through their lips. They lie through their lips and their fake teeth to their audience, calling other people out for fakery and fraudery, but not their own employers who they work for, the biggest fraudster hoaxers in this thing, third phase of fake. Those people can, slag on me for being lazy. I don't do enough shows. Listen, I only do shows if I have done work worthy of doing a show. I don't just go babble for 2 hours like some people that are on the take, right? That work for hoaxers. But like I said, some things you just have to put in your rear view mirror, friends, because those people, they can't go where you're going. You have to leave them in your rear view mirror. And that's what I'm content to do. So I did mention a lot about Jimmy Church and what all this mess and the fact that he's now dragging Christina Gomez into this, because now she has to sit there and act like she doesn't know that he's platforming this level of fake story and that he's pushing this completely and totally fake doctor, calling him doctor through a 2-hour interview and planning on do part 2. She has to keep her mouth shut about all of this. And I would submit to everyone within the sound of my voice that if you truly, I've heard of there are some other show hosts that claim they are Christina Gomez's friend. How many of you have gone to her and told her that taking all of the benefit of Jimmy Church's help and him giving her radio show deals and pulling her close to him may not be good for her? How many of you people who claim to be her friend have expressed real concern that she has to sit there and keep her mouth shut while Jimmy Church is pushing this level of garbage out into the community, this level of fake, provably fake stories out into the community? Have any of you people who claim to be Christina Gomez's friend got her aside and said, maybe, just maybe, you don't want to work for somebody who is going to muzzle you and make you keep your mouth shut about all the dirty dealings in order to keep those benefits that you're reaping from your association with slimeball co-host extraordinaire of hers, Jimmy Church? I mean, it's unfortunate. This girl is a young girl. And, speaking as a father, if I was her father, I would want somebody to go to her and say, you can't continue to keep your mouth shut while this guy is doing this and maintain any 1% degree of credibility. In order for you to just keep getting these benefits, do you really think you got to just, that it's a good idea to just keep your mouth shut about what your co-host is doing, about the garbage peddling your co-host is involved with, his history of peddling garbage? Does she really think it's a good idea that it makes her look credible, that she has to sit there? I guarantee she's not going to comment on any of this. She can't, or she'll lose whatever it is that she's getting from Jimmy Church. And Jimmy Church is using her to try to stay relevant to young viewers. That, my friends, is my speculation and my opinion, and I'm entitled to it. Now, there have been various people who told me that she's learning disabled and may have other mental, I don't know. I don't know what the story is, but maybe, just maybe, it's not her fault. Maybe she's being taken advantage of. I don't know what the whole story is. But the fact that she has to sit there next to this guy and pretend that none of this is going on makes her part of the cover-up. And I'm going to pray for her that she gets out from under the dark influence of this guy who is willing to put forth this kind of nonsense, garbage, fake information. I'm going to pray that she finds her way, that she finds some conscience and, evaluates whether it's a good idea for her to continue to keep her mouth shut about all this so that she can continue to get all the benefits that she gets from that guy. I mean, maybe she likes stupid, lazy viewers who just like fairy tales and she's willing to take all the benefit, but, you can't ignore all this, honey. It doesn't look good on you to continue to ignore all this stuff that your co-host is willing to do. And is this what he is teaching this young girl, this young impressionable girl? Like, here, Christina Gomez, this is how you make money at this. This is how you become successful. You peddle garbage. I don't think it's right. And I worry about her. Truly, I'm being honest here. Like, you know, it's not right to expect some young girl just starting out in this so-called business to just keep her mouth shut about all of this so that Jimmy Church can, he's apparently getting something, some benefit, right? He's got to be getting something from her to be giving her radio show deals or whatever else he's giving her, subscribers. And of course she claimed, oh no, I didn't get all my subscribers from Jimmy Church. We can look at the metrics before Jimmy and after Jimmy and see. Huge difference there. He's feeding her because he needs another echo chamber. And it wouldn't surprise me one bit if this complete and total fake fraud doctor ended up on her show getting an interview with her, because they like to bounce each other, these fake guests around, and then that reinforces the lie. These lies, all these garbage peddlers all help each other reinforce each other's bullshit stories. That's how this works. All right, so it's been a long day, friends, and apparently it's going to be a long night because I have some editing and some other things to do for tomorrow night's show, but I'm looking forward to it. Please be sure to join us again tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So that's it, friends. That's all we got for you tonight. And I hope to see you again tomorrow night at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So until next time, friends, my name is Stephen Cambion, reminding you that the truth is sometimes hard to get to, but it's still worth getting to. Good night, friends, and God bless all of you.